Welcome everyone to this evening's coverage of the Platinum Endurance Championship. I said evening, but it is this day. It is 12 hours long, once around the clock. 12 hours of Daytona, the season finale of PAC. And I'm delighted to be joined by Edward. Edward, welcome.
Yeah, hello everyone. Sadly, I can't open my camera as well as Dan did. But it's a pleasure to be here with you guys. I'm very excited for this race. And I hope that in the next 3 hours is going to be an amazing race and we will just enjoy this, because seeing that we're having a championship battle and more championships to decide, I'm sure that it's going to be an amazing race.
Yeah, it will be for sure. But before we start, we have something special for you. Marnix is here as well. Marnix has a special word for everyone. So Marnix, go on.
Thanks, Dan. Thanks, Edward. First of all, I'd like to thank everyone for coming to the stream. And I wanted to thank everyone who have participated and supported us along the way in season 1. It's been an amazing journey, and we're proud to say that we can continue this journey because the season 2 signups are already full after just 3 weeks of that they were opened. And I'm really excited for it. We're really looking forward to season 2, and we'll be working hard for it. And we have even more leagues coming up with Platinum Racing League and even a pilot series coming. And I'm really grateful for the help we've got and from the excitement. And it's looking to be another amazing and even better season after the summer break. So really looking forward to it. And I just wanted to thank everyone for their support and their interest in us.
Yeah. Well, Marnix, my highlight of the season, personally for me, was the stream when we had, I think, over 100,000 viewers reached all over the world, and I think the stream at this point in time has somewhere around 5,500.
Viewers? The loss of Le Mans was that, I think. The race of Le Mans.
Yeah. So the last race was that. That was personally my highlight of the season. Do you have any?
For sure, it was Le Mans. The start where we saw the amount of live viewers racing every time we refreshed the page from where it started at. The average at that time was 30, and then we saw it race to 80, 100, and then even got to 190. I think it was just amazing and really exciting to see, and the amount of interest in the chat as well, because the live chat was really blowing up as well, and that commitment and that attachment to the viewers, and I think it's something that really connects us all, and it's just amazing to see.
Yeah. For me, it was a point where all our hard work at that point paid off.
Exactly. It just got confirmed that we're doing it for something, and I mean we're always doing it for something, because look at the people racing. We have a full field again, and maybe not as full as we are used to, but still. People are interested, and people still show their interest in us and willing to race with us, and I mean that's when you see your work has paid off and when people are happy with what you're doing. So
Marnix, it's been a great season. We have another run around the clock ahead of us, but it's certainly already been an absolute great season. Thank you for hosting this, and
thanks, man. Cheers.
It's been a pleasure.
Good luck, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We will move on to the action then, Edward. We have, as you can see on screen for you here on the right hand side, once again for the last time this season, in the GTE class. The colors of the classes have changed, by the way. It's now red for GTE and green for GT3 and blue for LMP2. That is because we have the IMSA theme for this special last weekend. But the GTE class and in the GT3 class it is the following. Black numbers are for the pro category, so that are the pro cars, and the white numbers are for the AM cars. So as something we can see, Chris Racing in the GTE class, that team you see there, the orange, black and green livery, that car is an AM car. And then Joshua Meyer in the T3 Motorsports BMW, that car is a pro car. GTE field, not as big as a field as we might have liked, but it has been the case all season. Edward, what do you think about the GTEs? Because it seems like that class is really on its last legs.
Yeah, as far as I'm concerned, there are less cars than usual at the GTE, but also in real life, you see that more and more championships are going to GT3. Even DTM in real life has gone to GT3 cars, even though the cars that DTM had in the past were extremely beautiful. The world of motorsport is going towards this class because the costs are not so big and also the races are much more enjoyable. Even in iRacing, there are much more leagues with GT3s. This is why a lot of people are going to race and are used races with GT3s because they are used to these cars and they don't want to switch their strategies and switch their driving style in order to race with a GTE now. But the GTEs are much more fun to watch, so I think we're up for an amazing race.
Oh yeah, certainly we are. Like you said, the GTEs, I mean, the driving style, it's so different compared to the GT3 because you, of course, I think in the RSR you do have ABS, but no TC. But in all the other cars, there's no TC and no ABS. So yeah, it is quite a different driving style. They also do have a little bit more power. So it also doesn't only come with the deficit of not having TC, but it comes with the great increasement of power. And we all know the more power, the more difficult it is to keep those rear wheels from spinning up on corner exit.
Yeah, it just depends a lot on how you are used to and what do you like to drive. But these GTE cars, even though they are harder to drive, they are also more enjoyable. When you get the strategy perfect and the setup perfect, they are such a pleasure to drive. This is why personally, if I would race today, I would choose a GTE car. But as I know from the rules, you have to choose a car at the start of the championship, and then you need to stick to it till the end of the championship.
Oh yeah.
And if you do that, it is considered a new entrance. So this is why they are sticking with the same car from the start of this season.
Yeah. Well, especially this team, of course, we've seen in the past few races, everyone who was here back then, that of course the Porsche is the most beloved car in the GTE field. There are at the moment 5 Porsches out on track and 1 BMW, and the BMW we're watching that at the moment. They have been just pounding around at that BMW for the whole season, and they stuck to it. They could have said after the first race, well, you know, it's an absolute shitbox and we will not drive this anymore. But they stuck to it, and I think that is the determination they've had to stick with that car and make the car work. I hope personally that it pays off this race.
Yeah, but again, it depends from race to race. I remember when I was commenting GT3 races, when you were allowed to change cars from race to race, there were a lot of drivers actually changing their cars because there is one car that is faster on a track than on another track. So maybe this BMW might do a surprise today and get a very good result, because these GT3 cars and also the GTE ones are not fastest on all the tracks. This is the beauty of this class.
Oh yeah, it definitely is. And what we see as well a lot of the times with endurance racing, of course, towards the beginning, it is all very, very close. But towards the end all the time, I think you will see that a lot of the strategies come into play and everything gets closer once again. Of course, in the middle of the race, everyone is spread out because, of course...
Oh, there's a spin.
Yeah, I think that was the PM Esports Porsche from Rick Manders, says it was. But of course, during the race, the strategies are playing or the teams are playing their own strategy game, and everyone is basically on a different strategy. Maybe 1 or 2 teams on the same, but it's vastly different across the whole grid. And towards the end, it always just comes back to each other. Everything plays out, the fuel strategy plays out, and most of the times you see towards the end that the teams get closer to each other and just they make a great end of it.
Yes, especially in the GT3 class. You can see not only in the game but also in real life. After the 24 hours of Daytona, at the end of the race, they are still going side by side, wheel to wheel, because these cars can go for a straight 24 hours, one to each other. The strategies are different, but in the end, the pace, they close up, especially here at Daytona. At Le Mans, it's not really like that, but here at Daytona, you might see some battles, even in the last lap for the position. As you were talking about the strategy, we have a 12-hour race, so Dan, do you think that you can actually calculate the strategy before the race, or you go effectively with the race? Because it's hard 12 hours to calculate.
Oh yeah, definitely is. I have heard some teams that they were talking about, of course, calculating the race. But the thing is, as we say with real life racing as well, most of the times, once you just enter the first 20 minutes, the strategy you can throw it out of the window because things happen, and
Exactly.
you have to change the whole strategy once again. There is no team that I have seen in the 24 hours of Daytona in real life that have gone into the race with a strategy plan and that they could stick to it. Because of course, real life, you have safety cars, you have everything, and I think that in that way, of course, you can plan a strategy, you can have a certain view on it, but there is no way that you can plan 12 hours.
Yes, but I think the only team that actually can plan a strategy for an entire race is Toyota at Le Mans, because we are seeing them absolutely dominating that race since Porsche and Audi has given up. And the fact that they are the only hybrid car and they have this huge advantage over the opposition, they can just plan their strategy and go with it, because they have made an amazing car at this point in real life, and they just, can go straight 24 hours with their scheduled pit stops. But anyways, Dan, the qualifying has started here for the LMP2s. It's going to be the first side of today, and as I have seen in practice, the Platinum Racing Team Blue, it looks amazing on this track.
Oh yes, it does. It looks very, very quick, but as we have seen in other weekends, as we look now with Winston Eckel, as we have seen other weekends, it is Tempest Simsport who, for some reason, they have like 300 kilos of sandbags in their car, and come qualifying, they take them out and they go like a second quicker than everyone else. I think we see the Tempest Simsports ahead of Winston Eckel. Yes, here we have him. The number 92 Tempest Simsport LMP2. So I'm interested to see what they can do. Currently, first sector, they are 7,000 slower than Winston Eckel, and I think they noticed that and they've gone back to the pit lane. So it's Winston Eckel now, first down on track. He's going to be the first one to set a lap time, but with some connection issues. But I think that 2 days ago I think that this team is now finally going to get their maiden win, because they have been at the front every race. They have been unlucky every race. Don't get me wrong, Tempest Simsport would, I think, still have won, because they have had 3 just faultless races. They have not made one mistake in those races, but they would have been so much closer to them. They would push them so much further in terms of how much Tempest needed to push, because of course, once you have that lap over second place, you're starting to drive to that lap over second place. You take things a little bit easier in traffic and everything, and as we see the first lap time coming in 1:34.021, you start driving towards that one lap deficit towards P2. So I think that once we see this team push Tempest for real, it'll be a very, very close race.
Yeah, but we also have the championship on the cards. Obviously, Tempest has a pretty big advantage over Platinum Racing of 37 points.
Yeah.
So, in order for Platinum to win the championship, they need to win this race and Tempest to DNF. Thing that is not impossible, because this is the longest race on the calendar. We have 12 hours and a lot of things can happen. So, if Tempest doesn't finish this race and Platinum will win it, the championship will be won. And as the England fans are always saying before any World Cup, it would come home.
Yeah, it's not over till the fat lady sings. But yeah, I think that just DNFing for Tempest is not an option this race. If they finish outside of the top 10, which I don't think is possible because we only have 6 LMP2 cars in here right now. I think more 7, but the Platinum Racing Team car, that is our race director Marnix, the absolute donkey, decided to register instead of watch. So we now have Platinum Racing Team on the scoring board the whole race. So I'm sorry about that, but there's nothing we can do about that. So ignore it. But as Winsnackle once again goes faster. But
153.9.
I think DNFing for Tempest is not an option. That car, if it finishes even outside of the top 10, it gets 1 point. And then it gets to 129 points, I think it is. And Platinum Racing Team, if they win, they will get to 129 as well. But Tempest Simsport has won more races than Platinum Racing Team. So the championship will then go to their camp. But so I think the only way for Platinum Racing Team LMP2 Blue to win this championship is for Tempest Simsport to have a humongous crash in the last 20 minutes, and that they have more than 20 minutes of repairing to do, so they can't get out anymore and they can't finish the race. I think that's the only way for Platinum Racing Team LMP2 Blue to win the championship here.
Yep.
So it's going to be difficult.
I'm curious, Dan, if you would be part of Tempest Simsport, who we see they go in 3rd place with a 134.3. If you would be part of this team, would you just take the points, go for a podium, don't get in any stupid battles, or would you go for the win of the race? Because obviously a champion's gonna win because this is what champions do. But you also have to think about a championship, don't you?
Yeah, thinking about the championship, we actually have the championship here for you. Let me get it out on screen for you. We have the LMP2 championship, and Edward, you're gonna lead us through it.
Yep, Tempest Simsport, as we were talking about them and we're seeing them in the background, 128 points, an advantage of 37 points over the Platinum Racing Team LMP2 Blue. There is another LMP2 Platinum Racing Team with red with 10 points in 13th place. Then in 3rd place we have ASR Blue, Rapid E-Racing Team Purple in 4th place, and Cabot Blue in 5th place with 51 points. The 3rd place, the battle for 3rd place is close as well.
Yeah.
My favorite team, well, it's not actually my favorite team, but this is the
Mate,
name.
you don't want to know how many times I had to explain that. They have chosen that name. They've said it. They've chosen that name just for us to be like this. It's not my favorite team. It's called my favorite team.
What? Are they actually in the race? I don't see them on the live timing.
No, I don't think so.
But it would be very fun for them to battle. I would actually cheer for them. I want my favorite team to win. So, then in 7th place we have Delta Motorsport with 38 points. Kuruma Motorsport is in 8th place with 37 points. Gazex is in 9th place with 18 points. And then rounding up the top 10 is Raider Engineering Esports Red with 17 points. This is the top 10 right now at the LMP2 class. And even though the battle for the championship is not that close, it's still up for grabs. But as you said, it needs to be a humongous crash in the last 20 minutes. For 3rd place, it's up for grabs.
Yeah. Yeah, 63 points. I think ASR Blue is also not racing today. No, ASR Blue also not racing.
This is important.
So
this is very important for the championship.
Yeah, Rapid E-Racing Team Purple, they are racing here. They are on track, currently 3rd in the standings. I think we have a little bit of a smaller field than normal, but I think that that won't hamper us too much. Of course, GT3 still coming in, I think, before qualifying, and that has always been the biggest field we had. So yeah, very much looking forward to their qualifying. But looking onto the standings then now, it is Rapid E-Racing Team Purple in 3rd, 4th is Cabot Blue, 5th for some reason none, but I will quickly fix that if you just talk us through it, Edward.
Tempus has gone in 2nd place with a 133.9. So they are only 100th of a second to Platinum Racing Team. As you said, Dan, even if Platinum Racing in the practice is absolutely going for it, in qualifying, there is another story. But again, the race is 12 hours, so
Yeah.
it's a very, very long race. A lot of things can happen. I'm sure that this is not how the race will end.
What do you say?
Now,
Does
what do you-
qualifying matter in a 12-hour race?
I think it does to a certain extent, because if you're in first place, you might get out of trouble. We can see that in real life. We could have seen even here in our league. You can go into a crash in the first corner, and if you are in first or second or third place, if you're at the top, you are a little bit more protected if you are in the middle of the pack. So this is why qualifying matters, but it's a 12-hour race. If you are starting fifth, you are losing maximum 2 seconds. Those are recoverable. What you need to do is you need to keep focused and don't lose your moral.
Yeah, and well, like you said, qualifying really only matters in an endurance race for you to stay out of trouble in the first corner. And I think if I think Platinum Racing Team LMP2 and Tempest Simsport manage to do so, I think they're in with a really, really good shot here. As you can see now, it's Guruma Motorsports in fifth, currently haven't set a lap time. As have two other LMP2 cars. Ibox Sim Racing Team 3 also didn't set a lap time yet.
We're seeing there a cone on the track. Anyways, other than the position and being out of trouble, I think that also mentally it plays a huge game when you are starting. Because if you're starting fifth and you're in the battle of the championship, you might see things from another perspective that you wouldn't want to see before a race. But anyways, 4 more minutes to go from disqualifying, and it looks like it settles. Everyone is on their out lap. Tempest Team Racing has just started their lap. They're in second place. I'm curious, what's their lap? 1:35.879. This is not a great lap. Let's see what Platinum Racing will put out on here.
Yeah, it's Platinum Racing Team LMP2 Blue currently ahead on track of the Tempest Simsport Pack LMP2 car. Remember, this is the championship battle right ahead of you here. So, even though what happens, I think if Platinum Racing Team LMP2 Blue take pole position here, they're going to go into the race with a massive confidence boost. Of course, they know they have Perry in that car, who is considerably slower than Winston and Vincent, but they have managed to be on the lead lap with this driver pairing the whole season. So I don't think that they will be going into the race thinking, oh well, we have Perry, so you know, it's nothing against the driver, but we all know that Perry lacks a little bit of pace compared to Winston and Vincent. But I think they're in with a really good shot if they can take pole position here.
Yep, they are. But again, this is what I said at the start of this qualifying. We've seen them in practice. They were absolutely rapid on this track. And also I think they're very motivated, you know, because first of all, they're in the championship battle. And second of all, they actually have nothing to lose. Even if they crash in this race, even if they go for a risky move and something bad happens, they still have nothing to lose. They will stay second in the championship.
Yeah.
So this is why for them, it's just go for the win.
Yeah, not a great lap time from Winston Eckel this time round. Tempest Simsport, out of the pits they come. They had a little bit of an accident on their last lap, but they now have 3 minutes left, so I think they can, at max, put out one more lap here. So uno lapo for them, and then we will wait for 5 minutes. We will see how this field looks. But on his out lap, purple in sector 2. Does that say anything to you, Edward?
Yeah, I'm not really sure. I was actually looking on the track map in order to see where these teams are winning and where they are losing, and they're pretty much tied up, Platinum Racing and Tempest Simsport.
Oh yeah.
You know, they're very close onto each other, so there's not a lot to separate them. I'm curious if Tempest and Jorge Augusto, who is driving now the car, if he can go just a little bit faster and make a corner a little bit better, he might just get that pole position. But it's going to be very tight, as we're now going with him through the chicane, through the bus stop, and he's going to start a new lap, the last lap for this qualifying and the last quali lap for this season.
Which is
for
quite
him.
sad to say, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It is.
Another season done once again. Only 7 teams, Dutch League Racing, yes. Only 7 teams, a little bit sad. And one team, the Platinum Racing team, isn't even a real team. It's our It's our race director who has decided to sign up instead of watch the race. So a little bit of a mistake from him there. But we're into the last qualifying lap of the season for Tempest Simsport. And we're into the international horseshoe. I think you want to take second through here in qualifying to make the car as stable as possible. Then into the left-hander as we move on to the national horseshoe. Two horseshoes here on this track, the international and the national. National, of course, the second of the two. Into, I think, second you go here as well. Third is not really an option here because you're in too low of a revs to pull the car out of the corner. Then onto the banking, the left-hander here, turn 7. Onto the banking, really tricky. You can lose the rear end really easy here. Onto the banking, and now you have time to check your social media. Share some in-car cameras on social media before you get onto the Le Mans chicane. An interesting story about the Le Mans chicane. That has been named the Le Mans chicane because the FIA and IMSA are working together now to make a class that is GTD and GT Le Mans, or GT Le Mans and GTD. And of course the hypercars will be able to race in the same regulations on Daytona and on Le Mans. But the last lap has almost come to an end for Tempest Simsport. Planet Racing team are in the pit, so they can't improve. What is Tempest Simsport Pack LMP2 gonna be able to do? It is gonna have to be this lap or nothing. Across the line. They stay second.
4.1.
They stay second. Not enough to take pole position. Wow. But still, 31 or 13 thousandths of a second. I think that's the closest gap we've seen for pole position this whole season.
It's coming home. It's coming home.
Yeah.
Daytona's coming home.
Make sure we don't get copyrighted by your beautiful singing. They're going out again? I don't think this is actually allowed. This is this might be if they go out. This might be a break. They might break the rules if they go out now.
Disqualify them. I don't know, I'm joking. Yeah, so they are going out even though the qualifying has finished, but Cabot has done the same thing. So this is... it's interesting to see what are the stewards going to say. I was just reading the chat and Jackknife Racing has said that Marnix is better than Masi, so hopefully we are not going to hear from them, from the Tempest Simsport. No, Marnix, no.
yeah. Well, I mean, to my knowledge, the pit exit is closed 15 minutes into qualifying. So I don't exactly know what has happened here, if Jorge Augusto is unaware of this rule, but to my knowledge, they have broken a rule here.
Yep, the rules say, rule number 8.1.1, it says, when the 45 minutes are remaining, LMP2 pit exit closes and LMPs must finish their current laps. After 15 minutes, all the LMP cars must finish their current lap and return to the pit lane. This is what Tempos are not doing, but as we are looking on the live timing, Platinum Racing are not in the pit anymore either.
I think they are still are. It looks like yeah, they are in the pits, but they've returned to the garage, so you won't see them in pits anymore. But they started a new lap. If he now continues his lap on his in lap, he is gonna be in the GT traffic.
No.
He does finish his lap, but I am interested to see, Edward, what the race director is gonna do about this. Because this is, to my knowledge, breaking a rule, and the pit exit was definitely closed.
Yep.
That is gonna be very interesting to see. But for now, the LMP2 field looks as follows. It is Winston Eckel who takes pole position in the last race of the season. Finally, a good starting position for that Platinum Racing Team LMP2 blue car. Jorge Augusto for Tempest Simsport Pack takes second position. For now, we might see a qualifying disqualification because they have gone out on track before or basically after the pit exit has been closed.
Yes.
So very interesting to see what will happen there. But
looking at the rules, if we're looking exactly at what the regulations are saying, any breach of these rules means a disqualification. So they might look. 8.c cars deemed to have breached any part of the qualifying procedure will receive a PO2.02 penalty applied in the first 2 laps of the race. So
Okay.
that means PO202 means a drive-through penalty plus 1 penalty point. So this might not be a disqualification, but it might be a drive-through penalty that they will need to serve in the first 2 laps. Anyways, we have live stewarding, so we have actual humans taking the decisions for these problems, and we will see what Marnix and Martin are going to say about this. I'm sure we'll get the information as soon as possible. As we're now going for the GTE qualifying, we were talking about this class at the start of the stream.
Oh, so
And
close.
Here I think the championship is decided. GTE AM,
In
Crips
GT
Racing are already champions.
in GTE AM it is, but in GTE Pro it's all up for grabs still. Here we have him out on track, but I am interested to see what this car can do. Let me quickly find it for you. This car, Frank Gaia in the in T3 Motorsports by Manatee Pack GTE BMW. Can this car finally get its maiden pole position and its maiden win?
Yeah. If there's one team that I'm really interested in, is the team BWM, not BMW.
Yeah. Well, there's a funny story about that because they wanted to enter as BMW, and they have now become a meme in the community because they entered a typo. They entered as BWM. So now, for the rest of this season, they have BWM.
Yeah. Anyways, Dan, the battle here for the championship is much closer because we have the 2 Porsches, the Astro Racing and Astro Racing Miorla, who are 2 points one to each other, and 5 points away it's Orion Race Team. I'm not seeing the Orion Race Team here on the server, but the 2 Porsches from Astro Racing are one against each other for the championship.
Yeah. We can take a look at the championship. I will lead you through it. The GT3 Pro looks as follows. Here we have it on screen for you. GTE Pro, 105 points for Astro Racing. Astro Racing Miorla, so the sister team, 103 points. Orion Race Team Pack, GTE, 100.5 points in it at the top there. So it's absolutely all to play for. So the one who finishes ahead in the GTE field. Oh, as you see a spin here from Astro Racing Miorla. That will not help them on their qualifying lap. But JD Sim Racing, 71 points. A little bit further away from 3rd place. I think that is all done. They can get a maximum of 99 points, I think. Never mind, I was wrong with that. 109. So they're still in the championship hunt. My maths were all off there, but yeah, like I said, it's all up for grabs. And do you think that we will see some team orders in order for Astro Racing to win the championship here? Edward?
It's a 12-hour race. You cannot put team orders for 12 hours straight. Obviously, even if you put team orders, these guys will battle one with each other because the championship is up for grabs. I don't think we'll see team orders, but I'm afraid that we might see a crash at the start of the race or somewhere in the race, because when the hit is so big between you and your teammate, you know them very much because you are training together. These things might happen.
Yeah. Well, looking on further to the GTE field, then Delta Motorsports has like 1 for 1, 42 points. That is the battle for 5th. And that is still up for grab for the .x Esports red car. T3 Motorsports by Manatee Pack GTE. I do see the T3 Motorsports car out there, but I do not see any other team than PM Esports, T3 Motorsports, Ibex Racing Team 2, Verve Racing Team Black, which is lost in the Pro Championship. So I think that there's still a big chance for the T3 Motorsport here to get 5th position in the championship, which would be big for them. But
You might. But again, it's very close down. You can see.
oh yeah,
It's the battle obviously for the championship, and there's the battle for 5th place where everyone is very close to one to each other. But anyways, GD Motorsport, I'm not really sure if they are in the silver.
No, they are not.
Right now.
They
are not. So they given up on the championships so early.
Chris Racing, though, already champion in the GTE Anfield, as you can see, 139 points for them. They will be looking to add to that tally. They have been dominant this whole season. They were crowned champions at their home race at Silverstone. PM Esports, 75 points in second. Akil Racing in third. Fourth, iBox Sim Racing Team 1. Fifth is WPR Racing Team. And sixth is Redgate Esports with 0 points. So, the championship in AM has been decided already. So, it's only the GTE Pro Championship that is really up for grabs. But we see now the car that I said would be very quick here because the straights on pole position at the moment.
P1 for the BMW. Just what we were talking at the start of the stream. You might see a surprise because these GT cars are faster one track and extremely slow on another track. And the BMW is very fast here because of the long, fast straights that are on Daytona. Anyways, there is a drive-through penalty, but it's not for Tempus Motorsport. It's actually for Arvensis Racing Red. They have given a drive-through penalty that they will serve at the start of the race for the incorrect team number. Still no information on the incident from the LMP2 class.
Okay. Oh, that is Arvensis Racing Red. They were looking very quick in practice. They were looking very, very quick in practice. So that is a big setback for them. Astro Racing now across the line. 1:41.520. That is provisional pole for them.
Yep. Fast as lightning. They are obviously they are battling for the championship. Even if they have a slower car, even if they are slower on this track as drivers, their motivation of being in a championship battle will fuel you to go in first place.
Oh yeah, as we see now, Astro Racing, their bigger team, across the line. Can they get pole position? No, only third. That is big for the championship, if they say there.
It really is. It really is done.
Also, the T3 Motorsports now starting a new lap. Let's see what they can do. We'll go on board for them. We'll keep quiet, I think, for a lap around this circuit because this car has an absolutely beautiful sound. They go wide. Never mind. We won't go on board with them because I think that will be their qualifying lap done.
Yep. Straight back to the pit lane and go for another one. Let's see. Astro Racing Niola. They are leading now the class with a 141.5. But again, the qualifying is important. We have although 12 hours of racing. So even if you start third, that doesn't mean that it was a championship. Yeah.
Well, I have a very interesting question because if we look at the temperature of the track, it's 51 degrees. This is as bad as we've seen it the whole week in practice. But do you think, Edward, because we've seen 51s in 30 degrees as well, do you think that the GTEs are less affected by the higher track temperatures than the LMPs are? Because of course you saw 132, so we've only seen a 33.9 or a 33.8 as a fastest lap in the LMP2 field, and the GTEs are still right on the 41s.
Yeah, but we're not going to see GT3s battle with LMP cars. Obviously they are not affected because as we're seeing in real life, these prototypes, they are so much more affected by the weather than these road cars because these prototypes are made for perfect conditions. We're seeing Formula 1 cars that are very affected by overheating. We're seeing LMP1s, we're seeing these LMP2s. These prototypes, they are very affected. Meanwhile, the GT3 cars are created from road cars. This is why they are not as affected because obviously the road cars are made for all the conditions. Rain, snow, very hot conditions. These cars still go and it's the same philosophy. This is why they are still up there with the times.
Oh yeah. And do you think that Astro Racing, their brother team, will be, or how do you say? Do you know? Because I know how to say sister team, but how do you say the bigger team in that table? Is it father team?
I think the Astro Racing is, I don't know, Miorla sounds very, I don't know. I think maybe, obviously they are partners, but I think Miorla is the sponsor, so the sponsor that they have might pump some money, so they, I think, are the father team, because obviously the parents come with the money and they are coming with the money in the team, so yeah,
Okay.
who knows?
Interesting look on it.
Yeah, and also the livery. The livery is extremely beautiful. It looks amazing. That
Yeah.
that purple. with
But
white.
I'm gonna give you a second opinion on this livery. Which car is this? Can you tell me?
This is Astro Racing without Miorla.
It has Miorla on the side. And that is what I hate the most. You can only see the number. And the livery is so similar that I always struggle with. As we see Astro Racing Miorla going fast again, 140, 1376, so increasing the gap even more. But the livery is so similar that I don't see the difference in Astro Racing and Astro Racing Miorla. Across the line. Let's see what they can do. Can they bring that deficit back from 8 tenths? Yes, they can.
Here they go.
But still behind Miorla. So 4 tenths they have to find still. They have 4.5 minutes left. But yeah. Do you think they can do it, Astro Racing?
Who knows? It's going to be a 12-hour race, but in this qualifying, I think that Astro Racing Miorla just have the edge. They have been fast in practice. They are fast in qualifying. I think that on a single lap, Astro Racing Miorla is the faster one. But in the race, we might see some changes. We might see even the BMW winning the race. Who knows?
Yeah.
This is the fun of endurance racing.
Yeah.
Anyway, again, two cars that have not yet left the pits. Verve Racing Team and Ibach Team Racing. Well, Ibach Team Racing are leaving the pits now.
On their first lap now. So we will see them set the lap time in, I think, 30 or 20 seconds time. And we've got a reaction. It's the parents team. The parent team. Okay. Interesting. Thank you, Mr. Jackknife, Johnny Jackknife. Goose Racing improved their time, but let's see what Ibach can do. Can they jump up? Couple of positions. No, 3.4 seconds off a 144.8. That is a very slow lap time in these cars.
There's a huge gap. It's very sad because I absolutely love their livery. It just looks amazing with that Ibach branding over their car. It looks a lot like this PM Esports, talking about cars looking alike. These two Porsches look pretty much the same, the Ibach one and the PM Esports team.
Yeah, luckily the Ibach has a little bit of different red and it doesn't have the black on the end, but yeah, they do. If you look very quickly, they look very, very similar. Yes, they definitely do. But I think that Ibach being, I think we all know Ibach. It's a very established brand in the real world motorsport. But I think they as a team, big slide from the PM Esports car. Yeah. But I think that the Ibach Sim Racing team will be looking to improve a little bit more at least. Again, a big slide there. That will not help their lap time.
Yeah, I think the setup is just not set right because you are seeing the back of the car just going from left to right very easily. Those drifts, even if they are extremely good looking for the eye, for the actual race and for the team, they are not so great because these guys lose time. Anyways, 2 minutes left for qualifying here, so these drivers are setting their last lap times and so going on board with the car. Driver's eye, we're seeing what the actual driver is seeing with his camera, because always when I was racing, I never used camera. Well, I was racing with a keyboard, so who am I to
Well, racing with a keyboard is just as good as with a wheel. If you get used to it, you can be really fast with it. But we do see PM Esports improve to 4th place, a 142.488, as the top 3 are all on their outlap. So, who do you think will grab pole from these top 3? I'm gonna say that Astro Racing Miorla is gonna stay pole position.
Yeah, me too. This is my opinion as well. Again, practice, qualifying, they are extremely fast. So I think they will stay there. But in the race, it's going to be another story. So who knows?
Yeah. I say anything, any gap within a second of the fastest car is gonna pull you along on the straight, because you're gonna gain on this massive straight. You're gonna gain so much in the slipstream. So if you can stay within a second, you're gonna be on the leader's ass the whole time.
So Marnix has given us an insight there in the chat. It's so hot, it feels like driving on ice. So might be interesting.
Oh yeah, I think if it's actually that hot, it's gonna be very interesting. It seems like Ibox Sim Racing 2 has improved now. Crips Racing improved again. They stay second in the AM class. PM Esports, they're still on pole position.
If they are, I was just reading our chat and they said,
Yeah, I've already pumped your sound up a bit.
okay, if anyone can say in the chat, is it better now? Can anyone hear me?
I think they can. I think it was just when we did go on board with the Porsche, it was so loud that they couldn't hear you.
Yeah, it's a shame. It's a shame. I remember there was one day when I was commentating qualifying for a Formula 1 race on esports. It wasn't actually the Formula 1 esports, it was a racing league. And my microphone wasn't working and I was streaming. So the whole race, they just did not have commentary. So yeah, that was one of the worst moments because the entire race was just streaming.
Yeah. Well,
you put Dan, I know you can confirm this. You put so much heart and you are talking with so much, and you at the end of the race, if you just see that no one could hear you, that's so sad.
Yeah. You put your heart and soul into it, and then if something's wrong, or if your co-commentator is a little bit too what is it? Or his sound is not hard enough, then it is so disappointing. But I have news for you. It looks like this Astro Racing roller car is gonna grab pole position no matter what, because Astro Racing, T3, PM Esports, and Crips Racing in the pits. They are done.
The qualifying is done. Dan. This has been it.
Was that a case? Because it looks like this car.
No, they are going to the pit lane.
Yeah.
This is it. Astro Racing Mayorla, pole position. And this might be important for the championship, 141.3. So they will start first in class. Their sister car or son car or whatever we're gonna call it. Anyways, their championship opponent are starting second. T3 Motorsport with a BMW that we should be keeping an eye on is starting third. PM Esports in fourth place. Crips Racing, the champions from AM, in fifth place. And iBox Sim Racing in sixth place. Verve Racing is also in this server, but they have not took part in this qualifying.
Yeah. Well, I think we have a reason there why no one could improve in the end. Track temp has gone up a degree, as did the ambient temp. So track very much slowing down with the second. I did not expect to see that.
Still no information on the Tempus incident there with the qualifying.
Still no information. It would be nice if we could get any information. Maybe Winston, you're in the chat, I know that. If you could ask Marnix if he can give us any information about the incident that happened with the Tempest SimSport LMP2 car that has gone out after the pits were closed, if that is going to result in a drive-through, because that is the penalty they should get by the rules. Is that going to result in a drive-through, or is there something we're unaware of that allowed them to go out?
Okay, so we just got the information from Marnix now. Tempus is fine. So they have not breached the rules. I'm not really sure what or why, but this is the information that I got from Marnix.
That is really, really weird, because we did see, right, Edward, that they had left the pits after the 15-minute mark.
Yeah.
Which is by the rules not allowed.
Yeah. Anyways, for the ones that just joined now, Marnix is basically Mikey from Formula 1. He is the chief of Platinum Endurance Championship, and he is going to be stewarding this race.
Yeah.
So this
Well,
is why we're
we got our answer. It turns out that Michael Masi is still better than Marnix Heiser because Marnix Heiser announced that the pit lane was closed in the wrong transmitter. So, but still, Marnix.
no, Marnix, no.
But still,
That is so not right.
yeah, but still, there is in the rules, and I think this is my view on it. There is in the rules that you cannot go out after 50 minutes.
Yeah, this is controversial, and I'm sure that their opponents will talk to Marnix or to someone because, yes, even if you said that, even if you don't say that the pit lane is closed, the pit lane still is closed
Yeah.
after the 50 minutes. So you as a driver, you should know these things. But anyways, we are not the ones to take the decisions. So we're leaving the ones that know better. Anyways, this is the qualifying for the GT3 class, the one with the most cars today, and probably the one that will put the best show today.
Oh yeah, with the most cars in it, definitely it will. I am gonna have to quickly fix something, Edward, if you are okay with just talking us through the GT3 qualifying.
Yeah, I was just going to read the championship. If you would put them on the screen, it would be absolutely amazing.
Here we go, GTE Pro.
So this is the GT3 Pro Championship, Fields Academy Motorsport, 116 points. Here we're having a championship battle as well, because Tempus here, the contestant take their second title with 106 points. They are close to Fields. They are in second place. Austrian Sim Racers, Orange, is in third place with 19 points, and Orion Race Team with 97 points. They are in the championship battle as well. So we have 4 cars in only 9 points in the battle for the championship. Digital Spirit with 57 points in 5th place. RD Sim Sport in 6th place, with Team IRNL Racing in 7th place with 33 points. Ibach Sim Racing Team 4, this is another Ibach Sim Racing team, is in 8th place. TR Motorsports in 9th place with 8 points, and the top 10 is rounded up by Ludens Racing Green with 5 points.
Yeah.
This is for the GT3 Pro class.
Do you want the GTE AM on screen now?
Yep, that would be amazing. So
There
the
we go.
GT3 AM is leaded by Aquila Racing Scion. That's a very beautiful name. I'm really curious to see their livery, if they changed it or not. Platinum Racing Team BWM. We were just talking about them. They are racing a BMW, but that was a typo from them when they signed up. 89 points. Bikes Online DS Racing 70 points. IAS Motorsports Blue 70 points. Team Kirsten's 57 points, round out the top 5. And then we have ERC powered by VCP, and there's a very long name with 47 points. CR Technic in 7th place. Then we have TR powered by Geeks Energy in 8th place. YS Motorsports Red in 9th place, and H2 Motorsports with 19 points. They are rounding up the top 10 here at the GT3 AM class. Still, we have a championship battle here as well. So in all classes, we are seeing the battle for the championship. This is very beautiful to see.
Oh yeah, a lot of classes still, the championship up for grabs. We do know that we have in the GT3 field a Pro and an AM class, so we're gonna have to keep our eye out for those cars.
Yeah, I was just reading the chat. Someone said a very good thing that I forgot. Don't forget to like this stream. It's a lot of work that me, Dan, and obviously Marnix and everyone are putting into this. And again, if you have anything to say, you can write it in the chat. It's great for us commentators to see your thoughts on the stream and on the race, and you know, we can have a chat.
Yeah. If you have any questions, just pop them up in the chat. And like Jack said, it's sad to see that the GTE field is so small. Yes, it is, but I think that is just the case that there is in iRacing no real league anymore, or no real daily races for the GTEs anymore. So the only way they can race is in this field. We've tried again with Season 2, like Marnix said, to get GTEs in, but it is just impossible. We had one sign up, and GT3 and LMP2 were already full. So that is why we've decided, of course, sadly, because I like that class, to put GTE or to get GT3 as we see a spin.
Oh! There's a crash in the pit lane. These are never good.
Never want to see that. But I think, yes, there it is. There he is in the Platinum Racing Team car.
These GT3s are getting very close to GTEs, especially that Eibach car from GTE. As we're having Robert Schlotz in our commentator booth, and he just left. I thought we were going to have an interview with him.
Who?
There was there was a driver joining us in the commentary booth. I thought we were going to have an interview with him, but he just left.
Robert Schultz, if you want to get him in, I will quickly look which team he's from, because I don't know out of my head. Eibach Sim Racing Team 2, so get him in.
So he's from Eibach Sim Racing Team 2.
Yes, I got him in. Robert, welcome.
Hi.
Robert, thanks for joining us during this GT3 qualifying session. We saw that you guys, as Eibach Sim Racing Team 2 in the GTE field, qualified, I think it was 5th?
6th, yeah.
6th, yeah. Well, we saw that the gap was quite big. Do you guys have any reason why it is that big? Just lack of practice, or?
No, I do have a reason for that. I still have my G29 and I do not have a load cell, so it's kind of hard for me to get into turn 1. It's just a lot of lockups and I just have to go slowly because otherwise they're gonna destroy my tires.
Yeah. Well, what is the most difficult then, of course, for the people who don't know a load cell? Can you quickly explain what a load cell is?
Yeah, sure. It's basically just a brake that gives you a lot of pressure at the point of locking up the tires. And the difference between my pedals and the load cell pedals is that I just have a movement in my pedal and I can't control it. It's just finding that point is hard.
Yeah.
If you have a load cell, you have a pressure, and on that sweet spot of not locking up, you get a lot of back pressure. So you can push it and you feel okay, it's getting pushed back. So that's the point where you want to have. And I don't have that.
Yeah. Well, I think also the thing with the load cell is that it's easier for you and your muscles to remember a certain amount of pressure you have to put in order to not lock up than it is with a certain amount of movement.
Sure, it's also easier if you have like 100 kilo you have to push instead of like 10 kilo.
Well, haven't you tried the typical sim racer thing then and put like a squishy ball behind your pedal?
You know, I tried everything. It's kind of hard. I had a rubber and other things. It's just not getting there. It's I don't know. It's hard.
Yeah. Well, of course, you guys will be looking to be very consistent in the race. Tell us, what is your strategy for the race? Are you going to double stint, or because the track is 52 degrees and I think it will be hard to double stint the tires?
Yeah, we're just gonna take it slowly, easy, and not to overpace the car, and yeah, just hope for the best.
Yeah. Well, it has been a pleasure once again to get you in the commentary booth. Do you have any questions, Edward, to ask?
No, I don't have any questions. I just want to say,
I
mornings have fun at the Dutch TT.
Okay, mornings have fun at the Dutch TT. No, I meant Edward. It's the other commentator. If he had any questions for you.
Hello, Robert. Nice to meet you.
Hi.
First of all, I would say congratulations for the qualifying, but I'm not really sure if you're really proud of it. But you should be, because obviously just taking part in this race, it's an amazing thing to get. Anyways, my question for you is, how do you prepare for this race? Like, what are the points that you get before racing here? How are you talking with your teammates?
Well, first of all, we talk about setups, and we compare different lap times, and we have data analyze, and we see, oh yeah, my teammate is quicker into turn 1, and why is that? And you just have to figure out why you can't just push the car harder than me. And then we're gonna talk about how we're gonna save the tires and how long we're gonna have a stint, and the rest is just pure basic and having fun.
Yeah.
Okay. Then I'm gonna tell you to have fun today, because obviously it's a long race and you can always recover that. So have fun, and probably we'll talk to you later.
Thank you. Have fun, you guys.
Yeah. Thanks for joining us, man. See you. Good luck at the race.
Thanks.
Well, Edward, we are now going to look on to the GT3 qualifying, and I have to say, I do like this livery we're seeing here from the leaders. Avance is racing red.
Yeah, I agree. It looks amazing. The blue and red and the aggressive side of Lamborghini just looks beautiful. But anyways, we're seeing here at the GT3 class that the GTE AM cars are actually faster than the GT3 Pro.
Oh yeah, yeah, definitely. This is the team that is fifth in GT3 AM, and both teams ahead of them have 70 points, and they have 53, I think. So 17 points in it, all up for grabs in that class. But this team is very, very fast. But I think towards the end of qualifying, we will see that gap towards the second place GT3 AM car close up a little bit.
Yeah, I think we have 5 more minutes of qualifying, if I'm not
Yeah,
wrong.
we do. You're absolutely correct there.
Arvensis is still in first place with Fields Academy Motorsport in second. And Team Kirstens is a team that has a lot of fans in the chat, as I'm seeing. Well, Marx is cheering for them. Team Kirstens,
Yeah.
third place there.
Yeah, well, I had an interview with Pepe 2 days ago, and like he's basically become one of the biggest interview memes in the community now. Why? Because if you look back at it, and I will post the clip that Marx has made from the YouTube stream, that I will post it in chat, and he is just searching for words, and it's just that for like 3 or 4 seconds, and it's amazing to look at. And I messaged him after, and he said like, yeah, wow, man, I'm really out of practice with my English, and I need to do it more. And I was like, yeah, well, just hop in more often for an interview then.
Yeah, I was pretty off with my English as well, because I haven't commented in a long way. I think there has been a 4 months period in which I haven't commented it because I was in my exams period. But anyways, it's such a beautiful thing to do, and I'm very happy that I'm back commentating with you guys this special event.
Oh yeah, yeah. Well, like you can see in the chat, everyone loves Pepe. Pepe is one of the most loved drivers in the community. He's very wholesome, and of course he knows he's not the quickest, but he's also not the slowest. But he makes himself look like the slowest every time, because oh yeah, I'm so slow and this and that, and it's every time the same thing. But hey, Nick Kersten's in that team, putting that car in 4th place and looking to improve once again. He's on an outlap for what will probably be his last 2 laps. The Tempest Sim Sports car also on an outlap. And I think what Nick has done here, he will want to get a tow there from the Tempest Sim Sport car, because that car is only a 10th ahead of him on fastest lap mate. I say here. And if he can get a tow down this long straight from the Tempest Sim Sport Lamborghini, that will automatically gain him a couple of positions. And remember, this is an AM car that at the beginning of the season at Le Mans, they came home from, I think it was Curacao or Ibiza, some of them too, and they basically raced home to be able to race with the team, because other drivers were planned in to race for them, but they for some reason couldn't race, and so they raced home. And then I love the spirit of that team. They know they're not the fastest, but they always will finish the race. They will always finish the race. They will never quit. And as we can see now here, in the slipstream of this Tempest Sim Sport car, and I think that Nick will have a very good chance if he can keep up in the infield here, to jump up a couple of positions here.
Team Kirstens, 4th place. It's not bad. They're still leading the GTE Pro class.
AM.
You know, the GT3 AM.
Yes. Black is GT3 Pro and white is GT3 AM.
Okay. Yep.
For the people who don't know, and this is a perfect opportunity, this is a perfect segue to this. Here, we're going to show it on screen once again. Black numbers for the Pro cars and white numbers for the AM cars. As you see, 35 of you here. Welcome everyone. It's a pleasure to do commentary. And the Tempest Sim Sport car, sadly, it did not work. They will not get a tow from them. because that Tempest car has pulled over to the right, going onto the banking, and I think they realized they want slipstream from us. But can they do another lap if this is not the lap? The car that has a little bit of a toe now, and they planned it perfectly. Platinum Racing Team BWM. The second place GT3 AM car, they do have slipstream now on the Team Kessler's car, so they might want to pull over if this is not the lap. And they do now. So this is not the lap that he's going to improve. And he is not going to try and take the slipstream from the BWM car. This is a slipstream fest here in the GT3 qualifying.
Yeah, but this is very important on Daytona, because you have those so long straights. Well, they are not really straights because they have a corner, but that NASCAR part from Daytona, it's basically flat out from turn 6 to the chicane, and then from the chicane to the start finish straight to turn 1. It's basically flat out, so slipstream is so important. This might seem a lot like Monza, if you like, from Formula 1. And this is why slipstream is so important.
Yeah. Well, to answer your question in the chat, Lewis, the car in pole position, yes, it is a new car. And I think that we should already ban it because it's too overpowered, it looks like. 3/10 ahead of everyone else. I think that's one of the biggest gaps we see in this whole field. In fact, it is the biggest gap.
Yeah.
Anyways, the car we're looking at now, that is the leading car in this championship, the Tempest SimSport car. Or no. This is the Fields Academy Motorsport car. I was completely wrong with that, but this is the leading car there. And the Tempest SimSport Pack car, the car in second, is currently third in the standings. Nick here. He will not complete his lap. As you see, already SimSport jump up its P6. Just at the end of practice, just at the end of the qualifying here. I'm all over the place with my sessions today.
I think qualifying is done, isn't it? Because we
do have a couple of cars still finishing their laps. I think this car, no. This is just crossed the line, so they will now get back to pit lane. Yeah, I think it's done.
Qualifying is done.
This car is still finishing qualifying, I think.
There is a Vulcan Esports. No, they are on their outlap done.
Oh yeah, indeed. Well, that means that they have timed this very wrong then.
This is exactly what happened to Tempest Racing in LMP2 as well. They gone out of pit lane. Oh, they might have got out of pit lane.
Well, the thing is, and I just got reminded in chat, the car that is on pole position right now will have a drive-through at the start of the race. Because and if you look at the stewards' announcements, that is the car, the Arvensis Racing red car. They have a drive-through for the incorrect number, and that is a very silly mistake to make.
Yeah, but if you are at the GT3 Pro class, you need to have a number between 300 and 399, and they have the number 96, which should be a number for an LMP2 car. This is why they will have the drive-through.
Yeah, but the thing is, if that is the number they really signed up with, why did they even let them sign up with it then? That is my question. I don't know if that's the case, but if that's the case, that would be very... Yeah, I don't know why that is the case then. But this car has definitely crossed the line after the 55-minute mark, and it is gone around once again.
Let's see, they might go straight to the pit lane.
Yeah, but if they don't, I think this is a penalty.
They don't.
We are now going into the Le Mans chicane, but it looks like they are on a very fast lap. Hugo Ikersen improved in sector 3. It looks like this is a lap where they are going to continue. If he does, I think this will be... Yeah, if he does, I think this will be a breach of the rules.
Another controversial moment as we had in LMP2, but they might go out just for another lap to see. If they go straight to the pit lane, that shouldn't be a problem.
No, they don't. They continue.
They don't go to the pit lane. They finish the lap.
If he improves here, he is in big trouble. And he does, up into P8. This is...
He does.
Okay. Two of the same things happening. I think that Hugo Ikersen was out of time here. He crossed the line after the 55-minute mark. And it says, if you cross the line after the 55-minute mark, you do need to finish that lap. Or if you cross the finish line after the 55-minute mark, you have finished your lap. you do finish the lap you're on, like, okay, listen, it is like this. So, if you start a lap before the 55-minute mark, you can finish that lap. Okay. They exited the pits just before the 55-minute mark. So they were not on a fast lap, but they finished the lap after the 55-minute mark. So that is their lap finished. They should go back to the pits at that point. They did not do that.
This is again.
Go on.
This is again another incident that surely is going to be investigated by our stewards, because it happened like in the LMP2 class, and if this time the pit lane closed has been said in the right channel, that means this will be a penalty. But again, we will see what the stewards will decide.
Yeah. Well, the thing is,
anyways, this has been qualifying here at Daytona.
Yeah, we will look at the grid in a second, but I think, and this is not a qualifying breach of the rules that the pit lane is closed, but this is a breach of the rules that they continue the lap after they were not allowed to. So this is not something that they have to announce to stewards. So I think this will be definite drive-through. I do not see any incidents that are being investigated though. I'm gonna quickly take a look at the sheet. Here we have it.
No incident that are investigated. The last announcement has been a warning for Advances Racing Red. This is another advertisement for them.
I don't know.
It's going to be very interesting. But again, this is the beauty of endurance, isn't it?
Oh yeah. Yeah, well it definitely is. Good luck everyone, he says. Well, they're gonna need it. We're gonna have to wait a little bit until qualifying really ends, but wow, what a qualifying we've seen. The gaps are so close, but our Ventus Racing Red, you can count them. They do not count really as a pole position car. They will lead the field the first lap, but they will have a drive-through to serve. In the first two laps, I think they have to do it. The first two laps, they will have to serve a drive-through. And that will not help them, of course.
We'll see. We are going to see what is going to happen.
And it is Team Kerstens as well. Very surprised by that. Team Kerstens, pole position in the GT3 AM class.
It's going to be great. I'm sure that everyone in the community is absolutely cheering now, because they are screaming, because Team Kerstens is in first place for the AM class.
Yeah.
Anyways, I think we have 5 more minutes before the race.
I think we do. So yeah, something you want to point out for the race?
Just if I can talk to the drivers right now, if I would have one thing to say, just don't crash in turn 1. That's the only thing. After that, you can do whatever you want. But
they will just crash it in the S's after turn 1.
That's not a problem. Just not turn 1.
Well, I think you could better crash it in turn 1 because you have runoff there, and you can go off into the runoff, the cars that follow you.
But if you can prepare so much for this race, and if you crash right in turn 1, that might be a
Here
problem.
we have it, the grid,
This
looking
is
as
the
follows.
grid. This is the grid.
Only 4 LMP2 cars.
Yep.
So, Winston Eckel in pole position for Platinum Racing Team LMP2 Blue. It's Jorge Augusto in second place for the championships leader, and if they finish this race, they will be champions. Jorge Augusto in second place. Justin van der Linde in third place for Rapidity Racing Team Purple, and then Joost Bouwmeester for Carbon Blue in fourth place. The GTE field is for you, man. Take it away. Edward? Hello, Edward? Anyways, I will just take it away then. The GTE field. Jaciel Hernandez is in 5th, Astro Racing Mayola. For Astro Racing Mayola. Raul Monraba is in 6th. As for the Astro Racing team, big championship fight there. Frank Gaia in 3rd in that class for the T3 Motorsports by Manatee Pack GTE car. Rick Munders in 8th and in 4th in that class for the PM Esports and the pole position car for the GTE AM class. Then we have in 5th in that class And 9th overall, Lewis Craig, Chris Racing, and Robert Schultz in 6th in that class, and 4th in the GTE Pro class. 10th overall for Eibach Sim Racing Team 2, it's Robert Schultz. Then we look on to the GT3 field. It is Tom Vos in pole position there for the Arvensis Racing Red Team, making their broadcast debut. Then we have in the 2nd place there Alberto Gazapo for Field Scanning Motorsports. Ricardo Duarte in 13th and 3rd in that class. 4th is Tobias Kurtz. And first of the GTE of the GT3 AM drivers, it's Nick Kerstens for the team Kerstens team. Neil Ferreira in 16th, 17th David Ferreira, and 18th and 8th in that class, it's Hugo Akesen. Then looking further on into the grid, Martin Hobson, he is the 2nd placed GT3 AM car. 20th is Michael Fitzpatrick or Michael Fellinger. 21st, Rui Teixeira. 22nd, Shane McNeely. Tim Roorda is 23rd. 24th is Luis Marino. It's Odgar Cross will start behind the GT field. And that is the grid for you today, I think. No, David Wasserman in 27th and 28th is Nicholas Reeves. Well then, looking on to the start of the grid then. It is almost time indeed to go for the race. Here we have it.
Everyone put your phones out. Screen share this. Obviously for the fans that are there at the track, obviously the virtual fans, record this moment because it's the special one. This is going to be the last start here at PAC.
Pace car is pulled into the pit lane.
And this is the championship battle. On the right, we have the Platinum Racing Team, LMP2 Blue, 2nd in the championship. On the left, Tempo Sim Sport, leading the championship. The lights are out now. And we're getting...
And it's green, green, green!
This is it.
And they're
green,
green, green.
Green here at Daytona. 12 hours of racing that are just starting now. Great start for Platinum Racing. Tempos keeps the 2nd place. No real changes there in the top 5.
Looking then back into the GTE field as they will start because we have a very small LMP2 field. Well, the start for the LMP2, clean into turn 1. Looking at the GTE field then, Astro Racing Mayorla leading the way there. When are they going to go? It is green, green, green for the GTE field now as well. They have 12 hours of racing to do. Into turn 1, it is Astro Racing Mayorla leading the way ahead of Astro Racing PM Esports. Around the outside of the T3 Motorsports, BMW. A little bit further back, Lewis Craig gets ahead of Robert Schultz in the Eibach Sim Racing Team 2 car. Very patient start for them. Then GT3 field, they have also started. Tom Vos has started the way. Ricardo Duarte gets ahead of the Field Academy Motorsport Porsche. That is big for the championship.
Oh, Tempus is virtually still leading the race because the car in 1st place will have to go through the drive-thru because of the wrong number that they're using. As we're seeing there a move in GTE, we can look on the left. T2 Motorsport overtakes PM Esports, and no real bells, only in the GT3 there in the back. There are some changes in places, but this is it for the start. No incidents, just what I wished. No crashes in turn 1, so the drivers that are also in the stream have listened to me. They have been
exactly.
cautious in turn 1.
Winston Eckeldo still leading the way in the LMP field. As SDK needs a moment to catch up.
This is a pretty big gap. This is a pretty big gap. 1.2 seconds just after one lap. So the Platinum Racing team is doing great.
Yeah, we have it now grouped. As you can see, SDK has a little bit of it needs a little bit of time. Eibach Sim Racing Team 3, the LMP2 car, not out on track. That is sad to see. Very sad to see. I think once everyone has come across the line for the first time, SDK will have sorted itself out. We do need to wait on the GTEs as we look then back into the GTE field. Big gap already as well for Astro Racing Mayorla ahead of Raul Mondraba for the Astro Racing team.
I think that Odgar Cross from Kuruma Motorsport have not taken part in qualifying, but they are in 5th place right now.
Yeah.
I don't remember Kuruma Motorsport being in qualifying.
I think they did. Yeah. Yeah, they did. They did participate in qualifying, but their name was just not on the sheet because I had to change it last second. But they're
So
in
anyway,
in 5th.
I have an announcement from the stewards. Platinum Racing Team GT3 has a drive-through for the qualifying infringement that we were talking before. So they have been penalized. This means that in the GT3 class, the leader is the car in 3rd place.
Yeah.
So Arvensis goes for the drive-through. Tempus still keeps there in 1st place. As we're seeing a lot of moves there, a lot of battles.
Yeah. Well, I am trying to fix SDK at the moment because it seems like SDK is having an absolute mare at the moment. There's refresh. Now it works, finally. There we are. I think if we do this now. Yeah, there we go. Now it is working. We're back up to speed with the overlay. Well then, the start of the race has been. It's now really a fight till the end.
So I'm looking at a top 2 in GTE. Astro Racing is keeping up the pressure on Astro Racing Majorla. So this is very close, and this is the battle for the championship.
Yeah.
If whichever of these 2 cars wins the race, also wins the championship.
Yeah.
So they will battle it very hard. I'm sure Fida Scripps Racing overtakes PM Esports for the lead in the GTE AM class, the amateur drivers. This is the change for the lead. As Scripps Racing, the car that is already champion, is now back in 1st place. Anyways, it's a pretty, I wouldn't say boring because we are only 4 minutes into the race, but no battles at the LMP2 class. I was expecting much more overtakes and much closer racing, but it doesn't look like it's the case.
Yeah. Well, what does look like it has happened is that Team Cars is dropping back a little bit in the race now.
Move on the outside. So close to there for a move. As Kuruma Motorsport goes up in 4th place. Talking about LMP2 battles, Kuruma Motorsport doesn't move.
Cowboy Blue down the inside once again. Kuruma Motorsport's running a little bit wide on the grass, and that is a big moment. That is a big moment.
Very close to losing. He lost the backhand, but he saved that. That was a drift. As I think something happened to the RD Sim Sport car because they are going down in the standings. But anyways, Cardboard Blue keeps the 4th place, but Kuruma Motorsport keeps the pressure up. They show that they are faster than the car in 4th place, and they will keep the pressure until they will get the place. I'm sure of that.
Oh yeah. Well, if they can keep this close until the banking, I think they're in with a very good shot. The gap for Arvensis to the leader, we will take a look. They are right down at the bottom. And if we take a look at the GT3 field, here we have it. The gap for them to the leader, 17 or almost 18 seconds. But I think they're making inroads already. The only difficult part for them now is that they are already in traffic.
Yeah, but this Arvensis car has been through the pit lane. They have started the drive through. This is why they are so back now. They have been already catched with lap. As Vulcan Esports also goes in the pit lane. That's their drive through.
Oh yeah, you're right. I did not know about that drive through, to be honest.
So I don't think. No, that's actually not Vulcan. That's Platinum Racing that will actually get the drive through. So Vulcan Esports has been through the pit lane either for damage or because for strategy, but there are only 6 minutes. I don't think.
No, that's a drive-through. You can see them there, and already it is Tom Vos ahead of that Lamborghini again.
Anyways, Dan, I think we should be going back to the battle. This is exactly what I wanted to say, because Odgar Cross in 5th place. He puts the pressure up to Jost Bovmester, who is in 4th place. So Copper Blue, I don't think they will stay in that 4th place for much longer, but there's a battle also for 1st place because Tempus Sim Sport has recovered some tenths. The gap is not that big anymore.
Well, they're into the traffic now, and here I think it is Tempus Sim Sport losing out to Platinum Racing Team LMP2 Blue because they had traffic on the wrong part of the circuit, and I think the exact same thing has happened to this battle as well.
Let's see now, Kuruma will have the slipstream. The white car is gaining. Will he gain enough? Look how many cars.
Look how many cars. Into the bus stop. Is he gonna get past? Yes, he is. Oh, running into the back of the Cowboy Blue car almost.
He will have to cut through the grass. This is what happens. He saved it, but he loses a lot of time.
Wow.
That was such a late break for Odgar.
Well, that was very, very close. What do you think happened there, Edward? I think it was just a little bit too late on the brakes.
No, I think he just lost concentration. He was focusing only on the car ahead, and his eyes were only on that blue car. And when he seen that he brakes so early, he just remembered, oh wait, there's a corner. And
Yeah.
he just had to cut.
I think he forgot his braking point there. Because he was so focused on the car.
When he was so focused on his opponent in front of him, he just lost the concentration on anything else that was happening around him. This is why that happened.
Well, back into traffic they are. The gap has opened up quite a lot now because they had a slowdown there. But this battle is heating up once again through traffic. It seems like the Tempest Simsport Pack car is a lot faster. And now it's the Lamborghini from Tempest Simsport Pack GT3 ahead of them. Do they play a role maybe in letting the Tempest car past here, or holding up the LMP2 car from the LMP2 field, or from Platinum Racing Team?
This is exactly what I was thinking as well. Maybe they would do a Sergio Perez and put the Platinum Racing car behind, but that doesn't happen. The Tempest Racing is showing a lot of fair play as he's leaving these two battle on their own, and this is it. Tempest Simsport is closer than ever, 3/10. It's impossible to do to the pass stop because he's too far away, but then he will have another line. Let's see Slipstream now, pedal to the metal most probably, but he's too far away, I think.
Well, he will have a good run onto the straight.
He's gaining 3/10 now. The Platinum Racing car is on the left. Tempest Simsport is surely thinking for the outside move in turn 1. But I just think that it's not going to happen this lap. No, it doesn't. He was too far away. So the top 2 is staying the same for this one.
I think, and hear me out on this one, I think that Tempest is trying to save fuel a little bit as we go back to this battle. Very close once again here.
Yeah, this gap increased from the last time around because obviously Kuruma has done that mistake. But the Kuruma car is super fast. We haven't seen them.
Look at this battle.
Well, Dan, this is the championship battle. Obviously, I think they're pretty cautious now because obviously you have to 12 hours to go, so no need for crazy moves at this stage. But the gap between the first and the second car in LMP2 is only 3/10 now, so we should be keeping an eye on that one because that is heating up, and it's heating up quick.
Well then, you ask, I will send. 5/10 is the gap at the moment. Already 10 minutes into the race. Those 10 minutes have flown by.
Yeah, but I think that the Tempest car is cautious as well. Again, they're in the championship battle. They don't want to get involved in a crash that will put them in the wall. So maybe they would just put pressure up on the Platinum car. The Platinum car is actually driven by Ekal, as we're seeing at the bottom of your screen. And the Tempest car is driven by Jorge Augusto. And maybe Jorge is just putting up the pressure and waiting for a mistake from Ekal. And then we'll just say thank you very much. We'll just get a first place.
He is getting closer now. Is there a move on into the last corner? Maybe. Oh, as Winston Ekal disappears a little bit. That will not be nice for Jorge Augusto.
I think that's scary. I think that's one of the scariest things that can happen for you when you are behind the car. The car in front just disappearing. Because you don't know when the car will reappear or where it's going to be.
Yeah. I mean, when I am racing, I hate it when people ahead of me are blinking like this. So just imagine what Jorge is dealing with into turn 1, where you go into with over 300 kilometers an hour.
Yep, now we're going through the nation.
As we see this battle side by side for Akil Racing here, and I think that's the DS Motorsports or the DS Racing Bikes Online DS Racing car side by side. They're gonna make it 3 wide.
Wow.
That is never gonna work through the international horseshoe. Oh, it actually is. That is amazing driving by all 4 drivers there. This battle is oh so close. This is all for position. And it is at the moment Nick Kerstens all over, or it is Michael Fellinga all over the back of Team Kerstens. And this is for 2nd place in the AM Championship. Or the AM standings here.
Yeah, it's incredible. We've seen drivers going that close onto each other, 3 wide after the international horseshoe, and no contact. So that was incredible racing from all of them.
It was also
we can
close.
see how much this has improved, iRacing has improved. Obviously, I know that there are a lot of cars.
Down the inside of the Le Mans chicane. Is he gonna make it? Not really. That was a move that was, I think, never on. Just a little bit too far back, don't you think so?
Yeah, but I'm looking at these two cars. It's such a big difference between the BMW and the Lamborghini. The BMW is so much more big than the Lamborghini. It's incredible.
Yeah, it's humongous. If you compare, I think that's also because the Lamborghini is a little bit less tall. It's a little bit. It's a little bit smaller, I think, in height.
Getting closer. Sorry for interrupting, but he's getting closer at the top two at the LMP2. For one second they were going very close. There was less than a tenth between them two, but I think that Tempos has tried something that's to turn 4.
There we go. Onto the banking. Gap is 5 tenths. I think that's a little bit too much to try anything here.
Nah, it's too far away. It's too far away. By what I'm seeing, you need to be at least tenths in order to have a shot there into the bus stop.
Yeah. Well, looking back at Tom Vos then, the driver who got the drive-through, already catching up to the back of the AM field. He is now right behind Timo Rorda in the YS Motorsports blue car. And he will be looking to make his way through this field as quick as possible. Down the inside he's gonna go. Look how much quicker Tom Vos is. He makes light work of this AM field.
That's a dive bomb and a half, honestly. He came from so far back. It reminds me of Daniel Ricciardo in his good old days when he was making these moves. Anyways, obviously these cars are from the AM class, but still, great that he made it through. Let's see if he will get another pace there. I think that's for 10th place in the
GT3 class overall, yeah.
Yet. Places for the bar stop chicane, but again, he's too far away to try anything there. Maybe we'll see another dive bomb.
Could be, could be.
Now we
Nah, he's not looking.
Yeah, but now he's closing up, and he will have a great exit. Look with how much speed he goes up from the chicane.
Well, this is the difficult thing now. The Akil Racing BMW has the slipstream from the car in front.
Yeah, and also we know that the BMW car is super fast on straights. The GTE car and also the GT3 car.
Yeah.
But now the things switch up. Arvensis has a slipstream and they getting so close. He's going to be side by side in turn 1.
Around the outside.
Arvensis will have the outside.
Not the ideal line, I think, into turn 1. Is he going to make it work? The BMW has a little bit of a twitch on the rear end, but he keeps it. He's still there. He's going to be pinched to the inside here.
So close.
Great move, great move. He's done it. Well then, now the only one he needs to overtake to get into the top 9 is the SR Technic Lamborghini, and I think with the slipstream he will make light work of that onto the banking. Tom Vos, he took the double victory Wednesday in the MX5 Cup as well, the Platinum Racing League MX5 Cup, and it has been so close.
Will they get another place? Will they get another place?
I think they will.
They surely will, but the question is when and where.
I think as quick as possible.
Turn 1 for sure. It's going to be turn 1. So Lamborghini versus Lamborghini, there is no speed difference, but there's the slipstream difference that is going to have a huge effect. Look how fast they are out of this thing. It's incredible. Now the slipstream, he moves to the left on the inside. That was the dummy because CR Technic has moved to the right on the outside, and this is it. His job done even before the start finish line.
I think that SR Technic just didn't want to really put up a fight. They want to get in the slipstream, and maybe if they were really smart here, try and move back. But I don't think that's the case. They know that this is not for a this is not a battle in class, so they can just let them go because they will be. They are technically in a race of their own.
Yeah, but there's a smart strategy that you can put on. You can stick behind the Arvensis car, read their lines, and whenever the Arvensis car doesn't move, you can do that as well. Just try to match their pace if there's possible with the slipstream.
If you can, just exactly get in that toe and try and open up that gap to the AM cars behind you. 17 seconds is still the gap to the leader in the GT3 field though, so he is losing time with having to cut through this GT3 AM field, but judging on the fact that he hasn't really lost any time with that, in terms of when he came out of the pit lane, he actually gained a second because it was almost 18 seconds. And he's gone through the GT3 AM field. I think that this car is definitely a contender for the win in this race if nothing bad happens to them.
So I'm wondering if there's possible to get a safety car out
No, it isn't.
in this race.
We do not have any safety cars in pack. I think that is something they will be looking to implement for season 2.
Yeah, because I remember there were certain races, not in PEC, but in other endurance races, that the iRacing safety car was going out when there was a small crash. This is why I asked. I wasn't sure, but anyways, so no safety car. These drivers have to win or lose time on their own. They will not get any help from the stewards. As someone wrote in the chat, we will not have a an incident with no Marnix. Because there's no safety car. Anyways, coming back to this battle for the championship, Astro Racing Mayola is still leading the GTE class from Astro Racing 210s, and this is closer than ever.
Let's see what they
Again,
can do
yeah.
out of the Le Mans chicane. Can they get a good exit? It seems to open up that gap. It seems like Astro Racing Mayola has the better corner speed.
Raul Moraba is driving this car that we're watching now, and ahead of him, his teammate is Yaciel Hernandez. But still, I think they're being cautious. They are being cautious because I'm not seeing any moves. I'm not seeing. Look, they are closing. Oh, we might see now the move. But still,
so
they're seeing
close.
time.
I think that this Astro Racing car is saving fuel. He is going to play the strategy part, which is going to be a big part of it over 12 hours, of course.
Yeah, they might. Also at the top too, there's still a battle between Platinum and Tempus, but there's not really a battle because they are staying at 5/10. Tempus is clearly putting up the pressure. Platinum Racing Team is still having the first place, but the gap is not increasing and not decreasing either.
I think that Tempus is just trying to save fuel behind Platinum Racing Team LMP2 Blue. And they're trying to stay within that second to pressurize them. They are close now. Are they going to try something? I don't think so. No, you can see Tempest is saving fuel. And I think Winston as well knows that in the LMP2 car. He doesn't have to push as much. But it is now very close to the Tempest car. And I think, being this close, he will go for it to turn 1.
Yeah, you might want to save fuel. You might have a strategy. But when you're seeing the first place so close to you, you gotta try and move. As we finally seen the move for 4th place. Well, we haven't seen it now. So close to
No, saving fuel.
Kuruma Motorsport has finally got a place from cupboard. So that was finally a switch for 4th place. Thank you so much, Patrick Falconer, in the chat. If you have anything else to say, you can write it in the chat. Because obviously commentating, we might miss some things, and you are a super help.
Definitely. Thank you for keeping an eye out on the scoreboard, Patrick. Thank you.
Astro Racing is still putting up the pressure. You can see 2/10, 1/10, but still no move. You might be right, Dan. They might save fuel because this race is so long. At this stage, you have to think about your strategy. This is not a moment to try and do crazy moves, is it?
Not really. Well, we do have something to show you. This is from the start of the race. iBox Sim Racing Team 2 with Griffs Racing. Let's see what happened here. Into the Le Mans chicane. Oh. On the exit, and that is a big hit. And that explains why they just come out of the pit lane. And that is not what they were looking for in the first lap.
Yeah, that's one of the worst things that can happen to you in an endurance race, because you prepare so much, you think about how long your race is going to be, you are thinking about, oh my god, I'm going to stay so late because I have to race, and then your race just ends so quick. It's very sad. Arvensis Racing Red, the car that has been on pole position, is back in 9th place. They haven't won any more positions since they have overtaken CR Technic, but they are gaining on Team Persons as he looks.
Well, they definitely are. Gap there, 15.4 seconds to the lead now. And the gap to P8 ahead of him, and that is Team Kerstens, 2.3 seconds, and it is now below the 2 seconds mark, so it is going quickly here.
Yeah, they are gaining. They are 2.8 seconds faster per lap than them. It's huge.
Last lap from Arvensis, 1:46.0. Team Kerstens 1:46.42. So Cal,
Look, this you can see Team Kerstens just ahead there, 2 seconds away from Arvensis Racing.
oh yeah, it is very, very close still, but I think once this car gets some good clean running, and once this car is out ahead of the GT3 field, this is, I have a feeling that this car is going to win this race. And why they have so much speed. If they just stay out of trouble, nothing happens to them, which is of course not a guarantee in a 12-hour race, they're in with a very, very good shot.
Yeah, but you also have to think about another thing then. Yes, they are fast, but now the car is driven by Tom Voss. We don't know what the other drivers are doing or how his colleagues are.
Yeah, that is a very good point you make there.
Maybe he's the fastest out of them all, and we don't know how his teammates are. Anyways, we're seeing their lapped car number 44, the blessed one.
Oh, look at this.
In purple.
2.1 seconds is the gap now from Tempest to Platinum. Is that
Yeah,
courtesy of some traffic?
The traffic, you can lose so much time into the traffic. If you get the traffic on the line, you can gain because of the slipstream. And if you get them through here, between the International Horseshoe and the National Horseshoe, you can lose a lot of time.
Yeah. Well, we've had the first half an hour of the race now, and with 25 minutes in, to stay out of any pit stop windows, we are going to give you the first rundown of our grid. Why don't you lead us through the LMP2 field, Edward?
I was expecting much closer racing in LMP2 to be fair. I think that Tempus is clearly not putting up the pressure as it will be, because they clearly are faster, but they just want to keep their place because they are maybe thinking about the championship, maybe they are thinking about the fact that the race is long, maybe they are thinking about the strategy, so no crazy moves through there. Tempus rapidly racing, pretty solid per race so far, but Kuruma is recovering and Cabot is close to them, so we might see a battle there for third place, but I'm still waiting for that. This is pretty much it for the LMP2 class. Maybe the strategy will really make some changes, and again, it's a 12-hour race, a lot of things can happen.
Oh yeah, definitely. Oh, Yuri Matthijs, I think that's the driver from, that's the other driver from the Arvensis racing team. He says we're just with 2, so they are going to do this 12 hours with 2 drivers. Well then, I will lead you to the GTE and GT3 field. We have in first position Jaciel Hernandez in the Astro Racing Miola car. That gap is still as close as it has ever been since the start of this race. 3/10 is the gap now, and if the Astro Racing car can keep this up over this 12-hour stint, I think that it will at the end of the race play out in their favor, because they can save fuel now behind their parent team. So I think they are playing the strategy game. Of course, this is the battle for the championship. At this, as it stands right now, it is Astro Racing Miola champion in the GTE Pro field. Very close now, but like we said, it has been like this for 26 minutes now, so it's really only fuel saving that Astro Racing is concerned about. T3 Motorsport by Manatee Pack GTE, this BMW driving away from the GTE Amfield behind him, but only 7 seconds back from the Astro Racing cars. PM Esports is the leader in the GTE Amfield, but just 4 seconds behind that is Louis Craig in the Crips Racing car, and then we have in 6th place the iBox Sim Racing car, 11 laps down because they had that crash like we saw out of the Le Mans chicane in the first lap. GT3 field then, it is Tempest Sim Sports Pack leading the way there, 2.7 seconds ahead of Tobias Kurtz in the Austin Sim Racers orange car. Fields Academy Motorsports car, that is the championship leading car. It is just 4/10 back from the Austin Sim Racers car. And after them, we have our first GT3 AM car. It's the Platinum Racing Team BWM car. Digital Spirit DS Racing is in 5th. And in fourth in the GT3 Pro class, we have Rider Engineering Esports Purple in second. And they are going to go down the inside. Brilliant move there from them. That was not something I think they planned, but they braked a little bit later than the Platinum Racing BWM car. And that is a change for position in as first position and second position in the GT3 AM class. It is now, I think, yeah, it is Platinum. No, why is the gap so big? No, mate,
It's been
I got fooled by the Digital Spirit DS racing car because they look so similar to the GT3 car from Platinum Racing Team BWM. I'm sorry about that. So it's now Rider Engineering ahead of Digital Spirit DS Racing. And they're now free to hunt down Platinum Racing Team BWM ahead of them. And then we have in fourth still Digital Spirit DS Racing, now 6th overall in that car and 3rd in that class. Where they started, or not where they started, but 3rd now. So still a good position for them. Team Kerstens in 7th. Tom Vos working his way through the field. It's very close. I think we'll stay with him for now. He will be trying to get past his car before the Le Mans chicane. Keeping the inside is Nick Kerstens. Is this really the smart thing to do? I don't think it is for Nick Kerstens. I think it would be a smarter idea for him to let him go, because this is going to compromise his run through the Le Mans chicane. And now he will lose even more time to the Rider Engineering Esports Purple car ahead of him.
Let's see, the RD Sim Sport car is very close to them as well. So this might be a three-way battle for P7 in the GT3 class. The Advanced Racing Red is putting pressure up. He tried around the outside through the chicane. Now he will try around the outside once again. But Team Kerstens want to put up a fight and want to show that. Mr. Stingler Sabello, I think, for P2. No.
He keeps his car there.
Still not done.
So close.
So close. So close. But Team Kerstens is doing an amazing thing right now, because Nick Kerstens is just holding up the inside because he knows that behind him Tom Vos will not be able to do the move around the outside because it's very hard. I think that the only turn that you might think about a move around the outside is this corner, the National Horseshoe, that will go now. Let's see. Again, he holds the inside, just what I said. And this might work around the outside.
He's going to push him out wide. He will now have the inside for the next corner.
So close, wheel to wheel, but Team Kerstens just hold back, and this
Brilliant move.
Tom Vos getting up in 7th place.
Brilliant move by Tom Vos there. What do you think about that move?
Just what I said, that's the only corner you can go around the outside. And he done just that. We can see the experience that Tom Vos has with the game. He knew that he will do the move around the outside, and he just done it. He's gone for it. But let's see, Nick Kerstens might come back.
I think that fight is done and dusted.
Now.
I think
This
that
is
fight
not
is done
done,
and
and we
dusted.
know how fast the BMW is on the straight line. Let's see, we might see Nick Kerstens coming back in 7th place. Let's see.
It's going to be close though. But the RD Sim Sports car behind Nick as well. I think that this battle is done. I think Nick is just a little bit too far back to make anything work into the first corner. But it is the RD Sim Sports car now, who I think will be on the back of Nick once this, once the Arvensis racing car has cleared off. Down the inside, and that is a touch.
They touched. Oh, and now I'm sure that Tom Vos will be very angry, and they're going very close again to crash. But Nick Kerstens has sent a dive bomb from another dimension.
Oh my
So
goodness! What a dive bomb! That is a dive bomb if I've ever seen one.
A little bit of contact, but he got a place. I'm sure that Tom Vos now, he is on the radio and he's shouting. He's saying that Nick Kerstens shouldn't have done this, but he lost the place. He lost the place. Nick Kerstens is up in 7th place. Tom Vos will try the move again round the outside through the same corner. This time it doesn't work because he's a little bit too far back, but he will have the slipstream this time. Let's see.
Is he going to go down the inside of the corner before the banking? Not really. But I don't think that Tom Vos will be happy with that.
Small drift there.
Do you think? I think personally that is... Oh, pushing him down on the banking. This is not what you want to see, Nick. Keep everything together, buddy. You're racing great, but this is a little bit too hard, I think.
He wants this. He wants this. This is his moment of spotlight. And they are still going side by side.
Side by side. Who is the latest of the later breakers? It is Tom Voss, amazing move. And now I think, or he has to get a bad run, I think. It could be deja vu here into the first corner, because it is once again a very, very close.
Dive bomb.
We are looking for another dive bomb here once
That's
again.
warning. So, sorry Dan, that's warning for Team Kirstens and for Nick Kirsten especially because of dangerous driving, but he is here on the slipstream, right or left. He goes on the right, he will have the outside. Let's see if the move will be done this time. I know that Tom was...
Oh, the RDC's was got behind that as well.
Pushes the corner wide.
Wow.
Oh, that is so close, but I think this is job done for Tom Voss, because without slipstream I'm not really sure if Nick Kirstens can keep up the pace with the Lamborghini, and he will now have to go from attack to defense because RD Simsport is not that far back, is he?
No, definitely not, but the thing is it really that smart from Nick to fight with the Arvensis Racing Red car, because he's not in his class.
Yeah, he's not, but again, he's proving something. If he can battle the car that has something from pole position and the car that is from another class, he can battle anyone.
Oh yes, he definitely can, but the RD Simsport car now very close as well. He will have seen how Nick is racing, and I think he will race him rather hard, because that RD Simsport car is known for its quite... yeah. If they go for a move, they really go for it. It's either they shoot wide or they get the move done. So... interesting to see what they're going to do, but I think now Nick is quite far back, and I think the slipstream is only holding him onto the back of that Arvensis Racing Red car.
Dive bomb. We might see another live bomb. Let's see from the RD Simsport. They are close, but I don't think they are close enough in order to think about anything in the first corner. And if they think about anything in turn 1, that might be reckless from them.
Oh yeah.
Oh, there's a move. There's a move. For first place, something happened to Platinum Racing. There was either a mistake, but Tempo Simsport is now in first place. Let's see if Platinum now will take their place back. I think that was a mistake. I think that was a mistake.
Oh, getting closer than ever.
And he will come back. He will come back. He moves on the outside. And he's done that even before turn 1. No, he doesn't. But the advantage that Jorge Augusto has, he will have the inside, and this is exactly what happens. Jorge Augusto, Providence and this, they are going so close, but this is job done from Winston Eckel. He gets the first place, or does he?
Still
Because
side by
they're
side.
side by side.
Traffic coming into play as well, the BMW. Which side is it gonna go? Is it gonna stick to the inside? Because, oh, a little bit of a touch, wasn't it?
Yep, that was a touch, and we could have seen that the back of Winston Eckel's car has gonna be running. Oh, that's a very dangerous move from Jorge Augusto to cut off.
Very
Winston Eckel,
sensible,
but
I
he
think,
gets
there
the
from...
pace.
yeah, very sensible from Winston there to I think Winston lifted a bit there to let him get ahead. But we will take a look at what happened in the first place. This is what happened. No, I think it's just a genuine move. They finally did go for it. Tempest. Here they go. Side by side.
The outside, that's
There they have it.
Yeah. I'm really wondering why Winston Eckel hasn't put up a fight. He just let him through there. They were side by side. He's heading inside.
Maybe he wants to save fuel now?
I don't think so. Maybe he just wanted to keep it clean because he knows it's a long race, so he doesn't want to get involved in an incident now. Marnix has said in the chat, Kirstens has been warned.
Warned. Dangerous driving, indeed. Well, that... what is your view on that? Because I think that was a little bit dangerous.
In the pit lane.
Definitely.
Sorry, Dan, in the pit lane goes Winston Eckel. Maybe this is the way they will get their place back. My view on the incident is that it's hard racing. Obviously, there has been a small contact. Obviously, Kirstens has sent a dive bomb from another dimension.
Yeah.
But again, this is the beauty of racing, and without that, we will see only stewards. And I'm glad that it's not a penalty and it's only a win.
Yeah, well, as we can see, the strategy game playing out for Tempest once again. Because now they can continue a lap, but they are in traffic, so I think they are going to lose out here, even though they can go a lap longer. This is going to lose them a lot of time.
Jorge Augusto is between the two Porsche cars that are battling for the championship. This is, I think, the first time there are more than 3 tenths between them two. They're so close.
Yeah. Well, the GTE field now catching up to the GT3 field now as well, so they will have to overtake them as well.
Very close between Astro Racing Merla and Astro Racing. Less than a tenth between them two.
I want to see where they are going to head out, because if they can continue, or they are going to have to go into the pits this lap, I think, then where do they come back? Because they had terrible traffic compared to Winston Eckel, because he went into the pit lane.
Tempus has saved a lot of fuel. We've seen they have stayed behind Winston Eckel and behind their opponents. And Jorge Augusto has just saved fuel. This is what he's done. Let's say he's now coming into the pit lane. He's cutting there the white line.
And the wipers are on. I don't know why that was the case, but the wipers were on.
Yeah, the stress. He's feeling the pressure maybe. Who knows?
Maybe hit the wiper button instead of the pit limiter.
Oh, that would be a shame, because that means a penalty. If you speed in the pit lane, that's a pretty big penalty that you get. Let's see now. The car leading is in the pit lane. Jorge Augusto is staying in his car, and I'm sure he's looking at the watch and saying, come on guys, go quicker.
Yeah.
I need to give this lead. These seconds, I feel like in endurance, these seconds that you stay in the pit lane, they are so hugely long.
Yeah,
And I think
yeah,
I created
definitely.
a new word, but
Yeah, well, the thing is, he is now out of his pit box, onto pit exit. Do we see a side of the Jorge Augusto Tempest Simsport Peckel MP2 car into turn 1?
it's close. It's going to be close.
There is the Tempest Simsport Pec car. It's going to be very close on pit exit. Are they going to be side by side? Not really, and it is again Winston Eckel right behind him. This is what I love. Different strategies, but still so close to each other. And now I think, Edward, if Winston can now save fuel behind the Platinum or behind the Tempest Simsport Pec car, I think it's all back to similar pace once again.
No, he wants the move. He wants to take the first place. Look at him moving from left to right in order to see the smallest gap to go down his side. But I don't think this is going to happen anymore, because the gap is now big. Platinum Racing, Winston Eckel goes a much closer line through that corner, but the gap is still pretty big. Yeah, I don't know. It just depends on what Winston Eckel wants. If he wants to save fuel, surely he will not try the move. But, oh, he tries it. He thinks about it surely, because he moved around the left. He looked at the inside, but there was not enough space in order to send that move.
Yeah.
But now it's still going close. They're still going close.
I think this is the move. If he wants to make it, this is his time.
Left or right, there's no space to the left, so
He's saving
surely he
fuel.
will have to think about the right to go around the outside, but he just stays there behind. Yep, this is the confirmation, Dan.
He is saving fuel.
saving fuel.
Down the inside
Oh,
still!
he doesn't. Oh, he just waited there for the move in turn 1. I think that Jorge Augusto has thought about the same thing. He's seen that Winston Eckel doesn't go left or right, and he thought, okay, he's saving fuel, and this is why he left the inside so big.
He sold him
open.
the dummy.
Yeah, smart one. Very, very smart.
The pit lane time of the two drivers, though, I can see, was on the 100th, almost the same. But the pit stop from the Tempest car was 2 tenths longer. So I don't know what that was, but somewhere in the pit lane, the Tempest Simsport car has gained some time.
Maybe more fuel, maybe more fuel.
That could definitely be the case. That could definitely well be the case.
I think the Tempus Racing, they are thinking more conservative, because they are not doing any crazy moves. They are saving fuel. They put more fuel in the pit lane. Maybe they are thinking about this race and about the championship.
Yeah, look at that. The SR Technic car with a little bit of damage to the left-hand side of that car. And that is definitely going to affect it in a straight line. It looks like. Look at the left-hand side for the driver. There is damage there.
But still, they are going for the move.
The outside. Rather him than me, because I would not stick it around the outside, and that is exactly why I wouldn't do that. But he keeps it.
Job done.
He keeps it. Amazing move.
Yeah.
That is a great move.
Damn, that was still pedal to the metal, even on the grass.
Oh yeah. He didn't lift 1 second.
This is the beauty of racing. As I'm still looking at a gap between Astro Racing Merla and Astro Racing, 0.4 of a second. This is how they stayed now for 43 minutes. No move from the car Astro Racing without my relying anything.
Well, I think that they are doing exactly the same as Tempest was doing, and they are and they are keeping behind and saving that fuel. As I wish everyone the best heading to Asse. Thank you, Marnix. It's been a pleasure having you here around as a steward and as a race director. Have fun in Asse, and we'll hopefully see you back at the night hours. As we see now, the Tempest Simsport car leading in GT3, but it is Tom Vos up into P7. That gap is down to 14.5 seconds.
As we're having John Jackknife in the waiting room, he is going to join us as commentator.
Yeah.
So I'm just going back to him. Hello, John.
I think John was not expecting us this early, but hey, he can stay in here. It's his time, I think, in a minute or 10 time, but he can join us beforehand, so we can talk about what happened and get him up to speed with things.
Exactly. Well, basically, not a lot of things happened, did it? Actually, between us then.
The first hour was very quiet, yes.
Exactly. No incidents, no crashes, not a lot of moves. I think the only thing that was actually out of the ordinary was the battle between Platinum and Tempus, and also a battle between Kirstens and the Arvensis racing car. Watching now the Arvensis racing car, they are not that fast anymore.
They are dropping back a little bit.
45.7. Well, they're still gaining. They gained 7/10 from the car in front, but they're not gaining 2 seconds anymore.
This is the fastest car out on track. Right to engineering. I don't know. At the moment, this is the fastest GT3 car. There is like 1/100th in it, but this is the fastest car.
Yep. No more moves, no more battles, as it looks like at the moment. So then,
no more battles. Just saying that, but look at this. This battle's still going on.
Oh, this battle has been on for about 4 or 5 laps with the CR Technic putting pressure up on the VS Motorsport Blue.
And it is, I think, still SR Technic behind. Why is that? I think that they are losing so much in the straight line because they have that damage front left, so they need the slipstream really to keep up. So is it from the point of SR Technic maybe better to not fight anymore and just stay in the slipstream?
Oh no. I don't think this is the good way, because when you are seeing your opponent so close in front of you, you want to get past him, you want to get a place. And obviously, it's a 12-hour race, and there are teams that have only 2 drivers. You can't drive for 6 hours just to stay behind another driver. At one point, you get boring. Okay, you can, as Astro Racing, the car that is now driven by Raul Moraba, okay, he can stay behind his teammate. But this is for 45 minutes. After 6 hours, surely he will get bored.
Yeah, it is getting annoying at that point.
Yes, you need an absolute titan mentality in order to keep this strategy up.
He tried it into the Le Mans chicane, but got cut off. But now this is the chance. He is very close. He has the speed coming out, but there is LMP2 traffic coming in as well. The battle for the lead there. And I think Tempest, once again, saving fuel behind the Platinum Racing Team LMP2 blue car.
Oh, the Tempest car is very close, but I think they're just saving fuel. I don't think they will do a move, but they are closer. Closer. No, Tempest still keeps the place. Now focusing on this battle. SR Technic might take your strategy then. Not doing a move.
I think with the amount of damage, they just want to stay behind, see how much optional repairs they have in the pit stop, and see if they can take it, and not lose too much time with it, and that they now stick behind and not lose too much time fighting. Because all the time you are side by side with someone, you're losing time.
Yeah, I'm wondering then, what would you make of the first 48 minutes of racing?
Well, it's been quite quiet. We've had a smaller field, I think, than we've had in all the other races. But I think still the battles are absolutely humongous. Every battle we're seeing is still as hard fought for as they have been the rest of the season.
So I was looking at lap times, as we're seeing a BMW going very wide through here.
I think that is the Akil Racing Cyan car behind the Bikes Online DS Racing BMW. This is for the last place in GT3. I don't know.
Yeah, Robert Schlotz as well. I was just looking at him. Robert Schlotz is in last place after that crash. He stayed 10 laps in the pit lane. As we're seeing a move from 4th place, Kuruma has got the 4th place from Rapid Racing. As the Rapid Racing was going slow through there, there's a problem for car number 44. The car that I said at the start of the stream that he was blessed because of their number. Well, they haven't been so blessed by this race because they are now down in 5th place and the last place us.
You know, I only just got that joke. It only just landed. Oh, amazing.
They're not in the pit lane. They're not going to the pit lane.
I think
there was a mistake.
I think they had a slowdown. We can look at that. Justin van der Linde in that car probably. Yes, it was. Looking in, coming into the Le Mans chicane. Is he going to shoot wide? There was definitely a battle. But yeah, he's going to go over the grass and he's going to have to slow down there. He has to slow down, slows down. And that is the Carbon Blue car. Just flying off into the distance.
I think this slowdown is so dangerous. Because it slows down automatically and the car that is behind you can go straight into you.
Exactly, exactly. I think that was... He didn't slow down at quite a... at a point where it wasn't dangerous. Normally you see people go to the top of the banking and then slow down. But he did it immediately coming out of the bus stop. And I think he wanted to lose as less time as possible by doing so. But I don't think that was quite the way the stewards will be happy with. But maybe a warning, definitely not a penalty, but maybe a warning. As now, it is Tom Vos posting the fastest lap time of that car, 1:45.59. And that is almost a second quicker than the Digital Spirit DS Racing BMW ahead of them.
Tom Vos is in a league of his own right now.
Yeah, like we've seen in practice as well. He's so quick, and he's quick in just everything he drives, really.
Yeah, exactly. He is a man on a mission right now, and he's gaining. He's doing a lot of great laps as he wants to recover all those positions that he has lost after the drive-through penalty. As Kuruma Motorsport gets up another place, they overtook Carbon Blue, and they are now up in 3rd place in the LMP2 class.
There they are. Here's the battle. Carbon Blue still very close though.
The white car that has started last in the class, they are now up on the provisional podium. This is great.
Yeah. Still, of course, don't get me wrong. 11 hours to go, so still a lot of things that can happen. But he's looking good. He looks to be faster than the leaders as well.
Let's see. Last lap for Odgar Gross was 135.49. He is actually slower than the top two. But also we have to take into consideration that he had traffic and he also had to battle with Jost Baumeister for this 3rd place. This is going to be the first clean lap that he's going to have. Now we can take the benchmark and see where he actually is.
Well, I don't know if John is here already with us. I don't know. John, welcome. Yeah, there he is. John, welcome.
Hello.
So John, for the things that have happened, we're just going to get you up to speed here. Nothing happened. No. It's very close since the beginning of the race between like the top two in LMP2 and GTE. This battle has been going on, and this is the battle for the championship, has been going on for so long. Astro Racing behind Astro Racing Majorla for basically 52 minutes. And then here, it's the same. After the pit stops, it's Tempest Sim Sports once again behind Plan Racing Team and LMP2 Blue, I think. And hear me out here, that they are doing some strategy work here, and they are trying to save as much fuel as possible.
Yeah, it seems like there's been quite a lot of action, especially in this LMP2 field, swapping positions back and forward. It's definitely a lot of action for the viewers to be keeping an eye on, and we've seen some great battles in the GT3 as well.
Yeah, GT3 is really close now at the moment for third place. It's Alberto Gazapo, and he is following closely to Tobias Kurz in the ASR orange car. Does he put up a move here, or is he fuel saving as well? What do you guys think? Because I think it has been this close for a long while now.
It's obviously a difficult one to judge from just watching along. Maybe he's just content being in that draft. Gaining even a couple of laps can be crucial at the end with the time gained, and just saving enough fuel to go that little bit longer could end up giving them a position towards the end of the race.
Yeah. Well, I think for the first hour, this has been it for me. I'm gonna give you guys, basically charge of the stream now, of the broadcast. So say hi to John in the chat. John is now our commentator together with Edward. After an hour, Winston will join in, and then it'll be me once again. So good luck, guys.
Thank you, Dan. So hello, Edward. How's it been going for you? How's it you felt this race has been picking off so far?
Well, I think it's been, well, as I said it, not much has happened. There has been 1 hour of on-track action, some battles here and there, but still not as probably action-packed as a normal race it will be. But again, it's endurance, 12 hours to go, 11 hours to go actually. Still a long way, and yep, this has pretty much has been it for the first hour. John, I think you have got up to speed with all the things that has happened in the race.
Along this first hour is always quite fun to watch, especially in an endurance race. Everyone knows it's a long race, but there's just a little voice inside your head making you push just a little bit too much, maybe the beginning. But luckily we've been pretty incident free, just a couple of love taps here and there.
Yeah. But again, this is what I said throughout this race. When you see the driver in front of you and you are so close, you say in your mind, okay, I have to get him. Exactly what's happening now, because Jorge Augusto is putting the pressure up on Winston Eckel. So Jorge Augusto basically has stayed behind Winston Eckel for most of the race. Only one move that he has done, and that was because Winston has done a mistake. He has gone wide, but the Platinum race car has got their first place back, and they're still leading the race because of the pit stops.
Yeah, so this Western Horseshoes can be a little bit tricky in the LMP. There's a lot of bumps on entry just as you pass that cone section. Very easy to lock up the brakes, but these two are doing a fantastic job just keeping it 1-2 at the moment. But Tempest is going to be wanting to push, get this overtake done early as possible, and try and start to build a gap in front of Tempest, raced by Jorge Augusto.
I don't think that Tempest will do the move, but on the other hand, Platinum with Winston Eckel cannot build this gap, because Tempest is super fast. Even if they are losing to the twisty and through the corners, to the twisty section, they are still gaining on this straight line, and they are getting close. So this is why Platinum cannot build a gap. And this is how the race has panned out for the first hour. These two cars at less than 5/10 one to each other. There was only one move.
Yeah, it's always different. It's quite a chess match, especially in these endurance races, whether to try and push. But it's going to be interesting when some driver swaps start to happen, because these two drivers seem evenly matched, one being faster on the oval sections like you suggest, and one of them being faster on the infield section as they come up to a little bit of traffic.
Yeah, Josh, have you driven on the John? Actually, sorry, have you driven on this track on iRacing?
I did the 24-hour of Daytona in an LMP2 January just gone, so I understand the trickiness, especially at high temperatures that we saw in qualifying.
So, how was your experience? Talk us through your experience for the 24 hours of Daytona, because this race obviously is half of it, but it has a lot of things in common.
So Daytona was quite the way of dodging all the traffic, especially since the IMSA in iRacing is now just at GT3 and LMP2 class. You do have to play the game a little bit, especially in the infield sections, where you will really catch out the GT3s under braking, and it's just about being patient. If there's traffic, don't try and force a move. You don't want to wreck their race, you don't want to wreck your race. You just need to focus on as best as you can.
Yeah, I haven't driven with these cars on iRacing because as I was talking to Dan before, actually I am racing with my keyboard because I have bought a wheel, but first of all, it's not such a great wheel. You know, it's very dodgy because you have to turn a lot the actual wheel, and in the game it turns so small, and you know it's a bad wheel. That's first of all. And second of all, I'm super slow with the steering wheel, which is a strange thing. But again, I'm racing with a keyboard, and I have done some laps this morning in order to get a grip on this track on Assetto Corsa. This is why I asked you, because I'm not really sure if the games feel different on this track, because on Assetto Corsa this is such a fun track to drive.
Yeah, I don't think I've done Assetto Corsa as the leader of the the GT3 class came in there just as we were watching. I don't think I've driven this track on ACC, but I know the physics feels very, very different between the two games. iRacing has a different tyre model, and some say you don't really know as much of the tyre limit on iRacing, but I think just the overall package that iRacing delivers is better for me in my racing. But I remember starting out, I was very slow on the wheel too. But once you learn it, it's pretty much just like riding a bike. It feels so much more natural in the car.
So your advice is I should start driving more with the wheel, right? Yeah, anyways, the battle in the GTE is still the same. Astro Racing in first place with Astro Racing Mayola in second place. The two cars that are battling for the championship, as we are finally seeing them two going into the pit lane. Astro Racing is still in first place. The car number 121 is ahead of the car number 132. So no changes through here, but there's an important change in the GT3 class because Tom Voss is now in third place of the class. We know how fast Tom Voss is, 1:45.9 in the last lap. He's 1 second faster than the leader of the class, Alberto Gazzapo. This is going to be very interesting because this car has had the drive-through at the start of the race, and they have recovered, and they are now up in third place, very close to gain that second place.
Yeah, Tom Voss lapping almost half a second faster than Alberto Gazzapo in that last lap. So he is definitely on a charge trying to recover that damage from the drive-through penalty right at the beginning of this race. But so far he is driving really well. And he's right on the rear end of Tempest Simsports Peck in P2. So he could be looking to make a move at any moment within the next 2 or 3 laps.
Yeah, he's on now. We're on the oval. He's close, but not quite close enough in order to do a move. Maybe after the chicane, we'll have a chance. Let's see. 3/10, and he gets a good exit. Is he going to be John?
He is definitely going to be close enough. He is going to have to go round the outside. Is that a little bit of bump drafting as he lets the LMP pass? Just trying to maybe stay out of the way of that faster LMP class. But it looks like a little bit of bump drafting from high up in the camera sky. But I think it's just he's going to stay behind there for now. Keep that fuel burning less.
He wants that inside because it's very hard to overtake in turn 1 around the outside. But as of now, it stays the same. We can see that Tom Voss is very aware of the BMW from GTE that is coming through. And the gap now increases because the BMW is between these two cars. So no real problems, not a lot of incidents in the first hour. This is something that is very interesting to see because as far as I'm concerned in iRacing, even in these endurance races, there are a lot of incidents that are happening. So only one incident in the first hour, that's a good mark.
Yeah, having such little incidents in the race, especially in an iRacing race, seems to be alien to me because I've never seen something so clean. But it's just a testament to how good these drivers' abilities have brought them as they've come through all of this endurance season and onto this final race. And they are definitely drivers that just want to keep it clean and try and gain some positions on track.
Sorry, John, but the Tempus SimSport PAC has got a first place from Platinum Racing. This is a switch at the top of the race. I'm wondering when the move happened or how was it? Was there another mistake from Eckel or did Jorge Augusto got it on racing? This is getting very close with the GT3s, with the GTEs actually that are battling for the championship and also for the first place. As Eckel now moves on the left, he will have the outside if he says through there, but he doesn't. He backs out. He looks there at the inside, obviously to try to be as big as he can in Jorge's mirrors.
Eric, let's go and have a look at how they overtook. Well, that did not work. So, unfortunately, that replay was not working, so we couldn't see actually how he overtook. But we'll try and get that a little bit later on. But for now, Tempest has got that lead. It's a half a second, but it's going to be interesting as they come back onto the oval section before the book. Now they'll be heading as fast as they can down towards the bus stop chicane. Sorry, the Le Mans chicane as it is now.
Yeah, the Le Mans chicane. Because in the real life Daytona, we will have those LM Daytona, the LM hypercars that are going to race at Daytona as well. What do you think about those, John? Because Porsche has just unveiled the car yesterday, and honestly, it looks amazing.
Not actually 100% up to date with the current classes. I only managed to catch a little bit of Le Mans this time around. I was away on holiday, unfortunately. I do need to read up on that. But there is seemingly a lot of good. I think they're really trying to encourage some really good close racing between classes as well as in interclass. So let's hope these changes make racing exciting for everyone around.
The important thing is the fact that we're having more manufacturers than ever. So from I think 2024 or 2025, we are going to have Porsche, Toyota, Glickenhaus, Cadillac, Ferrari. I think is going to join as well, and Audi they might. So it's going to be very packed. Oh, and also Peugeot.
Yeah, so I'm a big fan of more constructors being in a racing setting. I think it just bleeds better racing as we jump on board in the GT3 leader. Getting chased down by Tempest SimSpot, still half a second behind. He's still not managed to get past. But now that GTE BMW is clear, he's going to go back on the charge, try and make up for that unfortunate event where he could not overtake because the LMP was going past as fast as.
So Tom Voss basically now is in the lead of the class after serving a drive-through at the start of the race. This is incredible. Absolutely incredible for the driver.
Yeah, absolutely showing the GT3 field how it's done. Even if you get a penalty that probably costs you around 40 to 50 seconds, I imagine, going through that pit lane. I haven't timed it myself personally, but to come back, especially after the opening at the green flag, when everyone is so close together, you lose so much more than if it was a drive-through penalty, like 6 hours into the race.
Yeah, exactly. Nothing more from the stewards, nothing new here in this race. So this has been has been a pretty quiet race so far, but the Platinum Racing team is still putting up the pressure to Tempus Sport, and we know that Winston Eckel at the wheel of the car, he is not gonna hold back, but the gap has increased to 4 seconds.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's Albert. No, that's not Winston. Sorry. So he haven't seen anything come up. Why he's fell back so much? Maybe just got a slowdown. Made a mistake at the bus stop, and just possibly had a little bit of a slowdown on exit. But apart from that, I can't see anything else going on in the event log in SDK.
4 seconds at the top, that's a huge gap, because Tempus Sport has stayed behind the Platinum Racing car for so long. We thought that obviously he cannot get past, or he's just saving fuel and he's recovering on the actual straight line, but it wasn't like that. Winston Eckel is not that fast, it looks like, in comparison to Jorge Augusto. But we'll see, still a long race to go and nothing is decided yet. The two Porsches from Astro Racing, the one with the number 121 and 132, they are still going very close, but I think there was a switch because 121 has got past 132. Let's see.
Yeah, maybe they just assisted each other with a draft through the oval section, try and build that gap to T3 Motorsport in P3. Obviously, these are the same team, like team company, so they might just be trying to assist, get themselves a better 1-2 as possible.
Yeah, they are from the same team, but they are battling for the championship, John. So whoever finishes ahead is going to be crowned the champion of PAC Endurance Championship at the GT3 Pro class. So I don't think that this thing is going to stay for so much longer, but we've seen this from the start of the race. One of them is trying to save as much fuel as possible. I think that's car 132, and then maybe they will battle towards the end of the race. But I was talking with Dan this thing. John, don't you get bored to stay behind the car lap after lap after lap after lap for a lot of hours?
I mean, from personal experience, I'm never that close to the cars ahead really. I tend to find myself in a little bit of a spacious bubble with like 3 seconds to the car ahead, 3 seconds to the car behind. I can never quite convert the pace I know I've got to a race pace, which is obviously the real challenge in racing. You can be quick over 1 lap, but if you can doing over 12 hours is a completely different story. But I do understand you do get that little bit of frustration just being stuck behind the same car. You're desperate to pass. Maybe they're slowing you down in certain points. It helps. Well, not helps, but it leads to mistakes happening when you're just fed up with that car ahead. But I'm sure this is not going to happen between these two, despite the championship being on the line. Especially not only 1 hour 10 into the race. A little bit silly to go for anything silly just now.
I'm looking at the live timing right now, and I'm seeing that Winston Eckel is 1.3 seconds slower than Jorge Augusto. So the Platinum Racing team is going very, very slow. I'm not really sure what has happened to car number 17, but they have seemed to lose pace all of a sudden.
Yeah, it's quite interesting to see why this is happening, because Winston, for the most part, was just absolutely sticking to the bumper of that Tempest car of Jorge Augusto. But he's just, I don't know if he's just trying to save a little bit of fuel, not going as fast as he can, maybe coasting into the Le Mans chicane, as some of the top drivers do, just to try and gain maybe a lap over a stint, which can make a difference, like I've said before.
Yeah, but on the other hand, the car behind him is faster. So Oskar Gross in the Kuruma Motorsport car number 88 is actually faster. Well, not anymore, because on the last lap Winston Eckel has gained. Oh no, that was my bad. Kuruma Motorsport car is actually the faster out of the top 3, 1 second faster than Winston Eckel and 8 tenths faster than Jorge Augusto. So this car might play it out for the first place. This is still not done.
Yeah, it looks like he maybe just locks up. I had a little bit of a micro lock up trying to go down the inside of International Horseshoe on that Porsche. Thankfully, they didn't come together as it quite often does. That he's driving out of his skin, trying to get through this traffic like a hot knife through butter. And that LMP car being driven to the absolute limit there by Otka.
Yep, but they are still gaining. They are still gaining. This Otgar Cross with this car is moving absolutely sensationally. And also, there's another thing that we have to keep an eye on. His last pit stop has been 46.20 seconds. So this means a longer pit stop than the usual, because the leader of the race has done a pit stop of 32.10 seconds. What does this mean, John?
It could mean he's potentially taking on some tyres. I know the LMP2 class is a little bit faster than GT3s would be for taking on tyres, but having that extra stop could mean he's taking on fresher tyres, and that is what's enabling him to push a little bit harder, especially in these temperatures, which I think, well, let's have a look, yeah, still 54 degrees on track, so tyres, especially in the LMP2, will be graining really fast.
Still faster than the guys in front of him. Otgar Cross is gaining every single lap, and if you look at a live timing with a faster pit stop, if you wouldn't have changed those tires, it would have been in the first place, because the gap between him and Tempus is only 9 seconds. But anyways, not a lot of moves and a lot of things happening right now on track, so this might be one of them.
Yeah, I think
Number
these two,
130. Yeah, go on.
I was going to say these two still just playing, I think, that team strategy long game at the moment, just keeping themselves in each other's draft, trying to extend that lead to the third place, which they're doing fantastic. They do have a 20-second lead to P3, and you don't really need to worry about battling for the championship just yet. There's plenty of race to go, and as long as they stay this close together, you can just chill out for a few hours.
Yeah, I'm really curious, John. The battle between these two is obviously for the championship, and because the gap between car number 121 and 132 is only 2 points. What would be your approach before race, knowing that the championship is so close? Would you have a different approach than a usual 12-hour race, or would you just go for the win?
I think if you coming into it, if you've got a championship on the line and if you finish ahead of one team, you know you can win the championship. You have to kind of play a little bit more conservatively than you might in earlier rounds, because if you mess up, that's pretty much could be race and championship lost, pretty much. So you kind of don't want to do anything too aggressive, and just play the long game. Well, that's at least what I would do anyway. I would definitely take my time a little bit more than usual.
Yep, anyways, there's another thing that's happening. So Otgar Cross, the driver that has stayed the longest time in the pit lane, he is now in the pit lane again, and he's doing another long pit stop. He's already on the 40s, 41.67 pit stop. So not only that he does an undercut, I think he has also changed tires again.
Yeah, driver swap as well for that car, for car 88. So that they have set in a driver swap, and that's why they took a minute to do the pit stop.
So after 1 hour and 16 seconds, we're seeing the first driver change at the LMP2s. That's Victor Vietes getting in the 88 car, and the car number 44, Justin van der Linden, is staying alone on pit stop as well, but it hasn't changed their drivers. It's still Justin van der Linden.
No, I think he ran into a little bit of an issue like about 10 minutes ago, where he did find himself in a bit of a pickle, and maybe he's just had a little bit of optionals to repair. Nothing too serious. I don't think he was losing that much time. He was actually keeping up. He had good pace compared to the rest of the LMP2 field, so maybe he's just repairing a little bit of optionals there. As P2 is also in the pits, and Platinum Team Racing are in the pits.
Abort Blue is also in the pit lane. So cars number 17 and 67 are in the pit lane. Let's see where will they get out in comparison to Victor Vietes, car number 88. I'm not seeing driver change. Oh, I'm seeing driver changes. So, in the Platinum Racing car, Perry Osterver is getting in. And at car number 67, Cabot Blue, CR Van Rooyen is getting in the car. So, new faces here at the wheels for this race.
I was just quickly looking through the regulations. I may have missed it. It happens a lot. I don't know if there's any tank limiting in the series or it's just full tanks for everyone. But I know the LMPs do go roughly 40 minutes per tank in iRacing. So this is probably a double stint that's been completed, and that's why you see some of the drivers changing and just going for a bit of a walk, stretch the legs, get ready for their next stint.
So Victor Vietes is again in third place. He has not gained anything to Perry Osterver, but again they changed the driver. But on the other hand, the pit stop has been 6 seconds longer for car number 88 in comparison to car number 17. So something is happening there to this team.
Yeah, they do seem to be getting it too long in the pit lane. I don't know what they're doing. Obviously, we can't see strategies here. Jorge Augusto, though, is almost lapping P3, as you can see in front. Our LMP2 class leader is right behind P3, but is yet to stop and possibly have his own driver change too.
Yeah. Kuruma Motorsport is the car in third place. I know that there is written none, but this is a glitch from the SDK. Anyways, we're seeing Tempus SimSport almost lapping the car in third place, but they have to go through the pit lane. I think that is going to happen most probably this lap.
Yeah, so apologies for the viewers at home. We just having a little bit of an error on the team name for Team 3, but that is Kuruma, as correctly pointed out by Edward.
Get lapped. He's getting lapped, John. So the car in first place is lapping now the car in third place, and they are still not going to. They are not going into the pit lane. So all that fuel saving that Jorge Augusto has done at the start of the race looks like it's paying out now, because they are staying 2 more laps than their opponents out on track. They might go even to the third lap.
Yeah, fuel saving does change strategy quite a lot, especially if you don't want to be doing a splash and dash with only a minute to go. So if he's saved a minute or two here, it could avoid a splash and dash at the end of the race. But so far he's doing well. He's in some traffic as well, so he's going to get a little bit of toe out of the exit of corners, which is only going to help him build his lead before he comes in for a driver swap. He does go a little bit wide, hitting on them curbs. Looks like them tyres are starting to grain a little bit too much, and he's finding the oversteer is starting to creep in. Yes. I will try to do that as quick as I possibly can.
Oh, there's a move. Sorry, John, but there's a move. Finally, car number 121 and car number 132 has been in a battle, because there was a switch for 1 second for first place, but car number 121 has got their place back. I'm wondering what's happening here. We have the 2 championship contenders, car number 121 and car number 132. They are going so close one to each other, but car number 121 is still in this first place. I'm wondering, right in the chat, who do you think is going to win this race? Is it going to be car number 121 with the white wheels that is leading the race, or car number 132 with those black wheels that is chasing? I'm really curious of your opinions as well, because if it would be me, I would go with car number 132, because we've seen that at the LMP2 class as well. When Tempus SimSport overtook Platinum Racing, they have built a huge gap and they are just going for it. Maybe this is the case with car number 132 as well. Maybe they have the pace and they are just staying behind in order to save those tires or fuel, or who knows, maybe do not get involved in any incidents. As we're finally seeing their third place Kuruma Motorsport now, as Jorge Augusto is in the pit lane.
Sorry, I went a little bit quiet there. I had to quickly change some of the overrides in the software, but we are now correctly showing P3 as being Karuma Motorsports. So thank you, Dan, for popping in, telling us what was going wrong there. And as we see Astro Racing Miura, are they going to try and overtake again? Are they in the fuel-saving strategy now behind their sister team in P1?
They surely are, but you have to think about a move. You stay for so much time behind your opponent in front of you. Yasiel Hernandez, I think he got extremely bored of that back from the Porsche, the purple Porsche. I'm sure he's gonna dream it at the night if he stays there even more.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting to see how this pans out, but I must admit, personally, I'm not a big fan of team orders. I do like drivers just racing for fun, but I understand with so much at stake why you'd maybe have a little bit of team orders at maybe the first few hours of the race, and then after that it's free for all. But just my opinions is I never like to see team orders. I just like racing.
Sure, if these are team orders, I think this is a very smart play from Yasiel Hernandez. He is staying behind, he is saving fuel, he is saving tires, and he's also winning time to his opponents behind. Why wouldn't he do this? Obviously for us, the commentators, and also the fans back at home, it's not a very pleasant thing to see, but for him, it's a good strategy.
Oh yeah, I'm not knocking the strategy at all. It is a wise thing to do, especially with another 10.5 hours still to run. You do definitely want some smarts on your shoulders for the championship, as there's not a lot of movement in the field at the moment. Platinum Racing Team now looks like a second behind Tempest, but I think Tempest have recently just pitted, in fact, and come out ahead. So Tempest are really showing everyone how it's done in that LMP2 field.
The gap seems to be not 1 second, it seems to be 1 minute. Well, it's not 1 minute, no, it's 11 seconds. This looks more like reality, but still the gap is very big. So Platinum Racing Blue has been super fast in the practice, very fast in qualifying. They got pole position, and in the race just something switched off for them, because they have led a part of the race and then they have lost a lot of time.
And hopefully they can recover it. Perry Ostavia is now in charge of getting that position back, and we'll see what he's able to do in that Platinum Racing Team LMP2 Blue. Obviously we want him to try and chase down this leader, but Karuma Motorsports, he's going to be in his mirror anytime soon. Only 2-second gap now, and that is almost nothing when it comes to iRacing, because one little slip can lose you several tenths.
I think that Victor Vietes is actually 13 seconds away from Platinum Racing. Not 2 seconds.
Sorry.
The gap is big, but Victor Vietes, the Karuma Motorsport car, is still faster than the Platinum Racing, but they are not fast enough, only 1/10 faster on the last lap. But I'm wondering, why would you change driver when one of them is going so fast? Because the driver from before of Victor Vietes, that was driving car number 88, was extremely fast, and he just got switched up.
I mean, the LMP2 mentally is quite a draining car, I felt. You have to constantly manage locking up, because I don't believe there's any ABS on board the LMP2. So it is very taxing, doing 2 stints at high speed. Sometimes people just need a little bit of a break. In the GT car, you maybe go 2 hours quite easily without losing too much focus, but in the LMP2 class, being so quick, I need to sit past these GT3s. You are going to really be mentally taxed in this race.
Yeah, I completely agree. But I know I asked the other driver that was with us in the interview box. I discussed with Roberto Scholz, and this is a question for you as well, John, because you said you raced in the 24 hours of Daytona. Obviously, that's a much bigger event, and it's organized by iRacing, if I'm not wrong.
Yes, indeed.
And my question is, how is your preparation before a race of 24 hours? What do you discuss with your teammates before that?
So we draw up a timesheet, so we can, obviously, because the idea of a 24-hour race is try and get people from all around the globe to be in your team, so you can have people sleeping at the correct times. Not everyone can afford this, but I was lucky. I had 3 Americans, and 3 Europeans. So what first we did is pick out the daylight times, and then we just set up a strategy, and then after that it's just about getting them laps in on track, deciding what you'll do, how much damage is too much to carry on. It's just all about how you can try and get this car to the end. You don't need to put, like, if I was doing some like really fast laps in qualifying, but I was obviously not able to bring that across to the race, but I was being a lot safer in the race, and that's the key to endurance racing.
Sorry, John, there's a battle for third place. Kuruma Motorsport and Copper Blue, they were going side by side. Very close. Copper Blue has got the first place, got the third place for 1 second there. And this is still the same order, but there was a battle.
Yeah, you are correct. When I was trying to reminisce about Daytona 24, it's hard to look at timing screens and think about all the data you'd stored in your memory. But Cab Hot Blue is definitely on the charge, trying to overtake Kuruma for P3 now.
Oh, a level of drift there from Kuruma Motorsport. We are seeing them always going sideways on the inside of the corner or on the outside of the corner when they are going out and they are putting the power out to the wheels. Why is that happening? Is it a wrong setup, or there might be a faster setup?
So if they keep sliding on that very corner just before the oval section, when iRacing updated the circuit, they made that inside curb very, very hard, and it's really bumpy, and it will cause the it does cause the LMP2 to sometimes lose a bit of traction. And as soon as you change that weight balance of the car, your brakes will start to lock up, your acceleration will not be planted. And here we go, Kabot Blue going down the inside of the turn 1 now. Kuruma just letting the move get done.
It's done. Job done. I don't think that Victor Vietes has any ace in his pocket in order to get that move. This is why I asked. Maybe it would have been better to let Cross in the car because it was super fast.
If they planned pre-race to be changing every two stints, you don't really want to mess up the timing sheet too much, even if a driver's feeling hot, because what you don't want to end up happening is a driver getting too tired to like mid-stint and causing a terminal crash, or getting stuck in the barriers and requiring a tow, which will cost a lot more time than just doing a little bit of a driver swap to maybe a slightly slower driver than your main guy.
Yep. As we're now seeing a battle, I think this is for second place. Tempus Simsport is in second in the GT3 class, and Fields Academy Motorsport with that Porsche is in third place. The gap is not so big, but it's very hard to overtake through this section of the track.
Yeah, International Horseshoe is quite difficult. You really have to risk it and send it all, which generally ends in tears for both of them. As we see an LMP2 going up the inside through the dog leg down to Western Horseshoe, and the LMP just getting it done nice and clean. And that's how you cut your way through multi-class traffic. Almost textbook there.
Yeah, and now Kuruma is under pressure from Rapid E-Racing Team Purp. So they are not up to pace. We were seeing Cross being super fast on the last stint. He was recovering to Platinum Racing. Now car number 88 is going down. Victor Vietes is not really in the best place right now because he had to defend from Cabo Blue, from Roynan. He hasn't done that, he lost the place. Now car number 44 is very close. Jansen van der Linde, who is doing the double stint, I think, as well as Jorge Augusto, the race leader. He's doing the double stint as well.
Yeah. As we see, like you said, Jorge Augusto, I think he's doing a triple stint, actually going all the way to 2 hours. Justin van der Linden, he's also looking like a triple stint driver. So some of the really good drivers in the LMP2 class can go triples. I can't do it in the heat. I know that's for sure. In the colder temperatures, I'm a little bit more relaxed and chilled out, as the tyres do not wear as much as, especially in 50-degree heats.
And they are getting close. They are getting very close. Justin van der Linde is putting up the pressure. Will he try to send anything down inside in turn 1 or maybe around the outside? They are close. This is closer than ever between them two, but he just sticks behind. So Rapid Racing doesn't want to do any crazy moves because again, we're only 1 hour and a half into this race. There's still a long way to go till the end of this one.
Yeah, once again, actually coming into turn 1, as you come off the bank section onto the apron, there is a little bit of a bump as well, and that can cause some micro lockups. And we saw earlier with some of the GT3 fields just overshooting and not being able to apply enough braking force and giving a little bit of a love tap to the car in front, and that's what you do not want in an LMP because you're not assisted by your computer with your anti-lock. As these two LMP drivers now go down the inside of the GT3 now. Rapid Esports Purple just playing the sensible game of waiting till the next corner. And here we go, he's going to launch the attack now. 3/10 is nothing on this bank section.
Van der Linde very cautious there with the GT3 car. He did not want to go down the inside and to risk anything. It's clear the car number 44 wants to go till the end of the race without getting into an incident. So let's see, maybe after the chicane on the oval part with the slipstream. Obviously we don't have DRS here as in Formula 1, but that would be such an amazing addition. I think it would make this racing so much more fun. But anyways, 2/10 between them two. Will he be able to do the move? Let's see.
No, I think Karuma
might. He's gaining a lot. Sorry, John. He moves on the right, around the outside. Let's see if this move is going to work. He's clearly putting his nose up there, and he's side by side, but not quite close enough to do this move.
No, you have to be careful then. Marbles on the outside of turn 1. Very slippy part of the track. Going around turn 1 on the outside is definitely a risky move. But some people can pull it off. Unfortunately not this time for Rapid E-Racing Team Purple. But we will see if they can try. All they need to do really is get through the two horseshoes really close, be about 2/10 behind as they come onto the banking section down towards bus stop, and you've got a really good chance of overtaking. But some of the drivers will know that if they take a slower entry into the corner but get a faster exit, that can be massive. But look at that, Karuma had such a fantastic exit onto the banking that he gained up to half a second ahead, and I don't think the drag is going to be enough here for Rapid E-Racing Team Purple.
So here we go, we're at the oval again, John. He's still not close enough, and now there's a GT3 between them. That's surely something that Justin van der Linde doesn't want, but he will clear that Lamborghini super quick, but he lost some time, which is vital in his quest to get that 4th place.
Yeah, as we just quickly jump to GT3s as this battle for P2 is still going on, only a 10th in it as they come down. I believe this is down towards turn 1, and that Porsche just unable to close the gap all the way. Well, with action pretty much everywhere now, but it looks like Van der Linde went a little bit wide through T1, as it's hard to keep up with everything that's going on. There's overtakes being pushed everywhere at Daytona, 12 hours here by the Platinum Endurance Championship.
The gap between 1st and 2nd and the GTE class is not that big anymore, because look, it's less than a 10 between them two. So they are going so close onto each other, but car number 132 is still staying behind his championship and race rival.
It looks like Rick Mendez.
Van der Linde down the inside. Oh, this is getting so close. It's hard to overtake through here, but this might just have worked, and it does. Van der Linde has put his nose up there, up the inside of car number 88, and Vietes has got scared and he has gone wide through there. As now he's trying to come back, he moves to the right, he will have the outside on the chicane. Let's see if this move is going to work. I think It does. No, it doesn't. Vietes is not up back in 4th place. He loses out to Van der Linden.
Bus stop is definitely sketchy, going too wide through it. It takes an incredibly amount of skill and trust to make it through too wide the whole way. It looks like Karumo just playing it a little bit smart, backing out before the second apex there. But he has lost half a second in that little bit of a battle and pulling back. But there's still plenty of time yet. He's closing the gap back down into T1. So he will go again next lap round, I am sure.
Yes, so we were talking about the hypercars before, and I was looking now at the confirmed entries on the line. So we have Acura, Audi, BMW, Cadillac, Porsche, Alpine, Lamborghini, Baicoles, Toyota, and Glickenhaus, and also Peugeot. This is going to be crazy, watching so many manufacturers creating these prototypes. And also, they are so beautiful on the eye. Have you seen the Porsche that has just been unveiled?
I have not seen the Porsche that's just been unveiled.
They have just unveiled their hypercar that I think they are going to compete in 2023 in the World Endurance Championship, and the car is just beautiful. That's the only thing that I have to say about it. I'm wondering, guys, in the chat, what do you think about this new edition of hypercars in real life? What do you think about them?
I just quickly found that Porsche does look really nice. Kind of reminds me of an old Porsche from kind of like maybe the early 90s. Very nice, well-rounded car.
Yep, exactly. It's a beautiful, yeah, and also the new Toyota and the Glickenhaus. I feel like that Glickenhaus car, it reminds me of the Porsche before they have left the competition in 2018 or 2019, I think it was. The car was looking so good. Us, in our race, coming back to iRacing, Arvensis is now in the pit lane. The leader from the GT3 class has now boxed. Let's see where will they get out. So this basically now is the battle for first place. It Fields Academy Motorsport putting pressure up on Tempus Simsport. Tempus Simsport, they are leading the LMP2 class and they are leading the GT3 class. This is amazing from them.
Yeah, so a 20-second gap in the LMP2, and Tempest just ahead in the GT3 class, still getting chased down by that Fields Academy Motorsport for that P1 position. But here we are looking about 140 into the race. It's roughly when the GT3s will be required to make their second stop. I can't quite remember how far a GTE goes, despite loving the class. But I think it's roughly 50 minutes in the tank for a GT3.
The Arvensis Racing Red back in 10th place out of the pit lane. That is not great. They will have another... back in 11th place. So they are very down in the standings. Another race of recovery that they have to do. Anyways, I was talking with Dan as well. The GTE class is slowly dying. And the cars are beautiful, especially the Corvette. Obviously we don't have it in this race because the majority of the GT class is only Porsches. We also have the BMW, which looks amazing. But why do you think that this class is just dying, and not in iRacing but also in real life?
I can't exactly remember why in real life, but I know iRacing is pretty much sticking to the real life. I think the difference between the Ferrari 488 GTE and the Ferrari 488 GT3 car in real life, I think the difference of running it was about 500 grand or something, if I remember correctly what my friend said. So it was just far too expensive to not really have that much more performance, especially where GT3s are going now. That performance gap is closing up. But I am really sad that in iRacing there's not much GTE action left, because I am a massive fan of that Corvette. It's probably one of my most beautiful cars to drive, and that just roar of that V8 every time you get in it is just something to behold.
Yeah, it has to, because also in real life, at Le Mans and also at the Endurance Championship, the GT3 cars are going to replace the GTE class from 2024. So this class will most probably die because GTE has been used only by this endurance championship. So there's not much more left to see from these cars as we're now watching them. The two Porsches that are leading the class, still the same order, 121 and 132.
Yeah, not much has changed up the front there. Karuma Motorsports, though, they are still trying to get back past Rapid Purple, but have dropped back 3 seconds to Rapid E-Racing Team Purple, unfortunately. So Karuma find themselves at the back of the LMP class at the moment, and not where they want to be.
Yeah, Daytona is a very interesting racetrack. As I said, I was driving it on Assetto Corsa. It's so fun to drive, but in real life, it makes up a very popular race in the States because there's the Daytona 500, which is the most prestigious race in the NASCAR. It's like a Monaco for NASCAR, and it always produces amazing racing. It's very interesting to see this track because it's not one that you usually see. You have half of the track that it's from an oval, and you have half of the track that is the infield. It's a little bit like the Indianapolis, if you like.
Yeah, so a lot of IndyCars, obviously, they, as well as racing ovals in America, IndyCar will also race road courses. That includes Indy, Charlotte, Roval, Daytona road course. And there's actually quite a few that I've, since joining iRacing, I've learned to have road courses on the infield section, obviously where the fans for NASCAR usually turn up and camp, having a prime view of the track all the way around them, which must be a sight to behold.
Yeah, but besides the besides the Daytona 500, NASCAR also have the road course race that they are doing, which is always interesting seeing these NASCAR cars going through tracks with actual turns rather than just going left. Very interesting.
I wouldn't let an oval enthusiast let you talk like that. There's a lot more strategy.
I'm not saying it in a bad way, but it's yeah, this is what it is basically.
Actually, since joining iRacing and doing a little bit of NASCAR, it's not just turning left. I can assure you.
Yeah, I know.
It can be very difficult. As my finger clicks the mouse by accident. As we see a Lamborghini down the inside. That is Michael Fellinger, I think, overtaking David Miguel Ferreira. So making a decent move in for P4 there. And then obviously that LMP2 class carving his way through always makes the in-class battles spicy when you've got an LMP2 bearing down on you. Actually, I believe the NASCAR road course for Daytona actually has an extra chicane just near the pit lane.
Yeah, we were talking about NASCAR. I know it's not just turning left. I remember in IndyCar, actually, I know it's not NASCAR, but when we were in that pandemic situation and everyone was staying inside, I remember iRacing, I think it was, they organized that Indy 500 virtually, and Lando Norris also raced on it. And I remember he was talking, the Formula 1 driver, about how hard it actually is. Even though Indy 500 doesn't look like a hard race, you're just turning left. But you have to get that to pinpoint perfection in order to be fast on that track.
Yeah, you do definitely. You have to maximize tire length. You have to make sure your fuel is going correctly. You have to make in-car adjustments to the weight jacket. Which helps keep the car balanced when it gets lighter and the tires get worn, especially I think the outside rights get worn faster than the inside lefts. But there's a lot to manage in the Indy 500. I am yet to take my debut on the Indy 500 in iRacing, but it's something I plan to do in the very near future. Yeah, it looks like Cabot Blue is now so close to Platinum Racing Team LMP2 Blue. So it's going to be a battle of the Blues for P2 very, very soon if Cabot can carry on with this pace. They were actually... Something must have happened to Perry Osterveld. He had an incident. I don't know if we can see that. It's not going to play again. There we go. So Perry did have an incident, possibly going into T1, I think this is. Let's see what happens. Does he just lock up going onto the marbles? I just don't want to get onto them marbles on the outside of the of turn 1. It is very slippy, especially in that LMP2 car. So that has allowed Port Blue to get right on the rear of Platinum Racing Team LMP2 Blue.
Yeah, you can see how far this e-racing has gone. Because if you go a little bit outside the best line, you get marbles and then you get a spin. So this esports of racing has gone to a level in which I don't think that someone expected before. And also iRacing, when they added the Formula 1 cars, the Formula 1 cars have graining, the Formula 1 cars have lockups, the Formula 1 cars also have that magic button that Lewis Hamilton pressed in Baku. It's so much attention to detail, it's amazing.
Yeah, so there's iRacing really making a lot of technological changes. Obviously, everyone's clamoring for rain to be added to the sim just to make endurance racing even more interesting if it wasn't already dangerous. Adding the additional rain is going to make everything absolutely catastrophic for the first season, is my prediction.
Yeah, I agree. But I remember in 2020, again talking about the pandemic, there was a virtual 24 hours of Le Mans, and that was one of the most interesting events that this virtual sport has ever seen. I'm not sure if you have watched it, John, but it was such an interesting event, and that was, for me at least, a start to this world.
Yeah, so that event in 2020 was the last time iRacing gets to host an official Le Mans 24, as the licensing was bought by another company.
There was actually not. I remember that race was raced on R Factor 2. So
yeah, that was the 2021 edition of Le Mans 24.
Probably.
It was, because I couldn't take part and I was really sad about it.
So yeah, the R Factor 2, yeah, the 24 hours of Le Mans on 2021, it was actually on iRacing. But in 2020, it was that race. I remember also Max Verstappen raced on R Factor 2. In that race, there was Lando Norris and a lot of World Endurance Championship drivers also racing into there. So this is why I think that was a point to make. That was where we all seen that this virtual world has gone to an amazing place. When we're seeing so many drivers involved in such an event, you know that this is at another level compared to what was it 3 or 4 years before.
Yeah, I think one of the interviews after Max Verstappen won his first Drivers' Championship was with David Coulthard, and he was talking about how much in his off season he just loves to get in iRacing and other sims as well, just to get out on track and keep everything fresh. Obviously, he runs a team on iRacing that takes place in like Bathurst 12 hours, and I think they also do Daytona 24 because that's the off season for F1 drivers.
Yeah, I think that's Team Redline, if I'm not wrong, for Max Verstappen.
Yeah, that sounds familiar.
Yeah, but he has raced on iRacing for a long time now. Even before he was in Formula 1, he was still racing on iRacing. So, yeah, to see the Formula 1 World Champion racing on the computer again, you see that it's a very interesting thing. As the T3 Motorsport by Maniti is going into the pit lane, and he now lost the third place. He's down in fourth place. Anyways, we're talking about Max Verstappen. I know that a lot of people might get
triggered,
yeah, but coming back to our race, Cabot Blue, car number 67 with Van Royen has gone up in second place. So
He has
Perry
indeed.
Osterver is losing a lot of time. I'm really wondering what's happening to him.
Well, that did not show us the overtake, unfortunately. It just showed someone sitting in the pit lane. So SDK.
Carbon Blue is now recovering. Carbon Blue is doing amazing lap times. Well, not compared to Jorge Augusto, because Jorge Augusto is at another level. He's setting 136.18 in the last lap. Meanwhile, Van Royen has set 138.36 and Perios over 138.6. So he's 2 seconds faster than his opposition. For Tempus Racing, this looks like it's going to be a very good race. And also for the championship, it looks like it's going to Tempus. Because we talked about this at the start of the race. In order to win the championship, Platinum needed to win the race first of all, and then Tempus to DNF. But we still have a long way to go, so who knows?
Yeah, so some cars starting to be lapped down within their own classes, but Cobalt Blue doing everything he can to keep that position. 2 Platinum Racing Team LMP2 Blue now 1.5 seconds behind him as they head down. I think this is turn 1, but we still got that battle going at the front of the GT3 field between Richard Duarte and Alberto Gasapo. So they're still battling away for P1. So Tempest currently have control of 2 of the classes in this race at least. But Fields Academy Motorsport still unable to get past, but still sticking to that bumper like glue.
Very curious, John. What's your favorite car to drive on iRacing out of all of them? Because I know there are many cars.
So you want my all-time favorite car rather than per class?
Your all-time and yeah, pretty much your all-time favorite car on iRacing.
It's such a difficult decision. Honestly, they've just released a new Merc GT3, and that's a beautiful car to drive. I did like the old version. Ferrari's probably the one I've spent the most time in. I don't know. It's really hard to pick. I'm just gonna say Corvette because I just have an unconditional love for that car because it looks so good and sounds so good, and I'm just really sad that it doesn't carry on.
iRacing has also added the Formula 1 car from Mercedes, and it's one of the most fun things to look at. I'm also commentating a league on a championship with the Formula 1 cars, and I have to say, it's such a fun league to commentate because the battles are so close, and this is mainly because of the car, because it's that fun from real Formula 1.
Yeah, it's definitely. I know me and a few friends tried it when iRacing released it, put it on tracks like Bathurst, and it is just absolutely glued to the road. Like that downforce that Mercedes produces is out of this world, like nothing I've ever driven before.
Yeah, but Mercedes isn't so fast anymore. If we're talking about real life Formula 1, something's happening to them. Something is happening to them. And they still don't look like they have found the light at the end of the tunnel. Certainly they are getting better. They are getting better from race by race. But still, they are not at the level of Red Bull or any other team in real life Formula 1.
Yeah, it definitely was interesting. I've been tracking this whole season. Both Ferrari and Red Bull have been suffering with reliability issues, and Mercedes just unable to get the balance right in that new regulations.
I am watching the stewards announcement side, and there's an announcement from Martin Thompson, our steward. There is a summon for a member from Bikes Online DS Racing in order to come to the steward room. So something happened to the car that is in the GT3 class in 13th place.
Yep. So this car currently on screen. They have been summoned to the steward's room.
Very interesting to see what's going to happen. As we're seeing the LMP2 cars going now into the pit lane. So this is the cardboard blue car, number 67, who is in the pit lane. Justin van der Linde is in 4th place, and Victor Vietes down in 8th place. Down in 5th place, sorry.
Yeah, so it's going to be interesting to see where these come out. Obviously, Cabot Blue were racing really hard. Karuma lost a little bit of pace, unfortunately, in that last stint, and finds himself at the back of the LMP2 field. Justin van der Linden just doing what he needs to do at the moment, but I think he'll have to pit again soon. Jorge Augusto, though, let's not underestimate how much work he's been putting in. Almost 2 hours in that car now, and he has absolutely led this race flawlessly. There was a little bit of a battle between them and Platinum Racing Team LMP2 Blue, but it looks like Tempest found their feet and are just walking away.
Don't change something that is working. So this might be maybe what the Tempus team is thinking. As Arvensis Racing is up into 3rd place, the car that has got a drive-through at the start of the race, so they're recovering. As someone in the chat has said, Arvensis P1 again, let's go! They're not in the 1st place ready, but surely they're thinking about it as we're watching them. They have got the drive-through. The reasoning was the fact that they have the number 96 and they should have number 396. Because they are in the GT3 Pro class. But anyways, now the Austrian Sim Racers Orange is in the pit lane. This means that Arvensis Racing might get into 2nd place. Clearly they are on a different strategy because they are pitting when no one else is pitting. Talking about pit stops, car number 17, Perry Oosterveer, is in the pit lane for Platinum Racing Team. Let's see where will he get out. I think he will get out behind Van Rooyen.
Yeah, I don't know if it's the color of the blue, but that Aventis car.
I think something happened. Sorry, John. I think something happened to car 1-1 because he has lost a lot of time.
Yeah, he went off track very briefly. But like you say, he has lost time. He was off track for 3 seconds, losing time. Look, no, his bonnet is still on. For a second there, I just saw black at the front of his car, and I thought that was a missing bonnet, but everything looks fine. No damage done. Maybe just locked up and went a little bit wide onto the grass. I'd like to show you, but the replays have not been reliable on my end. So let's try it again. So here we go. As he's coming down, I think this is to Western Horseshoe. It is a little bit of a wobble going through. Yeah, once you get that wobble, you cannot slow the car down efficiently. And he does have to take evasive action going on the road. On the grass slightly.
Talking about Cardboard Blue, they got back in 2nd place, so Platinum Racing now is 4.3 seconds away from the cardboard. Obviously, we know, and they are getting also attacked from Rapid Racing. Rapid Racing are putting pressure up, so Platinum Racing, who started from pole position, who led most of this race so far, they might not only get down to 3rd place, but also lose a podium place.
Yeah, it's going to be definitely going to see how this pans out. We've still got another 10 hours. I can't believe we've still got 10 hours of this action still to go. It feels like we've only just started, but we have burnt through 2 hours of this race now. But it's looking like a good day for Tempest Simsport, PEC, LMP2, who are just doing what they need to do at the front of the field.
Yeah, Tempest Simsport, obviously they are leading the championship. They know they got 3 wins this season. They know exactly what they need to do in order to get a race win. But something's happening to Platinum Racing, and they were in the championship contention. This is not what they wanted. I'm sure of it.
Definitely not.
Rapid Racing, they are searching for a move.
Actually, as we're on board now, you'll be able to see just how bumpy this inside apex is. You don't want to go too much because look at the driver fighting the whole way with that bumpy exit onto the oval section. Very difficult to do, especially as soon as the tyres start to get old. you will start really finding driving the car and keeping it straight are two very hard things to do.
And they are getting close. He's getting close. Van der Linde might get up in third place.
No, it's a little bit unwise to do it into the Le Mans chicane. But here we go. You will try and do it now. This is a very long oval section, plenty of high speed. There is a chance he's going to get it done as that delta comes down between Rapid E Racing Team Purple and Platinum Racing Team.
But the gap is too big again. I'm afraid, or they might prove me wrong because he's moving on the left. He might go around the outside, and this is job done. This is job done for Rapid Racing Team, who are going up into third place. We're having now with us Winston Eckel. Winston, oh, what a stint you've had, but it looks like it's all going to shambles now. What do you think about it?
Yeah, thank you, Edward, here in the broadcast here in the commentary box. Yes, of course, it's not the ideal scenario that we wanted, but still we're in the race. We're having a good race, and we don't need to forget it's 12 hours. So it's such a long race ahead, and yeah, Perry is doing a very good job of keeping it consistent. Made some small mistakes in the beginning of his stint, but yeah, I think he's good inside his rhythm, and he's doing a good job at the moment. So yeah, I'm looking forward to for my team it's a good race.
Winston, you've had a pretty good stint at the start, but your opponent has just stayed behind you, and he was braking very, very, very early, Jorge Augusto, in order to save fuel. I'm wondering what was going through your mind when you were seeing that happening.
Well, we were also fuel saving, so we knew that Jorge would also fuel save. We thought that, but yeah, he was extremely fuel saving, especially in the bus stop chicane. And yeah, we were fighting for the leads in the beginning. It was very good fun, but still, it's not a sprint race. It's 12 hours, so we calculated the risks. We're doing a very good job on that. And also Vincent, my teammate, was telling me what he did and where he was fuel saving and where not. So yeah, he was fuel saving. At the moment, they're doing a very good job at the front. They are driving, I believe, 25 to 26 laps on a set of fuel. Yeah, we are doing 24 to 25. So yeah, they're doing a very mega job. Yeah, but it was fun to fight them at the beginning. But as a team, just as a team member, I would like to say let's try to fight them at the end as well. So it's all open.
Okay, so sorry, Jack, John. Are you gonna stay with us? Are you going to commentate?
I think Winston's now to commentate.
Yeah, I'm going to help you guys for 1 to 2 hours in between my stints, and trying to comment on the race. It's mega until now, so enough to talk about. Especially also with all the car classes. Yeah, it's unfortunate that we don't have that many LMP2s at the moment, but still, the fight, what's happening there it's mega. So I'm looking forward to be with you guys here. So
if you can stay around for just 5 more minutes, Edouard, I need to just pop away very quickly.
Yep. So, Winston, I'm really curious how it feels going from car to commentary booth. Obviously, this is, after all, the beauty of the iRacing, that you can do these things. But how do you feel seeing your teammates and commentating on them?
It's different, to say at least. It's now much more. It's other mindset, if you know what I mean. When you're talking about the race, it's much more general, and when I'm talking as a teammate, I'm talking for my team, if you know what I mean. So I'm not that hard on my teammates, to be honest, and I don't want to, because when I make a mistake, they probably I don't want to say negative things about me. So it's difficult, it's different, but still all the other classes and all the other races, we all share the same passion, so we know what we love to see, the close racing in GT3, the close racing in GTE as well, and then see them, the LMP2s, going through the field on the safe manner as well. It's amazing to see, and that's why we love endurance racing. So it's different to sit in the commentary box, but to talk about the race, it's still enjoyable for me. So
yeah, for me, it's also my first time commentating an endurance race. It was something that I really wanted to do for a long, long time, because I was, for me, it seems so interesting having one commentator and then another one and all this switching up. I think it's super interesting. And on these notes, guys, I think I will have to leave you if John is
Right,
here.
I'm back.
Yeah.
All right.
Guys, it's been an absolute pleasure to be with you today. Thank you, Dan. Thank you, Marnix, for having me today. Also, John, you are an amazing partner. So hopefully we'll have many more races to go and to commentate together as we're seeing their mistake. Winston, also good luck in the rest of the race and good luck
Yeah,
on
thank you.
commentating.
Thank
And
you.
also thank you everyone who has been in the chat with me today. We're gonna see you at the next race because I will not come back at the 12 hours of Daytona to commentate. And this has been it, guys. Take care.
Been a pleasure.
Take care, Edwards, and I'll hope to see you in the next season.
Yep. See you.
See you.
All right. Oh, hello,
All
Winston.
right. Hi, John. We haven't met each other, but I believe you're a much more better commentator than me during racing. So
Dan's been lying to you.
no, it's mega to now watch the race on downstream as well, and here with all the viewers as well. At the moment we have 22 live viewers, so it's very good to see such a, and people are very enthusiastic about this kind of endurance racing, and it's good to see, especially on iRacing. Then it's a great platform to do this. So it's very good to see in PEC. At the moment it's just season 1, and if you believe Marnix, John, season 2 will be even more massive. So I guess we're looking forward to that, right?
Yeah, I'm almost sad it's already filled up because I'd have liked to do some racing. It seems like a very cool endurance season. But maybe they'll have me back on comms again next season to help out.
Yeah, it's absolutely mega. Also to see all the new commentators, because Dan was all doing it by itself, and for 10 hours I believe it's much more difficult than I believe it's undoable from my point of view. But of course we think the commentators just sit there and commentate on the race and just do it, but it's so much more behind it. And for now, sitting here and talking about the race, it's mega to do this, but still it's different, and it's also very difficult. But there's even more respect for Dan and the team behind. So also for Edward as well, he did a very good job on the broadcasting, so it was very good.
I have all 4 of my monitors filled with information, so I can try and keep up as best as I can. I don't know how Dan does more than 2 hours, to be fair. I know I run several 2-hour leagues as well, and that is pushing my limit of how long I want to sit in a seat for.
Yeah, that is also my thing. Luckily I have like a stand desk, so I can stand also and watching the screens. And when I need to get back to the rig, I get back to the rig. So that's for me, that's better. So I can also stand while commentating. I think that's also much more healthier for my body to just sit for 14 hours. But
Definitely sounds a lot more healthier than being stuck in a 2 meter by 1.5 meter alcove with a full rig and 4 monitors cooking you alive.
And I believe you live in the UK, right? Or
I do live in the UK, yes.
oh yeah, that's at the moment it's cooking there.
It's
so
toasty. Even in Scotland, it's currently very toasty.
Yeah. Also here on the Daytona track, it's 51 degrees Celsius. So the track is absolutely horrific to drive, I think. Especially in the last stints when you end up on the 20 to 30% tires. On the LMP we had just no traction to the cars, and I think you can also see that in the GTE as well. Also they're missing the ABS, they're missing the traction control. It's a lovely car, and also like the chat said earlier, we're going to miss the GTE cars, I think, because it's a mega car. It sounds so good, the Porsche, to be honest. And I think I'm going to miss the car, to be honest. So.
I'm massively going to miss that Chevy and the Corvette because I love the sound of that rumbling V8. There's jump on board and have a little listen to this Porsche engine, which is a beautiful car as well. looks like he's just getting through a little bit of traffic. The BMW behind, and now he's passed clear through the Le Mans chicane. As these two have pretty much just stuck together, I don't think much has changed. I know there was a little mistake earlier from Miura of the Astro Racing teams, but it looks like there wasn't too much damage. He just went on the grass a little bit, but is now 1.5 seconds behind sister team and championship rival, driven by Javier Chavez in P1 in the GTE class.
Yeah, the Astro Racing guys are doing such a good job, I think, because they're GTE Pro, but if you also look at how they're driving so mature together, and also like the slipstreaming. When I need to pass them as an LMP2 driver, they are also like very easy to read how their driving style was, and yeah, the GTEs, the Astro Racing guys are doing a mega job at the moment. But I hope that T3 Motorsports can maybe trying to catch them, because that will be like trying to get some pressure on the guys.
Yeah, it's always a difficult chess match when you've got LMP2s and GT3s on the same track, and then you've got obviously the GTEs and the GT3s, which don't have that much difference in performance between the two. I think it's 2 seconds over a lap, roughly.
Yeah, true. Yeah, it's true. It's 2 seconds. Yeah.
And then if you have a GTE and a GT3 going into the same braking zone, I think the GT3 has the advantage having them extra assists in the car's computer system, and allows them to brake just that little bit deeper, and it can cause a little bit of issue, as I've found out in many different races that I've ridden.
Yeah, that's really good what you're saying. But also in the infield section of this track, the GTE and the LMP2 are even comparable, especially on traction. The GTE is so good, and the GT3s is, as an LMP driver, you're struggling to get the power down, and then sometimes the GT3 will outbrake you into a corner. And yeah, that's normally it's the other way around for LMPs. So.
I think on iRacing, I've always found the advantage of the LMP is that exit speed is just, it's like a rocket getting up through the gears, up the speed. But I do agree with you that GT3s do have that great performance into corners versus the LMP2.
Yeah, it really does. But also look at the chat, that people are very happy. Milo also said the best endurance around for sure. Yeah, the GTE is a mega car, and also to put it into endurance league, it's the best thing, I think, to have 3 classes. But yeah, it's unfortunate that iRacing and also the real life IMSA series is turning into like 2 classes of GT3 and then prototypes. I really hope that iRacing would probably add the new DPI and the hypercar cars. That will be really cool, I think.
And hopefully now the world's returning to a bit more of normality, iRacing can maybe get out a little bit more to scan some cars. Yeah. I know they currently must have a backlog of new cars, with the new Merc AMG just coming in from the 2020 season, entering iRacing's 22 season. So there is a little bit of a backlog of updates iRacing want to add, but they're working as hard as they can, trying to make everything work on the software, as well as getting things from real life to add to the sim.
They're doing a very good job of it. Now, if we look into the gaps of the GT3, it's for P3 and P4, the Tempest guys and the ASR Orange, they're also doing a very good job. So it's 1.8 seconds between them, so it's very close between them. And also, yeah, that's also the key of the GT3, right? It's like a 12-hour sprint race sometimes.
Yeah, the chat saying really sad that there's no Merc in this GT3 field, and I have to agree. I don't think there's another GT3 I like the sound of more than that Merc's rumble, because they do seem to have quite the rumble in that engine compartment.
Well, I guess that's good news. It's good news from the Gaming Gamer. The guy said, yeah, there's no Merc GT3, but I can confirm that for next season in PAC there are going to be some Merc drivers inside the field, so we as commentators but also as drivers can enjoy the amazing sound of the Merc, because the new Merc, the 2020 Merc, I believe, the 20 Evo, has also the amazing sound. compared to the old one. So yeah, it's unfortunate that there isn't one Merc here. But yeah, we also need to be clear, and yeah, the Mercedes wasn't a very competitive car for the first season of iRacing here in 2021 of 2022. So that's also the reason why there are no drivers who no drivers have driven it.
We have just had an update from the stewards. Car 44, Justin van der Linden, has had a warning for overtaking slightly aggressively against some of the slower classes, I think is the actual warning. And so they're just being warned to make sure they take care of their overtaking points.
Yeah, that's also the thing here on this track. When you're gaining as an LMP driver and you still want to pass the GT3 into the bus stop or something, yeah, sometimes you can outbrake yourself and mess it up for both drivers. And yeah,
That's actually quite. Oh, sorry, carry on.
Yeah, that's actually quite difficult to judge sometimes as a faster car, being a faster car and driver myself. But so, yeah, I want to be a little bit more cautious in this race than probably in a sprint race or something for 1 hour. This is much more longer, and yeah, the drivers need to.
Especially in the bus stop, because of that downforce advantage the LMPs do. I think it's one of the rarer occasions that the LMP2 can just be so much quicker in a corner than a GT3, and you really do get caught out because it is just such a fast left-right left as the bus stop. One of my favourite types of corner on iRacing, in fact, is a bus stop. I also like the one at Watkins Glen, but not so much since the updated the track. It seems a bit more sketchy now.
Very fight, it's amazing at the moment.
Yeah, so we have currently following RD SimSport, but very close behind that Reiter Engineering Esports purple behind them. So Max Noli will be looking to try and overtake it, probably going into the bus stop if he can get the exit of this corner correct. So I was talking about actually earlier, since I did the Daytona 24 just after the update of the track. How sketchy is it, especially in 52-degree heat, that exit onto the bank section? Because I found it just so rough.
Exit. You mean the exit of the infield to the oval?
Yes.
Yeah, it's as an LMP driver, it's difficult to match the power and the throttle to get the right amount of pressure of the boost of the turbo of the car, because the LMP is a lot of a lack of the power, especially in lower gear. So you need to get the revs up high and trying to get the power down. But I go down to the first gear. But there are also like drivers who just stay in second and then plant the throttle in second gear. But it's very difficult. I can tell you that. But I think the bus stop chicane is much more different than it was before with the track difference of Daytona. There was that sausage curb on the inside, I believe, of the inside curbs.
We don't talk about the sausage.
Yeah, we don't talk about the sausage curbs in Daytona, but yeah, I've driven that track before, and I think it completely ruined it. So I'm very happy that it's removed again. But still, I think the curbs are higher this time around than it was before, because the LMP really bottoms out on the curbs in the bus stop, and that makes it very sketchy.
Yeah, I know, like, what was it, 3 or 4 days before the Daytona 24 that they decided to suddenly add a sausage in it. Everyone was panicking.
Me too.
I think it ruined our car's race once, bouncing into it, because once you hit it in the LMP2, you just then went veering towards a wall and you could do nothing about it. It was just always a head-on collision with that wall.
Yeah, and or if you could catch it, it was into the grass on the outside. It was like directly, if you hit it on by accident, it was direct impact on the curb, and it unstables the car that much that it wasn't drivable anymore, so the car would just spin off. I think that completely ruined the track at the moment, but still I'm happy that they removed it, so now it's amazing. But back when they added it again with the sausage curb, it was completely hideous, I think.
think that's the only problem with sim racing is the update lag kind of thing, because obviously they added it real life, so iRacing got it modeled and inserted it, and then in real life they just removed it again. And then iRacing were like, it's a bit too late now for us to remove it again.
Yeah,
So
that's true. It's sim. I think that's sim reliant, if you know what I mean. Some sims are much more steadier than the other. I think there are some sims that are trying to implement it as fast as possible in real life. Yeah, and there are also some tracks, and also sometimes they are more waiting and more cautious of trying to implement it. But yeah, iRacing, of course, it's very difficult to get it laser scanned again and implement it into the real game. There's a lot of code going on in the background as well, and yeah, of course that's the reason. But that's also the thing why sim racing is lacking behind on real life racing. But the other kind of thing, this isn't affordable for like normal people. Well, rich people, if you drive iRacing. But yeah, compared to real life racing, so of course it's a negative effect that the changes are coming in later. But I think the best thing about these changes, when they happen, they are doing good, especially on iRacing. The track is laser scanned. It's very close to the real thing. So also the car's feeling are also very to the real thing. So yeah, it's good to see that also the attention on that kind of stuff is coming back and getting better and better.
Actually, interesting. Just quickly hop back to that new GT3 Mercedes. Obviously, Muradness was very involved. Daniel Murad was very involved in getting that car to iRacing and making sure it was as close as the real thing as possible. And they even added his real life livery into the game, so he could drive his real life livery wherever he wanted, which was quite a nice touch.
Yeah, I think it's very good. It's a very nice touch from iRacing to do that. But then you also can see with the adding of the W12, the Formula 1 car in iRacing, it is the real thing. And maybe not with all the secret engine settings and the secret diff settings or that kind of stuff. But overall, it's the same car, but then on the sim. And the feeling very close to with this. I believe they have worked together with the sim team and also with the real engineers of Mercedes Formula 1. It's the same thing, and that's also the thing here in the GT3 car. And just like you said with Murat, yeah, he wants to drive his own livery, and I think that's that's a very nice touch for them.
But on the other side of the scale, not all real-life inspired cars make it in iRacing. The Brazilian stock cars probably should be considered a bit of a flop, despite Tony Kanaan being heavily involved in getting them to iRacing.
Yeah, that's also a thing. The impact, I think, of South America and basically South American countries, especially Brazil. iRacing is very, very big. Also thanks to Tony Kanaan, I think, because he's driving it also a lot. And yeah, I think iRacing, of course, it's an American-based company, and you can really see that all the oval driving and the dirt oval, that kind of stuff. Of course, there is not that much interest on it, but for the people who are into that kind of racing, for them it's an amazing experience, and it's good that iRacing supplies that kind of racing, and it's not like a all GT3 based game or I don't know, or open wheel based game or sim. I need to say, because the game is a different word that I can't use of iRacing. It's a sim. So, but it's good to iRacing to do that, I think, to give a more overall experience. And yeah, sometimes it's a flop. But yeah, for the people of Brazil who wants to drive the stock car, they now can on the good tracks. So I think all the extra content is extra content.
Yeah, that's what I think. That's, as well as the online competitiveness of iRacing, I think just the varied content sets it apart from pretty much every sim out there. Obviously, there's things to like about other sims and things to hate about iRacing, but for me personally, online functionality and the variation of content is why I stick around with iRacing.
Yeah, for me as well. That's the main thing. Just like I said, there's not like one race class focused on. It's not all GT3 or all LMPs. It's different from each other. And that's the best
See,
thing.
Rapid E-Racing Team Purple trying to get right back on the bumper of Kapot Blue, the P2. Let's see where he ends up. Can he find a way to get close enough before they enter the oval section? But I think he's a little bit too far back to be making any big moves this time round. But he's going to be. He has been putting in constantly fast laps. Last lap round, he was actually a little bit slower than P2, unfortunately. So he did lose a bit of time, but he's going to try and do everything he can to close that gap, try and move back up to P2.
Yeah, now inside of the second, the slipstream effect is going to get in. Who stays behind the GTE there? Ooh, that makes a lot of difference in the end split. Yeah, look at now, it's 1.5, 1.6 seconds.
I think.
What is it? The Rapid E car just lost like 9 tenths there.
Yeah, I think they've still been a little bit cautious after that driver warning that they received about half an hour ago, to just be a bit more patient with the overtakes. They've unfortunately, like you said, lost him half a second now, almost a whole second as we approach the first corner again. So they have really dropped back since entering the oval. But more traffic there. I think that's another GTE BMW in front.
Yeah, that's the only BMW in the field. So it's the lost BMWs, I would say, but the lost BMW is still doing a very good job, and the car is very fast. In Interlagos, the guy was the fastest on the track, I believe, in the TTE. So the BMW is still very competitive, and it's also very big.
I've never driven the GTE version of that BMW properly, but they're doing well. Still in the top 3, still 20 seconds behind the second Astro Racing car, which is unfortunate. But when you have two cars giving each other a draft, sometimes it's a little bit harder to catch up.
Sure, but we need to remember, John, it's 12-hour race. We still have 9.5 hours to go, in 15 seconds. So with 9.5 hours to go, it's a long race, and we're still not even on the quarter of the race. And if you look at the gaps, it's still close, and I think there's still not any incidents happen. But yeah, you can easily make a mistake, and one mistake can be very costly. So everything can happen.
Yeah. Despite the golden rule, well, the supposed golden rule on iRacing of you can only win it in turn 1, you are correct. We think 9.5 hours still to go, and there is plenty to go well, and there's definitely plenty to go wrong, as we see. Austrian Sim Racers Orange trying to chase down Tempest Sim Sports for P3. Currently got a good getting in the tow here, only 6 tenths back, but I think they suffered a little bit on the exit of the bus stop. Couldn't quite start that delta coming down early as possible. I don't think they're going to catch them by turn 1. I have been wrong before.
4 tenths now. It's now 3 tenths. I think they will stay behind and just save the fuel. Yeah, also the GT3s are fuel saving. Very good. Got a different line there of the Austrian Sim Racing guys. Closer to the wall than the Tempest.
Austrian sim racers doing very well, chasing down that Tempest car. But not a lot going on at the moment in the field. Everyone is just trying to find their own grooves, make sure they don't make too many mistakes, because you'd rather lose like a tenth here and there than lose 30 minutes in the pit lane repairing half your bodywork. Everyone likes to treat iRacing sometimes as a sprint, even in some of the official endurance races. People don't understand that there's still 20 odd hours to go.
Yeah, that's very true, John. If you look at some drivers, they are fighting in the first 10 minutes as a lion. If you know that the race is like 6 hours to go, of course you need to drive hard. But that's also the thing what you saw in real life racing. In the 24 hours of the Nürburgring as well, it's the most talked about thing in from the whole race of the 24 hours of the Nürburgring with the Ventura brothers crashing. But if you just look like that in real life as well, they are just all the drivers are so on the limit, especially also on this kind of races. If we look at now that the ASR guys are now 2/10, look how close they are now.
Yeah, he's definitely in a much better position, but Tempest does still have the inside, which in turn 1 is quite crucial. But oh no, Austrian sim racers managed to get round, so he has made that move stick, and very well done, because he gets back onto the inside line mid-corner, and that just allows him to really get the power down once he's off that dirty line.
It's a very good move from ASR, to be honest. If you look at how they are on the outside, just to keep it stick. But it's also you need to have both respect for both the drivers to have that. But if you look at the lead of GT3, you see Advanced Racing Red coming closer to Fields Academy Motorsport. Yeah, look.
Yeah,
Coming
so
out of the bus stop.
it's going to be very interesting. There should be plenty of time for Yori Mathiasen to get close and make an overtake going into T1. It's all about how much they want to push and risk, because you'd rather wait around just till the next oval section, but it looks like he's going for it. He's probably got the move done, cuts it inside early, and this is it. He's got that move done. He's just now going to hit his braking zone how he wants it to be and take that racing line like an absolute weapon as he went round the outside there.
He did a was a good move from him.
Yeah,
It's very fast
good.
for me. If you look how I think the Fields Academy Motorsport car is a little bit lacking pace at the moment. Maybe they're driving on all tires, I have no idea, but yeah, I think they're lacking some pace.
Yeah, they own. So Alberto Gasparo, in P2 only had a 40-second pit stop last time round, and so I'm not sure that wouldn't have been
With
a
tires,
tire
no.
stop. So
No, that's only yeah, I think that's only fuel.
I think in this high temperature though, I would be wanting. It's dropped now down to 48 degrees, but in this high temperature, still I would be wanting to take tires as often as I realistically could.
Yeah, I don't know how the tires are doing with the GT3 cars, but if I am seeing at the LMP that there was the Kuruma car before they had an accident. They were only doing the last the rear wheels, the rear tires off, and not the fronts. And if you look how many, how they were gaining on us, especially on the end of the stint, it was amazing. They were running around like 25 to 30 seconds, just on the rear tires. So, and there was only 14 or 15 seconds extra in the pits. So, and talking about pits, Rapid E Racing Purple and Cabord are in the pits.
Yeah, and so does that Aventus Racing Red, who just did that overtake, now coming into the pits. So Fields Academy will take the lead for now, trying to go a little bit longer, trying to use the less pit time strategy to gain positions or stay ahead at the front. But it's going to be interesting to see what Aventus Racing Red can do, because they have been absolutely rapid. They have been the pace setters in that GT3 Pro class.
Also Tempest and the Austrian sim racing guys are also very close together again. They're slipstreaming and trying to get some fuel, to save some fuel for the end of the stint. So.
Yeah, so 4 tenths behind currently, but you'd never know if they are, like you say, could be saving fuel to try and get a little bit longer. It's a very wise strategy, especially in long races. It's not something I've ever managed to be able to do myself. I am loud pedal all the way kind of person.
We fuel saved as well, also in the LMP2. But if I'm more honest on myself, I also am more like flat people, just full send. But my teammate, which you're looking at now at the moment, Perry Josefir, is driving. I know also that he can be like very good on fuel, and at the moment he's doing a very good job on the strategy, I think. And I think he's coming in around like probably one lap to go, maybe I can get some inside information if I look at my own screen.
Yeah.
Yeah, at the
So-
moment it's 2 laps to go for the car number 17, the blue car. So and then it's also pit time.
That's actually something I just remembered. Right at the end of your stint, you were
Yes.
you were very close to Jorge ahead of you, and then suddenly you just dropped back massively.
True.
Did something happen?
Yeah, we had some traffic, I think, and I had a moment. I tried to the corner to get on the oval, the infield corner, which we are going now on the screen. Oh, talking about problems. Cupboard Blue has spun. It's outside. Yeah, it's exit bus stop. What happened for them?
Let's have a quick look. Go into slow-mo. Does he just push it a little bit too hard and rotate the car?
Second curb. Oh, he misses the apex there.
Yeah,
Oh,
bit too much of that,
yeah.
that exit curb and just upset the car. Looks like
well
he kept
held
it
from
cleaned.
the driver. Well held from them. So
Yeah, so thankfully gets away with damage. Just a little bit of tire wear trying to stop that car as it rotated, but very, very well held by the driver to avoid that wall, because that could have been very costly. That part of the circuit is very, very high speed.
yeah, it could be race ending if you are not reacting to it well. It could be race ending when you hit the wall. It can get like 20 to 30 minutes repairs. So yeah, I think they're doing a very good job. Well held from him. But still, he's 9 tenths behind Rapid E Racing Team Purple at the moment. So he haven't lost anything. I guess 1 place, but still he's in the race.
I think Tempest SimSport was just reaching about 270 Ks in that draft just before the bus stop. So absolutely trying to push that Lambo engine to its potential. As we see, purple car go round again, Rapid E Racing Purple. But will there be a move yet, or is Tempest just happy sticking in the draft? I don't think he is. He looks like he's pushing as hard as he can.
He wants to be as close as he can, but yeah, it's fuel saving now. Very wise strategy for them. Very relaxed.
I think also Austrian sim racers got a little bit of a tow from that overtaking LMP2, which nullified the tow just a little bit as well. So just wise it, save a bit of fuel, lift off early, go again. But the GT3 field seems to be heating up as this Digital Sprint DS Racing chasing down Aventus Racing Red. Sorry,
Yeah, I think
Aventus
offensive,
Racing
yeah.
Red. Just overtaken Digital Sprint DS Racing. As I think, yeah, Platinum Racing Team are in the pits.
Yeah, true. I can see that on my rig. Yeah, Perry Oosterweer is at the moment in the pit lane. And I am not sure if they are going to do a driver swap.
And that's your 4th pit stop, I think.
Yeah, true. At the moment,
We were talking about
we've
that.
done 2 double stints.
Yeah.
So maybe when the temperature is going down, we can manage a triple stint. But I am not so sure about that. We need to watch that and see it by ourselves.
You have had
yeah,
there is a driver swap.
Yeah, Vincent Awesome's at the moment in the car, and he's going to do his first stint.
Yeah, well, I was talking previously with Edward of when I did the Daytona 24, the double stinting was roughly what we kept to, because there was quite that mental drain of racing the LMP2 really fast, trying to avoid traffic, trying not to lock up the rears, especially going into the Western Horseshoe.
Yeah.
I think the drivers didn't really want to go for 3.
Well, if we look at Jorge Augusto in the beginning, he's done 4 stints by each other, so he did a quad stint on the car. I guess he's still in the car. So,
Yes, indeed.
yeah, he's from the beginnings in the car. He's driven 2 hours and 42 minutes at the moment. But yeah, he's coming in also in the upcoming laps because the pit window for the LMPs is open again. So
Yeah, you'd expect he would be doing a driver swap next time he pits, because doing 4 in LMP, I think he needs his own trophy for doing that, because I definitely could not do that. But he's still not coming in. I know he's about 2 or 3 laps ahead of the rest of the LMP2 field. He's gone very wide.
Yeah.
The tyres starting to give out. I think his last pit stop was only 30 seconds, so there was no tyres involved. So he is looking a little bit sketchy on them tyres now.
Yeah, we also had that in at the end of the second stint. We also saw that the tires were dropping off. That's also the reason why I lost a lot of time compared to Jorge in the start of the race. The car doesn't have any traction because the track was 45 degrees, I believe. No, 54. So
Yeah,
it was
50 odds back then.
Yeah, it was not that durable. It was hideous, but still, Tempest staying behind ASR at the moment. But still, the tires are a big factor in the race, and I think indeed Jorge should get a trophy for driving 4 stints. Conservative 4 stints. So he should get a trophy for that.
We'll see if when he comes in next, if he is going to go for that 4th. We just have to wait and see. He has done 99.7 laps of this race so far for the LMP class, so almost 100 laps. Once he gets over the start finish line once again, that'll be the 100th lap complete. But is he coming into the pits? He's dropped down. He is. This is a pit lane. This is a pit stop now for the leader of the LMP2 class. So it'll be interesting to see if he can manage to do a 4th stint, or is he going to pass it on to his teammate? He has built them such a huge lead, but anything can happen, especially when a driver swaps. Someone been waiting anxiously in the wings will potentially find themselves a little bit overwhelmed while they get the tyres up, and there is indeed been a driver swap for P1.
Yeah, luckily for Jorge there. Don't believe he wants to do a 5 or a 6th stint.
So Felipe Silveira will be next in that top car. But this opens a door potentially if the Philip Bauer in the Rapid E-Racing Purple is able to be faster than P1. He could close that 2-second gap. Sorry, 2-minute gap. My apologies.
Yeah, it's a 2-minute gap before the starting of the pit lane, so it's probably around like 30 to 40 seconds when Tempest is going out again on track. So we need to wait, but still, it's a big gap for them.
As we still see a few little overtakes trying to get done across the field. Tempest is now still right on the back of the ASR car. And these digital sprint racing are trying to catch Aventis.
Here on the pit exit, Philippe Chauffeur on the outside with the LMP, trying to heat up the tires, which is not that difficult on a 48-degree track, but still it's different to drive the car on cold tires.
Yeah, I know when I was coming in for my pit stops, it's kind of the wrong time than LMP2 to come in. You really get that groove as you hit the 40-minute mark, and then you have to come in, refuel, and you forget just a little bit where that pace was previously, or at least I do. Maybe it's because I'm not a top driver.
Well, I'm not a top driver by myself, but from my experience, the car is very different compared on cold tires than on hot tires, and also once you get into the groove and once you get out of it after the pit exit, it's once you get into turn 3, I believe, the right handle, slow one. Once you get into there, you need to brake very cautiously, not to get the rear round, not to get rear locking.
I think also you get that the low fuel fallacy, where you're feeling really good in the car as it gets lighter and lighter, and then suddenly you go back out and it starts steering a bit like a boat when it's full of fuel.
Yeah, it's sometimes it's around like a cruise cruise carrier in the
Yeah.
first corner, but then yeah, then the end of the stint it's like it fits like a glove. It's like a speedboat on the corners. But yeah, in the first corner, or in the first lap on cold tires, you need to take it very cautiously. Luckily, all the drivers are doing it at the moment. I think it's a very clean race up till now, so need to be happy about it.
The current class leaders is Felipe Silveira in the Tempest Simsport, the PEC LMP2, Javier Chavez in the Astro Racing, and Alberto Gasapo in the Fields Academy Motorsports car. So they are your current class leaders. And when Dan gets here, I'm sure he'll update on how the championship battle is going within these. I know the Astro teams are still fighting for that GTE Pro championship.
Yeah, the only championship that I know is the LMP2 one, but yeah, because I'm the driver myself in the number 17 car.
But I'm sure Dan will know more than me.
Yes, Dan has also the standings. Oh, Tempest it's right on the back of the car. They're so slipstreaming each other. They've got such similar pace. If you look at the lap times as well, it's hundreds of seconds of differences between the drivers. It's amazing.
Yeah, but Tempest doing a fantastic job in that fuel saving, but now there's a whole lot of traffic in front of them. So how they get around all of this, probably these will all be blue flags, I suspect. Unless there's a GTE line missing in that mix. They should all be blue flags.
Yeah, for the GT3 AM drivers, I think.
And then you've also got the Tempest LMP, that the Tempest GT3 does not want to upend in any way. Doesn't want to accidentally have a coming together, which could slow both of them down.
Well, they're working together perfectly, to be honest, the Tempest cars. Also, when I was battling the Tempest LMP2 car, the GT3 car would just defend a cheeky little, because it's his own right, he can do that, and they are working together as a team, and it's also a very dominant and competitive team at the moment, especially in the LMP2, which I can see and race against. But yeah, the Tempest guys from Spain are doing a very good job.
Yeah, both teams been very, very quick. If they had a GTE driver, I'm sure they'd have been fighting for that, fighting Astro as well, because everyone in them Tempest cars seems to be running at 110% at the moment. 50-second gap for the LMP car at the front of the field. So that's almost a full normal pit stop of fuel in the lead.
Yeah, but I do believe that that Rapid E-Racing Team Purple is gaining on the Tempest car, because the gap was 42 seconds. So the Tempest car lost 4 seconds compared on the Rapid E-Racing. So maybe the Rapid E-Racing car can close down a little on the Tempest car.
Yeah, I'm just trying to look through the times. So the last lap, obviously, I think Tempest had the pit out last lap, but they were 2 seconds. Oh no, maybe not. They were 2 seconds slower, possibly due to traffic, than the Rapid E-Racing Team Purple. But it'll be interesting because Philip Bauer has been quite quick in that car. He's obviously getting a little bit of tow from the slower classes. You do get a little bit of a tow right before you overtake them. So sometimes it can be worth sticking behind, but there you go, that GT3 moves out of the way on the exit of the West Horseshoe. Alright, so you've been told off in chat. Tempest are from Portugal and not Spain.
That's my bad. Iberia, then I'm always good. But I think that's a little bit, yeah, controversial to say Iberia, so it's Portugal. I'm very sorry about that. I thought it was from Spain.
But now I'm getting told off for calling it digital sprint instead of digital spirit. I'm a little bit dyslexic, guys, so give me a little bit of leeway.
Yeah, and I'm only a driver, so we have both excuses. my friend.
But our Tempest GT3 still sticking behind there, trying to fuel save as much, and this is going to work out amazingly for them if they keep this car nice and clean. As Digital Spirit Racing come into the pit lane. It's going to be interesting. So last time Tempest Sim Sports pit was lap 65, and they are on lap 95, so they could be close to a pit stop very, very soon. I think it's 30 laps roughly per stint. But it seems like everyone is just nicely in the groove, not trying not to put too many things wrong, and seeing what will happen in the next 9 hours of this race. As I'm sure Dan will be back in a few minutes into the commentary booth, so you can start mocking him instead of me.
We're both mocking. Now, if you look at the NFP fields, it's getting closer again. The gap between my car number 17, and car number 67 is coming closer, so it's good to see that. And welcome down back to the commentary booth, I think.
Yes, welcome
I
back.
heard something.
Yes, indeed, I am back. I am back.
Alright,
Welcome, everyone. How is the race going, guys?
Nice and
It's
clean,
getting
mostly.
closer, yeah. It's clean, it's nice, it's good to see, it's good racing, especially
two
the
people-
GT3.
2 people have just crashed.
Oh.
Just as we say, commentator curse and all that.
Oh
The
no.
And the trackside car, now at the moment, the
So I don't know
rebranded.
if they're related crashes, but there has been 2 cars that crashed.
What happened to the trackside car? Oh, a little bit of the curb. No! Got what you want.
No,
That's a blown engine.
Well, that is
So
really
that was-
unfortunate.
That was Frank. I'm not sure what happened to Harvey A. If I'll give Dan back the magic control.
Yes.
There you go. Back to you.
There we are.
Oh, I'm really flabbered about the crash for them.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a team, I
gutted.
think, that
It's a team that everybody loves.
yeah, exactly. They were doing well, I think, as well in the race. So
Yeah, they what is it? They qualified in P5, I think, or P6. They were doing a very good job. Let's say that.
yeah,
Oh
definitely.
man, I'm gutted for them. It's sad. Oh, it's also such a unfortunate crash. Like we saw such a similar accident with an LP2 Dan once you were off. But I think it was the cardboard car, which we're looking at now. He made the same mistake, but he just hold on the brakes and yeah, he saved it. So for him it was good. But yeah,
Yeah.
to see this from Team Trackside, it's sad. Sad to see.
Yeah, well, of course, the thing is, and John, I think you've seen it in the last 2 hours as well. Didn't the Tempest Sim Sport car did a quad stint?
No,
Yeah.
no, I think it was actually 3. They've only done 4 pit stops, so I think is that triple?
Well, in order, I think, to do 2 hour and 40 minutes, you do 4 stints of 40 minutes.
There you are, right? Yeah, my math is failing.
No, we should. We have given Jorge Augusto a trophy for driving 4 stints. Yeah, consecutive 4 stints after each other. So we laughed about it and said, let's give him a trophy of driving such a long stint.
Yeah, well, John, I think you get now your deserved time off. Thank you for hopping in once again, and I think in about 4 hour time you will be back.
Yeah, I will be back, don't worry. I've been enjoying this race. It's been a great championship hosted by the Platinum Endurance Championship, so I'm very happy to be part of this setup for this weekend.
Yeah. Well, Winston, we then can continue, I think, with And I want to start with this Cowboy Blue car because they've been up and down the last 3 hours. And
True.
really now I think the last few minutes they've really found their groove. Platinum Racing Team LMP2 Blue, they've dropped back to 4th. Yeah, well, it looked like when you were in the car that for once you were actually gonna get your victory, because you as a team have been in the top 3 for I don't know how long. You got unlucky with Perry, I think, getting hit by a spinning car at Sebring. Spa, yeah, we're not gonna talk about that.
Yeah, Spa was my mistake. I want to talk about it. I made in Spa, yeah, I made a mistake with the clutch, and yeah, then I lost 11 seconds, which I just needed at the end of the race, because the gap on the end of the race between P2, I believe, and P1 was 10 seconds. So yeah, if I didn't made a mistake, it should be a good race in Spa back then. I still got it about it when I think about it, but I can laugh about it now. But Vincent Ossoms is at the moment in the car, passing the other Platinum car, the Platinum BMW, or the Platinum BWM, was the favorite type I would say. But yeah, it's good to see, and us doing a good job. And I think Vincent at the moment is in the car, and I don't know how he's feeling because I'm not in the text chat with him or in the voice chat, but I think it's doing good because he's gaining on the cupboard car.
Yeah, well, this car is the Platinum Racing Team LMP2, or the Platinum Racing Team LMP2. It's clearly a GT then.
This is GT3. Yeah.
So this is the GT3 car, and I think we have 2 of them in the field currently with the same name. So I'm quickly going to take a look at that.
Yes,
it is Thomas Jensen, I think, driving this car.
Yeah, true. It's a Platinum GT3 car, the car that is entered in the first race and has been there. But the cars, yeah, they're very good drivers because I know them personally, and of course I need to say that they're good drivers. But nah, they have been very unfortunate, and on some dates they couldn't drive the car, and yeah, all that because I think they haven't scored a single point yet. But I really hope for them because they're doing a very good job, I think.
They're in 11th.
They're in 11th. Well, alright. It's not Falcon Mode esports then, but still the Platinum car is doing a good job, and I hope for them they are going to catch the first points of the season.
If they stay in this position, I think in class they will be 6th or 7th. So they will get points at least, but we see once again the Tempest Simsport as the gaps in GT3 have opened up quite a lot now, I noticed.
Yeah, it was very close before in the couple hours before. Yeah, it opened. It's now it's all the double digits, unfortunately. So unfortunately for us, not for the drivers, of course, but
yeah, they will be working to get that gap up as big as possible. But in order, I think, for this car, the Tempest Motorsports car or the Tempest Sim Sports, to be crowned champion at the end of this 12 hours, as we take a look then at the GT3 Pro standings. Here we have them on screen for you now. They need to finish ahead of the Fields Academy Motorsports car. And at the moment, their championship rivals are up in first place, and I think they have around a minute, even more, I think, over them. So it's going to be very interesting to see. Does the Fields Academy Motorsports car still have to pit? Is that something you know? Because of course I'm just here.
I think so. Yeah, I think so. But I believe the gaps are a little bit closer than it looked on the screen. See it by myself because in iRacing the gap between the LMP2 of the car number 17, my car, and the car in front, the cupboard car, I believe, it's 7 seconds, and I don't know why the standings are saying 14, but well, we'll see that. We'll trying to fix that, I think. But
yeah, well, we have some news about this car, about the Vulcan Esports car.
Tempest car? The Vulcan, oh, this one.
This car got a drive-through in the first hour of the race, I think the first 10 minutes. But it has now been cleared by the stewards as well that wasn't a drive-through. It says in the rules, and I've got it here, rule 8.1.1.2, it says GT3 drivers will be allowed to finish their lap once they have been shown the checkered flag. And the checkered flag, of course, is shown at the end of the session.
That's
So,
different. Yeah.
so of course, they were in their full right to complete their lap once there were 55 minutes left. So they've gone out of the pits before the 55-minute mark, and they finished their lap before the checkered flag. So they were completely in their right, if I see it like this. So,
But on the other hand, the checkered flag is manually waved by Marnix by saying that the qualifying has ended and the last 2 minutes are starting, if you know what I mean.
yeah.
That can also be like seen as the checkered flag. But yeah, a checkered flag is a checkered flag, and the checkered flag is not Marnix talking on voice yet. So I kind of understand why.
A little bit of a gap in the rules there, and they found it.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
they've
it's
still
just
got the
like,
drive-through. They've still got the
yeah, it's just
drive-through.
like an
So,
F1 car. Still got the drive-through. Yeah, they have done it. So they couldn't. Yeah.
so if
They
you
can't
take
switch it back now.
exactly, if you take 15 seconds off, they would be, I think, in ninth in their class, but still behind the AM field. And I think the AM field, it's actually going pretty strong. It's very close there still. Thijs Merckx in the Platinum Racing League BWM, Platinum Racing Team BWM, and they're leading their class at the moment. They're going very strong, but only 3.4 seconds behind that. It is Max Canoli in the Writer Engineering Esports purple car. So still very close in the top two there.
It's the best thing about the GT3s is that the gaps are so close, and that's also the reason. Yeah, sad for the GTE, but why the GTE is scrapped for next season. One big field of GT3s can also make a very good show, I think.
Yeah. Well, it's not the fact that it is a GTE. It's just the fact that there isn't a lot of interest anymore in the GTE field. Because if you would fill a GTE field with the same amount of cars that you would have in the GT3 field next season, I think you would have just as exciting racing as you would have with the GT3 field next season. It's just the fact that there are not that many people interested in really doing the GTEs anymore, because I think iRacing doesn't do any particular series where there are GTEs. It's Le Mans, I think. That's the only thing where GTEs are still driven.
Yeah, and the European Sprint Series, of course, the 1 hour races.
Yeah.
On
but that's
iRacing,
all.
the official race. But that's all. Yeah, that's all. The thing that, yeah, maybe a special Nordschleife race or something with all the Porsches. But yeah, that's not the same amount of interest what you have in the VRS Endurance, in the IMSA Endurance, of course.
You have sprint everything in the GT3, yeah.
Yeah, of course, GT3 is everywhere on iRacing. And I think that's a good thing, to be honest, but it's sad for the GTE. But yeah, if you look at real life racing, yeah, of course it's time to go on sometimes. Yeah, that's life, I think. To just, yeah, take some small, yeah, how do you say that? You need to take some time off to set the GTE. Yeah.
Well,
it's gone. It will be gone sometime. So yeah.
Do you think it will come back in any form?
In real life?
Yeah.
No. No, I don't think so. I think the GT3 is what it is now is. Yeah. Also, if you look at the costs, right, and making a new project of a GTE car costs a lot of money compared to the already known projects what you have in the GT3, and that's also for iRacing to just implement new cars. It costs a lot of money. It costs a lot of cooperation with other parties, also third parties which are not from iRacing itself. It takes a lot of time and a lot of commitment to do that, I think. And yeah, when one party doesn't want to work with the other or doesn't want to give all their secrets away of the cars or that kind of stuff, yeah, that can make it very difficult. And yeah, just to have this at the moment, what we have now in iRacing, I think it's marvelous, and it's very, yeah, very, how do you say that, very good, and also very humble to see from all the other. If you look at Mercedes with giving all the, not all the secrets, but most of the secrets of the F1 car, and also on the GT3 as well. If you look all the data, yeah, I think it's a very good thing to see.
Oh yeah, definitely. And what I think I like the most about just iRacing in general being, or yeah, I can't say I really like it, but it's a nice thing they do. And of course we saw last year with the Daytona that the success curve got added because they did it in real life as well. I think they removed it at some point.
Yeah,
But
we've talked about, me and John have talked about it 1 hour before when you wasn't here. But yeah, the curve. Of course, iRacing wants to add it and make it as real life as possible, if you know what I mean. As immersive as possible. Yeah, in real life, when you make a difference on the track, you can just set up a talking curve, and when all the drivers are complaining, you can get it away directly without any problem. It's probably like 10 minutes work or 1 hour. But for iRacing to implement it also in the multiplayer and all that kind of stuff, and not in the closed beta or that kind of thing. Yeah, it costs time. It costs time from coding, from implementing it, to get it laser scanned, or that kind of stuff. Yeah, that takes time. And that's the difference between sim racing and in real life, I think. That's the biggest difference.
no
It's
further
not that flexible.
Yeah, no further action on penalties at the moment, but it is very busy up ahead. Look at this then. Javier Chavet, and it looks like that car is damaged. This is the championship leading car. We can take a look at the championship. This is the GT3 Pro, the GTE Pro Championship leading car,
Oh yeah, that's mega.
and that has some
it's
damage.
Bent. It's bent, yeah. The
And
rear right of the wing is bent.
Yeah, it doesn't look like that is holding them back in any way, because at the moment it seems like their last lap time from Javier was a 1:43.75, and last lap time from Astro Racing Miola, Adrian Farinas Rodriguez in that car, a 1:43.78. So still very, very similar. And I think that these cars were not running behind each other so close because they wanted to save fuel. I think they are generally, this team is so balanced, because even now they are running further apart. It was 8 seconds at some point I saw, but now it's once again back to 2.4. So over a longer stint, these teams are so close to each other.
Yeah, they're doing a very good job then, to be honest. The Astro Racing guys, the Miola, and also the main team, I think. The guys are doing a mega job. If you look at how dominant they are in the GTE Pro, Orion Racing team, which is not here, right?
No, they're not here.
Oh, it's sad.
That's a bit
That's sad
sad.
to say, but yeah, if you look at them, they're so dominant. They're doing such a good job, and the drivers also there, yeah, they can make a difference. And of course, it's one team, but you know there can be some small friction in the team that can make a difference. And I hope that this race is going to get on for all the remaining hours to go. So.
Oh yeah.
So look at the T3 Motorsport as well, the 178 car. It's 12 seconds behind, and I know that they were 20 seconds behind, so they gained 8 seconds in the last couple of hours. So I think it still can be a mega race for the GTE.
Oh, definitely.
If we look, we have still 3 drivers left in the Pro now at the moment, but still those 3 drivers are so close to each other and can still make a mega race. So
In the Anfield as well. 7 seconds from Crips to PM.
Yeah, it's so close to each other. The drivers are so competitive, and all on the competitive edge as well. So you can see the hard racing and the hard driving. So it's so cool.
We do have, I think, from Akil Racing Cyan, Cameron White in that car. If this wants to work, does it want to?
We have a replay of the GTE at the moment. The BMW, the only BMW in the field, the M8 GTE car.
Yeah, this is the one I was trying to find. A crash he had, at least SDK says he had a crash. Is he going to touch the grass on the outside? I hope he doesn't. Or is he going to get caught out? Oh yes, he is. Oh, that is the Mayorla car. That is where he lost probably those 6 seconds.
Oi, yeah, it's the front car. It's the main car, because the other Astro car is going right behind it. So I think it's the car in the front. A lot of more damage. For them.
Yeah, because they had the bent wing as well. We do have a crash from Ivan Bremer as well in the PM Esports car. into turn 1, I think just going off into the grass maybe?
Yeah, easily mistake done. Maybe just get a lockup.
Oh no, the rear snaps! Oh, into the barrier. That is gonna be a hard hit. And that is definitely gonna cost them time. Remember, I just said, there goes the Crips car in the background. The lead for the AM class has now changed.
Yes, yeah. You're absolutely right, Dan.
That happened while we were looking at the replay from the incident that Cameron White had. But here is our new leader in the Anfield.
Yeah, Crips racing at the front at the moment. Good job for them, but sad for the PM to make the mistake. But also the GTEs, I know by my own experience of driving the car, it can be very snappy on the rear, and especially with these track temperatures. If you look at the moment, it's at the moment 44 degrees Celsius. So of course it's cooling down a little bit. That's good for the drivers, but still it's so tricky to brake for turn 1. And I think it's the most difficult braking zone on the whole calendar, to be honest.
Oh yeah, it definitely isn't easy, but what do you think caused it there? Do you think it was a little bit of rear locking? We can watch it back one more time. We're gonna do that here. But you as a driver, Winston, look as close as possible and tell me what you think happened here. The fact that the rear end just stepped out all of a sudden.
If you look at Ivan, he's just driving. He's taking a good outside line, a little bit close. Yeah, now the rear just snaps. You could see he was braking while turning, and that's the most difficult braking zone, like I said, because you're initially turning the car to get it turned into the first corner to the braking zone, and then it's straight while braking and then turning in again. And at the first turning in point, Ivan was braking as well, and I think that caused the rear snapping.
Okay, well, it is continuing though. It doesn't seem to have done that much damage because it is still gaining again on the Crips Racing car. That might be because it's in a little bit of a slipstream now as well, but it seems like last lap from E1, of course, was the lap he crashed. But we're gonna look this lap. Of course, we will get a cleaner view on how the shape of that car is and what the pace is currently. Meanwhile, it is Philip Bauer in the Rapid E-Racing Team Purple car, the purple second sector, so the track getting faster. Track temps, I think, are going down a little bit. It's currently 4:30 in the evening in the in-game time. So track temperatures will go down from now on, 44 degrees, so that is still not what the drivers want, I think, but it is way better than we had at the beginning of the race.
This is durable. This is durable then. If I look at my own racing and all the practice with the other track temperatures, when the track temperature is under the 45, I think it's durable. And also for the rear tires, it's much better, and also on traction makes a lot of difference. As we see that the pit window is going to open up again for the LMP2, and Rapid E-Racing purple cars at the moment in the pit lane, while the Kuruma cars doing the pit exits.
That has promoted the PRT blue car up into second position. But last lap from Ivan Bremer, 143.91. Never mind, 144.45. And last lap from Thomas Fischer in the Crips Racing car, 144.51. So actually, the PM Esports car looks to have got away with it. It definitely looked like a hard hit to me.
Something. Yeah, it is a hard hit, but it doesn't look that damaged, to be honest. It does look okay. So I hope for them it also drives okay, but...
can we see some damage maybe if we go on board?
Yeah, time-wise it looks okay. No, it looks okay. No real damage on the right. The car is not...
Left side looks a little bit bent, but not too much, of course. Yeah, the left side, driver's left, looks a little bit bent, but I think it's definitely not too bad there.
No, not too bad for the PM car. No.
Well, only I think 5 cars in it. Ibox Sim Racing Team 3 joined, but never started the race.
No, unfortunately, no. I saw them in the practice and I was really hyped about it. I thought, oh, nice, they're back again. But yeah, probably they doesn't have any time or something to or the drivers to race here. So I really hope I'll see them for the next season, because it's really good drivers there, and I know they're really friendly, and also the racing that I had with them, also in other kind of stuff and also other kind of leagues is mega. So I really hope they are returning for season 2 of PEC.
Yeah, well, we got a question. How is Platinum Racing Team BMW going? They are not in the race. There is no BMW team from them in the race. There is a BWM team in the race, and we're gonna look at them right now. They are currently first in class, 7th overall in the GT3 field, but first in class, 4.1 seconds back. So that gap has opened up over the last few minutes a little bit, 0.8 of a second, I would say, because it was 3.2. But that gap has opened up a little bit. And I think if they can keep chipping away Max Knolly in this car, I think a mistake will come from Thijs Max. And I think Knoll has to just avoid his own mistakes now and just be as consistent as possible.
That's the thing about endurance racing. Be as consistent as possible while not making that much mistakes and not pushing too hard. So, yeah, I think the guys are doing a very good job in GT3 IM. The BWM car from Thijs Merks at the moment, and also have a 4-second gap on the car behind. Yeah, it's nothing. 4 seconds is one small mistake, and the other car is again in front. Look at the GTE, what we saw with the PM and the Crips. Yeah, it can happen everywhere, so we need to keep an eye on it, and I think Max is doing at the moment a very good job.
Oh yeah, but what I'm most interested in is here we might have it. This might be the incident from Javier. Here it is. Look, the wing is completely fine here. Is it backwards into the wall into turn 1? I think it is. Oh, does he get touched? Yeah, he does. Yeah, he does. That is very, very unfortunate. Oh no. Hey.
Yeah, the GT3 was a strange bend, to be honest.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I think there's some small irising that can go there, but
yeah,
I think that this kind of stuff can happen, but very unfortunate incident for them. Yeah, of course for the NMPs as well. Yeah, to be honest, passing and GTE on the outside there, you're not better on the brakes as an LMP there than the GTE, because the GTE is much better on the braking, and the GT3 is even better than the GTE. So. Yeah, I think it's not that smart of a move from the Rapid E Racing car, but yeah, of course mistakes can happen, and yeah, while you're driving on such a pace, you're trying to maximize the time as best as possible. So.
Oh yeah, the incident has been looked at, and no further action is the decision by the stewards. So yeah, very interesting. I thought the Rapid E Racing purple car was definitely at fault there, because like we say, it's in the hands of the faster car to make his way around safely, and I don't think that was safely. No further action.
I think the Rapid car, of course, he went around the outside, and yeah, it's a little bit of respect of both drivers. The other driver can, of course, comply while making the move, and the other driver can also just hold his line, if you know what I mean. And I think the GTE just hold his line, and the NMP2 car was a little bit too optimistic around the outside, but yeah, I can understand why the stewards thought this was a racing incident, or these things can happen.
Yeah. That's so sad. Rear wing bend. I think that is just on my end. I don't think it's bent on their end, because it looked like a really, really strange incident, and the gap is back up to 4.4 seconds. So I don't think it's really hampering them in any way. But the gap to G3 Motorsports, though, if we look at it, only 17 seconds now.
Yeah, it's very close. It's doing a very good job. So I think now it was 13 seconds, right? Laps before. So I think the BMW had some traffic or made a mistake.
Okay. I thought it was 23. That's why I said that the gap has come down, but.
No, I think it was 13 before. So unfortunately, they made some. They had some traffic or made a small mistake or something, but still they do a very good job to keep up with the Astro guys, because they are towing each other, of course.
Yeah.
As we see the number 17 car past the Astro car.
I think
it's such an awkward spot there, to be honest.
Oh yeah. Yeah, the LMP really slides out to the outside once you get once you get on the power. I think that is the most awkward thing about it. But the thing also with towing each other along is they have now the strategy advantage after the 2 hours or after the first 2 hours, because they've pulled each other along. They are always a lap, or they always pit, if they get everything right, a lap after the T3 Motorsports car. So they have some freedom in their strategy now to play around with.
Yeah, you just got 2 cars against 1 car, just like we also see on real life sprint driving. You can also see that of course in Formula 1 it's a big thing to see as 2 teams fighting against 1 driver or something, or like 2 drivers fighting against 1. But I do think Astro really has the upper hand now on T3, because when T3 when they're getting closer and trying to make or 1 lap further or 1 lap shorter or make an undercut, the other car will just have it in the bag. So I really hope for T3 that they can catch up and make a good race for them.
Oh yeah, but the thing also is with this Fields Academy Motorsports car, this is the Porsche, the championship leading Porsche in the GT3 field. Tempest SimSport is now only 7 seconds back. And if they, on strategy, because they have done that, we've seen that the longer the race goes on, the higher the Tempest SimSport pack GT3 car just becomes in the standings. For some reason they're so strong in playing their own strategy game. Of course, Yuri Matthijssen and Tom Vos in this Arvensis Racing Red car, they have been so quick just on pure pace and on the strategy. They have created this gap on pure pace alone and nothing with strategy. Of course, Tom Vos said to me 2 days ago after practice that they had a setup that was slightly slower on the straight because they had more downforce, but because of that they could double stint from the beginning of the race. So even though it was 53, or was it 54 at any point?
Well, yeah, we had 54 degrees
Okay.
Celsius, and I even think it was 55 at one point.
Wow.
Very close.
Wow.
Yeah, it was like like a baking tray there. So
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna continue with the story and then go to something else. But so they have the advantage of being able to double stint their tires and just basically get that advantage of not having to change tires in their first pit stop, and that saves like 20 seconds, I think.
yeah, it saves 20 seconds. That's absolutely true. But you, also need to keep in hand that when you have if there's a similar car that has a similar pace than the Tom Vos and Yuri Matthijssen has, and there's a car with a little bit less downforce, they're very vulnerable on the straight, because when you're racing with other drivers, then it's really difficult because you're just going to get past on the straights. But for them it's really good now. They're in a great stadium of the race because they can do their own pace, their own job, and for them it's a great strategy, and they can just keep a very solid pace.
Well, this car we're looking at now, the Platinum Racing Team LMP2 blue car, just has set its fastest lap in the hands of Vincent Assem's a 1:35.32, and that was 6 tenths faster than the car in P2, the Rapid Racing Team purple car. So that 31-second gap, he's going to be looking to eat into that ever so slightly.
Yeah, due to the pit stop phase, Vincent as well has passed the cardboard car on track, I believe. So he did a very good job on that. And he's in a very good groove, I think. I haven't talked to him yet. I'm going to after my commentary stint. I'm going to talk to him, and as we see the cardboard car going side by side with the BWM car from Platinum Racing Team. Thijs Merck still in the car, doing a good job. And as you see that Vincent is just gaining on the cars in front, and I think he's in a very good groove.
Yeah, the cardboard car as well. I think it was second at one point, but then once I think Vincent got in the PRT car, that position quickly faded for them, and then I think the Rapid Racing Team purple car was very quick as well. But do you know what has happened to the Kuruma Motorsports car? Because they were looking very quick.
yeah, I was racing in the car when an incident happened, and I heard that from Vincent that the Kuruma car has made a small mistake into turn 1 and hit the wall the same way as the PM car did, as we saw earlier. But yeah, the Kuruma car just made a small mistake, and I thought that they had some damage, but fortunately for them, it's fixed now. So yeah, they made some mistake, but still, you need to forget, Dan, it's still how many hours left? It's still like 8 hours left.
8.5.
8.5 hours left, so you don't need. We need to just keep an eye on that, because they're not out of the race. Because still, I can make a mistake later on track. Vincent can make a mistake. Even Tempest can make a mistake. How they're looking at the moment, they're not going to, but even them can make a mistake. So they're not out of the race. So yeah, don't be surprised when Kuruma is still on the podium.
Yeah. Astro Racing Mayorla, or Astro Racing now into the pit lane. So it's Astro Racing Mayorla now taking over the lead in that class. And this would mean that Astro Racing Mayorla now has the advantage in the championship. Of course, they need to pit as well. Don't forget that. As Vincent Ossems has just posted the fastest third sector time. So he is absolutely in the zone and eating into that deficit they have to Philip Bauer in the Rapid Racing Team Purple car. The T3 Motorsports car has been promoted up into second place. I'm gonna keep an eye out on the pit stop length of the Astro Racing car, because I want to see if there are maybe some optionals they want to take. I don't think so. 33 seconds was their pit stop already, moving once again. So that is a double stint on tires, and that wing is still bent for me. So
yeah.
Could you take a look, Winston, maybe on your simulator if that is bent for you as well? Because then we have confirmation if it's actually bent or not.
Car number 121, right?
Yes, 121. Astro Racing.
Look at the Astro Racing car. Yeah, it's bent. It's also on the rear, on the chase cam.
Okay.
Yeah, it's bent. The wing is the most damaged part of the car.
Okay, so that is gonna lose them time then.
Yeah, it is. I can confirmly say that it's going to cost them some time, but I don't think it's that much. I think it's still manageable for them. So, of course, it's sad to see that such a small hit on the on the NMP2, the Lamborghini behind, can cause such a thing.
Astro Racing drive-through penalty causing a collision.
What happened then?
That is what I've
Yeah,
just got through from the stewards. I will take a look. Who is in that car at the moment? I don't have any confirmation who it is with. It only says Astro Racing drive-through penalty causing a collision. Do they then get full blame for the incident with the LMP2?
Yeah, as a driver, I really don't hope so, because I think, we have talked about it earlier, Dan, and we've said our opinions about it. But no, I think then it's a different accident or something, or a different thing that happened. But to be honest, I have no idea what happened. I maybe can contact the stewards, but if it was for more explanation. But I think that the Astro Racing should do that by itself. So
Yeah. It is kicking off though now, because Philip Bauer crashed as well in the Rapid Racing Team Purple car. Is that together with a lapped car? I dearly hope it wasn't. Not the Tempest. Oh no! Oh, that is also close, and around they go.
Yeah, a little bit too hot into the corner.
So that is gonna lose them time.
Yeah, he wants to outbrake the Tempest car. While doing that, I think he just makes he just completely missed his braking point there and made a half spin. But still, he's in the race. He haven't lost that much time with it. Fortunately for him, better for him. But look, the traction out of that corner is absolutely hideous. I think you saw the car just turning on there. So
Yeah.
wow.
As we're back to live pictures now, T3 Motorsports car coming out of the pit lane. So that means that now the Astro Racing car is back in third place, and this is a legitimate third place because they had a drive-through.
Yeah, they had a drive-through and damage, unfortunately for them.
So that is going to make that comeback drive even harder.
And that also means that the championship fight has also changed again while the Astro Racing car outbreaks himself there. But for now the championship is turned again. Now it's Astro Racing Viola again in front, so now they are in contention of winning the championship.
Yeah, I have the spreadsheet now, and it is... let me quickly take a look. Drive-through penalty for the Astro Racing car with Akil Racing Cyan. So now we might be able to see what happened there. Akil Racing Cyan, who's in that car. That is the 13th placed car in GT3. Cameron White in that car. If I quickly take a look, I can't really see anything that has happened to Cameron White.
Fortunately for him, because he was also doing a good job in A class, I think. He had some small, he made some small mistakes in the beginning, but still he was doing a great recovery drive. But yeah, it's sad to hear then that they had an incident with the Astro car. The Astro car going through the bus stop now.
Is this what happened? No, oh yeah, this is what happened. This is what happened. Exactly this. I think wanting to outbrake the GT3. Yep. Yeah. That is exactly the incident we looked at. And that is what he got the drive-through for. And I think, to be honest, that is... yeah, that is the right decision by the stewards team.
Yes and no, to be honest. And on one side, of course, he outbreaks himself. The GTE, and yeah, I think also the other car, the GT3 car, he wasn't on the racing line, if you know what I mean. He was a little bit in the middle of the track and then trying to turn in again, and the GTE, yeah, it was all a misunderstanding. I believe it was a big misunderstanding, but of course it had massive consequences, especially for the GT3, which got spun around and fed up in danger for the upcoming cars. So yeah, I cannot understand why the stewards have given him a drive-through.
Yeah. Looking then at the battle a little bit further back in the GT3 field, Vulcan Esports now behind the YS Motorsports blue car. This is for 10th overall. No position in class, but they are getting closer. They are working on a comeback, and now look at the speed they've got out of the Le Mans chicane. Can they do something into turn 1? Yeah, I think it's YS Motorsports Blues not gonna fight this one. There comes an LMP through the middle. I think that's Vincent Awesams. He's wasting no time.
No, he's absolutely on a rampage. He's doing a very good consistent lap times, which I can see. His last lap time was a 35.5, so that's good lap times compared which I was driving in my second stint. I was driving 36.4 at the LMP, so yeah, knowing what the car does, it's better for him.
So the gap now for Vulcan Esports to SR Technic is 6 seconds, almost 7, but we'll count it as 6 seconds. So SR Technic gonna have to watch out. It's of course not a position in class, but here we have the SR Technic car. Still that damage on the left front, or?
I wasn't sure that he had damage, but
it looks like he has driver's left.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, the floor and the splitter as well is complete damage there. Again, Vincent Offen, yeah, racing against him.
And right ahead of him.
I'm not going to offend the Portuguese people again, but it's good for Ezra Technic. At the moment they are driving in P9.
What has happened? What that I'm unaware of?
I'm not going to say it again because I will offend the Tempest guys again, but I've said the Tempest guys were from Spain, and that's not true because they're from Portugal. And I said that they were doing a good job in P1 in LMP and what is it, P3 and GT3. So yeah, and I've said to him that they were from Spain, which is not true. Which is not true. They're from Portugal. But
Okay.
yeah, it's also very sensitive to say that because I don't think Portugal and Spain, it's the same. It's or like you have with Belgium and the Netherlands or something.
Yeah.
It's different.
Rivalry between them.
Yes, that's it.
A healthy rivalry, let's say it like that.
Yes, but no, they're from Portugal and they're doing a very good job at the moment. Same for the SR Technic car, which now is in one shot, to be honest. The SR Technic, the Tempest, and the ASR car.
Yeah, gap to the Austin Sim Racers orange car though for this Tempest car, who just posted its fastest lap at 1:44.7. Very quick lap time, the quickest lap time I think in GT3, together with Tom Vos, 1:44.77 as well for him. So it's getting rather heated up here in GT3 once again.
The Crips racing car in GTE from GTE AM, still in the front, now 14 seconds of the PM car. So also in GTE it's they're doing all a very solid job now. It's not that much of a spectacle or action, but they're doing a very good job.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that bus stop at the GTE, so satisfying to see.
Oh yeah, it is so stable for some reason over the first and the second bump, but yeah, just amazing to see. Is the Arvanis Racing Red team the old Orion team? No, it's just a new entry, and like Tom Vos has done on Wednesday in the MX5 Cup. He joined like 15 minutes before the actual event, and he won both races.
Yeah, he's an absolute animal.
So yeah, just everything he drives, he is crazy fast.
Yeah, the guy is a really talent in iRacing. He's very fast, he's very good, also very consistent. But for now, for this kind of endurance, I haven't seen him drive endurance. But at the moment, he's doing a very good job. So big props to them, and also for Yuri Matthijssen as well. Yeah, he's also did a very good job because he did the first drifting.
They are very fast. Now the car blew up the inside. That's going to cost them time here, Tempest Sim Sports car. But they were right behind.
Yeah, look, the GT3 gaining in the middle of the corner there on the LMP. The LMP is just struggling to get the grip down, and the GT3 just no problems at all. Just plant the throttle and go.
Of course, the GT3s do have TC as well.
Yeah, LMP as well.
Yeah, but the LMP TC is set a lot differently than the GT TC, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, that's absolutely true what you're saying. But,
you still have some kind of slip in the LMP.
Yeah, that's the more slip in the diff from the differential of the car. The LMP is a lot of more open. Why it's a lot of it's much more difficult to catch the oversteer in the LMP than it is in the GT3. But you can, if you just find the sweet spot with the car, then it's possible. But for the GT3, it's no problem at all for that corner.
Yeah, and like we've said, a couple of races, and like every race, there are two teams that are just so consistent with their strategy as well. Austin Sim Racers Orange and Tempest Sim Sports Pack. These two cars, they know how to play their strategy game. Every time towards the ends, they're there, and just like now, they are gaining on the Fields Academy Motorsports Porsche ahead of them. So this is, in a second, going to become a three-way fight for the lead in the GT3 class. And remember, the Fields Academy Motorsports car, if that finishes third, and the Tempest Sim Sports Pack car finishes first, then the Tempest Sim Sports car will become champion in the GT3 field.
Yeah, that's the best thing about the GT3, isn't it? It's a three-way fight, am I right? For the lead. Yeah. And yeah, I mean, it's absolutely, it's very cool to see. Me myself driving for the LMP. It's between the car number 17 and the 92, the Tempest car.
I have news for you.
Only for the lead, and I really hope that we can still finish with a good result. But how it looks now, we are going to lose the championship to Tempest. but still, those guys as well, they are so fast. And they were in the league of his own, to be honest, in the last couple of races. But yeah, it ain't over till it's over. Let's say it like
It
that.
ain't over till the fat lady sings, you know.
Yes, welcome in the USA.
But we do have news. Even if Tempest finishes first and Fields Academy finishes second, they will still lose out because the gap is 10 seconds, or the gap is 10 points. And if you finish first in a 10 to 12 hour race, you get 38 points. But if you finish second, you get 27. So there's a gap of 11 points. So the one who wins this race will win the championship there.
So it's all or nothing. You need to win, or you're the biggest loser.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But as we can see now, both cars gaining on the Fields Academy Motorsport Porsche. And I know for sure that this Tempest car is going to take it as easy as possible, because the Austin Sim Racers orange car is now right at the back within a second of the Fields Academy Motorsports car, so it will not be gaining. And the Fields Academy Motorsports car is also faster than the or is also slower than the Austin Sim Racers orange car. So once they get past both of them, I think that Austin Sim Racers orange is going to be used by Tempest to save some fuel, to drag them along, to get them away from Fields Academy Motorsports in the straight. And I think after that, they will go for a move on ASR orange. As the Gibbs car coming through into the chicane, this is not going to be ideal for the Tempest Sim Sport car. Oh, almost into the wall there. That is how less margin, or just how the margin is so close to the wall there.
Yeah, the margin
They're
is
leaving
so
nothing
close
on the
to wall.
table.
No, and they want to get every inch out of the track. You don't want to forget that. You need every inch, every moment that you can have over the curbs. You don't want to have that. You just want to have every inch also on the curb, and don't want to bump that fast. You just keep the same lines. And yeah, for the Tempest guys, while driving, I think they're driving in a very good race pace at the moment. Just solid, not that much pushing, if you know what I mean. Just stay conservative, stay relaxed. And even for that kind of guys, when they are driving relaxed, normal drivers who just are fully on the limit, if you know what I mean. The guys are just in the league of their own. Yeah, I think it's really cool to see, especially those top 3 guys here. They're doing such a good job.
We do have news from the steward room as well. Platinum Racing Team BWM, that is this car. They do have a warning because they do not have, as you can see on the windscreen, they do not have the pack banner. So they have a livery warning that is not gonna do much to them, but it is an extra warning that they will have, and that is a slap on the wrist that they will not get once they have once they tap maybe someone on the back, and that will then maybe immediately result in a drive-through. So they have one warning less than everyone else now because of a banner that is not on the livery.
I need to remember, one extra warning and it's directly a penalty. So yeah, this is all very this is not what you want. It's unnecessary, this kind of stuff. You need to sort it out, and yeah, unfortunately they didn't do it, and I don't know. I can't understand why they didn't do it, but yeah, it's a little bit of a small stupid mistake.
Especially at the end of the season. You should have at least your livery sorted.
Yeah.
Or they do have a special livery and they forgot that, but otherwise I do not see any excuse for that being forgotten.
Yeah. Same. I think that as well, maybe.
Because if that is the case, you might need to look back at the other races to see if they had it there, and otherwise maybe take action now and give them a drive-through. Is that something that you think the stewards will be able to do?
I don't think for an how do you say it, for like a livery infringement, it's like drive-through worthy. I think just their actions on track is that. But yeah, of course, when all the drivers are just keeping or like making the same mistake, the team, of course there could be some consequence of it. So.
But why is the rule there that you have to have the banner if they can't penalize you for it on track? Why is the rule there then? Because if if you do not listen to the rule, there's nothing they will do. So why is the rule even there? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know. I kind of understand what you mean, but I do think it's both. It's for the, of course, for the drivers as well. It's also important to have the livery right and make that as nice as possible. But yeah, it's possible. Everybody can make a mistake, and you know how trading paint can be, and
Oh yeah.
how a pain in the butt it can be. But yeah, that can happen. Small mistakes, but yeah, I think a warning is the right thing to do.
Well, it is Team Kerstens, and Pepe Kerstens still in the pit lane. We saw that incident they had into the wall. As now here's ASR Blue going around the outside for the lead in the GT3 class overall. And Fields Academy Motorsports is not going to fight that one. They think the better of it. They think sticking behind is the better option. Of course, getting that slipstream from the ASR orange car and trying to keep ahead that way of their championship rivals Tempest Simsport. Beautiful move by Marcus Rima in that ASR orange car. Championship is heating up, isn't it, Winston?
Yeah, mate, it's so close. It's very nice to see that the GT3s is so close. But just like we saw and what me and John saw in the end of the stint of the Field Academy car, you're just losing pace. The Porsche car. Maybe it's like worse on the rear tires, because this track is all on rear tires. Yeah, I do see the same things happening again, if you know what I mean, because the Field Academy cars in the beginning of the stint is very good, or even on pace it's doing a very good job, and then at the end of the stint the ESR and the Tempest car is just gaining. So I do see the same pattern evolving here.
Yeah, of course now it's the Tempest car. Its turn to try and overtake its championship rivals. But if they finish now ahead, I think of this car, they will only gain 5 points, even only 4 points on them if they finish second and third. So he really needs to be ahead of the ASR orange car, the Tempest car. If they really want to have a shot at the title, they need to be ahead of them.
Yeah, they need to be, but you don't want to forget this race is long, and yeah.
It definitely is a very long race. 12 hours is definitely not a short time for the drivers, but I think they had 3 drivers in the Tempest car, and in the Fields Academy Motorsports they have 3 drivers as well. Andrew Fields, who was, I think, in practice appeared to be one of the slowest or one of their slower drivers. So I think once he gets out of the car, the pace of that car will increase once again. But I think the slipstream from Marcus Rima is helping him along the banking, and I think it was a very smart move not to fight that.
Yeah, I think that as well. That's the best thing which you can do, because it's such a long race, and for Tempest as well, just keep clean, keep relaxed, and stay in tow of the car in front. And when it's really necessary in the last hour of the last 30 minutes, then is the time to push, then is the time to fight. And that is also the time when you see the racing as its best.
Yeah, almost 4 hours into this race. Why don't you give us a race rundown of the GT3 field, Winston?
Yeah, if you have the thing for me, then I can do this for you, mate.
I definitely have it for you. We'll take a look at it.
The Rapid E-Racing purple car gets off. Well, that's okay for the GT3 at the moment. The GT3 Pro class with the ASR Orange fighting with the Fields Academy Motorsport. Here side by side the Tempest car. Look at this. Around the outside the Lamborghini goes from Tempest. We need to look at that. I'm not going to do the race rundown now. Look at this battle, mate. This is better for the race rundown. We're on the outside the Tempest car. Still the Fields Academy. Hold it in there, side by side. Who's going to concede? Ooh,
I think no one wants to concede, because it's a championship fight, but I think Tempest thinks the better of it. Sticks it again behind the Porsche.
Now look at the horseshoe. Want to see the horseshoe? Is they going to get a small cheeky down the inside? Ooh, Tempest brake later than the Fields Academy car.
It's so close, and they do not want to touch him, because of course that will result, I think, in a penalty. But
yeah, it's absolutely true.
The Western Horseshoe down the inside, maybe. Here's he gonna go. This is his favorite move, down the inside of the Fields Academy Motorsports Porsche. Is he going to concede, or does he have to? Not really. He is still there on the inside, but now I think the Tempest
Squeeze.
Simsport
Yes,
car
he's in front.
is ahead.
What
And
a
now-
move from the Tempest car! Holy moly! That was so cool to see.
And-
And on the inside of the horseshoe there. Yeah, nice braking. Not too late. Not too early as well. Very good.
And now I think we will give you this. This is better for a race rundown. Here we go. Race rundown,
Right.
GT3 field.
GT3 field. Alright, the Austrian Sim Racing orange car, now at the moment, just like we see, is in front. P1 for them. The Tempest car just overtook the Fields Academy car for P2. Fields Academy car in P3. Behind that, the car with Tom Vos and Yuri Matthijssen, the Arvises Racing red car, which unfortunately doesn't have the 300 number, but number 96. Unfortunately. Oh, car number 5.
That was, I
not-
think, the RD Simsports car.
Yeah, I think the RD Sims was at the moment in the pits. I don't know why they're saying none. Maybe
That's because the
be a
driver is
driver
not
in
assigned to the team. Yeah,
Thank you for that.
I need to do that.
right in P6 the JS Motorsports blue car. That's the first AM car, so the Platinum Racing Key BWM cars lost some places there. The Digital Spirit DS Racing, the Pro car in P7. Behind that, the Achilles Racing Cyan. P9, the Platinum Racing Team BWM car. Number 10, the Brighter Engineering Esports Purple. Behind that, the SR Technic car, which are for Portugal and not from Spain. And P12, the Falcon Esports car. In P13, the Bikes Only DS Racing. And yeah, unfortunately, the Team Kerstens is out of the race. I don't know if are they out or are they repairing?
They
I
are
have no idea.
out of the race. They are not here anymore.
Really sad to see. From Team Kerstens, which name rebranded to Team Trackside. Yeah, I really hope that we can see them back for next season.
I think we definitely will. They have had a really good crack at it. Marcus
Yeah,
Rima
and
now in first, followed closely by the Tempest Simsport pack car, which is now trying to get the Porsche of Fields Academy Motorsports out of its slipstream. Well, Winston, almost 4 hours done, and what is for you the highlight of the race? Of course, the first 2 hours you were driving, but after that, what is your highlight of the race so far?
As a driver, I had some amazing fights with the Tempest car, the LMP. But yeah, the GT3 fight, yeah, it's for me the best thing. What's there? I think the Tempest versus the ASR Orange. Those guys are just making up a show and driving very mature and very good also with the traffic and also with all the LMPs there. So yeah, they're doing a mega job, I think. And for me, it's the highlight to see the battle between them.
Well, now they're once again very close. If we go back to the intervals, because the gaps are so big, you will only see laps now, and I expect you would rather see intervals. But
Yes.
the gap to Vulcan Simsport or to Vulcan Esports to SR Technic is also now down to half a second.
Yeah, and also the GT3 is it's the most noticeable fight at the moment. But the GTE as well, it's between P1, it's 1 minute 40 between the Astro and the T3 Motorsports car. And the Astro Racing cars at the moment in the pit lane probably to repair those damage, which would be what happened earlier. I hope for them they can still continue the race, because otherwise the championship will be involved for that. And the Astro Racing Miola car would win the championship for that. So, and after that the Crips Racing in P4, still the PM car in 18 seconds now behind the Crips. So I think the Crips Racing in this kind of this moment of the session is a little bit more pace than the PM car.
Yeah, that gap now up to 48 seconds actually. I think that is courtesy of a little bit of a pit stop. PM Esports, can I see if something happened to them? Who's driving that car currently? It is Rick Monders, and definitely, from what I can remember. Here we go. Coming out of the pit lane. Oh no, almost going into the pit lane. Is it turn 1 again, Winston? They've had trouble with that.
But the PM car again.
Yeah, again. Oh, touching
Oh.
the grass. That is not what you. Oh, and again, and again, and that is it's exactly the same hit.
Isn't it the same hit? You'd probably say it's completely the same. It isn't, but alright.
Wow, that is something new. So again,
So it's a copy paste this.
yeah, exactly. So they for some reason didn't learn from their mistake.
No, but we don't. Yeah, we need to. Yeah, we don't need to forget how very difficult it is.
Oh, yeah,
as a
definitely.
GTE and the GT3 you should brake there for turn 1. While the Tempest car is at the moment out of the pit lane. Tempest GT3 car. Oh, look at the LMP gaining.
Here we have the Tempest coming out of the pit lane. We'll see where they come back once they have made their pit stop. ASR orange now. It looked like the Tempest SimSport car had a little bit more pace, so it'll be interesting to see where they come out. Their pit stop, 42 seconds. So they did not take tires. Marcus Rima did that the last time around. So I guess that the Tempest SimSport car, after this pit stop phase, will be leading the race. And it
Yeah.
is.
I think that was well made.
It is in the GT3 AM class. Byron Racing Team BWM with a driver swap as well. Thijs Marks out of that car, and it's now Thomas Jensen who is in the Vulcan esports car, and it is Miles Owens in the Planet Racing Team BWM car. So we change there as well. We're going to stay with this Tempest car to see where they can come out. I think they are a little bit early though, so we'll go over to the SR Technic car, which is at the moment 4 tenths behind the Vulcan esports car. Thomas Jensen, like I said, in that car, he has posted the fastest lap of this car, so he's definitely not a slow driver, but they have at the moment, I think, the ASR orange car right behind them, and that car won't want to lose too much time.
No, especially what you said. Yeah, as a pro driver, you don't want to get passed by an AM class, because it's the same car. But if you look at the SR Technic,
Very nicely done.
guys, yeah, even with the damage, they're doing a good job. But still, the left, what is it? The front left is still bent. Look at that.
Yeah, I think that is unrepairable actually for them, which is quite sad.
Yeah, it is. It's sad to see for them, but still they're doing, I think, a very solid job. P3 and the AM, so they have something to be proud of, I think.
But you know which car has had an absolute cracker at the moment? This car. It is 1 minute 57 behind the leader. The leader has to pit still, and it has overtaken everyone behind it. That and that is probably on strategy, because their pit stop was around 23 seconds faster than Philip Bauer in the Rapid Racing Team purple car, and Jos Bouwmeester on the cardboard blue. But another car in the LMP field that is absolutely on it is this car, the Karuma Motorsports car. Only 1 minute 25 now to the back of the cardboard blue car, and the cardboard blue car is setting personal bests as well. This has been the fastest car out on track the last couple of laps. Last lap from Tono and Orderes in the Karuma Motorsports car, 1:34.31. So they are looking to gain on cardboard, and everyone ahead of that as well. The only thing is, of course, with that incident at the beginning of the race, they have been set back by a long margin. And it's still, of course, which other car is leading in this car?
Yeah, it's absolute. It's a mega. Look at Tempest then. They are now at the moment 1 minute and 75 seconds in front of us.
You sound just exhausted saying that. You sound like,
Yeah, I am.
Again.
No, 1 minute 5.
again.
Better. Yeah, the 1 minute in front now of the car number 17.
No, it's 1 minute 57, but that's just SDK things that it changes
Oh,
when we go to
oh,
another
it-
class. So don't get hope.
I'm going to check it now.
It's 157.
Yeah, wait, I'm going to check it now. What's the iRacing says in sim? Yeah, Felipe Silveira is 1 lap in front of us, car number 17 of Vincent Osland. So that means that, yeah, there is a gap of 1 minute 30 plus to Tempest to the car number 17. So
There
yeah,
goes
they
the
can
Kuma
just see
Motorsports
how
car.
very consistent those guys at the front have been all the race. So
Sorry to interrupt you, Winston, but we have the Austin Sim Racers orange car into the pit lane. That is going to be big. We're going to see where they are going to come out compared to the Kuma Motorsports car. But that car, it looks like it has lost out a little bit the last couple of laps. 42 now. It is out of its pit box, but it still has to get out of pit lane, which is a big task. We're going to see where they are now. They are on pit exit. And I think if we go back now to the Tempest Sim Sports car, look, they're coming into turn 1. It's going to be oh so close on the pit exit. But I think that the ASR orange car is still going to be ahead. Here we have him on the right hand side. Keep an eye out for the ASR orange car. There they are coming into shot. Never mind. I expected this to be a lot closer, really. But there ahead of the Akil Racing Scion BMW, there is the ASR orange car. The pit time exactly the same as the Tempest car. The Tempest car was on pit lane for a second longer, and that is, I think, the gap we see now. No, that is 4.6. That is way more than it was before. It was less than half a second before they went into the pit lane. Meanwhile, it's Kuruma Motorsports with a 1:34.71, setting the fastest lap of the race. So he's on an absolute cracker here, Tono on Ordieres. Kuruma, I think that Ordieres sounds like Portuguese as well.
Yeah, I'm not going to say something about that because there's a big chance that I'm wrong and I'm probably offending someone. But yeah, Kuruma is doing a very good job, and I know that Tono is a very fast driver. I've driven him against some sprint series as well in GT3s, and the guy is very fast, which I know. So it's sad for Kuruma to see that, yeah, they had that accident earlier on, but besides that, they're doing a very good job now, and it's good to see that he's flying.
This battle as well, Vincent, it is Writer Engineering Esports Purple against Platinum Racing Team BWM for the lead in the GT3 AM class. And after 4 hours and 4 minutes, I think this gap is oh so close.
It's gaining 1/10 left while braking.
He's going to go down the inside. I think he is. He's going to try it down the inside, and that is so easy. Milestone is putting up no fight, also letting the PM Esports car by as well. Absolutely no fight, and that gap already almost up to a second.
Yeah, I think Malvo just thought about the long game. He just doesn't want to fight the car which he's racing against, which I can completely understand because it's still a long race to go. So it's 7 hours and 55 minutes to go. So yeah, it's a long time.
Oh yeah, definitely. It is definitely not a short time. But Andrew Fields, leader of the GT3 field, into the pits. Let's see where he's going to come out then. Because of course he was behind Marcus Rima. And if I look at this,
true, but he was in front of the Tempest car, right? Yeah.
No, behind the Tempest car as well, but only just.
Oh yeah.
And seeing the Tempest car has lost out that much, I am thinking about maybe that the Fields Academy Motorsports car will now be ahead of the Tempest once again.
There's one thing for sure, Dan. It's going to be a massive fight again, so looking forward to that again.
Oh yeah, it's Tom Vos now in the lead of that class.
Yeah, they are driving out of sync, out of the normal lines. Oh, look at this. Yeah, Fields Academy car. The ASR car is in front, but it's in front of the Tempest car.
Like we said, the Tempest car losing out. It looks like this Tempest car's problems 1:45.9. They did not change tires, and is that their Achilles heel that now, without changing their tires are going off?
It looks like it, but I do think when at the beginning of the stage, you kind of know what will happen with the tires, right? Come on. Otherwise, you can't have an advantage earlier on. So, just like what Arvidsson are doing now at the moment, they're driving out of sync, out of the normal pit stop times. Yeah, tempo should then be there as well if they're not pitting. So I do think it's another problem, but are they making mistakes, or yeah, they're just having a little bit of bad luck with the traffic as well.
This car though, posting its fastest sectors now once it has got past Miles Owens in the Platinum Racing Team BWM car. And looks like this car has some decent pace. It might catch up to the Digital Spirit DS Racing car. Last lap, 1:46.44. And for the Digital Spirit DS Racing, that was a 1:46.79. So it was faster than the Pro car.
Yeah, absolutely right, mate. That's true. Yeah, just like I said, it's the same cars, and sometimes people forget that a GT3 Pro is not a GTE. Well, on power, it's just the same cars, but then with different drivers on it. And also for next season of PEC, there are very strict regulations comparing to iRating, comparing to gold drivers and silver drivers, which is also very interesting to see what will happen for the next season with that as well.
Yeah. Well, next season is still 3 months away though, and 8 hours away from the finish of season 1. Season 1 has definitely been a special season for me. I think for you driving the PRT blue car as well. Do you have a special highlight of the season? Spa, last hour, bus stop chicane?
No, that's not the highlight. I think. Well, I think the highlight of the season until now is maybe the qualifying of this afternoon, mates. It's for me. I had a perfect lap. It was mega to just start in front of the Tempest car, which has been dominant the whole season, and just to show ourselves as a small statement to get pole position is for me a little bit of a statement for them as well to just show us that we can be competitive as well. Also for next season, and for me that's a little bit of a highlight. I called it on 12 o'clock I called it the cherry on the cake for the season, but we need to finish the cake today, and and we need to finish into the checkered flag until tonight. So it's going to be a long night, and me, myself and my teammates are looking forward to it. And in around half an hour I'm coming back to them again and asking how it went and how it goes. And leaving the commentary booth again and driving. So I'm looking forward to that as well. But I'm also enjoying watching like you are doing at the moment. And a little bit time by time I'm getting more respect of doing this, to be honest.
Yeah, it isn't easy, of course, for you were scheduled in for 3 hours. And I am scheduled in now. I did the first 2 hours, so qualifying and the race together with Edward. Then, of course, John came in, so I had 2 hours rest. But being the head commentator, I need to be here all the time. I need to have the broadcast on all the time, so if something happens, I immediately see it. So you do not really have a
time off.
A time off. You do not have to commentate, so your mind can go to rest a little bit, but your body is still active with everything and just
watching the phone until someone sends a text message and there's a small mistake or that kind of stuff.
Yeah. So it is still very tough, but all the commentators that are helping today, just a massive thank you to them, because without them I would have been here for 12 hours on my own. And to be honest,
but that's how you are. Some commentators are just for them, okay, now it's half an hour or 1 hour without any commentary, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
But that says enough about your management skills for that, and also the commitment and how many commitment you are setting into this kind of championship, and also into the broadcast as well, which I think is very much appreciated also by Manix and also by the team, which are behind PEC as well. So I think this, making this as a whole, of course it's time consuming and it needs a lot of commitment. But the end product, while making the stream and also getting the racing on track, and for me as a driver, I think the satisfactory what it brings is much more than the commitment what's get into it. So I think this is a very positive thing, and also to see that the sign-ups for the next season are also that fast into it, and also the teams behind also just wanted to drive, and all the suggestions in chat. It's amazing to see, and we don't need to forget that. This just started ago with Next Level last year, and Next Level not continuing, and then a new team is going to get it up and trying to make something out of it. And I think Marnix and the team did an amazing job on it. So for me it's amazing to drive with this and see this happening.
It has definitely been a great season, and a very special season as well for a lot of people. I think it's my first season doing commentary on a full season of Platinum Endurance Championship, and endurance racing is something that I've been in love with since I think 3-4 years ago when I first watched the 24 Hours of Le Mans, and it brings such a big satisfactory when just watching the 24 Hours of Le Mans. I do it every year without sleeping, and every time when you get to the finish flag as well, and you're like, okay, I haven't slept a single second, and I know everything that happened. It brings such a satisfactory as well, you know.
Yeah, but mate, you're an absolute animal to watch 24 hours without any kind of sleep. But that's not for me. But I kind of know what you mean. If you're hooked up into the race and you're hooked up into watching it and watching all the fights happen between the teams, between the drivers, between sometimes team principals, then it's so just like you said, it's so satisfying to end it and to see how it folds out. And also with this kind of races, of course it's 12 hours, but we now see we have seen the racing between by example Tempest and the ASR guys, and in 8 hours time, 7.5 hours time, we're going to see them again probably racing side by side, door to door into turn 1, and that kind of journey what you're making in such a race, I think that's the best part of for you commentating on it, for me sometimes driving, and for the first time commentating. I think it's the best thing to do this.
Well, I normally definitely don't watch anything back, but after the Indy 250 I sat here, and at the moment I didn't realize how much I was screaming and how much I was invested into it. But after the stream I was like, holy shit man, my voice is gone. And you could hear, I think, after the finish flag, that I kind of needed a moment to see a big mistake from the Wise Motorsports Blue Car that has brought the Bikes Online, the S Racing BMW right up to the back of it, and now maybe he can try something into the chicane. But yeah, like I said, afterwards I looked back at it, and I looked at it and I was like, I got goosebumps from my own commentary, and I was like, what the hell? I was how? Such a special moment.
That's the thing. If you that's the thing. Well, with streaming, you can always watch it back, if you know what I mean. And when you're driving or when you're doing a recouped race, then of course I can watch it back. But I'm not going to watch the whole 8 hours back or 12 hours and see where I made mistakes or see when I'm driving. But with commentary, you can take out the highlights and watch from that, and then you can just get the same thrill as you got it there while commentating, or while seeing the accident happen, or the overtake happen, or that kind of stuff. And that kind of thrill, what you're that time getting, it's kind of sometimes it's unforgettable with some races. So just like that, Jackknife is saying, Dan is the GOAT, is the greatest of all time. So it's just like a small Murray Walker moment.
Yeah, well,
Talking about a good commentator.
the thing is, when you watch Murray Walker back, his voice is just so. I mean, if you hear just 2 seconds, you immediately know it's him. You immediately know it's him. And I, just like with oh no, I forgot his name. The one who got me into commentary really, because when I was younger, I would sit on the couch downstairs, and my dad and I were watching racing then, and I would do commentary for me and him. Just turn the sound of the TV off and then just do commentary myself. And to be sitting here now and doing it at an actual event is something for me really special.
Yeah, and I think with sim racing, of course, it's not the same thing and all that kind of stuff, and it's just iRacing, it's just on the screen and blah blah, that kind of stuff. But the people forget the cars aren't real, but the racing is. That's the thing about what also Mr. Broadbent has set up. That kind of quote, but it's absolutely true, because these drivers they all have the same mentality as the real life drivers. Just as we now see what bikes only DS racing car just closing onto the Porsche there, which closes up and not trying to do the overtake. But still, those drivers as well, they're going to bail out, they're going to do side by side. It's the same passion, it's the same racing lines, all that kind of stuff. It's all the same. And as a commentator, people think, oh yeah, it's just sim racing. But also for commentating, it's the same thing. Because you just see cars going around the track as fast as possible. And yeah, sometimes people make mistakes, sometimes they make overtakes. And the commentator just doing the same thing. So I don't see any difference between sim racing and real life racing on that kind of note.
Yeah. Well, hear me out here. I think that in a few years, not on a very short notice, but I think in a few years that sim racing is going to be used to prepare real drivers or just drivers that will race in real life, because it will evolve to a point where you almost can't separate the two from each other, like real life racing and sim racing. Yeah. And I think that it's going to be used to like prepare commentators as well for the real world events, because I'm not gonna lie here. Of course, if someone would hop in now and they would say, mate, your commentary is amazing, would you want to try it on, I don't know, 6 hours of, I don't know, 4 hours, 2 hours, or on a sprint race MX5 Cup in real life? I would never say no. Never ever in my life.
No. Because you know that in real life you can make a real job out of it, and it doesn't feel real while doing this kind of stuff. Because of course we're both young, and it's our passion to just, for me it's drive cars and sometimes talk about it, but for you it's to talk about it. And of course you are also a driver by yourself, but to be honest, you're better at commentating than you are at driving.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
I don't want to be,
thank you. Thank you.
I don't want to be rude, but
I'm gonna remember that.
Everybody has their own talents, but yeah, mate, if someone goes to you and you can make a real job out of it, because we're doing this, all on ourselves, because we love this and it's all a passion instead of money. Of course we are trying to get the sponsors in and trying to make something out of it, and also get the streamers something and that kind of stuff, and to get the prize money right and the regulations and all that kind of stuff. But outside that, if you get the opportunity in real life, you should 100% take it, because it's the best thing what can happen, because it's your passion, and if it's the passion in sim racing, then it's also the passion in real life.
Yeah, well, I think, to be honest, without passion, you're gonna have to get lucky to really get somewhere on what you're doing. You really need the passion, because passion keeps you motivated. I think if you don't like what you're doing, you're not gonna go the extra mile for it, you know.
Yeah, but if you think really logical, why should a normal working human being in his weekends drive 12 hours with his friends in the simulator?
Because we love it.
yeah, because all these people who are driving now at the moment on track all have the same passion. Everybody loves racing. Everybody loves the cars. Everybody loves the fighting on the track, the making space for other drivers, or that kind of stuff.
Yeah, well, I think the thing, and that is with commentating the same thing, the drivers who are out on track, I think 9 out of 10 of them are, if they would get a chance to drive a real car, they would absolutely say yes, no matter what car it is. And
yeah, because
at
they
the end
want
of
to
the
do
day,
it. Yeah,
at the end of the day, I think all drivers that are driving in the simulator are pretending to be a real racing driver. Because
yeah,
why else are you driving a simulator? Because you love it. And of course, we know that driving iRacing isn't cheap either, but it is way cheaper than it is to run a real car.
yeah. But you don't need to forget that real racing drivers just want to play in the sim because they love to race. Because people with the passion of motor racing wants to do one thing for the whole day, and that's racing. And if that's in the sim or that's in real life, of course you can't drive you can't drive till 9 p.m. on the Monday at the local track in your area with an MX-5. Of course that's not possible. Or I can't go to Zandvoort now in a race car to drive because there are other duties there.
Get out
So
of the
when you
way.
can't race-
My turn now.
yeah. So when you can't race in real life, people are searching for this, and people are making time for this, and that's the best thing for me to see. Is that you have, yeah. At the beginning we had a field of 60 people, and for now we have like at the moment not that much, 30 I believe, or 25, but all those 25 people are committed to sit there for 12 hours in this session to drive with the people they like, and that's the best thing for me.
Yeah. Well, I want to have a look, Winston, what time it is actually out on track. It is 5:30. So I think once we get to the 8 or 9 hours completed in this race, I think we will be almost in darkness then.
Yeah, I think so as well. We practiced on 7 p.m. I believe, and on 7 p.m. it was already sunset, so I believe that when it's in 1.5 hours the track will also be around like 31, like 29 degrees, and then the track is going to get absolutely fast, and I'm looking forward to that because I'm in the car at 8, and at the moment I'm going to the team to help them and talk to them as well because I need to get back in the race. So, yeah, I'm still commentating for you now with around like 10 to 15 minutes, and after that I'm going back to the team. Also for you need to be alone for 15 minutes, and then I hope John will help you with that again.
I think Max will join in then. I'll quickly
Also
take a
good.
look. I will quickly take a look for you. Yes, Max. So, yeah, but that's all good. But look who's come back once again into this fight. It's once again a 3-way fight, but the other way around now. It is still Tempest chasing them down, but it's Austin Sim Races in first now in this battle on track, and Fields Academy Motorsports in second, because Arvens is racing red. They haven't really they haven't pitted yet, so they have to do that still.
Yeah, they're the only drivers who are really out of sync, the Arvesens Racing. So, and I believe that the gap was at the beginning like 40 seconds, and now it's 36. So ASR is gaining a little bit, but maybe they're driving on all the tires. So all to play for, I think.
Yeah, well, we saw them at the beginning of the stint that they, of course, dropped a little bit of pace. And what do you think is the cause of that? Because when the tank is a little bit more empty now, it seems like they've come back once again.
Maybe you don't need to forget this, the track. Of course, the track is cooling down at the moment, but the track was at the beginning of the stint. It was around like 40 or I believe 45 degrees. So you need to be cautious on the tires, and I do think that Tempest is really cautious on the tires. The guys, yeah, they know what they're doing, and if you just overheat the tires or drive it over the cliff, then the tires are absolutely nowhere for the last couple of laps. Yeah, when the car is getting lighter, of course it's getting faster, and yeah, you still want to have some tires at the end of the race. So I think they're doing the right thing and trying to close up to the Fields Academy and also the ASR guys again.
Yeah. Well, coming back to the commitment we were talking about, of course, it's not only the commitment this race, because just a lot of people forget that. We have been, and that is the first time we've done this, we have been streaming the free practice as well. And you don't want to know how much time drivers put in to get their car, their setup, themselves working on this track to perform as best as possible in the race. So it's not only the race that the drivers look at, it's the practice as well. It's the time you take to get up to speed, to get as fast as possible, to just be able to get the best out of yourself. And that time you're spending then is also very valuable time. You could be spending that time just doing whatever you like.
That's true.
You know?
And then you can see also the race control has set in that at the moment the Tempest car is getting passed by the BMW. Alright. But
That is interesting.
Yeah. Alright.
I think that is the SR Technic. Am I correct? No. That's the Lamborghini. Digital Spirit DS Racing. That's the one.
Yeah, the car slapped down on the Tempest car, but alright.
Yeah, but they now unlap themselves. I think they are allowed to do that by regulations.
Yes. Yep. And also from the race director as well. So he said that you need to have the 15 laps on Daytona, and then Le Mans was also like 20 laps. Yeah, you need to drive them because you need to be prepared for this kind of races, because there can be so much happening. You need to know where the as a GT3 driver, you need to know where the LMPs can pass. As a GTE, you need to know where you're faster than the GT3s, and yeah, as just to go around the LMP2 is the same. You need to know where you can pass the slower cars. Yeah, you need the practice for that.
Tempest car goes back past again.
Yeah, like you can see side by side.
This is gonna give. It should do.
Yeah, he should concede. Yeah, he does concede, but you need to have commitment to also just have the practice in, and if you don't practice, I can guarantee you it will be a disaster.
Oh yeah, definitely.
I've enough experience with that, so
I have experience with trying something without practicing for it. But this car we're seeing here set the fastest lap last time round.
Ooh. Pit entry.
A 1:34.42. Was it too fast into pits?
No, it was on the limit. It's really on the limit.
Well, that is something drivers practice for as well, because this is the time you can gain the easiest, basically, because standing still in the pits is or standing still in the pits less than the drivers ahead of you or behind you is easy time gains. You do nothing, just be quicker in the pits, and that's basically it.
Yeah, just brake later.
Exactly.
You will just when you brake later, or you just all the drivers have like a braking point of the pit lane, and when you miss that braking point and you get a black flag for it, then it's not worth it. That's also the reason why I built a little bit margin into my braking point for that, because you don't want to make a mistake on the pit entry. Trust me, if you do that, then it's 40 seconds with a black flag, and that's not worth it. But still, it's free lap time, and it's very important to also practice that.
Yeah. Well, if it comes down to an endurance race, how many times are you expecting as an LMP to pit?
That is a secret. Nah, I'm joking. At the moment, of course, we have the schedule, and I think the total stints, it would be around like, at the moment, there's still probably around like 10 to 11 left. 11 stints left.
Okay. So if you do...
but it's really reliant on the fuel usage. And at the moment, some drivers use more and some drivers use less.
Yeah, but if you do the maths, if you gain a second pit in and pit out, you gain 22 seconds over the course of the next hours.
Yeah.
try and gain that time on track in a stint. I bet you it's very difficult.
Well, I can, by experience, also in the Vincent Awesome goes through the bus stop, really on the limit, by the way.
He's on the limit every lap, knowing him.
Yeah, well, knowing it on the stints, probably when you're on new tires, you're going to probably gain 20 to 25 seconds comparing to another driver. Yeah, we saw that at the beginning of with my car and compared with the Kuruma car. The Kuruma car was gaining around like 25 seconds compared to our car because they had new rear tires, which only cost them 14 seconds. So at the beginning we made a small mistake on that, but yeah, you can just see how easy you can lose lap time compared to just a normal racing situation.
Yeah. Well, I am still surprised that there are still 28 people watching. I think at Le Mans at this point we had like at tops 15 people watching because it's in the middle of the race. But thank you everyone for sticking with us. It's been an amazing ride. 30 of you even now here. It's been amazing. 4.5 hours done. Still 1.5 hours to go until we're halfway through the race. I'm still feeling, and that is just my honest opinion, and I'm being honest here, I am feeling as fresh as I could be, to be honest. Because
well, I can only say no problem, but but also thanks to the other commentators as well, that you don't need to talk for 13 hours straight, because it will kill your throat.
oh yeah, it definitely would. But the thing as well is that, oh my god, now you're saying it. I got the voice crack. Perfect timing, commentator's curse, it's your fault.
Yeah.
But of course the field is smaller than normal, and I think if I would have been here on my own, to be honest, I think I would have given up by this point, because it would be just a bore fest, if you know what I mean.
You can bore yourself now for the upcoming, what's it, quarter
Quarter of an hour. You're not gonna leave me now, are you?
Yeah, we have some internal team discussions at the moment, so we need. Yeah, I need to.
Okay, yeah, of course that is
help them, because that's my first priority.
That has priority.
So, yeah, I need to go to them and help them there too, because we have some strategical info, so we need to have some conversations about that. So also for your information, I'm going to the team again. It was a pleasure of being here in the commentating booth. For me, it's different. So and I wish the guys for Max as well, who's going with you after this, very good luck, and probably I'm going to hop in for an interview later on. So
yeah. Well,
I'll
Winston,
speak to you soon and have fun.
Yeah, definitely. If you would have sit out this last 5 minutes with me, then I would have said, you know what? You don't have to join this annoying, very hot commentary booth anymore for an interview. But now, you know what? join me in a few hours' time.
I will meet. Cheers.
Thanks for helping, man. Well then, that is Winston Eckel gone. It's now us on our own. It's Max expected to be here in a couple of minutes. While we're looking at this battle, it's once again heating up. The gap from P1 to P3 now is less than a second, and this Fields Academy Motorsports car is right in the middle of it. As we're now going down to the Le Mans chicane, the Lamborghini seems very, very quick on a straight, I have to say. But yeah, it's me now for 25 minutes on my own, and then Max will be here, of course. For 15 minutes probably it will be me on my own. Kuruma Motorsports is still very, very fast as well. Tono Ordieras in that car, they are cracking on. Perry Oosterveer in the car now. This is going to be a driver change. So this might be the internal panic they had about strategy that Winston said. Philip Bauer now coming across the start finish line, so he will take that position because they're in the pits for tires. Will use Bauer as well. No, they have a very big gap to Cardboard Blue. So Cardboard Blue and Kuruma Motorsports now pretty much out of the event. It looks like it is almost a lap from Kuruma to Kabort, so that is quite big. Here's Bouwmeester. He is the quickest driver, it seems like, in that car. Jaciel Hernandez is at the moment in first position still for the Kuruma, or for Astro Racing Majorla. T3 Motorsports is just behind that, 31 seconds, and behind that is our championship leader. So they have almost over a minute. Yeah, the gap is over a minute to the fastest driver there. So the gap is over a minute to their championship rivals. This could be big for the championship. That car has damage as well, and it needs someone to tow up alongside. I think once the sister team, or I think once the parent team comes up behind it and it goes past, I think that car, that this Astro Racing car will tow up behind it. That is what I think. As I am expecting Max any moment now. It's still Silveira in the Tempest Simsport Pack car in first position, 1 minute and 7. It looks to be the gap there. We'll quickly take a look at it. 2 minutes and 3 seconds is the gap actually there. So that gap has gone up now. That Perry Oosterveer is now in the Platinum Racing Team LMP2 blue car. Perry Oosterveer in the Platinum Racing League LMP2 blue car, like I said. Gap to Rapid Racing Team Purple, 14.2 seconds. So it's definitely all to play for Perry. And the quest for him is really to not lose too much time. I think Platinum Racing Team LMP2 Blue will be very happy with a second place behind a team like Tempest. But almost 5 hours into this race, and the gaps are starting to eke out once again a little bit. But we do have this awesome fight here in the GT3 field. It is Fields Academy Motorsports behind the Austin Sim Racers orange car, and behind them is the team that is challenging ASR Orange for the championship. Look at this, he's closing. Is he gonna do it? I don't think he is, because the Tempest Simsport car is back is back from it as well. Now the Tempest Simsport car also saving fuel, but look at this. 4 hours and 40 minutes into the race, and the gap between P1, P2 and P3 is less than a second. Frank Gaia in the pits as well for the T3 Motorsports by Manatee Pack GTE BMW. He looks to be very consistent with that as well. He looks to be on schedule, but that definitely is going to leave him, I think, at the end of the race with a little bit of a splash and dash. So they do not have the ideal strategy. That could play in the hands of Astro Racing at the end of the race. Also, Astro Racing have just picked up the pace the last couple of hours. Because of course T3 Motorsport lost out massively as well, as this guy once again posts a purple second section time. Looking at the track state though, track state 35 degrees. For some reason the date is not working. Don't know why that is exactly, but hey, the date is not working. 35 degrees is the track temp, and it's almost 6 o'clock. Like it is in real life as well. Central European time, that is. Bouwmeester now. He is still ahead of him. But it's Jaciel Hernandez with green sectors overall. The fastest lap in that class as well. Now, just like I said, going to Astro Racing Majorla. Very, very close this battle still. With with the Astro Racing team, but there's a minute in it now, and the gap seems to be increasing every time. Rick Monders in the PM Esports car also posting that their personal best lap time, 1:43.14. 1:43.59 was the last lap time for Chris Frisk, so that gap closing up as well a little bit. Here is the gap. That gap is over a minute almost to the Chris Racing car, so they have a lot to do to take victory in that class, but it's definitely not impossible. Vulcan Sim Sports finally back ahead of the AM field, so now free to attack. Yeah, definitely, John, it's definitely getting very, very chilly. 34 degrees it is actually now, so it has gone down even further. But we're getting into the nighttime, 7 p.m. sunset at the circuit, so we will see, I think, some dark running in around 2 or 3 hours time. Because now here is the bikes online, the S Racing car. Gonna be passed by the PM Esports GTE AM car. And it looks like just ahead of this we have the battle for third place in the GT3 class. Tempest Simsport trying to get past on the on Andrew Fields. It's Paolo G. Francesca from Canada trying to get past Andrew Fields. Oh, as we see a touch there from the PM Esports car, and that is gonna affect the Fields Academy Motorsports car, because that is the lead or the battle for the lead in that championship. Wow. Can we take a look at that again? Here we have it. Keep an eye out for the PM Esports car. Oh, just shooting way too deep into the corner. And that is very, very unfortunate. Missed its braking point, that car. And in doing so, the Tempest Simsport car got past. So the championship now still in the favor of the Fields Academy Motorsports car. But it's looking better at least now for Tempest Simsports pack. ASR Orange now in the lead still of this class. 1.3 seconds is the gap. Tempest will be looking to gain on that, but it's Fields Academy Motorsports. I think they do have some damage from that contact, but PM not wasting any time, and in doing so, crashing out P2 in the class there. Not what you want to see. Very spicy there. And once again, very close to the back of the ASR Orange car. And I think that Rick Manders has to just dial it back a little bit with overtaking traffic. Because this is costing the ASR Orange car a little bit of time, as he's all over the place once again. And now he's costing the Tempest Simsport car even more time. Getting into a slipstream though. But it is Rick Manders having issues overtaking traffic. As we look on board with Rick 10. Now on the banking, this should be the place where he should easily go past the GT3 cars, as you see already gaining in the slipstream. But he will pull the Tempest Simsport pack car along with him as well. Into the Le Mans chicane we go now, and at the exit he is clean past, gap back to 4/10 at the lead of the GT3 field, as I am now joined by Max. Max, welcome. Max?
Can you hear me?
Oh yes, I can now.
Brilliant. How
Welcome.
are you today?
Yeah, I'm good. You?
I'm good, thank you. I just saw the GT3 class very close, the top 3.
Yeah, it's very, very close. It's a battle for the championship as well. The car has just been hit by the PM Esports GTE AM car. Was the leading car in the championship. But Fields Academy Motorsports now behind Tempest. This does not mean anything, but if the Tempest car can get past the ASR Orange car, the title swings in into the favor of Tempest Simsport. So that is really, really big.
Yeah, it's really important, this battle here. But again, they have to play it safe. First to finish, you have to. If you want to finish, you have to finish the race in total. So you have to be careful.
Yeah, to finish first you have to finish. Exactly.
That's the quote that I wanted.
Can you just, because I have you at I think. Can you talk for me once again now?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, you're very quiet for me. I don't know if that.
Okay, I don't really know how to fix it, but I'll have a look.
As we see, for some reason, McLaren Race Team LMP2 Orange. Who is in that car? Let me quickly take a look. Who is in that car? Julian Manicus. So Julian, you naughty, naughty boy. Changing teams in between the championship. Gonna have to change that. Julian, where are you? He is, of course, not racing with a GT car in the LMP field, so that would be a bit unfair. Let me quickly take a look. Here we are. He is in this car. This should work now.
Oh, is this any better?
Oh yes, it definitely is. This is way, way better. Don't know what exactly is going on here. For some reason, it is Julian Manicus in the Vulcan Esports car, who is definitely now being assigned to Julian. Where are you once again? I'm gonna quickly check it once again. Julian, yeah, there he is. He's in the Vulcan Esports car. But the thing I do need to change, I think, is this one. Yes, there we go. GT3. Now it should be completely fine. Yes, I think it is. There we go. He's back into the GT3 field now, because it would be a bit unfair for him to race against LMP2. So the gap.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, yes,
Sorry,
yes. I definitely can.
I'm hearing you. That's good. That's good.
The gap now for Julian is 2.6 seconds to the Akil Racing Cyan team. They have been trying to get past the AM field for so long now. Of course, the AM field still has to pit, I think. When Tom Vos is again improving. It's Archie Coveney for the RD Simsport car into the pit lane, as is Rick Monders. Does he have damage is my question.
Yeah, there was some contact beforehand, before I joined, I think. And yeah, the damage could be really well, damaging for the car and the downforce and the grip they'll have.
Yeah, that might be the case. They've been in the pits now for 4 minutes. Is there any announcement from the stewards? Not really. So I can't see anything from the stewards' perspective. So the incident that we just saw is not being looked at. There is the Chris Racing car, and there is the leading, the championship leading car for now. But it's not looking good for them, since Astro Racing Mayorla is still out on track. And that car is a championship leading car if it stays like this.
Yeah, and that rear wing looks even worse in the shot.
Yeah, that is hampering him so much in the straight lines that we have here, and we have a lot. Meanwhile, Jorge Augusto in the Tempest Simsport Pack car, purple sector 1, purple sector 3. He's going to finish his lap in a couple of seconds. We'll see. Probably a purple lap, knowing the Tempest guys. And no, it isn't. A 1:35.04. Not a purple lap. Still, the purple lap time has been set by this car, the Karuma Motorsports car, 1:34.42. That is the fastest lap time. And last lap time, wanna guess what they did? A 1:34.43. So just off of their fastest lap time. They are now coming up to unlap themselves from the Platinum Racing Team LMP2 blue car.
Yeah, they've been very quick in the single lap, but so much on the long term as he does make a move around the outside. Will he make the stick? And yes, it's very easy for him to unlock. So
great move there by I think that is Tono on Herdiere still in that car. Well, he's been in that car now. I expect him to do a quad and then get out of the car. But the track temperatures, let's take a look at them, because it was 34 when we last looked. Still 34. We do expect some darker running once we get to hour 7 of the race. But yeah, still a long way to go. We're not even halfway. Almost 5 hours completed of this 12 hours race, and well, a lot has happened, but a lot is still gonna happen, trust me. Marcus Rima in the lead of the GT3 field, just ahead of Pablo J. Francesco, the Tempest Sim Sport car. If he can get past Marcus Rima, he takes the lead of the championship.
once again, it's very important for him to make this move, but like I said at the start, you have to finish this race. So will he restrict himself? Will he sit behind for a while and just wait for a mistake?
I think, judging on the fact that the Fields Academy Motorsports Porsche is right behind them as well, and I think that they, in this train of cars, all have the same mentality. They want to fuel save as much as possible.
Of course.
Because you do not want to be at the end of the race being left with a splash and dash, and it looks like the Tempest Sim Sport car is left with a splash and dash. At least when they last pitted, they pitted at the 54 minute mark, so that they've gone a lap longer now, I think. But it looked like definitely last time that they had to finish with a splash and dash. You never want to have that.
You never want to be really limited on fuel, because, well, no fuel, no driving, and when you're low on fuel, you have to lift and coast before every corner, and of course that can be up to seconds every lap.
And if you're in the slipstream like he is now, I think personally that being in a slipstream is helping you save fuel. And we've seen it a lot. We've seen it at the beginning with both the Astro Racing cars, Astro Racing Morola and Astro Racing, that fuel saving is quite a big part of your strategy here around Daytona.
Yeah, I saw both Astro cars very close together. Obviously, being a spectator at the time, I always want a good battle on the hand on the track. And it's a shame that team orders must have came in, and the Astro Racing Maiorta, I think that's how it's pronounced, had to sit back behind their team.
Yeah. Well, of course, that is a case of, I think, both cars being able to fight for the championship, really. Is because you do not want to have both cars fighting and losing out on the championship both. I think that is why they constricted both of their teams to just be nice to each other and give each other a chance.
Yeah. They did want a Red Bull 2018 Azerbaijan moment. Obviously, Daniel Ricciardo went into the back of Max Verstappen in that race, and I think that's the last time Red Bull let their drivers race together against each other. And well, they didn't want a rerun of that in this.
Yeah, well, of course, that is the most notable, I think. But the thing that I'm surprised most by is, well, the fact that they've been running this close together for I don't know how long. as we are going to go look onto another battle. Sorry for interrupting you, but this battle, Vulcan Esports against YS Motorsports Blue, they've let them past earlier, but are they going to do that again as we come up to 5 hours completed? Tempest Simsport LMP2 coming up behind this. A little bit of traffic to cooperate with for them.
Once again, on Thursday, you heard my views on traffic. I think that the slow cars would have to, but that's different in the endurance championship. And the faster cars have to find a way around. But yeah, the traffic's clear now, so the red and white Lamborghini can get all around the back of that Porsche.
Yeah, this is a battle, of course, not in class, but it is a battle for overall position. And I think for Vulcan Esports, they want to get past as fast as possible, as we have Tempest Simsport into the pits. Like I said, if they continue like this, they do need a splash and dash at the end.
Yeah,
okay.
Well, that won't help them, but yeah.
Okay. We have some information from the stewards. There is a warning for the Tempest Simsport GT3 car. No bumping, so no bump drafting. They were bump drafting down the straight, I think, on the ASR orange car. So they're not allowed to do that anymore. They got a warning for that. But as well as that, we have a drive-through for the PM Esports car. We saw that incident they had with I think it was Fields Academy Motorsports, and they've got a drive-through for that. So they've been penalized for that, and they, I mean, it was a very stupid incident, really, a very unfortunate incident to happen, but yeah, they have got a drive-through for that, so they have been penalized, yeah, by the race director.
Is that in the GTE class?
The GT3 class.
GT3.
The touch happened, but the PM Esports though is in the GTE class.
Yeah. To be fair, they're like 5 minutes off the Crips racing, so it won't, or 4.5 minutes now, so it won't make a huge difference. Obviously, they would want it. Not like they're going to lose positions.
Yeah, but they are going to lose positions now to the GT3s as well, so they will not get blue flags once you have to pass them. And we saw earlier on that that Rick Monders had some issues dealing with traffic. So when the GT3s don't get blue flags, I think it will get even harder for him.
Well, obviously, blue flags help treat when you're trying to lap, and with no blue flags, it won't be easy. You'll have to overtake them on pace, and well, the GT3s would be kind of stupid if they did try and defend from him, but they have every right to.
Yeah. Well, we have a message in chat from Jure Matthijssen. No splash and dash needed for our fences. We're just casually driving under the radar. As you see the PM Esports car now coming in for their drive-through. But that's the car in third place at the moment in GT3. And Tom Vos in that car right now, I expect, because otherwise, yeah, Yuri couldn't really read us anything in chat or type us anything in chat. But through the pit lane they go. 5 hours done now of this race. So we've touched on the 5 hours mark. But yeah, that car casually driving under the radar. 14 seconds is the gap to PE2. But they do not need to have a splash and dash, and they are gaining on the cars ahead of them. So that could be a car that will come through at the end of the race, or maybe at hour 8 or 9, as a very strong contender for the win.
Well, that's what they hope, and yeah, that's what they hope.
Of course, being as quick as Tom, of course, he won the. He won the both PRL MX5 series races, and he signed up like 15 minutes before the event actually happened. So that tells you just how quick that just how quick he is. It's absolutely amazing. But like we said, this car coming in for his drive-through 4 minutes and 50 seconds behind the Chris Racing car, and that is not over, trust me. There are a lot of things that can happen here, and 4 minutes and 50 seconds is a lot, but the Chris Racing car is not free from disaster.
Well, if anything happens, he can catch up to them relatively quickly. Obviously, it's still 4.5 minutes behind, but he does have a quick car, I believe, underneath him.
Oh yeah, he definitely does, but E1 Bremer in that car has made a little bit of a mistake as well. It's just very unfortunate mistakes from that car. They got a drive through earlier in the race as well, I think, for a collision with another car, but it's just really been an unfortunate race for them. As we now look at the battle for P10, Julian Manukas now past the Bikes Online, the S Racing BMW, but Rui Teixeira looking to come back.
Well, we know the BMWs have a lot of straight line speed, and will he go high up on the banking corner? And he will. He's side by side now, axle to axle. Will he make the move stick before the next corner? And he does. He's in front. Great move, very sensible from both drivers. See what the Lambo can do now.
I think, to be honest, knowing Julian, that he is going to try and get past his BMW the first opportunity he gets. So I think if he can get into the slipstream now and get past, well, SDK has some things happening, but I think that, like I said, disappearing, that is not a good thing for Julian if he is disappearing. But he is going to try it up the inside. He's going to try the tight line, try and put him off. Did not work, and it's Rui Teixeira up into P10.
We'll see if he can hold that off, because the Lambo is quicker in the corners, I feel, than the BMW. But the BMW is so much faster down the straight, as we saw just before.
Well, we're looking then at the battle for the championship in the GTE field, and that really, at the moment, looks to be going the way of Astro Racing Merola.
Well, they haven't put the foot wrong from what I've seen, and they have been sat behind their teammates for the first hour or so, hour and a half, I guess, and yeah, they've been playing the long game, and it's coming out on top for them.
Yeah, still 7 hours to go, so I'm not gonna walk ahead on the facts, but it is looking good for them at the moment if they can keep this up, because the gap to their sister team is 1 minute and 10 seconds, if my quick maths are right. So that gap is increasing slightly every lap, and I think that is due to the wing damage that this Astro car has. Let's look where it is. It is into the bus stop now, so the gap is still quite big in terms of position on track. But they are losing out a little bit. If you look at the driver's right hand side of that wing, you can see it's bent down a little bit. That is from an incident that happened in the second hour of the race. So they've been driving around with that for a long while now.
Yeah, well, obviously not great by them. They're going to have to work around it, see what the drivers can do to get as much downforce and get as much speed as we see the LMP2 car in front of them lapping the BMW. But yeah, a lot of damage on that rear wing. It's not helping them at all for the championship.
Yeah, of course, that is not helping them through the corners, but it's not helping them on the straights as well.
Yeah, with the increased drag.
Yeah, definitely. And it is Perry Oosterveer once again in the Platinum Racing Team LMP2 blue car. That gap up to 29 seconds to Rapid E-Racing Team Purple. But the gap to P1, Tempest Sims for PEC LMP2, down by 5 seconds once again. Seems like that Felipe Baua in the Rapid E-Racing Team Purple car is very quick. Last lap time was 2 tenths slower than Jorge Augusto in the Tempest Simsport car. But over a stint, it looked like, at least for now, that Rapid Racing Team Purple is a second or 5 quicker. That is not going to be enough at the end, I think, to take victory. But once again, Tempest Simsport showing their dominance in that class. And if it stays like this, they're going to be crowned champion.
Well, every little helps, don't they? Doesn't it? We'll see if Tempest gets held up by traffic or gets damaged from traffic. It's not unknown, but yeah, every little second helps.
For Platinum Racing Team, it does, of course. If that car doesn't finish the race, it will get no points. And that is what Platinum Racing Team LMP2 Blue needs. Otherwise, it will not win the championship. If they even finish outside of the top 10, which is not possible because we only have 6 cars or 5 cars competing at the moment, which is quite sad to see. But if they would have been able to finish outside of the top 10, they would get 1 point, and they would get leveled on points if Perry Oosterveer and Winston Eckel and Vincent Ossems would be able to win in the Platinum Racing Team LMP2 Blue car. But Tempest would have had more race wins than Platinum Racing Team LMP2 Blue, so the championship would have still gone to Tempest Simsport. So they're in a very, very strong position, no matter what position they're in the race.
Agreed. Yeah.
So they're in a very strong position for the championship.
Well, in the closing stages of this race, the championship is what all the teams will be thinking about. Not obviously if they win this race, that's really good, but making sure they're not going to make a stupid mistake, as we see the Porsche going around the outside and of the Astro, but I think that's lapping anyway.
Yeah, they're lapping. That is, I think, the Astro Racing Majorla car, because it does not have wing damage. But gap ever going to their sister team, and I think that's what they are looking for. Meanwhile, this is the battle for 3rd place in class.
Well, right now we can see how amazing the slipstream, or impressive the slipstream is on the banking and the straight line speed. Will he make a move? He's close enough. He's within the car length. Not quite. He's playing it safe, thinking about the long game.
They are quite offset towards the Fields Academy Motorsports car, because that car is doing a double stint on its tires at the moment, and both Tobias Kurtz and Ricardo Duarte in Tempest Simsport and Austin Simmer's orange car have both changed tires. So that is very interesting to see that play out over the course of this stint.
Of course, tyres is everything. Well, not everything, but very important. We got bad tyres, well, you'll be dropping through the field, or heavily graining tyres, you'll be dropping through the field, especially if it's a close battle like this.
It's very, very close all the way in the GT3 field. There are battles that are within 2 seconds, 3 seconds still after 5 hours of racing. So there isn't a class closer than the GT3 class at the moment.
No, all the other classes are either minutes, absolutely minutes, apart from each other, like the GTE class. There's not really any cars close to each other. It's a 28-second gap, but I've seen that the gap getting larger as the Astro Racing team does have significant damage on the rear wing.
Yeah, and that gap is, I think, gonna be ever growing. And for some reason, I always thought that T3 Motorsport by Manatee Pack GTE would get their maiden win, because that car, of course, the only other car than a Porsche in that class, and it's only that BMW that was competing since the beginning of this season. So if they could get a win here, that would be awesome. But of course, Astro Racing Murla will look will be looking to consolidate that championship, and just winning the race and winning the championship as well is winning the championship in style, I think.
Clearly, you want to win the final race on a, or win the championship on a high, unlike what Lewis Hamilton did in 2008. Obviously, winning the championship by 1 point that season, on the final lap as well. But of course, you want to win the race. You want to look dominant on the score sheets, winning the final race, winning the championship, and getting the maximum points you can get.
Joseph van der Linde asks what happened to Cardboard Blue. We will take a look at it. They're in the pits at the moment. The car looks absolutely fine, or doesn't it? It's not up on the jack, so it is repairing something. Is Joost Bouwmeester in that car? Here we have it. I don't think that Justin van der Linde will like this. Oh, and it's going slow. It's going very, very... Is this car out of fuel?
That's one of the most embarrassing things a driver can do, is running out of fuel.
Hold on a second. This car is out of fuel. Wow. That is something that I definitely did not expect, but this car is out of fuel. How embarrassing is that?
That's just embarrassing, isn't it? Running out of fuel. Here's to something. Obviously, you control how much fuel, and you can see with the time how much fuel you have left in the tank. It's just really embarrassing.
Once again, look, the car cuts off. And I think at the end of the grass, he just brings it to a halt. Why not earlier? Didn't he just realize when he was here that he couldn't get to the pits anymore with the speed? Very, very strange, to be honest. Well, back to live pictures, but that is very embarrassing for the Cardboard Blue car. And now the Kuruma Motorsports car up into P4, but that is into the pit lane. I think. No, it isn't. It's still out on track, and it's coming up to pit a lap on the Cardboard Blue car.
I've got to say, they get my points for the best livery. It's a beautiful livery. Reminds me of the Jaguars in other racing series in real life. But yeah, it's a shame. Very embarrassing that they ran out of fuel, and it has lost them a lot of time.
That has lost him, I think, 3 laps, to be honest, there, because he was a lap ahead of the Kuruma Motorsports car. So he had to gain that lap back. No, 2 laps. And now he has lapped the Cardboard Blue car almost. So that has almost lost him 2 laps there, running out of fuel. Well, he could have just hopped into the pit lane, and he would have only lost the pit stop. But hey, these things happen. It's just very embarrassing if it happens to you.
Yeah, it's racing, isn't it? It's not just about how fast you can go in a straight line and cornering speed, it's about the strategy. And, well, they obviously got it wrong.
Yeah, they got it horribly wrong, you can say it like that, because running out of fuel is not something you should do. As Perry Oosterveer is into the pits as well now, he is not out of fuel. This is the car that took pole position in this class. And they are going to go for, I think, a quick splash of fuel. And then they will be sending Perry Oosterveer out on track once again. Excuse me. We have Gastel Hernandez still leading for Astro Racing Marola.
Yeah,
this is unchanged, really.
Yeah, it hasn't really changed. Q3 Motorsport is keeping about a 45-second gap. Not really catching, not really losing any time. Yeah, it's been a dominant stint for the Astro Racing.
Well, Lewis Gregg though He has lost to PM Esports as well, because that gap was 4 minute 50. It's now 4 minute 43. So if actually PM Esports did not make that mistake and Rick Mondos did not make that mistake, he would have been in the shot still with getting that position back from Chris Racing at the end of the field. But once again, we see that Chris Racing are champions of the GTE AM field because they have already been crowned champion last race. We can see that they are just champion for a reason.
Yeah, super quick. No wonder they got the championship before the final round. Really impressive.
Just ahead of them though, I just saw it in the background, it's still Tempest Sim Sport behind ASR Orange, and it looks like the Field Academy Motorsports car is not losing too many time with staying out for a stint longer on the tires.
Well, I guess they've got the pace, and of course the Arvinus, is that how you pronounce it? Racing Red got a drive-through penalty on lap 1 for the incorrect number. Once again, quite embarrassing to do, because of course their class number has to be between 300 and 399, and of course their number's now 96.
Yeah, I think that should have been 396, but they forgot the 3.
Embarrassing once again.
Well, it is a mistake that could have been easily avoided, you know. And I think if you make a mistake like that, you will never make it again. Because to make a mistake like that, once again, like you said, it's very embarrassing. But it's not only embarrassing, but you get a penalty for absolutely nothing you've done wrong. And they could have been in the lead by a minute and a half now if they wouldn't have had that drive-through.
Yeah, they will be definitely in the lead, maybe even a dominant lead. Maybe even a dominant lead. And it's very similar to the Platinum Racing Team BWM. Obviously, they won't get penalised for it, but it's just a mistake that you probably will never make again. You'll definitely double check your spelling every single time you enter a race or a championship.
Yeah. Well, we've entered kind of the quiet stage of the race now. I don't think that this Tempest Sim Sport car is going to go for a move anytime soon. Yuri Matthijssen from the Arvensis Racing Red team says, makes the race a bit of a challenge. That is very confident if you can say that. Let's be honest about that. But we have now entered the quiet stage of the race a little bit. So, any things you want to talk about, including this race?
Well, there is 2 cars. Oh, we're watching them. I was looking at the leaderboards and I was like, oh, that's a close time.
It has been this close for a long while, but it's just fuel saving by the Tempest Sim Sport car to go a lap longer.
With the slipstream.
Yeah.
Slipstream not slicing through the air as the car in front would do. Very much like IndyCar, especially in the Indy 500, when there's teammates, they work together so they don't have to worry about fuel. And they swap positions, so one leads and then one gets the slipstream, and they'll swap again a couple laps later to save the fuel. Don't know how much fuel they save, but obviously enough for them to see that strategy.
Well, it's not only an endurance for the drivers, it's an endurance for us as well. And a big part of an endurance race is staying hydrated and making sure that you're not getting hungry. And I must say, I haven't eaten in the stint that I was off, the 2 stints. So I must say I'm getting very hungry now. But still 1.5 hours for me to go. I'm good to go for the rest of the race, possibly. But the thing is, you have to eat at some point, otherwise you're gonna become physically very weak, and you're gonna become very sleepy. As there's the Tempest Sim Sport LMP2 car flying by. It's unbelievable the closing speed from that LMP2.
Yeah, well, the LMP2 have got a far superior chassis, engine, got a lot more aero in the car, so that's so much more grip. It's just an incredible machine to watch.
It's in a whole different league than the LMP1 though, because the LMP1 I do like those cars really a lot, and well, it's kind of sad that the Porsche in the LMP field at Le Mans or something, as it gets very close and spicy between Tempest and Sim Racing, Austin Sim Race Orange, but it's sad to see them go, I think, in the next 2 years, because we will get the hypercars added to iRacing.
Yeah, well, the hypercars are something incredible. It's so quick. And of course, I see Porsche have released theirs, BMW have released theirs. There's rumours that McLaren want to join the hypercar as well.
And you yourself, if you race, what are you? Are you a iRacing driver yourself, or?
I've never raced iRacing before, but I have done very similar racing games like Crucio. I would say it's not as advanced as iRacing. It's got a whole different concept, but you have the same cars.
And how do you prepare if you have a race? Do you have a certain ritual that you do before every start of the race? Do you have a certain amount of things that you do in practice, or?
Well, for the F1 game, on the formation lap, I have to do a burnout. It's just something that I've always done, always loved to do. And obviously in real life, they do it as well. And it's just something really fun to do. Get lots of tyre smoke, obviously you can't smell it. But you can imagine the beautiful smell of tyre smoke.
Oh yeah. Yeah. That is something, when I go to a karting track as well, the smell of just the fuel and the burning rubber, it's wow. It's something you get nowhere else. I think there are, and I'm gonna have to ask my girlfriend to give me that for my birthday or something. It is like a candle that smells like rubber or something. It has the smell of a racing tire.
That is cool. I want that now.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that is cool.
So yeah, if it's possible for me here in the Netherlands to get that, that is something I would love to have. Because every time I go to a karting track, I love the smell of it. And if the karting track is indoor as well, mate, absolutely, the smell there, it's even better.
Even though it'll probably give you lung cancer in like 20, 30 years, which is something to experience.
Still, I think it's ventilated very well on an inside karting track. Of course, they have to by the law and everything to make it safe for the people who race there and are inside. But I do not think that it's that harmful for you, really. You might have a different view on that, but I do not think it's that harmful for you.
That depends how much you intake. Everything's harmful somehow. Scientists will find a way that electric will be harmful. Yeah, we'll never find a fully sustainable way.
Yeah.
Because there'll be
Hold on a
science
second
that
here.
will always find.
Hold on a second here, Max. Sorry to interrupt you, but this is the battle for the lead in the GT3 AM Championship, or standings, really. And it's at the moment Miles Owens against Luis Marino in the SR Technicar. This SR Technicar, though, it does have damage on the front left, driver's left. As you can see here, going through the corner, the splitter is bent and the bodywork as well. So they are doing a brilliant job keeping that car where it is at the moment. Excuse me. So
yeah, brilliant job. Obviously got damage and still catching the BMW, which we know is a missile in a straight line. But and of course the Lambo's now wounded and will be mostly affected in the part where it's faster than the BMW's. Brilliant driving from the 444 machine.
And of course, isn't it like we know he has damage now in the slipstream? He can barely keep up, as you can see. He has the run now very late on the straight, but if he pulls out of the slipstream, it's like he drives into a wall. He can't really accelerate, as he's now going to try down the inside. He has a look very, very close to the back of that BMW, but not really able to get past.
Once again, I imagine he's a bit, he's got a PTSD from whenever he got that damage there. Suddenly sounded American. Yeah, he might make a move now. So he's got the slipstream. He's weaving right. He's round the outside on the banking corner on the marbles. He make it stick, maybe not. The BMW will have the inside line for the next corner. The Lambo just has that more pace, and will he? I don't think he'll be able to stick around the outside, and he does. He sticks around the outside. They're still side by side into your next kink of a right and then a left, and a long right-hander. They're still side by side. The BMW is going round the outside now, defending all he can, now attacking the Lamborghini. Impressive work. What an overtake. He worked hard for that.
Yeah, but I think now he's going to be down in the straight line, so it's going to be light work, I think, now for the BMW to get back past once again.
Of course, if he wants to get back past, he might use a slipstream to save some fuel, but it depends how much time he'll lose being behind the Lamborghini.
Well, we'll see now, because onto the straight we go. Tempest Simsport Pack into the pit lane, and I don't know, the gap there is around 2 minutes, so that won't do them any harm, I think. We're looking here, and it looks like that Lambo is actually very, very quick in the straight line still.
Yeah, it looks like BMW just don't have the pace for some reason. Maybe they're trying to cool the tyres as the Lambo is very heavy on the curbs there.
Well, looking then onto the next part of the straight after the Le Mans chicane. And still the Lamborghini faster than the BMW, but we have another fight going on at the head of the field. It's Tempest Sim Sport once again pressurizing the Austrian Sim Racers orange car.
Well, this battle has been going on for a while now. No major moves. The Tempest Sim Sport, his PEC car, did pull back. Maybe too much dirty air, maybe wanting to cool the tyres down a little bit more. Yeah, he's back on the charge.
It's something you definitely got to think about. Of course, when you're behind the car, it does help you with fuel management, but you are going to be sliding around a little bit more, and that is not going to help the tire life, like you said.
No, the dirty air isn't nice. Isn't nice for the tyres. Obviously, you lose more downforce as well.
Yeah. Being in that dirty air, though, is not as big as it is in other classes. Being in the GT3, Formula 1, I think, is the biggest example of that. They actually had issues with the dirty air, and you can see just how close the GT3s can run, even if they're in the dirty air. So I don't think that for passing it's any issue for the Tempest Sim Sport Pack car, but it seems like he doesn't really want to pass. It just looks like he wants to save fuel behind the Austrian Sim Racers orange car. But they are losing time to the Fields Academy Motorsports Porsche, which is very interesting to see, because that is on old tires and they are on new.
Well, it depends if the Tempest racing car, as he gets slapped by the LMP2, he needs to decide really what car he wants to fight. If he doesn't think he'll catch the Porsches in front, then there's no reason why he shouldn't be saving fuel behind. But if he thinks he's faster, a lot faster, then he might be making the move as quickly as possible.
Alberto Gazzapo, by the way, back in that car, so he took over on used tires from I think, Andrew Fields in that car. So that is very interesting to see. You normally never see that, a driver picking over the used tires from another driver. You normally, with the driver, you change tires as well.
That's a strange one. I don't know why they've done that. Obviously, changing tyres is slower than changing the driver. But yeah, I'm not sure why they've done that. Maybe they haven't bought themselves enough. That's all, they use too many sets of tyres in practice. They want to save some more, and they want to save some more later on in the race.
Yeah. Martin Hobson says, evening, my man. If you're able to get into the commentary booth for a quick little interview, feel free to do so. I know you're busy in the stewarding room, but you're always allowed to pop into the waiting room, and we'll get you into the broadcasting room. As we look now at the Fields Academy Motorsports car, it looks to be gaining on the Arventis red car as well. So it is on terms of pace, it is very, very close to the leader actually.
That's confident for the driver to see that. Or he will get told that he's in a similar pace as. Oh, I thought Cobalt Blue is in the pit lane or not in the pit lane. I'm not sure if the graphics are playing about there. I don't think he is. Yeah,
No, he isn't.
it would be really confident for the driver.
Yeah. 23 people still watching at the moment. Thanks all for enjoying this. We're almost halfway home, and then we can start counting down. I always like to pinpoint halfway through the race a little bit, because of course you're counting up to 6 hours at the beginning of the race, and after those 6 hours you can really count down, because you're past the halfway mark, and at that point it's just driving the car home really. You've worked so hard for the first half of the race, and it would be very sad to see that go in the second part of it.
See, at the halfway mark, you do just want to bring it home. You don't want to make any stupid moves. Obviously, you can almost see the finishing line ahead of you.
And PM Esports car off.
Yeah, there's a Porsche off at the horseshoe. I'm not. You'll see the replay now. See him entering the horseshoe, and he just goes wide onto the marbles and just locks up
into the wall again for that car, and that just sums up their race really. This is what has been happening. It is so unfortunate for them really, but it just sums up their race. Those sloppy mistakes is really what has been happening to them the past 6 hours really.
Yeah, it's shame, but you know, it's the driver's mistake. If I'm not sure when the last time they pitted, but if the driver's getting tired and or hungry, as you said before, thirsty, unable to have what they want, they'll make stupid mistakes like that, locking up in the grass and just going wide. That was an embarrassing mistake.
Well, these things happen, of course. They have had that a couple of times now in this race, and it's really unfortunate. They are getting past the GT3 field. It's only Tom Vos now who is ahead of the Rick Manders PM Esports car, and I think in a second we will see that switch once again. We can go if you guys want to. This is also something we can do. There we go. Onto the overall picture. But I do not really like to do this, because you can see how small the grid is today. So we'll do it like this.
Yeah, it makes it look like we've got more cars in the grid. And it's easier for colourblind people as well, with the red and green.
So yeah, of course, this car, the number 17, they've been up and down. It is still Perry Osevier in that car, and I think they will be looking to pit. I don't know, a minute or 20 time. What do you think? I think a minute or 10, and they will be in the pit lane once again.
well, might as well get and see what new tyres, maybe more fuel, different driver, what it can be able to see with the heavier fuel load. The cars feel so different than with the lighter fuel.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, I think, as I've just taken a look, we have no news from the stewards. The thing is, I think, that Perry Oosterveer has done a double now after this, but we're gonna quickly take a look at the track state and everything. It is currently 10 minutes before 7 in the in-game time. Track temperature 31 degrees. I think on a track like this, tires are triple stintable. And if you want to get that strategical advantage, I think you have to start here.
Well, it's prime time on the track temperature as well. 31, really, 29 to 31 degrees is perfect for the tyres to get some really good fast laps in. A lot of grip. It's just a perfect working temperature for this tyres.
Martin says, are Ventus Racing definitely making themselves known? They definitely do. They are a very quick team pairing and they are in the lead still. 7 seconds, that gap is increasing now finally to Fields Academy Motorsports car.
Yeah, they've definitely impressed the everybody who's watched the racing. Really impressive stuff from them. Obviously, like I said before, they had a drive-through penalty in lap 1, which isn't great. At least they might have had clean air, I can't remember. It's quite a while ago now. But yeah, now 7 seconds gap, just brilliant performance.
I think the clean air thing, that they had clean air for like half a lap, then the LMP2 field came through on them. And after that, they had, the AM field to deal with. So they've come back from absolutely plumb last through the AM field, and now they are leading the race once again. So that's, I think, just an absolute brilliant performance by that team.
Really good, really impressive. Yeah.
As we have in chat a couple of conversations going about season 2. Drivers, how are you looking or how much are you looking forward to season 2 with new tracks such as Road Atlanta, and just season 2 is going to be on again another level than season 1 has been. So let us know in the chat what you guys are thinking about that. But coming back to season 1 again, Max, it's been a cracker really. The championships have gone down to the wire really in the last race here. Everything up to play for, and it is swinging in the favor once again of Fields Academy Motorsports. But it's been going like from left to right really in this GT3 field, as we see the sun now starting to set a little bit. I think once we are into the 7 hours into this race, I think we will be in. The sun will have fully set by then.
Yeah, well, this is a challenging period for the drivers. Sun in their eyes. We see it's not real life, so they don't have the tinted visors you can get, and yeah, we see the game is brilliant and it's stunning, and that's not always a good thing for the drivers with the sun setting.
No, definitely visibility is going to be down in this next couple of minutes.
Just as the track temperature is getting perfect as well. Typical.
Well, it is still this battle. They have been like this for the whole stint, and for 40 minutes now, I think over 40 minutes, Tempest Simsport have been saving fuel over ASR Orange. And I think they're doing this to get that deficit back, because they needed a splash and dash like we said before this. And now, with them saving fuel behind the ASR Orange car, without the pressure from the Fields Academy Motorsports car behind them, they are now free to save fuel, really.
Yeah. Obviously, it will help them against the Austrian Sim Racing Orange car, and obviously Field Academy Motorsport as well in the long run. I think Field Academy Motorsport is well in front of that pack.
Yeah. Well, almost halfway through. Do you have any highlights of the race so far, Max?
Towards the start, there was no incidents in the Le Mans chicane, which is always a good thing for drivers, obviously. Not for the spectators. Everybody wants to see a bit of argy-bargy and a bit of contact. But yeah, it's been relatively clean racing, which I'm really impressed with all the drivers, or mostly all the drivers.
Yeah, of course, you're never going to avoid things happening in a 12-hour race, but you always want to minimize them as much as possible. And if we look once again at the championship in LMP2, we're quickly going to take a look at that. Here we have it on your screen right now. Okay, that is absolutely great. Here, there we go. This was the championship I was looking for. 128 points for Tempest Simsport LMP2. And that just tells you how dominant they are. Once again, leading the race by 1:50. So a lap over P2, which is on pace quite a lot. Don't you think so?
Yeah, no, it's a whole lap in front. That means the Rapid E Racing Team Purple will have to be a lap faster in the last 6 hours in total, and can't see that happening unless Tempest Simsport make a mistake like underfueling the car or anything like that. I can't see Rapid E Racing catching on your pace.
Well, and how do you think that the title battle is shaping up? Because 128 points for Tempest and 91 for Platinum Racing Team LMP2 Blue. They could still be champion, but things are gonna have to go really, really wrong for the Tempest Simsport Pack car.
Well, both of them have just won the championship, like in the class of their own. Over 30 points in front of the ASR Blue team, and just really impressive all season long.
Well, of course, the Platinum Racing or Platinum Racing Team LMP2 Blue, they could still drop down if they are really unlucky in the last couple of minutes in the race. They could still drop down to P4, so out of even a podium position. Now, I do think they got lucky because ASR Blue is not here today. Austin Sim Racers Blue in the LMP2 field, they're not here today. The only one that is here is Rapid Racing Team Purple. They are gaining positions on Platinum Race, or they are gaining points on Platinum Racing Team LMP2 Blue because they are ahead of them. But well, the 5 points they gained is not a lot, really.
Not in the larger scale, no. But yeah, Platinum Racing Team LMP2 Blue, if I get this right, they started in pole position. So they've lost World 2 places down to third, and it's 35 seconds behind P2. P2's over a minute and a half behind P1. So very spaced out field in the LMP2.
Yeah. Of course, we have Astro Racing leading in the GTE Pro field, but that car, once again, they're back on top. What has happened in the GTE field?
I noticed that about 10 minutes ago now, the T3 Motorsport did hit, and so for quite a while. So I'm not sure if they had damage.
Oh, never mind. That gap is 6.7. It was a minute when I looked at the timing, and now I click on it. It's 7 seconds. That's just SDK things. But I was worried for a second there, like, what has happened to the Astro Racing Marola car? But I think they both pitted, and Astro Racing still has to pit.
Well, and there's Astro Racing pitting now. Perfect timing.
Well, skill, that is. That was just pure luck that they're pitting now. It's just pure luck that they are pitting now, but well, like we said, it's now swinging back in the favor of Astro Racing Mayorla, but every time that they get ahead of Astro Racing Mayorla, and I'm talking about Astro Racing here, every time they can get ahead of them, even though it's with the pit stop cycle, you're still in with a shot. I always say, once you get ahead of them with a pit stop cycle, you're in with a shot at the end. Because you never know what's going to happen strategy-wise.
Anything can happen strategy-wise and track-wise, and once again, I feel like I'm picking on Bolt Blue, but yeah, if they run out of fuel, I can just shake up the whole entire field. It does feel like I'm always talking about fuel, but it's a possibility. And you can see there the T3 Motorsport have got in front in the pit stops, which we kind of all knew would happen.
Yeah. Well, it's very close in the GT3 field as well. It's still Tempest behind ASR Orange. Wow, how much longer is it going to stay like this, you think?
Well, the Tempest Simsport driver, I'm not sure who's driving right now, but I have some really good patience behind the Austrian, because I think he has so much more pace in it. But yeah, really playing the long game, trying to stay on the track for the longest, waiting for a mistake and free overtake. I noticed actually the Tempest was very tight turn 1 compared to the Austrian field, but as we see lapped cars getting in the way, the LMP2 car catching their Tempest sort of teammates, obviously in a different class, so, and he's hoping that the LMP2 gets hold back.
Yeah, well, I think it's gonna stay like this, like you said, until they pit once again.
Yeah, and just hope that whichever way goes their way, they get a faster pit stop. Maybe that means they have less fuel in the car, but I imagine they can go lots of laps longer than the Austrian sim racing Orange.
Yeah, well, the thing is, they had that short field, so I expect them in around 10-15 minutes max. And I think if they could pit at 6 hours 5 minutes completed, they're good with a splash and dash, and they can push till the end.
Agreed. Well, we're nearly halfway through. 10 minutes to go until we're halfway through. So yeah, anything can happen still.
Well, you can see how crazy it can be in the first 6 hours, and there's no reason why that shouldn't happen in hour 6 or in hour 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 and 12.
Yeah, well, you can see the course filling out the way very nicely. All was very wide, but either or, getting through the course, and yeah, it could go either way. Both teams look really strong. Tempest obviously looks like he wants to overtake. They've been behind each other for pretty much the whole time I've been commentating, so an hour now.
Yeah. Well, the thing I think is with Tempest is that they're looking at the bigger picture, because if they were looking at the championship now, they would have tried and get ahead of Austrian Sim Racers Orange to try and catch up to Fields Academy Motorsports, but they're clearly not doing that.
Yeah, well, it depends how much pace Tempest thinks he has, and he could be pushing, for all we know, really hard pushing, and just not liking the track. or the condition sees that. But again, the Fields Academy Motorsport, I haven't seen them do anything wrong. And yeah, brilliant drive by them, even though it's only halfway through.
Yeah, we saw, of course, in practice 2 days ago that the Tempest SimSport car was quite a lot slower than the Arvensis Racing red car and the Fields Academy Motorsports red car. I said in my expectations for the race that Arvensis was going to win. Behind that Tempest and behind them was going to be Fields Academy Motorsports. So if it actually goes like that, then Fields Academy Motorsports will be the champion. But if you turn around P1 and P2, Arvensis has an incident or something, I don't know what, Tempest gets ahead of Fields Academy Motorsports, leads the way, they're champion. That's how close it is. Only 10 points in it.
It's pretty much whoever finishes the race first, crosses the first.
You're a little far away from the mic, I think.
My car again.
Yeah.
I'll try and sort that out again.
You're really, really quiet at the moment now.
Is that better?
Yeah, way better. Way better.
No, we see the Rapid E Racing Team purple in the pit lane now, and going on their stop. Maybe they have damage and didn't see how long they've been in the pit lane for. But
This
yeah.
is just they've been in their pit box for 27 seconds now and in the pit lane for 50.
Okay, so oh, it's on the jacks, so changing the tyres as well.
Driver stays in, I think. Justin van der Linden now in the car, so that is a driver change. That explains why they are changing tires as well. Barry Oosterveer still in this car, so I expect him in a couple of laps as well. Who we do expect in a couple of laps is this duo. I think because it was Tempest SimSport always pitting first, and the lap after, or 2 laps after, it was ASR Orange pitting. But I expect really that they get into the pits together now. That is what I'm expecting. And if that is the case, Tempest SimSport have done a really, really good job on saving fuel behind this car.
Really impressive, and of course, if they come in the pit lane, that would be, at the same time, that would be brilliant to watch. See who can get the tyres changed first and who needs the most amount of fuel, and who can get back out on track and warm up their tyres first, really. Of course, if they make a mistake coming up pit lane, the other car will be all over the back of him, maybe even in front. So really well done to both of them.
Yeah. Well then, we are almost halfway, only 5 minutes to go, and the gap at the GT3 field for third place is as close as it has really ever been. It has been this close for a long while now.
Amazing patience from the driver in the Tempest car. Really impressive patience. If I was him, I'll be wanting to overtake him as soon as I see him. So brilliant racing.
Yeah. Well, around I think 10 minutes ago, we saw I think, let me quickly take a look for you. Yes, I have it here for you. We had a crash, and Daniel Weber had to jump back to the pits. I can't get it on the screen for some reason, the replay is not working.
Costly.
Here we have it.
Costly. I see the Porsche coming out of the lane in front of the B2 car, right in the path of the B2 car actually.
That is a nice way to start your stint, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah, perfect timing. Yeah, great.
Cowboy Blue though, back into the fight once again. Kuruma Motorsports, very, very fast team, and I expect them towards the top at the end of the race as well. 1 minute 46 is the gap to Perry Oosterveer in the Planet Racing Team LMP2 blue car. Otkar Cross still in that car, and he is very, very, very fast. Oh, never mind, 51 seconds it is.
Oh wow, okay. Either there was a glitch there, or he was very quick. I imagine there was a glitch.
Yeah.
But, yeah, 48 seconds behind Platinum Racing Team. Platinum Racing Team just pitted as well. And yeah, we'll see how that plays out for them.
They are a lap down this car to the leader, so the leader now has 1 lap over them, but they pitted already, the Rapid Racing Team purple car. Tampa Sim Sport Pack LMP2, they still need to pit, so it's gonna be close, I think. Once they finish their, or once we come to the end, as we saw now at the head of the field, Tampa Sim Sport making the move up the inside. There they go. They've saved enough fuel now. They've saved enough fuel now.
Yeah, it also feel like either he's getting really bored, I would be behind that car, and
but look at the gap he's already pulled.
Yeah, that's impressive. Already a second, or pretty much a second. Yeah, it's a move that he needed to make.
Well, the gap to the Fields Academy Motorsports car has opened up to 40 seconds now.
Yeah. So brilliant work from them. Obviously saving enough fuel.
We have now as well crossed quite a while ago the 200 lap barrier. Lead car, so Tampa Sim Sport Pack LMP2, currently at lap 218. It is the GTs that are on lap 200 right now.
Yeah, well, they'll be roughly doing about 400 laps around this course. The end. Well, the cars will. Obviously, the drivers won't be. They'll be swapping in and out. But yeah, I imagine. For predictions, I think about 403 laps for the GTEs.
Yeah. It is going to be very, very close though for the GT cars to get to that 400 lap mark. Do you think they will get there?
The GT3s?
Yes.
I don't think they will. What? Can you see how many laps the Avensis have done?
They are now coming up to complete their 200 lap.
So it's a big mark, but you have to factor in driver changes. Obviously, the temperature decreasing, so there'll be slightly less grip. And yeah, well, we're pretty much on the halfway mark. We're over halfway now by 15 seconds. So yeah, I don't think they'll be able to get the 400 mark.
Okay, yeah, because I do think that they will get there, and I think they will get around 401 laps in. Oh, as you see it crash in front of it. Who might that be? Oh no! Is that the Lamborghini from? That might be. From Vulcan Esports. Here we see it coming into the booth here. Oh no, the Cowboy Blue car! No!
Yeah.
Yeah, that is going to be race over for them, I think. No, not the Cowboy Blue car.
Yeah. Another embarrassing move by the Cobalt's blue car. Really embarrassing. But yeah, it's a shame. The Lamborghini was running well. No one really around him. We can see it again. Hopefully, yeah. And he's pulling over. Will the Cobalt Blue just catching 2 cars? And oh!
But But what was he thinking?
Yeah, it's another silly mistake. He would have just waited, and obviously he would have lost time, but it's not like he's fighting for the lead this race, so yeah, silly move.
Yeah, definitely. Well, and that happens just at the halfway point. So is it really kicking off now with everything happening? It looks like, though.
Yeah, well,
Tobias Kurz is now dropped back. Tempest Simsport into the pits. They have been into the pits already. So it's now again 1 second to the ASR orange car.
we'll see. Oh, they dropped behind. I didn't realise that.
Yeah, but they have pitted already.
Yeah.
And I think we expect we expect Tobias Kurz into the pit this lap.
Yeah, it makes sense. Tempest have got this in the bag. They got that move. They got that P3 spot. Just see if they can get the P2 or P1 slot. Very much doubt it. Very hard thing to do.
ASR continuing another lap.
Well, that's very interesting. Flashing the lights, trying to get the BMW out of the way, or put the BMW off.
This car is not going to want to lose time, but he does let him by very nicely. That is John Sylvester in the Daytona Racing Team BWM car, 4 seconds behind Nuno Vinagre in the SR Technic car, and that is the battle for first place in the GT3 AM class.
Yeah, well, the Ventus Racing Red just in another place right now, in another world. Really impressive drive, pretty much 9 seconds, and the gap is still gaining, or currently losing, but on the other hand, mostly gaining, and now 9 seconds. So.
Yeah. But the thing that I'm most interesting about is this team. They're still in the lead, and the pit stops are cycling through. How are they still in the lead? Because they were on a different strategy before. Are they saving that much fuel?
Yeah. Wow, yeah, they're saving quite a lot of fuel, and yeah, they're doing alright, I guess. More than alright, but yeah.
No, they're actually worse on fuel length, to be honest. This is just raw speed.
Oh, better. Looks better as well with raw speed, and yeah, really impressive work. Well, we have the AS, or the Austrian Sim Racing orange car, in the pit lane as predicted, and just let's see how long they'll be in the pit lane for. I imagine a lot of fuel getting pumped into that car. Injured tyres probably, and
no tires.
No tyres. Yeah, that's not what I was expecting.
Here comes the Tempest car.
Yeah, we'll see where they'll come out. Will they come out?
Look in the background.
Very much doubt
There
it.
you can see the Tempest car coming into turn 1. Closer than ever it's going to be. Here you can see them coming.
Yeah, I think the Tempest have got it.
Oh, it's going to be so close. I don't think so. They're behind once again, down the inside. And now they have got it. Yes, you were right. They've got it, but it's so close. And look who's behind once again. Fields Academy Motorsports is behind them. And this is to put them on a lap.
Yeah, this is obviously the Field Academy Motorsport in the same class as them. But to be fair, I'm surprised they haven't let them past. It's not their race right now. They're not fighting there. They're fighting each other. And yeah, it's holding up the Field Academy Motorsport. Tempest must be thinking, please keep this up, please keep this up. Just try and get every second closer to the Field Academy Motorsport.
Yeah. What would you do in this situation? Would you give the ASR orange car a tow down the straights, or would you just try and drive away from them? Because if you drive away from them, of course, without a slipstream, they're going to be vulnerable down the straight.
I'm not sure. Luckily, I'm not in their shoes. But yeah, I would let them past. They're not in this race. Obviously, he's getting the benefit of the slipstream, but it's clear that he's faster. So there he goes. Yeah, on the inside. Oh no, he's
into the pit lane.
Into the pit lane. As the Tempest Sim Sports flashing the lights to get the Porsche way in front. Yeah. Well, if he didn't come into the pit lane, I would have let it past. It's not an out race at the moment, and hopefully he would have slowed down the Tempest front.
Well, Tom Vos still leading the way, so this is a genuine lead for Tom Vos.
Yeah.
One lap ahead of everyone else now.
Yeah, he's comfortable, and the field's coming in as well, seeing the players as we saw. And yeah, so it'll be way more than a lap, I imagine. Maybe 1.5, pushing 2 laps, maybe. Depends how long this Field's Economy Motorsport car is in the pit lane.
Yeah. It is, I think, already out. No, it's still in there. Well, that car is going to have to change tires.
Yeah.
But look, it's comfortably going to be ahead of the 2 other cars, but it is going to be closer than they thought. Let's say it like that. On pit exit now.
Yeah.
Look, they're already coming out of the pit lane.
Yeah, it's not nice. Oh, from their point of view, it feels like it's not nice to see the gap all that far. We'll see, but the Austrian Sim Racing orange car didn't hit, and we see the leading GTE car, the Astro Racing Viola car behind. We'll see how fast he can get past the GT3.
I think that's the Astro Racing car, because there's the bent wing on the rear. Oh, and it gets closed there. Door closed by Daniel Lozano in the Fields Academy Motorsports car.
I think there was a little bit of contact, not enough for damage, but a little bit of contact.
I had a feeling there that he was going to close that door, and he indeed was. This is the gap now. It's way closer than it has been before this, but that is the time that he's gained on that stint. It has been 13 seconds that he has gained there, and I did not expect it, to be honest, for him to gain time on the old tires.
Yeah, I wasn't seeing that either. I wasn't imagining that. But the roles have swapped. Tempest is now in front of the ASR orange car. But we'll see. We'll see if the 387 machine can be as patient as the Tempest. Very much doubt it, because that was a lot of patience from the Tempest. But we'll see if they want to pass it.
Yeah. Well, looking at the lead of the GTE field once again, it is still Astro Racing Mayorla. Gap now there, still 1.10 seconds to the Astro Racing team, but it is looking very good for this Astro Racing Mayorla team. They are gaining time on the T3 Motorsports BMW, and that just tells me that that car is just slower every lap. So it's consistently slower, and that is not a thing that the drivers can do anything about, really, because the gap is going up ever so slightly every lap, and it's not a massive deficit that they have over a lap, the BMW. But over the course of 6 hours, you can see that they lose 51 seconds.
Yeah, that can quickly add up. We had 2 laps by the end of this race. Obviously, it's a long race, like we've been saying. The whole previous 6 hours, it's a long race. Everybody needs to be patient. Everybody's getting a bit tired, but everybody's tires are falling off a little bit if they haven't changed them recently. Obviously, fuel can be an issue, but we'll see. We'll see how all the cars do.
Yeah. Well, the T3 Motorsports BMW, it's definitely a car that, because I expected it to win really because of the long straights here at Daytona, but it looks like the Porsche is actually not too bad on the straights.
Yeah, the Porsches, I always thought the BMWs were going to be faster down the straight. Porsches do have a good enough straight line speed. Maybe they're losing downforce and obviously results in drag to have this pace, but yeah, they look good. They look good.
Yeah. Well. Oh. We have news from the commentary booth, or from the commentary booth, from the stewards booth. The stewards summon a driver from the Akil Racing Science team to the stewards room immediately.
Ooh, have one of them been a bit naughty?
Yeah.
We'll see.
There's also
Sure.
a final warning for the Rapid E-Racing Team Purple car for reckless driving. And as we expected, Max, I think we saw this coming from a mile off, a drive-through penalty for Cowboy Blue for causing that collision with the Vulcan Esports car.
Well, it's just rubbing salt in the wounds for Bolt Blue. It's not what they wanted, but to be fair, it's what they deserve. They should have just waited or moved more left, as you see the corner it actually happened on the hair shoe, or just before the hair shoe. Yeah, maybe the driver didn't see the closing speed or didn't realise the closing speed. They should have known that. They really should have known that.
Yeah. And that is you should know the closing speed because you should have practiced. So there is no way in saying, because like I didn't know, but yeah.
Yeah, it's not like qualifying where they come out and separately. Practice sessions, they're all in together. Normally the LMP2 cars do go off on their own when the track is empty, but yeah, they should have realised that, either backed off or went more to the right.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a fair point you're making there. But will we see the car or blue car now come in to take its drive through? It looks like we are. Yes, we are. That is gonna serve its drive through now. Oh, so close to the pit entry line. It gets to the speed it needs to.
Would that be speeding? Just maybe?
I don't think so. We've seen more sketchier things happen, which were in the drive through, but this is not a drive through. This is actually just a pit stop.
Yeah. I'm not sure if they realise that they have a drive through. They should have been told that. But yeah. I'm not entirely sure why they're pitting. I would have done a drive-through then pitted. It looks like they want to do it the other way around.
Yeah. Or is there going to be a change of driver there? We will stay with the Cowboy Blue car to see what they do. No change of driver, and also a very short fuel stop, to be honest.
Yeah, no change of tyres either. Not overly sure why they've done that. Maybe they think it's a drive-through penalty, but maybe I don't know. I genuinely don't know why they've done that.
It could be that they're just double stinting or triple stinting their tires in order to gain a strategical advantage.
Yeah, in the long run, yeah. But to be fair, they're 3.5 minutes off the pace. They're still leading off fourth place, and that's a huge gap to build in 6 hours. Huge gap.
Yeah. Even in 24 hours, that is a huge gap to gain back.
Yeah, in 24 hours, maybe if they have like maybe a second a lap in 24 hours, or possibly more, or if they're able to skip a pit stop for whatever reason. But yeah, I can't see them. I think the highest they can finish is P4 if somebody in front of them has a problem with that. I can't see them overtaking on the track.
Well, as we know, everything can happen, and if something happens with these LMP cars and they get damaged, the repair is usually longer than than 4 minutes. So it's still, I think, up for grabs here for this car.
Only if there's an issue in front,
Here.
as we
Here will come the
see
drive-through.
them finally taking the drive-through penalty. Yeah.
Very, very close here. As another quarter of an hour is gone. And just like that, the time is just flying by. And this is painful. This is painful. These seconds you lose, it's painful. Even if you're 4 minutes behind the other car, this is absolutely painful.
It's they're on their race. They're in a race on their own now. Maybe they might be going past us that, but even then, yeah, it's just a reward, really. Not huge. I'm not sure if they get a point like in Formula 1.
Yeah, they do. They do. If
Okay.
they finish in 5th, actually, they get. Let me quickly take a look. If they finish in 5th, they actually get 15 points.
Okay, so I could save them, kind of, but that's in the long run. If they need to do that, they'll do it much later in the race.
Well, Cardboard Blue with 4 minutes and 12 seconds. I think that is getting towards the point where, on pace, it's undoable.
Yeah. How?
And I
get any more positions.
and I think as well they will not be aiming for the win anymore, because the gap to the there we go, not into the wall, no, into the track of other cars. What are you doing? Oh my goodness, it's oh so close. This is not what you want to see. Get away from there. Get away, get away. Oh my goodness me.
What are they thinking? I don't know, to be fair, what they're thinking by doing that. Once you make a mistake, you have to kind of get off the racing line and they're bang on it. So
yeah, he turned back onto the racing line. I don't know what I into the wall, hard into the wall on the left and on the right.
Yeah.
This is race over for them.
Yeah, maybe a wheel disconnected. Yeah, they're out.
Yeah.
Well, they've had a lot of embarrassment this race, from running out of fuel to having drive-through penalties to crashing into cars while they're trying to lap them, and now, yeah, I can't see them making a mistake like that. Obviously, tyres would be hotter, they would have less grip, but yeah, I think there was something else mechanical problem there.
Well, of course, that has given Kuruma the clean air behind them that they needed. 17 seconds towards Plaid and Racing Team LMP2 Blue. Who's in that car? It looks like it is Perry Oosterveer still in that car. So he has done, like I said, a triple on those tires. Let's take a look at the track state. 29 degrees. Ambient has gone down 1 as well. So the track is getting better like every lap for the drivers.
It's benefiting them now, trying to get as many laps in these sort of conditions, trying to push, I would imagine, right now as well. Perfect time to push as well.
Yeah. Well, we have another crash. Daniel Weber crashed, from what I could see. Yeah, it was this car. We'll look at it again. What exactly happened here? I think he just touched the wall on the right hand side. And then look here, he should have let it roll back, but he decides to turn back onto the racing line and then brake.
Yeah, I would have obviously had momentum to get himself back into the inside of the corner, but or straight into the gravel trap. But here we go again, and the next instant he has. That's a great camera angle here. Does he touch the wall again?
Yeah, he does.
The wall. And
that is
that is suspension. Oh, that's again. Oh, right, okay. Yeah, could be damage to the suspension. But
there. Oh.
why he's parked his car like that.
If he would have been smart, he would have let it roll back a little bit more than he did now.
Safer for the car, but we'll see now.
And we'll take a look what happened after it.
Yeah, after this banking corner.
Was that just maybe the suspension damage kicking in? It looks unstable already on the banking. Yeah, there it is.
Yeah.
Suspension failure, I think.
Oh,
Luckily not to go back on track.
Life.
And then you have iRacing physics kicking in.
Yeah. Yeah, but imagine that in real life. Like we saw that in the Indy 500 with Callum Ilott.
Yeah.
Heavy hit on the outside, right, straight back into the towards the infield, and well, it resulted in him breaking his hand, which the infield's painful. I think they should definitely put Pro barriers in there, as we see the 88 machine into the pit lane.
Yeah. Well, this is a pit stop. 17 seconds was the gap to Platinum Racing team. And I expect them into the pits shortly. I expect a driver change for them as well. But looking back...
They could be going for the undercut, trying to gain as much time on the fresh tyres as they're on the older tyres. If they're changing the tyres, which I imagine they will be.
Yeah. Well, it looks like, Max, because Fields Academy Motorsports 8 seconds ahead of this. For some reason, it looks like old tires work better in these temperatures than the new tires do, because Tempest has been gaining on old tires on Fields Academy Motorsports on new tires.
Well, it's very interesting, and we'll have to watch this battle as it plays out. So we see the Porsche, the leading Porsche, I believe, trying to lap in. It's not making it easy, but he's still got his nose in there, and he's still side by side. Wow, okay, but he lets it past. Sensible thing to do.
Yeah. Never is fight to fight, I think, but he wanted that slipstream from the Porsche going onto the banking, and he has that now. That will tow him along a little bit, but the Porsche has the superior straight line speed because of it's a GTE. But he has lost some time with fighting that.
Well, every little helps, doesn't it? Yeah, every little helps. That's all I'm going to say.
Well, then 6.5 hours done. Max, why don't you run us through the GT3 field? I will get this up for you in a second. Here we go. Run us through the GT3 field.
Sure. So we have the Avensis Racing Red. I always pronounce that wrong, I know.
Arvensis?
But Avensis. Yeah, there we go. And obviously getting the penalty at the start, the drive-through penalty, followed by the Field Academy Motorsport. 22 seconds behind, and the gap is slowly getting larger and larger. Followed by the Tempest Sim Sport, which is 30 seconds behind the Field Academy Motorsport.
Arvensis, this is the gap to the leader.
Alright, sorry, gap to the leader. Oh wow, so they're pretty close then, 9 seconds apart. And then the Austrian Sim Racing Orange, they've been close for so long now. One in front of the other all the time. And then the RD Sim Sport, slowly catching. We haven't really talked about them much. 6 seconds behind Austrian Sim Racing Orange.
Oh,
and now we get to the stragglers and Digital Spirit DS Racing. 1 lap, as well as our SR Technic Platinum Racing Team BWM, and then we get 2 laps behind, and the YS Motorsport Blue, Bikes Online DS Racing, and then 4 laps behind with the Aquila Racing Cyan. So yeah, we did notice that the RD Sim Sport is slowly catching, he's picking up the scraps. Now this is the GTE class, as we still see that brilliant drive from the Astro Racing Iola team, which is 50 seconds in front of the T3 Motorsport in the BMW, the only BMW I believe in the GTE class. Then we have the Astro Racing, which is again doing a brilliant job, a minute behind their teammates, or like their sister team. And yeah, they're doing a brilliant job with that damage rear wing as we're looking at them now, I believe. Yeah, slight damage on the rear wing. And then the Crips Racing, 2 laps behind the leader. And then PM Esports, which is 5 laps behind the leader. And now we have the LMP2 cars, which Tempest Simsport, brilliant drive, a minute and 24 seconds in front of Rapid E Racing Team Purple. The gap is always growing. Then the Platinum Racing Team, LMP2 Blue, is 1 lap behind the leader. And then the Karuma Motorsport is 2 laps. And of course the Cardboard Blue has had well, an interesting race. One for them to forget, obviously. Not a nice way to end the season.
Yeah. Well done there, Max. It's 6 hours and almost 30 minutes done. Tempest still in the lead, 1 minute 24 seconds. You, Max, will I think in a moment be joined by John. He will be online in a second, I think, and then you will be joined by him.
Yeah. I haven't met John. I've heard him. But it'll be nice to meet him.
John is a very good commentator, trust me. He has his own league that he runs and everything. It's a man we can trust on. And his commentary is great. As we see, Yuri Matthijs here leading the Arvensis Racing red car. This gap is, well, this is now a legitimate lead.
Yeah, well, yeah, they're on the same stint, I believe, as well. So, yeah, good lead by them.
As we see, quickly take a look here. Is the Austin Sim Racing car going to sit behind? We're going to get an answer. We're going to get an answer to that in, I think, somewhere around a couple of seconds. So 20 seconds, and we will have an answer to that. John says I'm not due for 30 minutes. Actually, sir, it's 26.
So once again we see the Austrian Sim Racing Orange very close, within a tenth now, within a car length. Could be making the move. On the inside he's going to have a look. No, he's not. He wants to save the fuel. He wants to be the car behind, saving the fuel in the slipstream. And while the Tempest is doing all the hard work, slicing through the wall of air. To be fair, these Lambos are very much a wedge sort of shape, so they're very good at slicing through the air compared to the BMW. As the Austrian Sim Racing Orange moves around the outside, can he make the stick? Onto turn 1 we go, side by side, round the long left-hander, close to the pit exit, the kink right, and the Tempest Racing holds position.
This is not helping them.
Another move. No, of course they want to be catching up to Field Academy Motorsport, and RD saying thank you very much, and they'll be in the show very soon.
Yeah. Well, it looks like even though with all that fighting, they're still gaining 7.1 seconds. The gap still. Yuri Matthijs in that car. Seems like he is not dropping pace in any way to Tom Vos as well. They are both equally quick. And this car, if it's gonna compete in next season, I hope it has some definite people to compete with, because we thought that the Tempest Simsport car was very fast, but then we got this Arvensis Racing red car last race, and it has proven us wrong.
Yeah, I remember you and Jake talking about it in the Thursday practice session, and you were saying all the very fashionable colour grey sort of livery you were talking about how fast it'll be, and well, they don't look like they're as fast as our Avensis.
Yeah. Well, what do you think of the livery they have actually? Because I like it.
You mean the Tempest? Yeah, I like the
No,
grey
the Arvensis Racing Red. This one, it
Oh,
kind
yeah.
of gives me Alpine vibes, if I can say that.
Yeah.
Alpine,
you see a
Alpine,
bit more pink.
how you want to say it.
Alpine, yeah. And yeah, beautiful colour, blue, nice chrome colour, and well, apparently chrome makes you lose a bit of time in the long run, but clearly that hasn't been putting them off, the colour, and yeah, I've never understood that, why different types of paint makes the car faster.
Max,
apparently matte.
I want to interrupt you for a second, but look at the job iRacing has done for the water. It's absolutely amazing. Can we get another car in? Yeah, we can. We're gonna see it in a second once again, but really iRacing, really? Is this?
To be fair, they
Is this
better
what you
job
think?
than,
What water looks like?
to be fair, they did a better job than the Miami Grand Prix with the fake lake with fake boats. And
I am not gonna comment
But,
on that. Anyways, I think chef's kiss. Okay, I don't know what that exactly means, John. But
it's kind of saying like they did a brilliant job, but I imagine that's very sarcastic.
did you
Yeah.
know that actually the infield, so the pool on the infield, like the lake we're gonna see in a second, that we're gonna see now, there's actually a rowing competition there every year.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, I imagine in real life then, yeah.
Because look how long it is.
It's really long, yeah. Yeah, I imagine it's man-made.
Yeah.
They have lots
Yeah.
of motorsport of it. Racing with boats on the lake, but yeah. Well done, iRacing. You've done a brilliant job. Absolutely brilliant job.
Well, you know what I think of when I see that.
What do you see?
Well, wait a second. John here,
Incredible.
Mr. I Know Everything, has a very good point here, actually, as we look at this battle. Austin Sim Racers again, once again ahead. The first rule of game design is don't work hard on things people don't often see.
Yeah, fair point.
I
You
do
don't
agree
really
with
see
that.
the lake when you're driving, so and you probably don't really care about the lake when you're driving. So yeah, but to be fair, it's always good to have something realistic.
Yeah. Well, to be fair, the Achilles heel of iRacing has kind of always been the graphics. Like, it has never had the graphics that ACC has or RF2. Well, RF2, I don't want to talk about that because the game itself has horrible graphics. You have to put some program on it to make it look absolutely great. But I think once you do that, it looks better than iRacing does. But just on pure graphics from the game, I think ACC has the edge. But yeah, iRacing is kind of a CPU heavy game because of course the simulation that is run in it, but
Yeah.
you don't want to make it a CPU and GPU heavy game. I think that is one of the things that they have to think about as well. So, but of course for the amount of work that they've done, I think iRacing in terms of simulation is still the best simulator. The only thing I hate is when you crash that you're out of it. And of course that is something that is just like that in real life as well, but I hate it, man. I hate it.
Yeah. Well, to be fair, it is a huge game, iRacing. absolutely huge game. You get loads of different cars, you get Formula 1 cars. As we see the two GT3 cars very close together once again. They've been close for such a long time. But yeah, the graphics, they're more on realism, how the car feels, and the amount of tracks they can get in, and the different times of racing, than little details like the lead.
Yeah. Into turn 1 they go once again. It seems like the Tempest Sim Sport car, once again, good to stick behind and save a little bit of fuel, because they are both catching up to the Fields Academy Motorsports car.
But also, they're going to have to look in the mirror soon, because the RD Sim Sport is is catching 2 seconds or 2.1 seconds now. But yeah, they can be in contention of P3 soon if they keep on battling it out. Like
There we
they
see
are
it in the
now.
background, the RD Sim Sport car. Oh,
Yeah.
going wide
Oh,
there.
looked up, yeah. I'm not sure who it was. I think it was one of the Porsches, yeah, from the GT.
Have they done the exact same once again?
Yeah, they've let's see the replay now. Round the corner. Looks fine.
Oh
Just
no, Rick,
locked up.
Rick,
Yeah.
no, Rick, no, it's an exact copy once again.
Oh no.
Oh no. That is it's so unfortunate, because if you lock up once in these cars, you're just going straight. It is so
Yeah.
unfortunate. This team just can't get a break, it seems like.
Well, to be fair, it's just one of those things that keep on happening and keep on happening, and yeah, it's not on really. They shouldn't be making mistakes like that when you're in a series like this. And now they're 4 minutes and 35 seconds off the leading part. So yeah, it's not great by them. Really not good.
Yeah. Well, John has got back to me. When a food is perfect, give it a chef's kiss. Yeah. So I know what he means now by his livery, that the livery is perfect. Which I do agree with. That the livery from the Arvensis Racing red car, difficult name to pronounce, I have to say. It looks absolutely amazing.
It does look useful. Yeah.
It's a quick team with a livery that makes them look even quicker.
Yeah, it's just perfect. Perfect for blue. And yeah, it's just a beautiful livery.
Yeah. As the sun now has almost set, you can see the shadows getting longer and longer. You're getting blinded by the wall on the right hand side because the sunlight shines on it and it's white and it reflects the light. But yeah. Will that affect drivers as well, not being able to see as well as they normally would?
I imagine that will affect them if they are battling like these two are here. They'll be concentrating on the sun, they'll be concentrating on each other, and of course they'll be concentrating on the strategy, and they'll be concentrating, or there'll be a lot of concentration, they'll be concentrating on the RD Sim Sport, which is rapidly catching 1 point as it pulls out into the play. Typical. But yeah, within a tenth, within a car length. But yeah, really close.
Well, the thing, when I'm driving on the road as well in my personal car, I find that when the sun is out and when the sun is shining really hard, it is so difficult to focus on everything around it. You have like everything ahead of you you can focus on, but if you're driving into the sun, really, if you know what I mean, that you're opposite to the sun and the sun is shining directly at you, it's difficult, man. And especially in the winter, because the sun is very low at that point, and that is most of the times in passenger cars where the most incidents happen on on the road is usually in the winter when the sun is really low.
Especially if it's snowing when you get the tunnel vision.
Yeah.
Well, you've got about 12 minutes left on your stint before
Somewhere
you
around
get,
that.
Yeah, somewhere around that. We'll see if John turns up in time. I'm sure he will.
Yeah.
And as we still watch the Tempest Sims sport, 3/10, gaining rapidly, of course, with the slipstream around the banking corners. Now, as the track flattens, you can see how close they are, really. And yeah, they've been close all race. Really impressive racing from both of them. No mistakes. And a bit wide though. The front end losing it a little bit. Keeping it on the track.
And I think that's the most important thing what you just said there, to do like the next 4 hours. And then you can push for the last hour and 20 minutes. It's just keep the car on track. You gotta be in it to win it. And if you're not in it to win it, you also, like I said, just can't win it. You gotta be in it to win it. So at the end of the race, you want to be there.
And that's what the Cabot Blue failed to do, really. They were doing well with that beautiful coloured livery, with that teal blue. And yeah, very wide from the LMP2 car there. I'm not sure who it was, but very wide. Yeah.
Well, we got an answer from John in chat. He says, I'm in sim. Don't worry, boys. John, we're just missing you, man. Yeah, it's a pleasure really to be commentating on this, and I hope you feel the same about that, because we have had a massive season now, and today, for this to be the last race, it's huge. As we see, Astro Racing on the pit exit, being overtaken by T3 Motorsports by Manatee Pack GTE. A mouthful, really.
Yeah, we've got to say it must feel even that you've been there from the very start. Obviously, this is my first race that I'm commentating on. I'm sure I'll be commentating more on in the future. But yeah, it's been a good race to be my first.
Oh yeah, it's a very special weekend, really, and I'm sad to see, really, and I mean, I get it, but I'm a little bit sad that the Platinum Racing team, of course, the team that is behind this whole league, of course, the drivers that have been assigned by the league to do their job, because they think they're the fastest they have in their league, is really that they don't run a special livery or something. It's just the usual blues they have normally. And it's not that I'm sad about it, that was the wrong word, but I would have loved to see them run a special livery for this weekend. Because it is a special weekend for everyone, really.
Well, it's the final race of the very first season. It's been an amazing job from Platinum Racing and Platinum Endurance Championship to get this running. It's been really impressive, yeah, really impressive.
Well, this battle has been going on since you really joined, and I hope it's gonna go on when I'm away as well. So you have something to comment on with John, because I don't think there has been a race this season where at the halfway point we had this close of a fight on track. I don't think that has ever happened, really.
It's been brilliant racing, really good to watch, brilliant to commentate on, and yeah, as maybe the Porsche were getting away by it very much. But yeah, it's been brilliant to watch this battle, the strategy in the battle, holding position, the patience of the drivers. Really, really well done by both drivers.
Yeah. Well, what do you think is going to be the deciding factor in this race come the end of the race?
I think it is whoever makes the least amount of mistakes. See, we've seen Cobalt Blue, we've seen PM Esports, which are now out, which I just noticed. Obviously making lots of mistakes.
Well, I think because this has once again become closer. Because now the Austin Simmers Orange are close to the back of the Fields Academy Motorsports car. It's the same fight all over again.
Yeah, it's the same fight, and
but we do have someone in the interview room. I'm quickly going to do that because it'll be one of my last things to do before I will get my break. Rick, welcome.
Hey guys.
Rick, we saw that you guys had a lot of trouble out there today, and I think you decided to park it on the side of the road and just call it a day.
Yeah, we had a couple of issues, which meant we just needed to stop. Couldn't go any further because we had two guys that couldn't make it today. So it was me and Iwan. For 12 hours, that's a bit understaffed. So Iwan did a stint, and my first stint went excellent, to be honest. But since the second stint, I had brake issues. It was hardware. I think it's one of my new pedals that is, I don't know, it has a problem. So it didn't feel good at all. I looked at it while I was in a pit when we had some damage. There's nothing obvious to see, so I don't know what's going on. But sometimes I didn't have a brake. I could push like like a madman, but there was no brake. So that's probably the reason that I touched two guys, which I'm sorry for. That's completely my mistake, of course. But yeah, that's it.
Well, we saw that you, of course, have gone wide a couple of times, and is that the cause of you going wide a couple of times?
I think so, yeah. There were laps that were fine, and some laps I pushed and there was nothing there, so I crashed and I went wide a lot of times. Yeah, I couldn't fix it. I don't know what it is, but I don't want to damage any other cars on track that are fighting for positions and stuff, so it would be wise to stop. Iwan wasn't able to make it either tonight, so it would come down to me and do about 8 hours of solo driving. That's a bit much for me.
Yeah. Well, very unfortunate to hear, Rick. Max, do you have any questions to ask?
Not for now, no.
Okay, well, I think that has been all for us then, Rick. Thank you for participating in Season 1.
Yeah.
And my last question to you will be then, do you have any highlights of the season?
Well, there were a lot of highlights because I really liked the racing. A lot of good overtakes, a lot of close battles. Le Mans for me was, I think, the best race. I did 2 triple stints, which went completely fine without one incident or running wide or something. So I guess Le Mans is the highlight for me.
Okay. Well, Rick, it's been amazing to have you this season, and thanks for making time for the interview, man. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
It's been a pleasure.
Have fun tonight.
Thank you.
Bye.
Well, my stint has come to an end. I'm gonna leave in the more than capable hands of John and Max. So, guys, take it away.
Thank you, Dan. Hello, John.
Max, how's it been going to you?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Yeah, I'm excited to get in. I love a bit of a sunset at Daytona, I must admit.
It is beautiful. But we've been seeing this battle for a very long time, for well over 2 hours now. What do you think? Oh, hello, Dan.
Yeah, I've had this battle on my one of my left monitors, and it's been absolutely fantastic to see so much battling going on, even after we've already been racing for 6 hours and 51 minutes, just approaching that 7-hour mark. I do love seeing headlights on cars. It does give you that special feeling when they start to head into the night.
Really does, yeah. And well, we've seen these two cars battle so long now. What do you think? Who do you think will come out on top in this battle?
I mean, Tempest has been really, really good, but I think out of the top three currently, sorry, the top two, I think Austrian might be able to hold on to it. They've been quite successful, but you never know what's going to happen later in the race. A wheel on the grass can end it all, especially if you've played iRacing before. That grass is probably worse than ice.
Yeah, there's not a lot of grip there.
Aventus Race and Red have just been absolutely sublime. Nothing has really flattened. They had that drive-through penalty right at the beginning, but nothing has stopped them charging their way to the front and currently holding a 24-second lead over ASR Racing.
Yeah, really dominant, really impressive by them. Do you think anybody will be able to challenge them, or do you think it's from raw pace? Do you think it'll be the win?
It's going to be difficult to think because Aventus, they just haven't really put anything wrong, and that's what's been their major gift, has been consistency in this race. Just having a quick look up and down the field, obviously that battle is really the only battle currently going on. There's this event, Australian sim races versus Tempest sim sports, but it's going to be quite interesting. Tempest, for quite a large portion of this race, were leading until Aventus managed to catch up and do that eventual overtake.
Yeah, well, that was an important overtake at the time, but in the pit stop phase, the Austrian sim racing orange car got in front, and obviously the pit stops are very important. You can gain minutes in the pit stops or lose minutes.
Yeah, as we actually saw that earlier on, and one of the teams were taking about 10 seconds longer. I don't know if they were just slow into the box or just being extra cautious to avoid that pit lane violation of speeding into the pits.
Yeah, and flashing light transferred off the car behind. Car behind couldn't really see the flashing. Oh, there's a car in front, I can see that. And yeah, well, RD Sim Sport was very close to them at one point. Had to make.
Yeah, that's a shame really that they had to make the pit stop.
Yeah, and also I think since I left, Astro Racing have had a little bit of an issue between and now the team that was almost bump drafting the whole race in P2 is now finding themselves in the lead. T3 Motorsports behind them, but Astro Racing is also trying to reclaim that P2. I think the gap is very, very small now.
Within 5.5 seconds.
Yeah, when a race this long, especially when there's still 5 hours to go, 5 seconds is not really that much in the grand scheme of things. That 55-second gap to P1, though, that is probably a little bit insurmountable unless you factor in crashes.
Yeah.
What I would say though is, as the time has gone by, we've seen a lot more mistakes just creep into some of the drivers. Maybe just the focus is going. It's difficult, even if you're not driving the whole time, to keep that focus and mental toughness up. You will start to eventually make mistakes. The sun is a little bit in the way at Daytona as the sun sets, obviously.
Yeah,
sun is setting, that could affect the driver's eyes, and especially if they're concentrating on so many things, as I was saying before with Dan. And well, we're on board with the Tempest Simsport car. Will he be making a move? Very much doubt it. He's trying to save fuel as much as possible, but we'll see.
Yeah, we've seen Tempest running most of this race trying to do some sort of fuel saving strategy. I think they've always been behind JSR as well, and they've found them to be quite the S split in front of them, hoping to just leapfrog them probably at the end once all that extra fuel comes in and you don't need an extra stop.
Yeah, definitely. We'll see. The pit stops can gain and lose you lots of times, and if they're able to find a way to skip a pit stop, that'll be even better.
So, this you being your first time in a commentary booth, how have you been finding it?
It's been so enjoyable. My dream job is actually to commentate with Sky Sports on Formula 1. Don't know if that'll happen or not, but amazing fun. Yeah, brilliant.
You might as well have lots of goals if you enjoy it. I know I always wanted to give commentating a go, but never really thought I'd fall in love with it as much as I did. When I ran an event for a giveaway for friends, that was a sim community that I was friends with, and since then I've pretty much been hooked. And now I try and make it every minute of my day commentating if I can.
Yeah, well, you do start to do it inside your head when in everything really, people walking across the road or everything really. You start to talk.
Yeah, for sure. As we'll just have a quick look at our overall leader, Jorge Augusto hasn't really needed too much, but at least one of the Tempest cars is currently leading their class, doing a fantastic job there. Obviously, 1.5 minutes ahead of Rapid E Racing Purple, but you never know. Even a minute and 27 seconds can be changed quite easily. Obviously, we've seen a few bits of traffic with LMPs catching the slower GT3s.
Yeah, well, we saw this major crash as they go 3 abreast, so they're all lapping each other. And we saw that issue with Cobalt Blue misjudging the closing speed, and big mistake there.
I have to admit, I have to put my hand up and say I did exactly. Oh, there we go. That mistake creeping in. Going a little bit wide on 2-1. Did not want to get on their marbles because even in iRacing the simulator, you can lose a little bit of traction and braking ability.
Yeah, marbles stick to your tyres for a little bit longer, so you could have a lasting effect for your next few corners. And the Tempest haven't put a foot wrong.
Back to my admission, at Daytona 24, I also got caught out by a little bit of braking. I think I was chasing an LMP2 in an LMP2 and I couldn't see past his car, and there was a GT3, and they just caught me out with braking, and unfortunately I clipped both of them. But it's so easy to do, especially when you expect the car to be somewhere and it ends up being right in front of you. All you can do is apologise.
Yeah, well, unfortunate really, as we see the Kuruma, really bad at pronouncing these names, but in the pit lane for quite a while now. Not sure exactly how long, but
30 odd seconds, so they are also taking tyres, so that'll explain why they're going to probably go towards that minute mark. Winston Eckel, who was in the booth earlier, he is now back in that Platinum Racing Team LMP2 Blue. They started off really well, but unfortunately they dropped back at the end of Winston's first stint, just catching too much traffic, and currently find themselves down in P3.
Yeah, it's a shame about the Platinum Racing. They started in pole, and nothing has been going, well, brilliant for them. Nothing has gone dramatically wrong, but nothing has gone perfectly right.
Looky here. Austrian sim racers and Tempest GT3 have both come into the pits at the same time. So, despite the fuel saving strategy, they're going to try and stick behind ASR as long as possible. It's probably the first time they've been in front.
Yeah, we can see if they either or would change the tyres, or is it just fuel. We'll see that in a second.
Yeah, so I think it's about 30 seconds for fuel in a GT3, and then a further 20 to 25 seconds for a tyre change. None of them have gone up yet. It should be about now that they'd pop up if they're going to take tyres.
Yeah, I think it's just fuel.
Yep, so there goes ASR and surely Tempest right behind them now.
We'll see if they who gets up to speed quickest. Obviously there'll be an LMP2. Yeah, that won't be affecting them. As the shadows get longer, the sun sets faster, and we'll definitely see some nightlife soon.
Yeah, I do like a little bit of night driving, I must admit. It's one of my favourite things to do on iRacing. Nothing better than just seeing lights whizzing past you, especially when you're in a multi-class race such as this one.
Yeah, definitely.
It is a shame now that the GT3s don't have the yellow lights in this series. I do like GT3s with yellow lights. Obviously, it helps distinguish who's coming behind. But I'm not sure why that's not enabled. Maybe it's just not classed as IMSA branding. I'm not sure.
I'm not sure either. I imagine it would make it a lot easier for faster cars, especially at night, to see the closing speed and understand how fast they can pass the slower cars.
Yeah, but I can just look up and down the field. Astro Racing Miura is still in P1, still maintain that gap, maybe just increased by 3 seconds so far. Astro behind them. I think they've closed the gap by a couple of seconds to T3 Motorsport.
Well, they were behind their teammate at the start, wanting to overtake. I imagine team orders came into play there, and but the roles have switched as soon as Astro Racing got the damaged rear wing. Astro Racing Miola has been on it.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, Astro had a drive-through or something. Did they have a drive-through? So they did have a drive-through penalty for a collision earlier in the race. So I think that's why they're so far behind T3 Motorsport now. Obviously, it's unfortunate getting a drive-through, but that's what the stewards are here for, to make sure all of the racing is fair and clean.
Yeah, well, if we do something wrong, we should always get penalised for it. Even, just anything as little as the wrong number, not following the rules, they should penalise.
Now interesting to see, I think this is Karuma right behind them in that faster LMP2 class. Yes, it is drifting very wide, trying to get that big exit so it can jump straight onto the high banking, and they just power past this GTE without much trouble. So if you were to pick one of these cars to drive, one of these classes of cars or makes of cars, which one would be your go-to car?
I'd have to go for the Lambo in the GT3 series. Beautiful car, and of course the liveries make it even better. Beautiful liveries, and they look like a mechanical shark in a way. They're beautiful cars, slicing through the air in the wedge shape.
I do agree with you as far as the look of the Lambo goes. As far as driving it goes, it's not my favourite car. I really struggled with a little bit of snap oversteer on some of the higher speed corners when I drove Lambo. I tend to go for the Mercedes these days. It was a loud rumbly car. makes you feel alive.
Yeah, with the huge exhaust system they normally have in the racing series.
But that Beamer though, the Beamer as you see, I think just behind, that's a beautiful car as well. You can really push that to the edge. I know a driver I often drive with is an absolute machine in that BMW. Prefers the oversteer on exits of corners just so he can really find a limit. But pretty much every GT3 is a beautiful car in its own right. I've never liked the grille of the BMW GT3. It's never been my favorite car.
It does look like there's it's got two gulping mouths, and yeah, it's I prefer the smaller slits they used to have.
There you go. There's that massive mouth in the background behind this Lambo. Do I actually like this green and blue combo of this livery? It's not my favourite Lambo livery out there, but it's definitely still a nice livery.
Definitely, yeah.
So we've had another entry into the series that wasn't picked up by the name, so I'm just trying to work out what team that was again. I don't know if Dan is still watching, can help me out what team that is. But we'll try and update the standings for you guys at home as soon as we know. A few late drivers to the competition, or for this race specifically, and didn't get entered into the SDK driver form.
And some of them came in 15 minutes before the session, so yeah, very exciting time. They like it very last minute.
I'm trying my best to recall what they were called, looking through the driving list. Was this Austrian? No, it wasn't Austrian. It was someone else. We'll just wait for Dan to notice.
Hopefully soon, but they're very close to the Tempest still, on track as well. Yeah, and I've just noticed that the Tempest have lost quite a lot of pace to the Austrian Sim Racing Orange car.
Yeah, we do find ourselves 2.2 seconds behind. I'm not sure exactly what happened.
It's the largest gap for a while.
As we pop back into TV view as this Porsche tries to bear down on the back of that Lambo, but Lambo does seem to have really good straight line speed. But is this Porsche going to think of a move into the first corner? I just don't think he has the pace just now, and I think he's already started his braking to conserve fuel.
Yeah, a lot of them are starting to conserve fuel, lifting coast before every braking zone.
It's definitely why it can save you. I think when my friend did Le Mans, he always does a fuel saving strategy, and I think he saved at least one full pit stop by the end of the 24-hour just by fuel saving, which helped gain a few more places.
Well, we see that Porsche all over the back of the Lamborghini. He has a straight line advantage. If we would see a move, I think it will be now on this lap, but still quite far back, 5/10 behind in slipstream. Yeah, I think he's too far back to make a move this lap.
Yeah, I don't think he's really trying to overtake. He just wants to try and extend these tyres in this fuel stick a little bit longer as they try and chase down Tempest Sim Sport. But this is really all of the direct battles going on. This is the only cars under a second, so we'll be catching that draft. The draft effective in the GT3s up to about 1 second. Obviously, you have to be somewhat near being behind them to obtain that draft, as as we once again Tempest runs wide just to open this first corner up. Very crucial to make it as wide as possible before you come down and hit that apron. If you're turning too much with your front wheels as you hit the apron, you will probably cause a slide, or at worst, heavy understeer going into T1. And we've seen, I think that someone who's so PN Esports, who retired, they did have an issue in T1 going into the tyre barrier at least once. I think I saw twice. As
Yeah,
the
they went
Porsche,
quite a few times.
so Porsche takes a very narrow line through that Western Horseshoe. And as Justin van der Linden from P2 in the LMP2 class comes in the pits.
Could be important for the long game with Platinum Racing, but yeah, they're so far apart. So far apart.
Well, here comes Platinum now, just coming. I think this is on to the start finish straight. Yes, it is. Just trying to see. Van der Linden is still in the pits, still taking on fuel. Sorry, that is the bus stop, not the start finish straight. And Van der Linden's exiting the pits now, so they won't be caught, I can't imagine. No, they should be more than clear and holding on to that P2 as it looks like he maybe scrapes the wall. Get a little bit feisty on that loud pedal coming out.
It definitely looked so.
Yeah, but from the cameras we can see it does not look like he sustained any real damage, maybe just a scratching of paint off that car. Have you done any endurance races on iRacing before?
I've never actually raced in iRacing. I don't have a PC, so PlayStation. But yeah, I'd love to though. I'd love to.
I remember watching my first few videos of Jimmy Broadbent, seeing him do like 24-hour races. I'm like, that's exactly what I want to do. I want to be part of a 24-hour effort just to get the car over the line is the first goal, and then obviously anything that comes after is a bonus.
Yeah, Jimmy Broadbent is a brilliant YouTuber, and of course race car driver as well. And yeah, he can be very inspirational.
I think it was Mr. Broadbent that made me want to commentate. Like, I've always wanted to commentate, but seeing someone like Jimmy Broadbent, that was just a YouTuber, be invited and commentate at many different GT World events was really the if that something I could possibly.
Well, anything can happen.
But it looks like this Porsche is still sticking just tucked into that draft behind Tempest Sim Sports. Okay. I'm just going to send Dan a message, try and get this P4 team name worked out.
I'm number 3 or 5 in the AM class, or leading the AM class actually, by quite a margin.
I think I have access to a number system. No, I don't. Yeah, so I just wait for Dan. Apply.
As we wait for Dan to apply, we can watch the Tempest Sim Sport catching the Austrian Sim Racing Orange once again. We can maybe see another battle for these cars.
It's quite interesting when you've got 3 cars all in the draft. People do start to make moves, trying to overtake Tempest Sim Sport, and then just try and sit behind Austrian for the draft advantage. But you do often find when you get 3 or more cars together, they do try and pull each other along to the next faster car. And that is what's going on. Aventus Racing Red obviously showing the GT3 class how it's done. Is almost up to lapping the 3 of them. In fact, actually,
Yeah,
he's just about to come in the
Always
pits.
alone, yeah. Well, brilliant driving from him, to be fair, from the drive-through penalty for the number 96 on his car himself, a number between 300 and 399. We believe he was supposed to have had the number 396, and that was a bit of typo, but yeah, that was his penalty, and he's come from there all the way back to the front. Brilliant drive.
I mean, when you can get a drive-through penalty right before the beginning of the race and still be ahead of your rivals by about 30 seconds probably when he comes out of the pits. It's definitely some amazing driving there by Yori Mathiasen. But yeah, you are right with this ASR team getting caught by Tempest now. It's under a second, so 0.88. And we're going to have a little battle in this GT3 going on.
So over two-way, we'll have a three-way battle for second place in the GT3 class.
Although Daytona is known as the iconic NASCAR track, I've really fallen in love with it as a road course. It's just so much fun to play, to race on even.
Yeah, I imagine. So 3 cars are just within a second now. Really close racing here. And, well, for 7 hours and 18 minutes of running, really impressive that they're this close.
Yeah, we do like it when cars stay nice and close. It gives everyone at home something to watch. It gives some action for us to commentate. And obviously, who isn't a fan of motorsports that doesn't like overtakes? And we don't like the crashes, but when it happens, everyone cheers up a little bit. And if it's not too serious, if it's just like a little love tap and a spin, everyone gets that feeling inside where they just get a little bit motivated. Maybe they want that driver to just recover and then go on a flying lap.
Yeah, definitely. Everybody has that feeling.
But these currently just having a little bit of a train. Tempest maybe will want to try and overtake ASR for now, so they're not in danger from that Porsche behind. It's always a risk. Holding that fuel-saving strategy too long, even though there's still just under 5 hours left to go, you don't want to risk it too much and end up falling down the field right at the end.
It looks like he could be having a look around the outside, but no, he's definitely trying to save fuel here. Trying to maybe save a bit of stop in the end, while the ASR car has to do another pit stop for fuel.
It was a little bit interesting there. So obviously when everyone's trying to lift and coast into the corners, you do get that really strong braking compression, as we just saw there. And Tempest very wise to avoid the rear end of the ASR car, but I thought they might slightly come together, just being caught out by how much lifting and coasting that ASR car is doing. But it looks like everyone got through clean, and Tempest do seem to be trying to push past.
Yeah, definitely. I think Tempest wants to get on with it. He's, I bet he can draw that back end of the ASR off by heart now. Every little component, but he's in the slipstream now. Will he ever look for it?
No, he's just still trying to sit in that rear end.
He is constantly in that slipstream, catching and gaining all the time, trying to save fuel at the same time, which is, well, it's an art, isn't it? It's something that you really impressive to see.
And if fuel saving is art, it's something just like every other form of art, I'm not very good at it. I am loud pedal down the whole way. I will come into for fuel when I run out. I will keep burning that fuel as much as I can, trying to improve the position. But now you've got a little bit of traffic at LMP2. I think that's Karuma Motorsports. This could be interesting as he's going to split the GT3s for a while. He's going to accelerate out here down towards Dogleg. Oh, there we go. That's what happens. You want to stay consistent on your line if you're a slower class car. Very lucky to avoid getting tapped there. I know it's always a little bit easier to think you need to make a move, get off that racing line, or even just move sharply in the racing line. But when there's an LMP2 right there, it's sometimes just better to hold your exact line. But thankfully, all the competitors come out there without any damage, and we can carry on this great battle of chess.
Yeah, it's all about the strategy in this phase of the race. We're pretty much an hour and a half over halfway now, and we are seeing a lot of fuel saving now, a lot of lifting and coasting before the braking's done, trying to keep as much fuel in the tank as possible.
Just having a quick scan up and down that field. Astro they have actually been catching. I think that's another second off catching T3 Motorsport in P2. So they're still going for that BMW, the solo BMW GTE is slowly getting caught by Raul Monraba from Astro Racing.
You really don't want to be in the getting overtaken by a Porsche with a very badly damaged rear wing. That is just rubbing salts in the wound if you're in that beamer.
Just trying to work out roughly where that, I think the damaged wing is probably hurting them mostly on the straight. It'll be causing some unnecessary drag, being bent out of shape. But here we are. Since we started following them, they have cut off another 3 seconds. Just in the draft, but that draft is not powerful with that bad wing, broken wing. They are coming down slightly, but you should be making at least 3/10 on that oval section. Following as closely as they are, but now they're in within half a second, looking for this move.
That's a ride in, driver's eye almost like Formula E. Slightly better quality as well, as it is a video game. As we're in the slipstream across the line now, into turn 1 we go. Mickey's gaining so much time under braking, and a lot of time under braking.
So that the broken wing is definitely hurting them on the long fast sections, but it's not hurting them at all in the corners. That Porsche is well planted and well balanced, so whoever made the setup for that car can give themselves a pat on the back.
Definitely, as they're so close once again, and into the western motion now, just about to come in the banking section, and really impressive job from that Porsche driver.
And this is where you'd expect them to be close enough, only 3/10. But once again, he's just struggling to get that car up to speed against that BMW. Let's have a quick look at his top speed before he gets to that Le Mans chicane. I keep calling it a bus stop because it's only recently become Le Mans. But here we go, heading up to 287 Ks right before that Le Mans chicane. So he's doing an absolute what he can, but I don't think... Oh, there he goes. He's right on the outside of that BMW. Surely he's going to lose a little bit of time. Not only is he high up on that banking, but he's also got that damaged wing. And then we got this LMP.
yeah, around the outside it goes. The LMP2 just showing off there. Very fast around the outside, and the Porsche actually gets it
Just
into
get it.
turn 1.
I thought you were going to... Ooh, we have a spin, and BMW has to take evasive action there. Looks like he's going to get away with it, thankfully. But it does look like that Lambo was a little bit too hot into the first corner.
Basically getting distracted by that 88 machine.
So this must be another crash, because this is not turn 1. What happens is he just gets spooked a little bit by the LMP and locks up. No, I think he just brakes a little bit too late. I don't know why it's showing that replay, in fact. Let's try again. Now it's going to show us the correct one. We go into T1, just going through the start finish straight. It's probably, I suspect, just locking up on that dirty part of the section. He was definitely... Oh, there's been a contact.
Ooh, yeah. Oh, both spin out.
Karuma and SR Technic coming together there. It'll be interesting to see what the stewards make of that. I don't want to give my opinion just yet. I'm often wrong, according to people who race in my league. But we will have to wait. We will bring you as soon as possible what happens in the stewards room. As we see, this battle is still going on. Tempest is right up the rear of ASR. And that Porsche, I think he just had to take evasive action, maybe caught out a little bit by the 2. Because obviously when you're closely following the car ahead, you tend to brake a little bit harder, a little bit earlier, just to avoid the crash. And here it comes. I think that's Rapid E Racing. I'm going to do the overlap on all 3 of them, just like in the previous lap. But this is some very close driving by these 3.
Yeah, definitely. Obviously braking a little bit early, a bit harder, as they're all on the chain, so you don't go in the back of the opposite the car in front. And looked like the ASR actually was a bit squirrely in the exit of turn 1. I think Tempest definitely could have made a move down the inside there, but chose not to. I think he's definitely saving fuel.
Yeah. Plus, you don't want to really get out of that draft. If you can stay in that draft as long as possible, you are probably dragging each other closer to the front. That gap between Aventus Racing Red after the pit stop is about 32 seconds down to P2, which is ASR. And we have the BMW coming up behind there. I think that was the spinner? Or was that just someone running a little bit behind?
I think it was just someone running a little bit behind. As we once again see all 3 in the slipstream. Maybe making a move. It's definitely possible. Nose to tail for all 3 cars as we go through the Le Mans chicane. And yeah, actually the Tempest was quite slow in the exit of that Le Mans chicane, and the Porsche, it's all around the back of him.
If I was a Porsche driver, if I was Daniel Lorenzo, I would be overtaking Tempest and just slotting in behind that ASR car. But just unable to find a way. That pace is not quite enough. But I must admit, I would be overtaking as early as I can and still saving fuel behind the car in front. As it looks like Tempest looked a little bit wide, but he managed to save it in the corner and just stay between them 2 white lines, avoiding the dirty air. It looks a little bit feisty now between Tempest and ASR. ASR looks like they're trying to push past. And sorry, Tempest is looking like they're trying to push past, but ASR is not having any luck.
I'm not sure what ASR are actually doing, holding position. I think they could have easily fall back and try to gain some fuel, as they are punching the hole through the air. And it's very much like Tempest. Tempest wants to get past the ASR machine.
As we'll have a quick look in at our overall leader, Jorge Augusto. Absolutely machined, did 4 stints the first time round. Haven't been counting his stints this time, but he's looking very strong. Currently holding an advantage of 2.5 minutes over Rapid E-Racing Purple, with Karuma in 3. But possibly I wonder what the steward's decision will be between that car and one of the Lamborghinis of the GT3, because they did have a little coming together a couple of laps ago, but nothing on the record just yet.
Of course, that penalty can cost him a place. Oh, never mind, the score sheets have just changed. I thought it was 7 seconds, but now it's 50 seconds. But it still can affect their overall position.
Just trying to work out where. So I think so P2 has obviously changed in the GT class. Astra Racing now up ahead, but they did have. I think they sent it through turn 1, didn't they? And managed to get it done. And it looks like they're really pulling away from T3 Motorsports, run by Frank. In that BMW. Actually, I'm wondering what happened. That's a 52-second gap. Did one of them come into a pit earlier?
I believe that the T3 Motorsport did come into the pit lane.
Yes, you are correct. So lap 255 and they are currently in 257. So we'll be expecting, I imagine, Raul in soonish. I think these cars go possibly 30 laps-ish. Even the GTEs go about that long.
Yeah, really impressive stints, really long stints as well for the fuel. And of course, as much management as he can is better, as they're very close. I was just looking at the timings there as well. Just over nearly within a tenth, within a car length, and he's maybe going around the inside, round the outside he goes. Could he finish the job? Could he complete the move? Not quite. He's losing a lot of space around the outside, clearly, because he's around the outside, and into turn 1 he goes.
It looked like they were going to get the move done, but they were not. I don't think they're allowed to drop down on the apron to an overtake, which is slightly different from official iRacing rules. But obviously, they want to keep this nice and friendly, so no overtaking on the apron, or undertaking as it probably will be. So they were forced to go above, and ASR could retain position. But it looks like ASR is slightly slowing these two cars down, so the frustration will be creeping in to the cockpit of Ricardo Duarte.
Yeah, it's getting really close now. I just think he's trying to fuel save as much as possible. Both the unknown Porsche and the Tempest Sim Sport as well. Both fuel saving as he actually going down the inside. No, yeah, he was thinking about going down the inside, but he didn't in the end.
No, he's just. I think he's just lacking that final tenth, and as soon as you come out of the draft, you just lose so much speed. So it's going to be interesting to see where he can get us done. Because he is very close. See on these views, very, very close to getting an overtake done. But once he comes out of that draft, it seems like he's just not quick enough. Maybe the Austrian. Oh, he's done it! He's finally managed to get around the outside, and this Porsche is now sniffing. He's gone a little bit wide. But he's managed to cut back and save his from going into the tyres. Now Tempest is up into P2.
That's a very important move, and he wants to try and pull away from the ASR machine and try and catch that 33-second gap, but I'm not sure if he'll be able to do that.
No, I think it's going to take some crash intervention for that 33-second gap to change. But you never know when things get even darker as the night starts to roll in a little bit for Daytona. You will start missing cars, or you'll think there's only one car going through, and then you'll move back to the line, and then suddenly there's a second fast class behind you, and you get collected. All the kind of things you have to watch out for, especially in the night time. As luckily the track temp is now down to a respectable 28 degrees as we head into 10 to 9 in sim time. So this will get very dark quite quickly, and the sunset in iRacing ends up being, so I think it takes about half an hour to go down once it reaches sunset, but all the lights are fully on now and really seeing it on the track.
Yeah, it is very beautiful as the very dark red maroon sort of colour sky drape over the track, and all the floodlights turn on as we're now on board with the leading car in the GT3 series, Harvin's Racing. I haven't put a mistake wrong there, so really impressive. 3 laps in front of Tampa's, really impressive work.
I didn't realise they were 3 laps ahead. Not sure if that's possibly an error. Thought they were only 30 seconds ahead. It says 30 seconds on this one and 3 laps on the other one, so maybe just a little bit of iRacing data getting confused when it's getting sent to SDK. It does happen with computers. They sometimes do not like talking to each other.
Yeah, and I think it is a 33-second gap. Well, for Tempest's sake, he hopes it's a 33-second gap.
Yeah, actually, let me just say, so Aventus Racing Red is on lap 254, and Richard Duarte is indeed on lap 254 as well. So it's just a glitch between the data streams and changing to the class system. So for now we'll just keep it on the timing tree until Dan comes back a little bit later, and then he can have his computer deal with it. With Dan Lorenzo, is he going to try and make a bit of any time soon on this Austrian sim racing team? As you can hear the whine from the gearbox. Obviously, no, he's gone back, he's going for it again. Retake P2 on the outside of Tempest, and very close. Thought there was going to be a little bit of contact. It almost looked like Tempest were about to get a wheel on the grass, and that would have completely ruined the whole line and potentially taken 2 of the cars out of the race.
Yeah, very important defensive move from Tempest to keep in second place, and we'll see if that holds out on the next straight.
I haven't seen any other update to that penalty, if there was a penalty or an investigation between Rui Philippe and the Karuma Racing Motorsport, sorry. So it looks like they are okay, or the stewards are just very busy. But Astro Racing still getting chased down by Frank Gea in that T3 Motorsports, now down to 50 seconds again. Just looking when they pitted, so yeah, Astro just pitted, that's why that gap is now very, very close. And that beautiful lime green BMW with the chroming effect is now chasing him down. And just looking up and down the field. Unfortunately, we've only got 4 out of the 7 LMPs that started the race still going. The Platinum Racing team at the bottom was an accidental clicking of register by organizer and race steward Marnix, so ignore number 8. And the other teams that you might think that have joined a little bit late also have grey numbers, or were not expected to be in the race, have grey numbers on the timing towers.
Yeah, very late comers for the unknown team, and the Platinum Racing team in the GT3 series, and we'll still see a sort of gap between, but we do see a gap between the a very small gap between the Astro Racing and T3 Motorsport. See if the remaining BMW in the GTE series can stay in or get into second place.
I'm just gonna jump on board with this driver, see if I can find what their other drivers have been called. See if I can try and find out, so I can change that. But no, I can't. I forgot I joined the sim. I left the sim and rejoined, so I don't have all the lap time history available to me just yet. But this Porsche is definitely needing. I think he does need to get past. I think ASR is going to be slowing them down. I think they're just slowing themselves down a little bit just to burn up a little bit less fuel. The Austrian sim racers are going to keep attacking Tempest in front, and every time we get to the start-finish straight, these three bunch up really closely.
Yeah, they're starting to bunch up. Well, they've been bunched up for a very long time. The biggest gap I remember is a 3-second gap between the ASR and Tempest, and that's been a good hour, way longer than an hour, or like 2.5 hours now. So we've been racing nearly 3 hours actually.
Yeah, it's going to be. We've seen Astros still get caught by T3 Motorsport. And now he's hitting that traffic of these three GT3s. This could really change the outcome of that GTE championship. If T3 can get back past Astro, it's really going to hand more points, a more point advantage to Astro Racing Miorola. So that GTE is only faster as you get towards the top end of the speedometer. Apart from that, they are quite evenly matched, especially with all the updates to GT3s and the lack of updates to GTEs, and that's very close to the rear bumper, really pushing his luck there. And I'm sure he was all completely in control, but you don't. I wouldn't like to be that close going through the Le Mans chicane. It's a corner everyone can make mistakes in, and being that close is not really any time to break.
It's also a corner that everybody takes a slightly different line. So your line is very different to the other person's line, so you never want to be that close in the chicane. And will be Tempest. They stay in formation, they stay in the same order as before.
This is going to be helping Astro massively, having T3 Motorsport stuck behind these two GT3s, but unfortunately that has forced Danny Lorando on into P4 and losing that gap. It's now 1.2 seconds.
Yeah, and I'm just thinking about when they will all come into the pits. Will they come into the pits in the same lap as they did before, or will they be able to last a few more laps as they've been fuel saving?
Well, last time around, Danny Lorenzo in the Porsche went an extra 3 laps than the 2 in front of him. Here comes the BMW. He's now going to try and sail past as quickly as possible. But like I said, that difference between the two classes is not that great going down to the Le Mans chicane. And Tempest is just allowing them through, getting out the way. And our BMW is now free to resume the chase on Astro, but I've lost a massive 1.2 seconds since we joined the battle.
Definitely, that could be costly in the long run, and we'll have to wait for a couple more minutes, I imagine, to catch back up to really good Astro racing.
Yeah, but I know that BMW GTE is definitely a machine when it comes to endurance racing. It just seems so balanced overall, definitely compared to when I tested the Porsche GTE. The find the BMW a little bit more balanced overall. They haven't really put enough time into either car to give like a final verdict. It's kind of just a first look.
Yeah.
Actually, that Porsche's had no issue catching back up to ASR.
No, the Porsche has a lot of pace. Just maybe trying to fuel save behind the two Lamborghinis. Really impressive by the Porsche. Really impressive.
I don't like being the fuel. I don't like fuel saving, as I've said, but I wouldn't want to be the fuel saver behind two of your competitors. I'd prefer to do the overtake and stick behind Tempest in front. But the drivers know what they're doing out there. Coming up to the 8th hour into this race. And so much has gone on and so much still to go forward. As we head into this the 4 remaining hours, people will start to get a little bit tired. People will start to get a little bit impatient, and people also start to make moves that they maybe wouldn't have done earlier in the race because they feel like time is running out, despite it still being 4 hours, as rapidly racing flies past one.
Yeah, I was just looking at the LMP2 timings, and they're so far apart now. I don't think there'll be much change coming to the end of the race, and unless, of course, one of them makes a major mistake and gets damaged and would have to make a pit stop. But Tempest have done incredible. I've been saying that as soon as I came on to commentate, but yeah, really impressive drive from the Tempest team.
Yeah, both Tempest teams are doing their overall teams, like the blanket name of the team, Tempest. They're all both doing amazing, as the BMW has gone off. I think that's T3 has gone off. It is indeed. The front gear has gone off track. Let's see if we can actually see what goes on as he comes down. This is to Western Horseshoe, I believe. Does he just lock up going into it and catch a slide? Yes, he does. So easy to do, so easy to upset the balance of them cars, especially when you don't have that ABS in the GTE class.
Looks like he just locked the rears and around the back end went.
Yeah, there's a little bit of transitional concrete where them cones are, which has a little bit of a bump, can upset. And if you're on like 85 to 90% brake pressure and you hit a bump and it suddenly becomes lighter on the rear, and then wheels lock and will not release until you release. As we see P9 in the GT3 class coming in, YS Motorsports Blue, so they're coming in for their pit stop. So they've been running a little bit longer than most of the fields, possibly had a damage at some point. But this Tempest car, driven by Richard Duarte, is doing a fantastic job in P2 right now.
Yeah, well, pretty much the whole time I've been commentating on this battle, but now we're looking at the BMW T3 Motorsport, and the only BMW in the GTE class. And sadly, he made a mistake last time in this very corner a couple of laps ago, around this corner. Thankfully for his sake, not making a mistake again, as he was trying to regain that time he lost to Astro Racing.
Yeah, I was just seeing what the gap was overall. It's dropped back a massive 11.5 seconds with that spin, so it was definitely not ideal for him, as P5 in the GT3 class is coming in for the pits. I believe there he goes. Just arrived in the box, but Richard Duarte still getting chased, and here we go. Tempest is in this battle, as he's going to help him get past, as very briefly we do get a little bit of a blink from the ASR team, but Tempest breezing past Tempest there, and thankfully no damage was done to the LMP or them two GT3s.
And back on the RD Sim Sports, I have noticed that they come into the pit lane quite often actually, and they're in for a while. I think changing the tyres, do they have some damage that they need to repair?
I can't see too much damage on their cars. I can't see any mesh being changed. They do have maybe some scraping on that right-hand door, but they are in longer and they haven't even started the tyres yet. So could be something bad going on in that team, unfortunately. So we'll
Well,
keep
at
an
one
eye
point, they were just catching up to, well, would be third place and second place, but they dropped back massively. I think they do have a problem in that Porsche.
Porsche still not able to find its way past the ASR. They're going to be wanting. I think maybe they're just trying to go as long as possible. As there we go, Platinum Racing LMP2 team goes through, and that's very, very close to catching the rear quarter of that Lamborghini Tempest car. Gustav is not somewhere I would love to be making an overtaking in LMP2, but these drivers can definitely get that car stuck to the road better than I can.
Yeah, they can. I've never seen you race, so I'm not overly too sure, but if you say so.
I'm okay. I'm not terrible, but I'm not great, especially in some of the cars without the assists of anti-lock braking. But we can really see the weather now. It's the time of day now, really, really dark. It's mostly just headlights you see lighting up the road ahead of them. But thankfully Daytona is one of the tracks where it's pretty much light enough all the way through the night, thanks to all of them with lights around the stadium.
And the braking points would be harder to spot, as the floodlights also have turned on now, and the headlights are your primary source of vision now. And the reflectiveness of the cones and everything will come into play with your braking zone.
I think so the BMW looks like he's going to try and squeeze through again. Is there going to be enough room? Yes, just about. Carves a gap between the Porsche of Daniel Lozanzo, sorry, and Tobias Kurtz in the ASR car. This BMW will be trying to claim as much time as possible back to try and get behind Astro, but that gap has gone up, if anything. I think it's up about 3/10 now. So T3 Motorsport's not really finding a way to close that gap just yet.
Yeah, but I think that's mostly because the traffic he's been getting as the Astro Racing has had less traffic to worry about. And of course, from the mistake from the BMW, he was behind.
Who's looking? So let's have a look at who. So RD Simspot is still in the pits. In fact, he must have had a lot of damage. I'm just trying to see. Oh, he went off track a few laps ago. Let's see what happened. Did he sustain any massive damage? So obviously this is approaching the Le Mans chicane. Oh, he's overcooked it, hit the bump, and that explains why he is in the pits for so long. That is a nasty accident, but thankfully it was mostly straight on, so like damage to the components of the car will be minimum. Just getting that bodywork straight, so you don't lose too much time on the high-speed sections, is probably the key.
But from that little mistake, there has been he has lost a lot of time. A lot of time.
Been in the pits now for over 5 minutes, 5.5 minutes in the box. So it's unfortunate, and possibly even he could have possibly bent the steering rod in the front left. Oh, sorry, front right is the one he went into. So he could possibly have a little bit of bent steering, which takes a little bit of time to fix in iRacing.
Well, we once again see this trio all battling it out for G2 or GT3 series. I guess they could either work together and try and catch up to Arvensis, but I don't expect it. And they will want that P2 too badly.
Yeah, Arvensis very much looking out of reach, even at this stage of 2/3 complete. But I must admit, I don't like driving the Porsche, but the Porsche on board it is a very nice dashboard that you've got going.
It's very clear with all the information you need to know.
Just looking all the way back, so just trying to see how many cars are still running as far as I can see. I think only 19 cars are still running by my best estimate, with PM Esports was the last retirement of the race. So the RD Sim Sport is now dead last overall. And in P19 like overall. So sticking in the race though, they still get a championship point if I remember Dan correctly. And finishing is important as Tempest gets overtaken. I'd be surprised if they do get lapped just yet. And ASR are back in the lead. And Tempest maybe just getting back into that fuel saving draft.
Yeah, well, you gotta just think about how much fuel Tempest would have had to use. And I think there was a little bit of contact on the front end of that Porsche and the back end of that Lamborghini. And Porsche has lost a lot of time, over a second now. The gap is, and will he make a move now? A sensible decision not to make a move into the horseshoe. As we now enter the banking section, the Tempest could make a move here, going wider than the ASR car. And you see the slipstream effect as he's slowly gaining and gaining and gaining. But it definitely won't be able to make a move into the Le Mans chicane, way too far back. Maybe into turn 1, but I think he needs to do some fuel saving.
I've finally got a teammate reply from Dan. So it is Fields Academy Motorsport, which I thought it was then. I wasn't too sure, didn't want to mess up the driver standings.
Fields Academy Motorsport used to be in P2, but must have lost a lot, maybe in the pit lane or somewhere else. Yeah, it's a real shame for them.
So that incident we saw earlier in T1 between Rui Felipe Pinheiro and Karuma Motorsport has been deemed a racing incident by the stewards, and Tempest SimSport GT3 have been given a final warning of no more bump drafting. So if they get one more, and they'll get a drive-through direct. This is direct from the steward's room.
I'm very surprised about that collision. I haven't seen it for a while, so I can't remember it as well as I used to, but I remember thinking that a penalty would be coming for one or the other.
So we do have another update to the standings. P6, which is definitely a Dutch name that I can't pronounce. Should be actually called Platinum Racing Team BWN. so it's not far off. Just let me look for the name. I can't find other names. So there you go. That one is fixed as well, as is this. Coming into the pit lane.
Yeah.
So that was quite an aggressive entry by both of them. It looked like ASR took a very, very narrow line into that pit lane. But quite interesting to see how that played out. Richard Duarte, let's see once again how he entered that pit lane. It looked like he cut quite a bit of that apron off. So is it Richard? No, it's not. Sorry, it was the Austrian team. Marcus was very aggressive on that, cutting the apron as much as he can, making that journey as small as possible to the bit box, which is all very important, obviously, as the race goes on. Meters can decide championships, or at least race results, as we back on board with Aventus Racing Red, who now have a 38-second gap to Fields Academy Motorsport. The Aventus Racing Red actually pit 6 laps last time after Fields Academy Motorsport, so they go a little bit longer as well. So this gap is pretty much a true gap, as Aventus Racing Red trying to get past. I think this is lap traffic. Aquila team, Aquila Racing Science, sorry. Couldn't quite read their livery. So Tempest, as Dan has just put in chat, Tempest pitting after the hour, which means they're probably not going to need a splash and dash anymore, which means that fuel saving strategy that they've been implementing in this last stint has done absolute wonders for them.
Yeah, really impressive by them, and they've been doing very well.
As I keep forgetting to look if there's any drivers wanting interviews, but currently haven't seen any. But Austrians, interestingly actually, Austrian sim racers come out of the pit lane second, despite I think they just got ahead. They were just there at the line, just ahead at the line. But let's have a look at their pit stop time. So Tempest had a whole second quicker, and in pit stops that's massive, especially when you come in at the same time.
Yeah, could ASR be putting more fuel in, or could they have used a lot more fuel in that last stint, as we see the LMP2 car lapping? Oh, that was close. That could have taken out one of the GT3 cars, but yeah.
Yeah, I think if I remember correctly from reading the stewards room earlier, Rapid E Racing Purple are on their final warning for collisions as well. So they do not want to be doing too many of their moves. When it's done correctly, it does look spectacular, but if it's done wrong, you look a little bit silly.
Yeah, because it can take out a car in the different class as well, in a whole different race.
As I'm just trying to look through the field at the moment, it does look like this is still the only battle, obviously. Danny Lozano is up quite far ahead, but he is yet to pit, so he's going to try and make as much of a gap as Kuruma comes down the inside into International Horseshoe. Gets it done really well.
Harry Kane was the Field Academy Motorsport, not fighting him too hard, as he's in a much slower class. But yeah, very good racing from both of them. No contact, no aggressive moves. Very well done.
Just doing a little bit of quick math in my head. If Fields Academy Motorsport do not need to take tyres this time round, they will be able to come into the pits and leave, and still be 20 seconds ahead of Tempest, roughly.
Yeah, that is very important for Ford Academy Motorsport Championship wise as well. And it would affect Tempest and ASR's race dramatically, obviously not having a Porsche directly behind them.
And let's have a quick look at this current temperature at 28 degrees. You might be able to, the right driver might be able to push them tires a third stint to try and reduce the time, but you might end up losing time with the rears as they come into the pits now. It's going to be very interesting to see if these take tires. I'm just trying to see, last time round they only had a 40-second pit stop, so they definitely did not take tires last time in. So let's see what they can do. Wish we could have some picture-in-picture right now and see where the other car is, but we'll just have to deal with the... So where are they? So that's coming into Western Horseshoe, so possibly this Porsche could still come out ahead. They're on 20 seconds in the box now. So even with tyres, they could still come out ahead, depending on how well Tempest can get through that Le Mans chicane.
Looks like boxing later is even better.
And they are going to be able to run and refuel a little bit less. So I'm just trying to see, there they come, they're coming out now. They're coming down the pit lane. This is into the old end of the pit lane, but now they extended it for safety to pass the wall. And this is where they are. And where's Tempest? The Tempest are only in the bus stop, so that's an amazing pit strategy by Fields Academy Motorsport. Only 40 seconds in the box, so I'm not sure they took tyres overall. But they're going to try and push this to a third stint tyres. So let's hope they know how to hold that grip on. But obviously, Alberto Gazapo, thinking he can run these tyres a third stint, and how that will play out in the end is yet to be known. But they currently have a 34.5 second advantage over Timbers SimSport PC.
Yeah, well, Field Academy Motorsport at one point was relatively close to the Arvensis Racing Red, but now I'm not sure they'll be able to catch in time, even if it is a second lap.
Tempest lapping Tempest again. But they have just come onto the oval section now, whilst I believe this Porsche is on the stretch to the start-finish line. So that's a massive gap that we've managed to calculate to come out of the pit lane, but also could be a massive risk to triple stint them tyres.
Yeah, lots of risk in triple stinting as the tyres start to go off, especially at the end of the third stint. Some mistakes could creep in, the back end sliding, the front end not gripping. It'll be anyone's guess when he starts to have these issues, if he has these issues.
But, as they say, no guts, no glory. So fair play to Alberto Gazapo. Actually, trying to think if they've just done a driver swap and fueling, because I don't think it was Alberto in that car previously. I think it was someone else. Just trying to work out when they came into the pits last, who entered the pits. No, sorry, it was Alberto Gazapo that was in that car. There has been no driver swap just yet. Because why would you swap and not take tyres? Because it's pretty much a free driver swap. Well, free tyres if you driver swap as well, as drivers and tyres are done together.
Yeah, really, if you take tyres, it's a no-brainer to swap the drivers as well.
Unless it's your first stint and it's about 100,000 degrees in Daytona. So now, let's see how far back are T3 Motorsport behind Astro now. That's a massive gap, but have they pit more recently? Yes, they have. So they are 11 laps later to pit than Raul Monraba in that Astro Racing car.
But you have to take it to a brilliant race from both Astros, and of course the Astro Racing Mariola is taking the crown if it ends now. But in the championship wise and in this specific race, but amazing racing in the GT. We haven't seen much racing, but when there is racing, clean, calm, collected drivers, respecting each other, and brilliant racing.
And the leader of the race, Filippo Silveira, is in the pit box. And I think they've actually done they've not done a driver swap either. I swore it was someone else. Maybe the software just updates the name, but I could have sworn that was Alberto in that car previously. As we just jump on board with the GT3 leader, we haven't really had much to talk about recently since he's just been completely stuck out at the front. But I suppose in an endurance race, being stuck at the front is not a bad place to be.
No, it's well the best place to be, especially if you have no challenges. And it looks like they're coming into the pits. Yes, they are. Could it be a change of driver, change of tyres, or see more fuel they'll need? And yeah, let's see what their strategy is.
Joey Mathiasen is currently in the car. Let's see if they do change. But they're not really under that much pressure. They're in the pits now with Fields Academy Motorsport in P2, but they've recently pit. I believe Alberto came in. Yeah, he came in recently, so that gap is still over far too much. It's still an easy pit stop, even if they were still on track now. But Tempest and Austrian Sim Sports are still running around. Sorry, Austrian Sim Racers are still swapping around.
Yeah, a close battle always with those three. The BMW behind, obviously either a lap down or a couple laps down, still keeping pace. So it shows how much they're holding each other up.
Yeah. Trying to work out which BMW it is. That's this one. That's correct, that one I had to change the name of, and now he's got the correct name.
The Platinum Racing Team BWN.
When you make a typo, just roll with it like it was completely on purpose that you changed the name of a famous car manufacturer. But yeah, the massive talking point from that last round of pit stops is Fields Academy Motorsport holding that huge advantage despite coming into the pits several laps later. And now it looks like Platinum Racing Blue, who's got Winston in it, is just overtaking Astro.
I think they have a huge amount of pace, the Fields Academy Motorsport, but wanted to save a little bit more fuel and did the overcut on the on the other two ASRs and the Tempers.
Obviously, next time they're in, they are going to definitely have to take tyres, and it might even up the field unless they can find a way to extend that gap. Currently, it is obviously 31 seconds ahead, which is not a full pit stop. It's not even a full pit box if you were just fueling and carrying on the tyres. So let's see how the other teams react to seeing Fields get such an advantage. It could all even up in just a few laps time. What did I say, about 30 laps per stint? So we're still about 25 laps away from the next Porsche pit stop. It's been a very long day now, especially in this booth. I've been in a couple of times, and the old mind is starting to forget how to word.
Well, I'm coming up to the end of my 4-hour stint. I was supposed to be doing the last 2 hours, but I think Adri is taking those last 4 hours with Dan, so I'm kind of thankful for him. But yeah, I've enjoyed my time here for my 3.5 hours. Obviously, I've got another half an hour to do, but yeah, it's been a very long time. A lot of racing action.
It's kind of funny because I've been in contact with Dan for like the past week when he started asking for some commentators to step in and help out, and really annoyingly, although Edward, Winston, and you have all been delightful commentary partners, it would have been nice to get in the booth with Dan as well.
Yeah. Well, Dan's a great commentator, and you two would have worked really well together. I'm sure in the future you can commentate together.
I think we're doing some MX5s in a couple of weeks. I'm stepping in to help Dan not be all alone. So I'm looking forward to that more and more now. I've been doing this event for the Platinum Endurance Championship, who have, I believe, Season 2 is either very full or on the brink of being full, if I remember the messages correctly. So obviously everyone's enjoying this championship, and hopefully everyone can find time in their schedule to come and watch the broadcasts that Dan puts on, and that we're hijacking currently while he's having a little bit of a break.
Yeah, well, it's a very well-deserved break, to be fair. He has been working very hard. Obviously working with the cameras as well, while he's been in the commentary booth. But yeah, well done to him.
Yeah, I think Dan was a little bit relieved that when he found me, I'm also someone that's well known how to use SDK, and he didn't have to sit at his desk and the whole time and manage cameras while having a break. He could just leave it in my semi-capable hands.
Yeah, he was complaining that he was a bit hungry in my session, so he's probably having dinner now as we speak. But yeah.
I'm very hungry now. I can smell food being cooked in the house, and now I am starting to have a tummy rumble. I've got half an hour left of my last stint, which I'm thoroughly enjoying. It's going to be sad when I have to leave the booth, but I do need to go away and pack for a journey tomorrow.
That'll be good fun out of the country. Are you going out the country?
No, well, technically, I live in Scotland and I'm going to England, so...
No,
technically.
Well, anyway.
But I'm looking forward to get a nice little trip away for the weekend. Rest and recuperate from all this action that we've been seeing all up and down the field. We've obviously been having a few incidents and a few crashes, and looks like everyone's calmed down once again. Everyone's got their heads screwed back on.
Yeah, no close racing. Oh, I thought there was some close racing, but the SR Technic is in the pit lane. But yeah, there's only real one battle going on, but nothing's happening. Just fuel saving.
Yeah, Rapid E-Racing have a nice cushion over Platinum Racing Blue, and they stopped roughly at the same time. Rapid E-Racing Purple stopped a lap later, so that battle is correct. Winston Eckel, I'm sure, doing everything he can to try and close that gap down. But I just don't think he's made that many inroads at the moment as the track temperature continues to come down.
Yeah, well, it's sorry, go on.
I was going to say the actual in-sim date, since it's broken on that graphic, is also the 25th of June, which I think is today's date anyway. Yes, it is. So I was informed in chat that Season 2 is full. There's only reserve spots left.
Well, that is very good. Full classes and a lot of action for the next season.
Yeah, for any viewers who weren't watching earlier, I believe I'm correct with this, that the GTE only had one sign-up, so that was retired. And it's going to be a 2-class season next season. So like the real life, well, like the iRacing IMSA is going to be LMP2 versus GT3s.
It's a real shame that the GTE is leaving, but it's really good to hear that the LMP2 and the GT3 will be all full.
Yeah, and hoping all of them turn up to every race, because it'll really put on a spectacle for anyone watching at home. There's Tempest Sim Sports still within that 3/10 gap behind the Austrian Sim Racers Orange. Still trying to fuel save. I don't think it really needs to fuel save now. They went to about 3 minutes after the hour, so they are looking good. But maybe they want to fuel save a little bit more so they can have a little bit of a buffer towards the end of the race, just to make sure they're not coming across the line on fumes and able to battle the whole time. As they briefly have a little disappearance off the track. So who do you think out of the ASR and the Tempest Sim Sports team will have the final laugh at the end of the race and come across the line in front?
I think it will be a very close battle to the end. But I think it will be all about fuel strategy and who's behind in the slipstream the longest. And at the minute, it looks like Tempest, but they've been back and forth all the time. So, but if it stays the same for now, I think Tempest could sweep in at the end to get that P3.
Yeah, it does look like Tempest have just been holding back a little bit just to keep that fuel usage low as possible. And they do seem to have many passing opportunities on the fast oval sections. They just choose not to overtake just yet. Digital Spirit Racing, who were doing quite well earlier, unfortunately find themselves down in P5, 2 minutes behind Tempest. Platinum Racing Team BWM are in the pits. So Francesco Santos Pereira has overtaken into 4P5, I believe. As we jump back on board with our GTE leader, who really hasn't had much to do other than maintain the gap to the sister team. So that 132 car currently have the advantage over the 121, and whoever finishes ahead of the Astro teams, I believe, are crown champions. So still a lot to go with 3.5 hours still to race.
Yeah, I think the Astro Racing team, both of them, are going to be 1 and 2 in this GTE class. The Astro Racing by Ola obviously doesn't have any damage, so I think they will be the victors in the championship and the races today.
So comparing the last 2 laps, in fact, Astro Racing were quicker by half a second than Astro Racing Mayola. So I know half a second isn't much. Actually, after they just come across the line, it's updated. They were 800 slower that time around. So traffic obviously playing a massive difference in how much time is able to be gained.
Yeah, and the obviously it depends how hard you're pushing at the given point of time, obviously if you're lapping cars, you'll slow down a little bit more, but it depends how much fuel you have left. It depends when you're next predicted to stop, if you can extend that pit stop, and it's all those things that the drivers and teams will be thinking about.
Yeah, so just to go back to something we were reporting on earlier, that pink Lamborghini that we saw unfortunately lose it into the wall at the Le Mans chicane. They did spend a total of 10 minutes and 51 seconds in that pit box, so quite a bit of damage. I suspect the E-ring is the reason it took 10 minutes, just bending that steering rod a little bit. But it's nice to see him back on track, and hopefully they can try and... They are 3 laps down to Aquila Racing Cyan, but hopefully they can find a way to get back up in the positions and start fighting once again.
Yep, it's a real shame, but it is a mistake, and a costly mistake. They could have definitely been in the fight, but sadly they did make this mistake, and they've lost a lot of time.
Just looking, actually, on last lap pace, RD SimSport was second quickest in that GT3 field, which is quite interesting. Like everyone up to, so between P5 and P10, they're all racing 146s, and Neil Ferreira in that RD SimSport Lamborghini did a 144.9. So they definitely had the pace, and it's gonna kill them that they had to spend 10 minutes in that pit lane.
Yeah, and it's just seeing those lap times. Obviously, the driver would have been annoyed at himself and would be wanting to use a flashback, but obviously he can't. And that's how the cookie crumbles. You have to live with it and work out the best way to get as many places back as possible.
Oh, we should give out a good shout out to Nick Ferreira, who, unlike many sim racers, both the most talented and the most rookie, he has kept a cool head. He's come out of the pits and he's just got his head down, and it's so easy to just lose your head and make more and more mistakes. I think we did see that a little bit from one of the LMP2s who retired, Kebab Blue. I think they just one mistake led to more and more mistakes as they were trying to get rid of the frustration and move back up the field. But that has not set in for Neil Ferreira in that RD SimSport Lamborghini. So fair play to that man.
Yeah, definitely. And it's a similar story with the PM Esports. And they kept on making a mistake into the Western Horseshoe and kept on going in a straight line there, locking the fronts. And yeah, as the Astro Racing Mayola pits.
Yeah, Astro Racing has pit Raul Galileo. I can't say that second name for the life of me. Gallego, I'm going to call him. Has pit. I think that is a driver swap as well. I'm pretty sure he was not in the pits. I don't think he was in that car originally. So for now, Astro Racing main, like I'm not sure main team is the right answer, but the just the Astro Racing team with Raul Monraba is currently your leader, but I suspect they're going to be coming into the pits very soon because they've done 30 laps on this tank of fuel so far. So it is a roughly time for them to be coming in as well. Let's see if they do it this time round. I think they're just approaching the Le Mans chicane. But as you can see right in the background there, Platinum Racing Team LMP2 Blue just coming into the back of your shot there. But you can really see the difference of speed as that closing speed will very, very soon come down.
Yeah, I imagine they do come into the pit lane. And
No,
they
they're
don't
not.
actually. They're staying out for another lap. Could this mean that the Astro Racing Myola or the Astro Racing feel like they can get the overcuts in the Astro Racing Myola or gain as much time on these more worn tires?
It's quite interesting. I believe based on the pit box time, Astro Racing Mayora has fitted a new set of slick tyres, so they are quite comfortable in their position. Now they feel like tyres is the best time now. And look at the closing speed this LMP2 has. They will just absolutely gap them on the exit. The acceleration that LMP holds is just absolutely unreal.
Yeah, well, the LMPs 2s are very quick. That's why they're on class to themselves.
As you can see, just disappearing out of the visible view out of that windscreen very, very quickly. That is just how quick that LMP2 is. Fantastic car to drive if you can get it right. I would say it's quite an easy car to learn, a very difficult car to master.
Well, I was just looking at the timings, and we could be seeing a LMP2 battle for. Oh no, never mind. Keep on thinking timings, and I always get the wrong time. And well, the Platinum Racing Team are catching up to the Groomer Motorsport, but definitely won't be in our time. That the battle will happen.
I believe they have taken roughly 8 seconds out of them in probably about 20 laps, maybe a little bit more from last time we jumped on board. Astro Racing is now also in the pit lane, just looking, so they've only just entered, whereas Astro Racing Myola, they're coming round. I think this is the final banking section onto the start-finish straight, if my Daytona knowledge is correct. Yes, it is. So here they are. They are definitely going to take the lead because the Astro Racing is still in the pit box, only just approaching 30 seconds. So unless they're not taking tyres, yeah, the pass has been done. The lead has been restored, and it's all about can T3 Motorsports find a way to close that gap. And they're obviously running still about 40 seconds. Sorry, that's the wrong one. They're still running quite a little bit back, and they're just going through the bus stop now. It looks like Astro Racing are also taking tyres, and they'll be coming out probably within the next 2 seconds, I suspect. Waiting for that car to drop. Here they go. Fuel and tyres on board, and Astro Racing head out for their next stint. You can hear him pushing the limit there, being a little bit impatient, trying to get to that pit line as quick as possible. As Miles Owen looks like they're battling back in P9 and 10.
Finally, another battle.
So Jorge Mendes Pejedo in the SR Technic car is getting chased down by Miles Owen in the Platinum Racing Team BMW. Is this a real battle? It is a real battle because that Platinum Racing Team only pitted 3 laps after the SR Technic.
Well, we'll see if they'll be doing something similar that the Tempest and the SimSport and the Austrian sim racers have been doing, just saving fuel one behind the other for a very long time. Hopefully that's not the case from the spectators' view, but I don't blame the Platinum Racing team for doing that trick.
From experience, that BMW M4 GT3 is very, very good on high curbs. It's one of the best on the service, I'd say, for the curbs, and he's going to definitely be able to ride that Le Mans chicane a lot harder than that Lambo in front. But he's gone very deep, very wide, manages to save it and cut back. But that must have been a little bit of a scary moment inside that cockpit for Miles Owens.
Yeah, definitely. I've noticed him going wild quite a few times in that turn 1. But yeah, he's visibly getting closer now to the SR Technic, and through the horseshoe they go.
Yeah, he's struggling to get the power down on the exits. I think I'm seeing as we come to, this is onto the banking section. And this is where the BMW really needs to find a way to get planted, but no, that gap is going up. It's only just started coming down. Now the draft is taking effect. But I think he might actually be slowing. He's not gaining as much as you'd expect, even at 9/10 behind. So he's going to need to find a way to brake a little bit later than the car ahead. Otherwise, he's just going to find himself falling further back. As you'll see, this BMW will take them curbs very aggressively because it has a great suspension and balance in that car. But these are obviously... So this is a pro car and he is chasing down an amateur car. For anyone watching at home who hasn't seen it yet, pro cars have black numbers and amateur cars have white numbers.
Yeah, so it should be relatively an easy overtake for the Platinum Racing team BWM, but we'll see how the SR Technic will defend if it ever comes to this situation.
Yeah, so just jump back on board with Austrian sim racers who have managed to get a gap of 1.7 seconds to Tempest. So I'm not 100% sure what's happened to Tempest, but maybe they just got stuck within traffic and they got separated for a while. But Tempest does find themselves a little bit further behind, getting split by this RD Sim Sport Lamborghini. I do like a pink car, I must admit. I think pink works very well on a lot of liveries.
Especially the Lamborghini, they always suit the colours that you don't usually see on the roads, like the very sharp lime green and the pink.
Yeah, they do have that flair for the bright colours. The Lamborghini really does suit them. I think green is probably my favourite Lambo colour. I wouldn't say no if one of them Lambos was delivered to me tomorrow with that pink livery. I'd be more than happy.
Who would say no?
I'll probably forget what I'm driving and use the loud pedal too much and end up in a tree.
Yeah.
As we see Karuma Motorsports just overtaking that Fields Academy Motorsport Porsche once again. Everything looks pretty nice and clean. There's been no more work for the stewards to do for the last hour, which is what we like to see.
Yeah, it's very close between the pit stops as well, and the ASR and the Tempest.
And Platinum Racing Team still trying to close that gap. I think it was maybe 40. Was it 40 odd seconds last time we saw? And they pit second, so I think they're really starting to catch. I might be misremembering that gap, but I don't think it was as low as 28 seconds.
I think they have caught up very quickly. I think it was 40 seconds I last saw, and yeah, they're catching very, very quickly and rapidly to the Kuruma. That could be because of traffic, but that is a huge gap.
A little bit aggressive on that second apex. You do not want to do that too much. The LMP underside is very, very easy to damage. I know at Le Mans, if you go down the middle of the road on the famous Mulsanne Straight, you can actually get an iRacing meatball flag for scraping the bottom of your skid plane a little bit too much. Obviously, the LMP is designed to run as low to the ground as possible to maximize the aero effect. But you don't want to hit them curves too much because it can damage and put you in a wall.
The famous flag that no driver wants to see.
As Astra is overtaking the team, and it looks like, is that Tempest have caught right back up. So Tempest on an absolute flyer. Manages to close that 1.7 second gap, now down to half a second. So he must have found an extra switch in that cockpit.
Yeah, definitely, and he's definitely catching up. He probably is pushing very hard now, so if he gets a chance, and that's a beautiful shot, just behind that left front tyre, catching rapidly to the car in front.
As we do have a driver in the waiting room, just trying to work out what team he's from. 385 he is. So what team's he in? I don't see a 385, I think it's 358. Oh no, sorry, that's the next commentator waiting in the wings. It's called Adri. I just twigged. So one of the commentators relieving us in just about 10 minutes actually. So we will soon be saying our goodbyes as Austrian Sim Racers Orange tries to keep that gap as big as possible. But look at this. Tempest gets an absolute rocket exit from that Le Mans chicane, and this could be the move that they want to make. You do not need to fuel save too much longer. But look at that, right in front is RD Sim Sport as well, so that could play into it with a blue flag. But no,
Thought he was about to make a move around the outside, but he resisted, and I think he'll be another lap behind. Yeah, very different lines. The Tempest a bit wider in the turn 1 than Austrian Sim Racing Orange.
I believe that is the optimal line for most cars. Just having one side of your tyres on the white concrete, maximise the entry, like opening the corner, maximise the entry speed, and then obviously getting a nice smoother flow through the corner will allow higher exit speeds, which is the key to overtaking really. If you can find a way to maximise your exit speed over your competitor in front, that is the best way to overtake, or at least that's what I've found.
But on the other hand, you still want to be on that racing line that most drivers are doing, because that's where the track will be cleaner and there'll be less marbles. So you have to try and find a compromise with your favourite racing line, or the line you think will be fastest.
It's a definite fine line, especially at Daytona, that first corner, because there's so many marbles, because it's so high speed. You do have to be very careful on threading a needle almost. And the racing line should roughly be where the Tempest car went, but different drivers make different racing lines. So we could be in a field that mostly stick to the grey track rather than the white bit, as there we go, Rapid East Racing Purple once again goes past. Let's quickly jump to chopper view and let's take an aerial shot of these both. And Tempest doesn't go as wide that time, so he's not going to get the advantage, I don't think, on the exit. You can come in whenever you want. I can give you the magic back. All right, there you go. Magic is in your hands.
Well, we've been watching the battle for third place in the GT3 class relatively closely for the last 4 hours really, and a lot of back and forth with strategy.
Timo Rauder has just crashed from P6 in the GT3 field. That might be Dan's first responsibility. I'm not sure that replay changed from this time around. SDK being SDK.
There we go.
This looks more like a...
Yeah. Oh, and he just lost the back end.
No worries, yeah, just hits them marbles, going a little bit too deep, and so easy to lock up, even in a GT3. I have had a few people that do race GT3s who says that rear end can get a little bit loose. As we just wait for Dan to resume full control of his audio, and we'll be back very soon. And I'll be, unfortunately, saying goodbye for the final time today.
So will I.
Hello guys. Welcome.
Hello.
It's me again. It's me again. Guys, I first of all want to say thank you to Max as well. Massive stint you put up for hours. Great help, man. It's been amazing. You did amazing, man. So
That's great.
it's really been helpful. You as well, John. Amazing. Amazing camera work as well and anything. Thank you.
It's my pleasure. I can't wait to do the Mazdas alongside you, because unfortunately the timetable has not put us together. So I can't wait for the Mazda so I get to be alongside you as well.
Yeah. Well, first of all, for the people who don't know, it was for me a massive work to get every commentator together. So for all the people, or for most of the people that were here, except John, because John knew it quite early on, but for Max it was, I think yesterday was the final confirmation that he would actually be doing this. So a massive thank you for the drivers for just making their time free, and it's been amazing, guys. Thank you.
Say goodbye. So thank you everyone who's watching along for putting up with me, and I'm sure I'll see you again. But I am now going to drop out of the booth. So goodbye Dan, and goodbye Max.
Good evening, man. Or good evening, good night.
Right now, yeah. And I just want to say thank you to Dan for letting me commentate on this brilliant race, even though we've been pretty much just watching his one battle.
Yeah.
But thank you very much.
It's no worries, man. You guys did great. Thank you. Well then, we are now gonna get our last contestant in for today, and I will be joined for the last 3 hours of this race by Adri. Adri, welcome.
Hey mate.
Adri, how have you been going today?
Yeah, I'm doing a lot of races myself, and watching the stream, of course, and see some nice fights, and yeah.
What are you excited for the last 3 hours?
Yeah, the fights, the outcome of the strategies. So yeah, I think it will be exciting. I see a lot of fighting, a lot of close racing in the, like, what is it? 10th hour, still close racing. Yeah, it's amazing.
I think I shared my screen so you can see it, don't I?
Yes, then I can see what people can see.
Okay. So 8 hours, 50 minutes done. 3 hours, 10 minutes to go. I've just had a banana for some energy, so I have half of it left. So somewhere around the 10th, 11th hour, I will be eating the rest of my banana just for some more energy for the last hour. If
that's a good idea.
if half is not enough, but yeah, I'm definitely excited for the last couple of hours.
Yes, me too. And I've watching the strategies, and I've seen some lap times and things about that. Yeah, it's pretty close sometimes.
Yeah,
Still
it's
the 3 and 4, pretty close.
yeah.
Yeah, the 3 of them, maybe 4 even. Yeah, it could be no other outcome than it is right now.
Yeah. Well, this RD SimSport car that we see behind this now, I have watched the broadcast a little bit, and I got through, at least I think that is the case, that they had some issues. They were 10 minutes in the pits, and actually I can confirm that because their last pit stop time was 10 minutes and 51 seconds in their pit box, 11 minutes and 31 seconds on pit lane.
Yeah.
And that's not how long you want to be on pit lane, Adri.
No, not at all. And they're still in the top 4, so they're doing it pretty well. Yeah.
Well, the thing is, with the GTE field, we sadly have a lot of drivers and teams that had to pull out because I think the PM esports car, they had an unfortunate incident, and their driver had some hardware issues. Of course, that's nothing you can control. But
it's horrible.
Yeah, exactly. But that's something that, of course, doing 8 hours on your own. I've commentated 10 hours on my own, and that is not even driving. That is just moving my mouth and keeping concentrated on the racing. That is not even
It's
moving
really
my arms.
exhausting.
Yeah, it is. It definitely is. And I cannot imagine. I saw, I think, who was it? Super GT, I think last year, do like 25 hours of the Nürburgring on Gran Turismo, and I was like, how, man? How can you have it in you to do like 25 hours?
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah,
it's crazy.
exactly. It's
But
unbelievable.
they will be exhausted for like 2 weeks or something.
Yeah.
It's way too much. If I am driving endurance 2 hours, yeah, I'm tired as fuck. So yeah, it's always the same.
Exactly.
I don't know how to do.
It is like a whole different ball game to any driving you do, because you don't only need to concentrate on the driving itself, but you need to concentrate on everything that is going on around you as well, because you want to know what the other drivers are doing. And of course, if you have someone alongside you, if you have teammates for 2 hours, which most events on iRacing do need a teammate if it's over an hour long. You do need a teammate, I think, or over 1.5 hours long. But if you don't have a teammate, you're gonna have to figure out what the others are doing, and what you're doing yourself as well, because there is no one to calculate the fuel for you. You have to do it yourself, or you have to use a plugin like what is it?
Crew Chief or
Crew
GRT,
Chief.
yes.
Yeah, exactly.
They both can. Yeah, that's a difficult part, because when you're in an endurance and there's no one around you, no spotter for like 20 minutes, and it's midnight,
it can
you
get
will
very
be
lonely.
sleepy.
Yeah.
It is lonely, but you will get sleepy. I know it, because when we did the 24-hour of Sebring, we get sleepy at night and just weaving around for nothing because sleepy. Yeah, it's horrible. So you need someone by your side all the time.
That's why in most of the endurance races, the drivers always have a backup, so you're not on your own. And if something happens, it's always good to have a backup. And if we go quickly back to this battle, the Tempest SimSport Lamborghini against the ASR Orange Lamborghini, it's always good to have someone alongside you, not only for just the fact that you won't get sleepy, but just the fact that if something happens, your PC goes down, or that he can tow you back to the pit lane or be there to drive when he needs to, because you don't want to lose like 20 laps when you could have only lost 3. Don't get me wrong. Ideally, you want to lose nothing. Yeah, but ideally you want to lose nothing. But if something like that happens, a power cut or an internet drop, that is something out of your control, you know?
Yes, it is. Yeah, it's a thing to think about. But a lot of driving on your own is always hard.
Yeah, well, I've experienced it as well in the 24 hours of Daytona. Luckily, I had, I was on my own for quite a long time, and it was daytime then. It was like, I think 9 o'clock Central European time. I think because we started in the last slot. I think it was in game. It was like 6 p.m. and it like the sun started to go down, and the others were off eating, So I was on my own for like a good 30-40 minutes, so a full LMP stint.
Yeah.
And it is horrible, man. Even on daytime, I get lonely sometimes, and after just 20-30 minutes, my thoughts just drift away to something else, and at some point I'm like, come on, get back in the zone, but I just can't because I need something or someone alongside to keep me updated about what is happening in the race.
Yeah. And that's the thing. When there's no one around you, I start weaving also, and at our 24 hours, it just hitting walls almost because we are alone in the night. Yeah. Doesn't matter what time it is, but when you're driving 2 hours straight, 30 hours straight, and there's so much happening around you, then you're gonna need your focus all the time.
Well, I did a race
in.
in. Sorry, continue.
It's a lot of energy you need for that.
Yeah. Well, I did a race once with Vincent and Perry as well, and Chris. Chris is not here in this race today. He's a full-on ACC racer, but we did it in ACC. It was a charity race, and there was no stint timer. Of course, at ACC we all know that there is a stint timer of usually 1 hour 5 minutes, and you have to pit. That is usually around 90% of your fuel tank. But that race there was no like stint time limit. So the thing we did, of course, we wanted to go for the win. So the thing we did was fill it up till the max and just drive around until the tank is empty and come into the pits. So stints were around 1 hour 20, 1 hour 25 long. And at that point you get very lonely for a stint if you have to do one stint on your own.
Yeah, but also when your teammates are there, it's 1 hour and 20 minutes. My mouth will get dry. Yeah. And I will try to take a drink and maybe weave a bit. It's not a way to do it. Yeah.
Well, of course, if you, all the teams will have to deal with this. But is there, do you think that there is a way that you can deal with it best, or is it everyone does it on its own best way?
Yeah, everyone does it on its own, and I'm driving with a team sometimes, and there's one person who doesn't want someone around him, so he mutes Discord and everything. He's freaking fast, but he needs to be alone for that. Yeah. And we are in Discord and constantly talking with each other, and if I'm alone in Discord, that's not my time. This is not my best time. Yeah. And I always got a drink or something next to me, because
what kind of drink is it? Is it water, or is it a sugar-containing drink to keep you awake, or a caffeine?
Yeah, it was always a sugar-containing caffeine drink, but I can't have it anymore. So at this moment, it's just water, and I'm used to it right now. So it's always something.
Yeah. Well, to be honest, the last few weeks, I was like, man, I'm drinking way too much stuff that contains too much sugar. So I switched to water, and the first 2-3 days it was like, man, this has no taste. But I got used to it, and now I drink 2 to 3 liters water a day.
Yeah.
And it's cheaper, and it's better for your health, and I found that it's better for my mental health as well, because for some reason I feel like a happier person now.
Yeah, the sugar, the dips or hubs, everyone calls it differently, but the sugar is doing mental, for me also mental damage, maybe. Yeah, when I drink water and going with my friends and things like that, I don't even notice when I'm drinking water, because it's just something to do. Well,
I'm gonna say this before we go to this topic, but when you drive, never drink, and don't drink until it's legal in your country. But if you drink, Adri, and you are with friends, and your friends are drinking a beer or something, are you someone who just drinks beer together with them just because they are drinking beer, or is it 2 or 3 and that's enough for me?
2 or 3 is enough for me, because I like the taste, but the getting drunk and things like that, it's when I was younger, it was fun, but nah, I love to have a lot of the day next to the next day.
Yeah, exactly. Well,
Yeah.
the thing is with me, and you might find this very weird, but
Mhm.
I do not like the taste of beer or anything. I
No?
just do not
Oh.
like it, and a good evening on a good evening or a good night,
Yeah.
I drink a maximum of 3 beers because, well, like you said, I just don't like the idea of getting drunk. And before, like a year ago, I was always drinking Fanta, cola, water, Spa Red, and I mean, it just basically became normal. Or sparkling water. Spa Red is what we say here, but
It's sparkling water, yeah. Yeah, we got a lot of weird things to say for the other side of the world.
yeah. Well, technically,
know.
it is just sparkling water, but
Yeah.
for some
It
reason,
is.
because the label of the can and the label of the bottle is red, we call it Spa Red and Spa Blue.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a weird thing to say.
That's
not
like the
even
same thing.
noticing it.
Yeah, but that's like the same thing with Pampers. It's a lot of people call it Pampers, but
Yeah.
technically they're not. Here in the Netherlands they're called luiers, but
Yeah.
we call them Pampers because the most known brand is called Pampers, you know?
Yes. Yeah, Coca-Cola is also the same. Coca-Cola.
Yeah.
And yeah, all the other brands just calling it cola, so everyone sees the name. Yeah, it's pretty weird, but yeah.
Netherlands,
drinking.
that's our excuse.
Yeah, Netherlands is excuse. Let's say that. It's the easiest way out.
Oh,
And
some interesting things happening here. It's
Oh.
Marcus Rima pitting.
I
And
see.
the Tempest Sim Sports car continuing. This was like 2 hours ago, the other way around. I noticed last hour that the Tempest Sim Sport car pitted the same lap as Marcus Rima did in the in the ASR orange car. But now the favor has gone to Tempest for some reason.
Yeah. See, they're still standing still.
Really interesting. Yeah.
I don't know. I'm looking into.
They're still in the pits. Pit box time is 25 seconds, so a normal pit box time is around 42 to 43, maybe 41 if you're very quick seconds. And a normal
Yeah.
pit lane time is around 120. And with tires, it will go up to 1 minute 9, 1 minute 10, and the pit lane time will go up to almost a full lap. So
Yeah, 42 seconds and it's already rolling, so it's just a normal stop.
yep.
I guess fueling, maybe some tires, maybe only the bad tires. That's a strategy.
That could be the case because we saw, I think, like Winston Eckel said, the Kuruma Motorsport only changed rear tires and they were flying with that. They were like 25 seconds faster over his stint with only changing rear tires, and that cost them like 13, 14 seconds, he said, and they gained 25 with it. So that is kind of a very good strategy then.
Yeah, it could be. We also did the same sometimes, just only changing the left tires because they are 20% and the other ones are 60. So yeah, that could be a strategy.
As you see the
And,
Tempest Simsport car into the pits now. Let's see how
Yeah.
long they stay in. Their last stop was 1 minute and 9 seconds, so they did take tires last time round. The car that did not take tires last time round is this car, the Fields Academy Motorsports car. So I expect them to take tires this time round. So they will lose around 25 to 27 seconds in the pits.
They are now in the pits, and I'm checking what they're doing. They're standing still. Yeah, it's a boring situation.
well, isn't it always, Ari, when you're standing still? that it's most of the time
always
quite boring.
Yeah, standing still is not my cup of tea, but it needs to be when you need some fuel and some tires. And let's see what their strategy is. Just fuel? Nah, I guess not.
Yes, it is. Just fuel, 42 seconds.
42 seconds. I see. They're driving out, so it will be close.
They have been lapped. I can confirm they have been lapped.
Yeah, they have been lapped, but only one lap. Dus they are 3 for the 3rd position.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I think that Alberto Gazzappa in
and
this.
lost it.
Yeah. But I
They
think
lost it.
that
Yeah.
this Alberto Gazzappa in the Fields Academy Motorsports car still has to pit. They pitted last on lap 217, so they do need to pit in a couple of laps time.
How many laps they were doing on stint?
I can actually show you that if we go to this one. Look at that. Now we have the stint length on the right of your screen.
Yeah, that's amazing.
So Alberto Gazzappa
30,
around 34,
30.
33 laps. Last stint 33.
Yeah, it depends, I guess, slipstream and things like that. So 33 would be a good guess.
I don't know which lap they're on right now. This no, this is lap 33. So I expect them in this lap. This lap or next lap. I expect them in, to be honest.
Yeah, if the guy is driving fuel safe a lot, they can just let's see what they're doing.
I have just a weird feeling that he's going to continue.
Yeah,
He definitely
Me
isn't.
too.
He definitely isn't.
he isn't.
we were both wrong.
Yeah, that's why we are not driving right now.
Exactly.
See?
Interested to see where they will come out, because they will lose around the full lap. I think they will have a 15-second advantage around that, as we see a driver change
Chasing
as well.
driver.
Christian
Yes, and that's-
Streitenberger in that car now. So I
See.
think he will do the last 3 hours. Siri, shut up.
I turned it off just because the phone is doing things like that. I hate it. So
I have
and how?
I've had it out for 2 weeks now, and I already hate it
Yeah,
because it's acting up when I don't even ask it to.
no, it's pretty annoying.
So
Let's see.
the moment that I say serious, look,
Yeah, it's,
here it goes again. I didn't say Siri, I said serious. You
yeah.
stupid phone.
They're changing tires right now. About 50
Yep,
seconds.
up on the jacks,
Yes.
as you can see. Where is the other car? It is on the last part of the banking now, I think. If this, if my view isn't betraying me here, they're on the last part of the banking now, coming on to the start-finish straight. Still in the pit, still in the pit box, and now they
Pretty
are
close
on
one.
their pit exit. It, like I said, it is gonna be close. No, no, they're still at the chicane. They have a big gap.
Yeah. Oh, it looked like okay. It looked like they almost at the same spot, but no.
Okay.
Yeah, the gap is getting smaller, but yeah.
Remember, in order for Tempest to win this championship, they need to finish first, and it is, or first is almost out of play because Yuri Matthijssen is so quick in that Arvensis Racing red car, and is Tom Vos. So I think they will be almost uncatchable if nothing happens to them. But
Yeah, and
go on.
when did they pit for the last time?
They pitted for the last time 275. So, and they did change tires at that stop, if I'm correct. No, they didn't. So they will change tires, I think, next stop. But I expect them in 3 or 4 laps time. They pitted 3 or 4 laps later than the Fields Academy Motorsports car did. But look at this. This is the gap already going into the chicane. Here we have him. That is the gap, and they are only now exiting onto the banking. So he has a full straight ahead.
28 seconds. So if they do if there's a little mistake, they will be pretty close.
Yeah, well, we know with iRacing that a little mistake sometimes can get punished very, very harshly.
Arvensis is in the pit right now. I see. They pitted.
Okay, that is
Number one.
that is earlier than I expected. We can see them in the pits here. Car seems to be fine. Might be the
it's
driver
nothing-
wanting to get out a bit earlier.
Yeah. When you're really tired, you want to get out.
Well, I expect him to do another stint, really, because I don't think that Tom Voss is gonna do 2 hours and 50 minutes on his own now. Especially so late in on in the day for him.
They're changing tires right now, so no driver swap, I see.
No driver swap?
Nope.
Okay. So I think
See,
we're
no
in for
driver
a
swap.
double then, again for you, Matthijs, and then Tom Voss will finish it off.
Yeah.
At least I think that is the case.
You never know what I'm thinking. That's the hard part.
Well, the thing is, always, the only good thing about me being here for 10 hours straight was that I was always on top of the strategy game. Now I've been gone for 4 hours this race, and I am lost at the moment. I am lost at the moment. If any of the other commentators is in chat, can you give me any tips where they are right now?
The Fields Academy changed driver, yeah.
Can we see? Can we see the pit stop strat graph of the LMP2 asking for a friend? Because you're asking, I am very suspicious, so I'm not gonna show it to you. No, here we go. Here we have it. You can't see the stint lengths because they have done so many stints. So this stint graph is almost just useless at this point. It's just the length of the square that you can maybe see if they did a longer stint or anything like that. Rapidly Racing Team Purple still in second, 2 minutes back from the Tempest Sport Pack LMP2 car.
Checking out some lap times. But let's see.
Oh, look at him. Look at this. Miles Owens once again leading the way for Platinum Racing Team BWM. They're definitely not 209 laps behind. That's a bit much.
Yeah, okay, that's better. Was looking a little bit weird. Let's see.
6 minutes, or 6 minutes. They're in 6th place. 2 minutes is the gap to P5. And the gap to YS Motorsports Blue behind them. 1 minute 12 seconds.
Yeah, I was checking out some lap times, and yeah, it's hard to say what they're doing. Because he's getting out of the pit, because number 3 in the GT3 did a 1:46.0, and number 3 is 1:45.7, so it looks like they're faster, but it's their outlap, and their outlap is always a little bit slower, and we get a little temperature in the tires, so let's wait for the more times.
Yeah. Well, I think the most interesting thing about this all really is that even though we have been racing for this long, and it is unbelievable, but I don't know what the drivers think themselves of this fight, but this fight, mate, look at this. They are still within a tenth. They are still within a tenth, and we've been going for 9 hours and 40 minutes, and for the last 4 or 5 hours, they have been this close.
Yeah, I see. When I'm watching the stream at home, yeah, I see sometimes they're pretty close, and they're still pretty close. It's amazing.
Well, I think for 9 hours and 40 minutes, or 50 minutes actually of racing now, it can't get any closer than this.
No, and that's special, because most of the time there will be gaps like 20 seconds, 10 minutes, 2 minutes, and there will be gaps. And this gap is so freaking small all the time. Yeah,
it's amazing. Really, this is absolutely astonishing racing from both of these guys. The thing that I am interested to see play out the most, really, is this fight. Although Astro Racing Mayorla does not have any damage, this Astro Racing car with damage has been catching up the last couple of hours, really. If we can get this up, let me see this.
their lap times are pretty quick.
Look at that. This has been the gap.
The gap is getting closer and closer and closer.
Yeah. So 34 seconds it was on lap 312. The gap is now almost less than 30 seconds.
5 laps later and almost 4 seconds. Nah, let's say wrong. 3, like a little bit more than 3.2.
And
they chasing him out.
And remember, Adri, this is also the fight for the championship. If I bring the championship up now, you will see it here. Here we have it on screen for you now. 105 points for the second place team in this race. Astro Racing, our leading team in the championship. But as it stands, that championship is going to go to Astro Racing Majola.
Yeah, this is the before the race, right?
Yeah.
It's not with the points like they should be right now.
This is not live.
No, they're not changing. So they need to get them, otherwise they will lose their first position.
Yeah.
It's the same group, I guess, but with 2 teams. But yeah, otherwise they want to win. I know it.
It's the same team, but it's just Astro Racing that has been performing more consistently, a little bit more consistently than its parent team that is called Astro Racing Majola. Because, well, the theory for us is, why is that the parents team? Because they have the sponsoring of Majola on the car, and Astro Racing itself doesn't have the sponsoring on the car. So we think that Astro Racing Majola is the parent team, and that Astro Racing is a sister team. But once again, gap down to 30.3 seconds. Yeah. Half a second taken out of him once again.
Yeah, but they got exactly the same livery, I see. Yeah. Lola is also on the second team.
Let me tell you something. I hate him. I hate him for it. I hate him for it. Look, can you tell me which car this is without looking at the rear wing? Not really, can you?
No.
So I have hated this the whole season, because I know who I'm clicking on, but sometimes I'm still saying Astro Racing Majola because it says Majola on the side as sponsoring. It is so off-putting.
Difference?
Just nowhere. The livery is the same.
Just the damage is the difference right now.
Yeah. So they actually helped me out a little bit in this last race by getting a little bit of damage.
Yeah, that's not the way to do it. But next time I just get 2 different colors with the boys, so we can see the difference.
I will ask them kindly, and I think they will kindly reject the offer.
Yeah, a purple and a black one, so totally different colors.
Well, they could have just made it black and purple and white and purple for us to see.
That was enough. Nothing more we ask. No, it's I like the livery.
Oh yeah, I do as well. I think it's one of the best liveries we have in the field.
Yeah, I'm looking around at my own screen what liveries people driving right now. I guess this one is not updated. Rapid E-Racing Team Purple, because it's very simple one at my screen.
Yeah, might be that SDK is not running.
Yeah, I see.
It seems like the gap has stabilized a little bit now.
I also like the livery for our own team, Platinum Racing LMP2. The silverish thing on the wing.
Oh yeah,
It's reflecting pretty nice with the lights.
Oh yeah, definitely the night lighting is helping just to make this livery look even more beautiful than it already was.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm
this
looking
gap
around.
though to P3, it has been increasing the last couple of laps, but the last 2 laps it has come down once again, and he's basically back where he started 4 laps ago.
Oh yeah, I see.
While the gap for Karuma Motorsports has been closing the last couple of laps. There you see them, just going into the left-hander, Rapidly Racing Team Purple.
Yeah, I guess they found the turbo button, so they will be. Yeah, it's closing pretty quick. So I see.
Well, the gaps, if you look at the bottom right, it has stabilized a little bit. Of course, they gained like 3 seconds on one lap, but I think if we look at the end of this lap, if nothing has dramatically changed, that you will see that the Kuruma car will that the gap with the Rapid Racing Purple car has stabilized a little bit.
Yeah, it's stabilized. It's nothing crazy.
And I mean, they have 2 hours or 2.5 hours left to chip away like 2/10, 3/10 a lap. The thing with gaining so little time every lap is that once you make a mistake of 3 seconds and you gain 3/10 a lap, you need 10 laps again, or no, around 10 laps to catch that back up.
Yeah, a little mistake is a lot of time, especially when the times are closing by so slowly.
Yeah.
But I don't know what's happening right now because they took like 2/10 in a little spot.
It looks like because if you look at the bottom right, the full bottom right of the gap, then you see that the gap 5 laps ago was 5.9 and now it is 5.0 if you follow the arrow on the right hand side. So it is just the amount of time that they can change. But if we do this might get a little bit clearer for you. Now you see 6 seconds is completely to the left, 5 seconds completely to the right where the yellow lines start, and in between that it's 6 seconds, 5.5 seconds. I don't know why there is a random 6 seconds in there, but something ain't right, Chief.
Yeah, the graph is showing wrong, but I know what you I get what you mean. So they're getting closer and closer and closer.
Yeah, so the gap, like the last 5 laps has been within like I must say like a second, because it has been between 6 seconds and 5 seconds. So really closely matched these cars. Although if I look at the relative now on the left hand side, like we said, 4.4. So yeah, it's taking a big chunk out this time round.
Yeah.
Do we have like a nice? No, I don't think we have, but it's something for SDK to do. Striking distance, a striking distance graph.
That would be amazing.
Yeah, and we can just fill in. Okay, we think it's gonna be within striking distance. 5 laps to go.
Yeah, you need to calculate that, but yeah, it's pretty hard for software to do when they're not. Yeah.
Well,
it's in Formula 1 is how the drivers perform, so they had got a lot of more information about them.
Well, I think it's very easy, but it won't be as reliable all the time, but you will not need it that much. But if you just do the gap and the amount of 10 seconds that the driver was faster last lap, and then update it every time they come across the finish line.
Yeah, maybe an average of 3 laps, that will be more precise.
Yeah.
But yeah, I know what you mean. Maybe it's something to tell them. Just make it, so we can show people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It like I was laying in bed like an hour ago because I wanted to rest a little bit. And for some reason I just thought about that. I don't know why, but for some reason I just thought about that. But now we're talking about it. How many laps do you think it's going to take Kuruma Motorsports to be within striking distance of the Rapid E-Racing Team Purple car?
I don't know what happened, but because they are getting pretty close pretty fast, so maybe 10? Because they are pretty fast going into them.
I think it will be even less. I think 5 laps at max, and they will be and they will be with him.
Yeah. At this speed, it looks like it, but yeah, I don't.
Of course, might be some traffic for the Rapid E-Racing Team Purple car as well.
Yeah. Kuruma's going pretty quick. Yeah, they're like almost a second faster last lap. So yeah, it's gonna be quick.
I'm gonna have to take a look at this though. Look at this gap.
They are still fighting. I was watching on my other screen what they were doing, but still fighting pretty close. And their times are like tenths of One time the first one is tenths faster, the other times the back one. And I see Astro Racing Mirala is pitting right now. So
that is around the scheduled time, really. Yeah, they've been losing time, of course, to an LMP2 car. That is not more than normal.
yeah, and a lot.
Ooh, look
because
at this.
the LMP2 cars are pretty quick. Yeah, the reflection with the light, but yeah.
That gap has gone up once again. Vincent Assem's not, I think, feeling really happy in that car right now.
No, I see. And the driver is Vincent right now?
Yeah, Vincent Assems. You can see on the right bottom by his three-letter short thing.
Oh yeah, the Oz. Yes. Because I got the client open as well, so
yeah.
I just need to click on the person on the car. That's going in, but he is driving a lot of laps right now. Yeah, 107 laps.
Can you see for how many laps he has been in already?
Maybe if the pit time is right, I can see. Yes, he is driving his 12th lap. Yes, 12 laps right now. This is the 13th one.
Okay, so they've recently switched drivers.
No. He's doing his. Oh no. In this stint, I mean.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know if I was in the session at that moment because he has done 21 laps and reset just on the 21. That's the pit stop, and now he's 12 laps in. I don't know how much the average stint length is, but yeah, maybe I can see it in another team. It's just nice to have all this information and another screen when you need it. Let's see.
Pepe is in the chat. Doable, Pepe says. I don't know what he thinks is doable, but I might have missed something.
More information.
I think I've missed something. Oh, look at this. That gap has gone up slightly the last couple of laps, but this gap closer than ever. 1.9 seconds between the Karuma Motorsports car and the Rapid E-Racing Team purple car. The number 44 and the number 88 machine.
I'm afraid to need to pit in like several laps because
their last pit lap was lap 1 or lap 323, and for Rapid E-Racing Team purple that was lap 333.
33.
So
yeah,
they are 10 laps, or they pit 10 laps later.
Yeah, because I don't know how much laps they do effortlessly. They're on the 22nd lap, so I guess it will be a pit box for them. Guess the tank is empty almost.
Yeah, if you look at the right hand side of the screen now, you can see 27 degrees is the track time, so coming down slightly. 25 degrees is the ambient temperature, and as you can see, we're now into full darkness. Well, at this track there isn't really any darkness, you have to say, Adi. It's the night lighting does a great job here, doesn't it?
Yeah. I did this lap of this race 24 hours long, and the lighting was just perfect. I did Sebring 24 hours, and there are pretty dark spots on the track. But I see Karuma is pitting right now. I see they got 2.5 meters left. It was not enough to do one lap anymore. So they do a driver change, fueling, and maybe tire changing.
Martin, where are you, my friend? Because I'm gonna have to change this, because you're not in the name, you are in the team you were supposed to be in. There he is. Here we go.
Easy. There you go.
He's in the Platinum Racing Team BWM car. They're still leading the GT3 AM class, but that gap has come down considerably, like you can see here on the timing screen. They have recently pitted, but they've come out ahead of the YS Motorsports blue car. And this is also close. 15 seconds back only of this is the bikes online, the S Racing car as well. So it is also close now.
See, they're getting pretty close. And they are like 2 seconds away. So let's see, when did they pit? Maybe I can see it. Yeah, they do a 24 lap stint, and the Platinum Race team is doing a 6 lap stint. So yeah, they need to go in like, what should it be? Let's see, what's the average?
What is their last pit lap? Their last pit lap from YS Motorsports Blue is lap 290. So they pitted 18 laps earlier than Martin Hobson and Platinum Racing Team BWM. So they are off strategy a little bit.
Yeah, but they are on the 25th lap. So I guess they need to come in like any time.
I think 7 or 8 laps, because these cars can do 33 to 34 laps.
Yeah. Yeah, I just forgot that. See the digital. The 399 car, the digital sprint DS Series Racing. They are on the 29th lap, so travel laps they need to come in.
Digital Spirit DS Racing, here we have him. A very similar looking car.
Yeah.
That car is 5th in the GT3 Pro field at the moment.
Yeah, 5th.
Do
Yes.
we have any news from the stewards is my question though. It looks like we don't really.
No, it's pretty quiet.
The last report of an incident was at 5 minutes before 9 Central European time, and it's now 20 minutes before 11 Central European time. So it has been quiet for a long while. Luckily.
Yeah, almost 2 hours right now. So yeah, it's pretty long. Let's see.
Absolutely amazing that the drivers can keep clean this long. Well, Pedro de Sousa, give me a second, because I know Pedro. Pedro, where are you? Here we go. They are driver of. Where are they?
DS Digital?
No, Tempest. It's the leading LMP2 car. Here they are. Boom! Look, that's how quick we fix those things. I've mastered it now, I think.
You know which button to press.
After like a season of, well, I'm gonna count that real quick together with you, because we've had the 6 hours of Spa, 4 hours of Sao Paulo, Interlagos,
Yeah.
so that is 10 hours. Then we
Yeah.
had the 8 hours of Sebring, so that's 18 hours. 10 hours of Le Mans, that's 28 hours.
Yeah.
Then we have the 6 hours of Silverstone, which is 34 hours. And then we have 12 hours of Daytona, which is 46 hours. So after 46 hours of commentating, 2 full days of commentating almost, I finally found the correct button. And I know how to finally do it.
Yeah, it is about time. Yeah, it will be hard to remember all those buttons.
It takes some time getting used to, and the thing with this weekend is as well, we've changed overlays. So I needed to learn every button over again.
All over again. Yeah, it's horrible. And I see Crash Racing is doing 31 laps though. How long is the GTE True doing on a stint?
Around the
same
same.
as GT3.
Yeah.
You need to come in because
Take a look
they
at
are
it.
last in their.
Here we have it. If you want to know how many stints they are doing, 32 laps.
32. So
At
they're
least
coming
that is
in like,
the case for Astro Racing Majorna.
The GT3 class is the closest class, and I see IS Motorsports and Platinum Racing Team are pretty close right now. Also the other GT3 group, but they are pretty close for like 200 laps right now. So what's the difference? Yeah, half a second fourth then. Oh, they're catching up really fast.
It's definitely very close now. Gap less
but
than
they need-
2/10.
They need to pit in like 5 laps, so let them by and you will be... they're way lighter.
Yeah. I think it's a fight not worthy to fight at the moment, but Martin will be smart enough to do that. And as you can see now, Martin trying to let him by, but he has the overspeed into the corner.
Yeah. And that's his luck. So the gap is back.
Well, I don't think that is particularly luck. I think that is kind of the skill that Martin has as well. He tried to lose as least time as possible, trying to let the car by, but of course the car or the YS Motorsport blue car didn't have enough speed to go around the outside. And he was like, okay, mate, then not. I'll just get past you again.
Yeah. See, their gap is getting pretty close. On the straights they are way faster, IS Motorsports, but in the mid sectors, like the curvy side of the track.
This view is actually usable with the night lighting. At all the other tracks, this view was almost not usable because the headlight was so bright. But now it's actually usable. So
yeah, a lot of black screen and a little bit of headlights.
yeah, exactly.
This
They
is
have a good
pretty
line
nice
through
view.
the Le Mans chicane, and this is a big
it's
position done.
overspeed.
No,
It's
still on the
overspeed, but-
outside. Martin still holding his own. He has the slipstream from the RD Simsport car as well. Or the RD Motorsport car. No, RD Simsport, I was right the first time.
Yeah, it's already some spots.
He is now letting them by, so I think next lap, if he gets a bad run through the Le Mans chicane once again, I think
Yeah, he
it's,
got a blue
gonna
flag,
miss it.
so
But of course, we see that the RD Simsport car, I think they had the fastest lap. But they were the second fastest team out on track last time out. As we see a change for third position as well in that class. Tempest now once again ahead of the Austrian Sim Racers orange car. And we ride on board now with the Porsche.
and 3 and 4 still like 4/10 apart of each other. They're way closer, but already like so many laps.
It's 8/10 the gap, so I don't think he will be able to do something into the chicane, but coming out of it, I think coming out of the Le Mans chicane, I think he will be able to do something.
They
Look
got
how
a lot
close
of
Martin is getting to the
overspeed, you
wall.
see.
Actually, this time Martin does have a good line through the chicane, but once again, Wise Motorsport's blue car with a little bit of overspeed, and now he has to slipstream. Martin doesn't, and I think coming up to the finish line, this is going to be position done for Wise Motorsport's blue.
Yeah, and then they need to pit in like 3 laps, 4 laps, I guess.
Yeah.
So
He is still alongside though.
yeah,
Can
pretty hard fight.
Martin hold off?
No,
Yes, he can.
No.
Martin can hold them off.
yeah,
But he goes a little bit deep. Now he has to watch his inside for the international horseshoe. He leaves the
Yes.
inside open, but I think the Wise Motorsport blue car knows that it is still 2 hours and 20 minutes to go, and he doesn't want to crash anyone out of the race this close to the finish line. Oh, we have some news though. We have a crash from I think this is Vincent Osham's into the Le Mans chicane. This is P3 in the LMP class. Oh no, not to the outside. Please don't tell me they are gone into the wall. Can he keep it out of the wall? Yes, he can.
Yes, he can.
And he's luckily also off the racing line.
It's getting a little bit light with the amount of fuel they got left. So
That's an unfortunate spin. The tires won't like that.
No, not at all.
They're still P3 though in that class.
Yeah, I guess the tires are gone, so last stop, I guess at the time of 33 seconds, they only did fuel, so yeah, they got fuel for like 3 laps to 2 laps, 2.9, and I guess I need to pit, so they can do tires right away.
The Wise Motorsport blue car now opting to stay behind.
Digital Sim Sports of Digital Spirit DS Racing has done a pit stop, and I guess with a tire change or just a drive change.
You see now up the inside comes Vincent Ossems. It's gonna lose the Wise Motorsports blue Porsche a little bit of time. Although it might just be a couple of tenths, it is enough to unsettle it once again. Review this, by the way, on the back of the BMW. Look how close that 474 machine gets.
Yeah.
But on the exit, he loses it all again.
Yeah. I guess the lightweight of the car with almost no fuel in it.
Let's see if he can do anything into the chicane. I think he's just a little bit too far back once again. Around 8 tenths. I think it's Martin Hobson who's really strong at the end of the infield. Here we go through the Le Mans chicane once again. And that Porsche is just so quick and nimble through there. And I think he's just a little bit too far back once again. It is close, but not quite close enough, I think.
It's 4th end. 3, 2.
Yeah, opting to save fuel behind him. Maybe to try and get 1 extra lap out of his fuel tank. That could be the case. Because every lap he could save behind Martin Hobson is a lap that he doesn't have to refuel at the end, because I think with their stints they are looking at maybe doing a splash and dash at the end, which is never ideal. It kind of takes you out of the running for a potential victory here in your class. You don't have to forget though, still 2 hours left, which is half of the race distance that we did at Interlagos. So still a long race left, even though it is only 2 hours. From 12 hours, yes, it is a small part, but it is still a long race ahead.
Yeah, 2 hours is a pretty long time if you're driving.
Oh yeah.
I guess they will go in this lap, so maybe some tires.
Have you ever done a stint that is 2 hours long, or?
Yes, I did with once, no, twice. And we thought it was good to do a 6-hour race with 2 men and just switch it to your half. It's almost 3 hour stint, but it was not doable.
Okay.
Yeah, it was doable, but the last hour, we both got shaky and doing stupid things.
Yeah. How did it end up going? Did you guys finish it? As we see now, the Wise Motorsports blue car into the pit lane.
Yes, we did finish. Yeah, we did finish, but we had a pretty hard time the last hour, both of us. So the next time we said 1.5 hour switch and do 2 stints a man.
Yeah.
So.
And where? Yeah. What position did you guys finish in?
It's a pretty long time ago. I guess it was on Monza, and I guess it's almost 3 months ago, 4 months ago. So I don't really know.
Monza,
But,
a difficult
we
track
were-
as well.
We were happy. We were happy with it.
Yeah, of course. I
Because
think.
we were the only two who could drive right at that moment.
Mhm.
So, yeah.
Yeah.
I see. IS Motorsports is also doing the tires right now. So they do a full change. And I don't know if they swapped drivers. No, they didn't swap drivers.
Here we have him once again, though. This battle has been going on between these two cars for, man, I don't know how long.
Yeah.
Like, it's
They're
unbelievable.
still pretty close.
It is unbelievable how close they are. And it has been like this, I think, for 6 hours. If we finish this hours with them, or if we finish this hour with them being this close, they have been this close for 6 hours long. And that is unbelievable. I have never seen anything like it, really. Even at Spa, when we had the first race, 6 hours of Spa, I mean, wow, I never really expected for it to be this close at the end, because remember, this Tempest car is fighting for the championship.
Yeah, still fighting for the championship. And they need to be at
Well, in
At
order for
least.
them to take the championship, they need to finish or in second, and let me quickly check this. They need to finish in second, and then the Fritz Academy Motorsports car has to finish in fifth or lower. Or they finish first, and it doesn't matter where the Fields Academy Motorsports car finishes.
Yeah, I guess it will be a pretty hard one. Because the gap is like 1.5 minutes. So they need to...
Yeah.
And they're at the same pace. The lap times are almost equal.
Yeah, they need to have a real good go at it if they want to maybe make it work and take that victory. But I think it's kind of impossible at this point if nothing happens to the Arvensis Racing Red car.
Yeah. Yeah, I see they are 21 lap in their stint. And they are 1.5 minutes before the other one. So it's pretty close.
Yeah, I mean, for the last 6 hours, I think I started commentating with Max or with Winston. It was, yeah. I started commentating with Winston, and this battle was going on at that point. And I began commentating with Max, I think, and it was still going on. So I think if this is done, they've actually been going for 7 hours almost. And it is absolutely incredible.
Of close racing.
Yeah, but they have been within 3 seconds of each other for 7 hours long. 7 hours!
When I'm racing and it's like 20 minutes, I'm already like, it's getting hard.
Yeah, but if I would be in the same fight with the same car for 7 hours long, I would say like, okay guys, it's either you slow down or we slow down because I'm getting bored.
Not even bored.
I want to see a different car. I want to see a different car.
Yeah, we just can click on a different car. And look how they are doing.
No, but I mean, if I was driving myself, I would have said like, okay, we're gonna slow down now because I want to see a different back of a Lamborghini than this ASR orange Lamborghini. You know, but they tried to move around the outside, couldn't make it stick, so it is heating up a little bit. At what point do you think the battle will start heating up to the point where they're both going for moves instead of just sticking behind and trying to field save?
Don't know. Maybe they're already trying some moves because sometimes they're next to each other on spots. I think would slow down a little bit, but yeah, don't really know. Usually I won't come this close in a race for such a long time.
Yeah.
So
Well,
we will see.
Still 2 hours 10 minutes left, so still quite a lot of racing to go. We are at the moment at the 360 lap mark. The GTs have done, or the GT3s have done, the leader of the GT3s has done 230 almost, and the leader of the GTEs has done 337. So for the GTEs, they're only 6 laps ahead of the GT3s. I did not notice. I was looking at the timer screen. Next time something like that happens, you can just interrupt me and start shouting about the action on track.
Yeah, it was pretty clean. Like, yeah, it was just going by like it was nothing.
Well, I think that is a kind of a strategy game played by the Tempest Sim Sport car. If they don't try and re-overtake here...
Yeah, they will re-overtake it.
He pulls to the outside.
Someone is in the chat is asking why what's with the battle on the third and fourth. They're just battling for like 6-7 hours. At this moment, 4 hours, I guess.
Yeah, 7.
And they
7.
7 hours. 7 hours, I guess. And they are close all the time. Like within 3 seconds.
Yeah, exactly. The last 7 hours, the gap hasn't been bigger than 7 seconds, except the pit stop phase. And at some point they were even going into, I think 2 hours ago, they even got into the pit lane at the same lap. And as you can see, the Tempest Sim Sport Lamborghini is almost pushing the ASR orange Lamborghini through the corner there. So it's and this is after 10 hours. This has been going for 10 hours, and they it's like they're driving to a vacation destination, and they're like, okay, well, you go ahead now because I am like, I can follow for a second, now I'm good. And then you're like, okay, I'm getting bored of following. I want to play, and I want to give him a finger while I drive by and have a bit of fun. And I go ahead, and they go behind me once again. It's kind of like that for them the last 7 hours, because they've just been following each other in the tow, trying to play the strategy. And the driving point says they are still added in the GT3 class. That's one good battle.
Yeah, it is. It really is. And they are battling for such a long time.
And I think that is Max who says that. So the other commentator who left an hour ago. But man, they're still going at it. And just a reminder, at Le Mans we would have had 7 minutes to go.
We had 7 minutes, yeah.
Because
and then
it
was a battle for the position.
Yeah.
This moment it was a battle for the position, but a battle with 2 hours left.
Yeah.
2 hours and 6 minutes.
And it does have a different vibe to it, doesn't it?
Yeah, it has, because it's a little bit chiller. I don't know how to say, but yeah, it's not as stressful. So it depends on this last few laps.
Well, Max, by the way,
Yeah,
well, Max, I hope, by the way, that you've enjoyed your time with Platinum Racing League. It's been a pleasure having you, and you did amazing for the short notice you had. Like when you called yesterday, and you were like, "Okay, when do I need to be on?" And okay, so it is. You've done amazing, man. It's been a pleasure having you, and I hope it was the same for you. But Adri, we have 2 hours to commentate on, and well, yeah. This is the only battle we've been seeing for I don't know how long now. There is one other talking point right now, and that is that this car has just set the fastest lap, and oh, of course, we will still see this battle going on because they are just passing them. Typical. Yeah. But they had the fastest lap last time around, the 1:33.71. This lap though, a 1:35.51. So a little bit of traffic coming into play there. And I think with this Akil Racing Cyan BMW being in the way there, I don't think that this will be a lap that they will be attempting to strengthen their fastest lap a bit.
It's pretty quick. I see the times, and they are pretty quick. And Platinum Racing Team also got the same fastest lap, so it's pretty close.
Yeah, 133.85 though for Platinum Racing Team and 133.71 for the Tempest car, so around the 10th and a half quicker. But that is very, very close still. But like we said, it's like this car they didn't do practice until late Thursday afternoon. We started streaming at 7 p.m. Central European time. They came in the practice with 2 hours to go, so after 3 hours. What they did Friday, I don't really know. They must have done some laps to complete their mandatory 50 laps.
Yeah.
But this car, once it comes to race day, it's unbelievably quick.
Yeah, it is, and with such little practice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
it's amazing.
I think they're practicing in their own time, really, and when they have time themselves, or they're just god-level workers and there's just nothing that can beat them. And if they practice, they're actually a second faster than everyone a lap, and it will be an absolute bore fest. To be honest, it has been for the last couple of hours in the LMP2 field, since we only have 4 LMP2s out on track, as it has been in the GTE field. Although the GTE field, take a look at this, 19 seconds is the gap now to P2.
Yeah, but they all both pitted like 17 and 15 laps ago.
Yeah.
So the 19 seconds gap. It was a little bit closer, like 10 laps ago, at my idea.
I think a couple of laps ago it was around the 25-second mark. So they have closed up quite a lot here. 19.2 seconds is the gap now, or last time round at the start-finish line. Let's see what it is this time round. 18.9. So once again, getting closer, and you can see, if you look at the bottom right, it is like a staircase going up. They are so consistent, and they are around 2/10 a lap quicker consistently than their parent car.
Yeah, I see the timing sheet, and they're doing 2/10 almost 3/10 quicker. So yeah, they will be close in like maybe several laps. Nah. What should it be?
I think at the end of next stint, at the end of this or next stint, it will be very, very close, because I think that the Astro Racing and Astro Racing Marilla car still have to pit. So I think they have 2 stints left. But I think at the end of their next stint, they will be pretty close.
Yeah, they're halfway their current stint. So yeah, next stint it will be close, and we have almost 2 hours left. 2 hours and 1 minute exactly. So they got a lot of time to make it up and get their win, because it's just for the win.
Well, it's how you look at it, isn't it? Because if you have a 4-hour race and there are 2 hours left, 2 hours is not a lot. But if you have a 12-hour race and there are 2 hours left, it's still a lot. It's just how you look at it, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. But at this moment, 2 hours is a lot. But if you see like 10 hours of racing, and you got 10 or 2 hours left, it's like what is it?
1/5,
20% ish. Nah.
Yeah.
So
well, you have to count, of course, for the 12 hours. So you have around 15 or 15% left, I would say.
Yeah.
No less. 7.5 maybe. Around that time.
Yeah. I can calculate it fast, but at this moment, time and calculating things is not my thing.
Wait a second here, because I'm gonna do the maths here. So I do 12 times, or 12, 100, and then times 2. Okay. does not work. I've had a brain fart here.
I wouldn't know how to calculate it. But I see they got.
Yeah,
the
yeah,
times are
yeah.
getting pretty
We
close.
were almost right. Around 16% of the race is left now.
So at the middle,
Yeah.
I'll accept it.
16.666666667.
Okay. That's not a lot, but 2 hours is still a lot.
Yeah.
If you see it so.
If you look at the percentage like that, it's not a lot. But if you have been commentating for like 8 hours already, or 7 hours already, 2 hours,
Yeah,
trust
it's a
me,
lot.
will be a lot.
Yeah, it is.
I am
And I
happy once
see
we get to
the-
the end of it.
There you are. Yeah, I
Yeah.
get the feeling. If you got 10 hours of it. But I see the Astro Racing car is the fastest one of their class. Their best time is the fastest, fastest lap for their class.
Yeah, a 141.28 compared to a 141.59 by the T3 Motorsports. Excuse me, by the T3 Motorsports car, and that car
Yeah.
actually behind them right now. So that car is coming to unlap themselves.
Yeah, if they are quicker. But if you see the times, the last lap, the Astro Racing was 3/10 quicker. So yeah, they need to do something to get by.
Yeah.
See. I was just comparing sometimes. Yeah, it will be hard to defeat their own other team. I get the bear team, I guess. It's like it's half a second, almost a second last lap.
Well, you know what the thing is for me. Like, we have this 5 laps now, or the difference over these 5 laps now, and we'll see what it does. So over the last 5 laps, the gap has decreased by 2.1 seconds. That means that over the next 5 laps they will do that again. So then we will do
Laps.
2.1
By the way, you
times
see the
5.
Australian sim races just got pitted. So they did I guess fueling and driver 42 seconds. No, it's just fueling.
Yeah,
And
at the pace they're doing now, they're gonna need around 60 laps to catch up to the cars ahead of them.
60.
Yeah,
Okay, that's like how many stints? 2 stints.
yeah, and that would be
Stints.
right at the end of the race.
Yeah, it would be pretty close if it goes like this.
Yeah,
I
well,
see Tempest is in the pit, and
The
Australian
GT3?
sim race already tipped. Yeah, the GT3, and Australian sim race already pitted. So I don't know if they swapped drivers. No, they
Pablo
didn't.
Ye Fonseca is still in that car. I think they didn't change drivers there. Is he going up on the jacks? Because his last pit stop, I think they did do tires, or they didn't do tires. So is he going to go up on the jacks now? I think he
But they-
is, and then they will finish the race with a double stint. That is my prediction. Yes, they are up on the jacks.
Yeah, but they did a driver swap because Ricardo Duarte was driving the last laps.
Okay.
I see, and now he's going out. So
Why is there no tire change then? Because the pit stop is only 41 seconds.
Or my GRT is giving wrong information.
That could be the case, of course, but their pit stop is 41 seconds, so there's no way they could have changed tires. But they do come out, I think, ahead of the ASR orange car. There you have them.
Yes, it's still pretty close.
That gap.
And again, they just both fueled, and it's close. It's amazing.
Yeah. Well, they've been separated by a minute something, and they both pit, and they're back on each other once again. There is not one thing that they have done wrong at this point in the race. I think it's just pure pace and pure strategy where they're getting beaten by Fields Academy and Arvensis Racing Red. Arvensis Racing Red into the pits now though.
Yeah, I see.
This is 5 minutes earlier than they did last time round, so they have had a stint of 55 laps. Or of 55 minutes, which is quite short to be honest.
Yeah, but they did 31 rounds, so 30 round laps.
Yeah,
so,
but normally you do around 33 laps, so I think that explains why they are 5 laps early. But if they do this once again, then they will be pitting right on the hour for the last time, so it is going to be quite close, I think, for them come the end of the race with their last pit stop.
I was just checking if they did a driver swap or something, and they...
This has changed though.
Yes.
Tempest Sim Sport once again behind the ASR orange car, and once again in the same order, and again they're doing the same thing. Well, I wonder, with the right driver, would you be able to triple stint these tires and not do tires on the next stop?
Yeah, I don't know how much percentage you will lose at a stint, but at some races a good driver does one stint more on a set of tires.
Yeah. Well, here it is.
Usually-
This car coming out of the pit lane. Their pit lane time 1 minute 46, and their pit box time 1 minute and almost 10 seconds. So they've taken tires this time round. So this is now, I think, a straight battle until the end.
And I see Arvensis just changed the driver.
Yeah.
Tom Voss is driving.
But wow, look at the gap to look at this. It's 6 seconds for the lead.
Yeah.
Wow.
Got pretty close. In a pretty short time.
How did this happen? Because they had a minute over the Fields Academy Motorsports car. Does the
Yeah, but
Fields
the Fields
Academy Motorsports
Academy
car still
didn't-
have to pit?
No, they do have to pit in the this lap.
Yeah.
So that's the gap.
Yeah. So I think we will see them in the Fields Academy Motorsports car around this lap. Yeah, I think this lap they will be in. And
Yeah.
then we're gonna see what the gap is gonna be to Tobias Kurz ahead of them, or behind them, and Paulo J. Francesco in the Tempest car.
Yeah, and I see a star at the 20th and 19th lap, so it meant that they... What did they do? Maybe they go into the pits. That's the thing that... yeah, if they are going through the pit, there's no time shown, so around 325 and 26, there's no time shown, so I guess they had a pit drive-through or something.
That could be the case. I can quickly look at the stewards channel.
No, nothing in the stewards channel.
No, nothing.
But maybe iRacing itself, because of the...
Yeah, because of the
off
X limit.
tracks. Yeah, I guess. But we can see so much, but just not enough at this moment. You can't see the X limit. No,
I can.
you can.
I can see the X amount. Off tracks for this car 24, but for the ASR orange car 26 and 27.
Yeah, don't really know what happened.
So quite strange
Maybe
there.
it's yeah, but they're still in second place. But they're in the same lap, I guess.
Oh, but that
Oh,
means
sure.
I have just realized, Adri, there, that Tom Vos now with our Ventus Racing is a pit stop ahead of Christian Streitenberger and the Fields Academy Motorsports car, because they pitted and they were still out ahead of them.
Yeah. Yeah, they got the gap of a pit stop, so that's a good thing to know for them.
But it is quite boring for us now.
Yeah, it is, but I see. Austrian sim races and Tempest sim sport got a gap of 7 seconds.
We'll take a look what that. Oh! The first misstep from this car. Look at it. Oh, are they gonna go around on the exit? I expect they are. Touch the grass? No. Oh, spin or a half spin. No,
Just lost.
not too much harm done. But yeah, that is valuable time lost here.
Yeah, that's I guess they're not happy with it.
But that is why that gap is now so big.
And it's called endurance racing because of this.
Yeah. As you can
This
see,
is a thing.
as you can see, a couple of laps ago, they lost time because of the pit stop. Now this lap, they once again will lose time because of that mistake that happened. Or won't they? No. I think that was the last lap. I'm wrong with that. But it was pretty close between those two, wasn't it? When they came out of the pit lane, and this is, I think, the biggest gap they've had for over 7 hours.
You need to imagine the anger he's driving right now to get close to him again. But 8 seconds, and when they're close for like 4 hours, 6 hours, yeah. It will be a good race.
The track is still warm, says Yuri. We'll take a look at it. In-game time, it is, I think, a little bit past 11 or half past 11.
Yeah.
Like I said, half past 11 almost. Track temp, yeah, 26 degrees. That is
26.
still quite hot though, but ambient temp is also 25. So I do not expect the track temp to drop below the ambient temperature.
No, and at this moment, the track temp will go down a little bit, and the ambient temp will go down a little bit, but not much.
Yeah. We're at that point where it goes like with 2 Celsius over the, or 2 degrees Celsius an hour maximum. So we might see it drop to 22 degrees, but yeah. For this time in the day, it is still pretty hot. Yuri is absolutely right with that.
Yeah, it really is. But in real life, in our country, it's pretty hot right now, also. So
Yeah, but
it's time of day.
I will take a look. It's 18 degrees ambient temperature, so that's quite a lot cooler than it is in the iRacing world, because it's 25 there. And that's quite chilly still for half past 11 at night.
Yeah.
I can see here. Today,
You also got real live information.
yeah. But
Okay.
the thing here is, I've just seen it, rain for like tonight, tomorrow and Monday. Of course the days I have off. Of course, why not? I mean, why would you give us rain on any other day? I mean, just do it when we're free. Netherlands, man. It's being ruled by it's being ruled by someone, I'm sure about it. Because
Go to the inside because it's gonna rain.
yeah, wow. Did I just break something? Did you hear that?
Yeah, it sounds like something broke off your chair or something.
Yeah, it was my chair, but it is fully working again. Okay, nice.
I see Platinum Racing is in a pit.
The GT team, yes, they are. They are out of the pit lane once again. Oh no, they're in. I'm blind.
Yeah. They didn't stop yet.
Exactly. Yeah, I thought it said out because driver change. Martin Hobson out of the car. Thijs Merckx into the car.
Yes. So Thijs needs to do 1 hour 44 minutes. It's doable.
I think 1 hour 40 minutes with yeah. We'll say 1 hour 45 minutes because the last lap might be a little bit longer than the normal time, but Will they lose out to Bikes Online DS Racing? I think they do, because pit lane delta with tires is around 1 minute 46, 1 minute 49. But they do not take tires. This is what. How many times have we seen this race, that other drivers are getting sent down on track with tires from another driver? Is it because the track temperature is so cool that the tires are still in an optimal working window, or is it just that teams are like, okay, we need to try something?
Yeah, but how many times did they left on the car behind them? So I can see it in the several seconds.
Yeah, me as well. Gap to the car behind, it's 30 and decreasing. So
quick.
Decreasing. Around 23 seconds, I think he has left. 23, 22. Yeah, it is decreasing very, very quickly. If I look at it, I think around the 20-second mark.
Yeah, but if they did tires, there was no time left.
And with 20
Because
seconds, that would have been very, very close.
Yeah. But with new tires, you're almost all the time quicker. So.
Yeah, you should say that. But the Austin Sim Race's orange car, not on new tires, on tires that are a lap older, I think, than or that are a full stint older than the Fields Academy Motorsports tires, and they are still quicker than them.
Yeah, around the same time, like a 10th difference. They need to, let's see, in 19 seconds, 18 seconds.
18 seconds only now.
They're just chasing them down slowly.
Well, I hope for Platinum that they won't get chased down, because this team has got unlucky so many times this season, and it would be amazing to see them win a race. But of course, to finish first, you know what they say, Ari.
They have to finish.
First, you have to finish, indeed. And that is what endurance racing, in my eyes, is all about. To finish first, first you have to finish. And otherwise, it's no classification for you.
Yeah, it is. But like Austrian sim races in Tempest, they were pretty close. A little mistake in like a lot of hours, and there's a gap of 8 seconds.
Yeah.
So anything could happen in a matter of seconds.
And this is just to show you how consistent these drivers were, and that it's not just the toe pulling them along. Here. This is how consistent this gap has been.
This moment. Yeah.
It is going up a little bit now. It was 6.2, but look how consistent that gap has been for the last 3 laps. It is unbelievable.
It is.
But this time around, I think they gained time once again. Didn't they? No, they didn't. They lost time once again. Is this the point where Tempest throws the
I'm also thinking what to say.
Throws the towel, or throws in the towel and says, "Okay, championship done for us." Do you think that's the mentality they're driving around with at the moment?
Maybe it is, because anything could happen. So if they got that mentality, they wouldn't win at all.
Yeah, exactly.
Platinum won Sebring. Someone in chat said Platinum won Sebring.
No, they didn't.
Also not in the amateur class.
Oh yeah. Never mind, the GT team. The GT team. Caught me napping there. I'm sorry about that.
Yeah. Spamming caps? Why? Nightbot. He's just giving your useful information. Nightbot is also a little bit off.
Nightbot, why are you capping, mate? Why are you capping?
Yeah. they're also still in a window of just pretty close. But the times in the four GT3 cars are still, almost identical. So they're not losing time on each other. They're not gaining time on each other. Especially the 2 and 3, they did almost identical times.
Look at
And
this
I see
battle then.
Platinum Racing is going in the pit.
Yeah, we just had a look at them.
The LMP2 is going into the pit, and I see Winston is driving, and I guess that's a driver swap on the LMP2 too.
Look at how the gap has increased the last 6 laps. The last 6 laps, this Astro Racing team has gained. What has happened?
Yeah.
Oh, never mind. They're into the pit lane. But they gained like 9/10 over 6 laps. That tells you that their pace is pretty close actually compared to. But they are coming back. They have never given up, and it's now Astro Racing with the championship lead for a couple of laps until they pit. And Raul Gallego is out of the pits in I think a couple of seconds for the Astro Racing Mayola car as well.
All those pretty difficult names to pronounce.
Yeah.
And especially when they're from another country.
Well, you learn them over the course of the season. You learn them, but the first couple of races, it was definitely really tricky. As they're out of the pit lane once again. Pit lane time for them 1:11.
Yes. And they are with the same driver, so they did a driver swap, only tires and only fueling. 34 seconds. Let's see. I guess the other team of them, Astro Racing, need to pit in like 2-3 laps. So I'm excited if they get close, if they can keep it close.
Well, the thing for the real endurance lovers is there's also the 6 hours of the Glen in real life as well tonight for the Central European viewers. I think it was at 4 a.m. on Sunday night that the 6 hours of the Glen in real life was held. So the pretty hardcore endurance watchers are gonna watch that.
Yeah, it's like, I see, couple hours?
6 hours of the Glen.
Yeah, I was looking it up. I'm trying to figure out where to see when it starts, the race really starts. It's Sunday, the warm-up.
I think it was somewhere around that time, like I said.
Yeah, it's 10:40 a.m., but I don't know what time zone they're in, so...
That is their time zone, I think they're 6 hours ahead. I can quickly look at it for you.
Yeah, I'm also checking it out. It's an Eastern time.
Looking it up at the moment.
Or 40 o'clock in midnight for us. I guess.
can't find it anymore, I think.
Yeah, it's 10:40 a.m. at their time, and we live 6 hours different. I see.
That's Asterisk Mirola, meanwhile, while we're busy looking up the real life time of the 6 hours of the Glen, they retake the lead in their class once again. As Astro Racing is on the pit exit now.
But for real, did they close the gap down?
It's somewhere
Looks
around
like-
11 seconds yet.
It looked like they closed the gap down like a little bit.
Oh yeah, they did. Their pit lane time, 3/10 or 2.5 tenths faster than the Astro Racing Mirola team. So there as well, gaining time. And the time you gain in the pit lane is time that is and you won't gain time as easily as you do it in the pit lane. That is why a lot of big endurance racers say how are endurance races won? By staying out of the pit lane as long as possible, or by being in the pit lane as least as possible.
Yeah, that's a way to win, especially
Yeah.
at this moment. And I see Kuruma and Rapid E Racing switch positions. Like, what get wrong, or just a beautiful?
Pit lane.
No, just on track. Just watching it, just watching the replay on my own screen.
They
Yeah,
were
now
pretty
they're in the
close.
pit. Now they're in the pit lane, but they switch positions at track, and now they're in the pit lane.
Oh yeah, here we have it.
Yeah. Beautiful overtake with a lot of overspeed, so that's the reason why I was checking it.
Something
But
happened
after
to the
you-
Kuruma Motorsports
No.
car then.
No, after the overtake, the speed was almost the same.
Very weird, very weird.
Yeah, maybe they just let him by.
Yeah, because they had to pit that lap as well, so I think that
Yeah.
was quite a sensible move from them.
Why defend? But they are still in pit lane. I see.
Yeah, it could be the case that they are changing tires, and they should get out right now, and they do.
Yeah, and they did a driver swap as well.
Yeah.
This name is also not pronounceable for me, and their other driver was Otker
Tono and
Cross.
Ordieres.
Yes, he's driving right now. So they swapped the driver.
Oh, so you just say is driving right now, and you let me pronounce the name. Is that how we do
Yes.
it now?
Yeah, that's a lot easier. Just let other do the dirty work. And I see the gap to Platinum Racing. It's let's see.
Yeah, Platinum Racing still has to pit, I think. Don't
No, they are 4.5 laps out. So, like 4.5 laps ago, they pitted.
Oh, okay, that is
And I
interesting.
see Tempest is going into the pits. Tempest Simsport? No. They did 13 laps on the stint, and I see the other teams go in by like 13 laps. So
Well, for me, the LMP2 stints are all over the place now, to be honest.
yeah, I really don't know.
Me neither, man. I couldn't tell you really. We're looking at this gap that has been around 11 seconds for quite some time now. Raul Gallego in the Astro Racing Mirola car. This is the battle for the win in the championship, and I do feel that the tension's rising like every minute.
I was checking out the times, and I see Rapid E Racing pitted like 22 laps, and Kuruma Motorsports pitted in the 12th lap. So I guess something's wrong. Driver was tired. I don't really know what happened.
Well, that might explain the easy overtake for
Platinum, yes.
No, for Rapid Racing Team Purple into the chicane.
Oh, also yeah. Also yeah.
That might explain that. Bikes Online, the S Racing, 14 seconds still behind Thijs Merckx in this GT3.
He's going pretty quick. Let's see. Times are pretty close, but I see Bikes Online at a little bit faster lap time.
Yeah, over the last 6 laps, they've caught up 4 seconds.
Yeah, but they also got a 21 lap stint and Platinum Racing on their 9th lap, so they got a lot less fuel in the car. Maybe that's a little bit of advantage.
Yeah. Well, I think that this car doesn't have to fuel as much as the Platinum Racing Team BWM team does.
No, maybe that's a thing for them. And I was looking, 1 hour and 28 minutes left, so
It is all up for grabs still, everything. And although we haven't had as much cars in this race as we would normally have, it is still very, very close, Adrian. It is. I am completely not ready for the last 1.5 hours because we will see some unbelievable things happen. Trust me.
yeah, I don't really know what to expect. So sometimes it could be crazy. Sometimes it just 1.5 hour looking at cars. They're just driving without any issues, without any mistakes. But I see Astor Racing is still closing the gap down a little bit.
Well, the last 4 laps actually, as you can see now. Actually, the change has been 0 to none to their parent team, and if they can keep this up, they're in with a good shot at the title. But Adri, the gap between P1 and P2 in the championship is 2 points. P2 is at the moment in P1 and P2 and P1 is at the moment in P2, if you know what I mean.
Yes, I know what you mean. And they just swap positions on track. No, it just on the race. It's another.
Yeah,